Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 57, Integral Part. 16 Daffodil Street. Tinjin City. As mundanity swept Selena by her day, her feet guided her back to her residence. The Heath family wasn't present next door while her other neighbor appears to have no concern with her. However, she didn't came back empty-handed. Being held by her left hand was 2 paper bags, containing her recent trip down Dolores Market, north of Municipal Square. Inside were meat, pasta, and vegetables, as lately she had been craving nutritions compared to her usual takeouts that seems tasty yet packed full of sugar. When the door clicked open, Selena inspected her physique. Her eyes turned slightly delighted as she sighed. Surprisingly, after all of that desi pie, I've only gained a little. She withdrew her keys, returning it back to the compartment of her dress before pinching her stomach lightly. Upon seeing a slight plump, Selena shook her head immediately and entered. After placing the 2 paper bags onto the dining table, she hastily organized them into each of their containers she had brought recently, storing them into the cabinets below the counter. There, she muttered, sensing the emptiness of the room, devoid of any soul. It made her realize how eerie did Darkwill dismissed her. Well, since I have nothing to do. Selena dragged herself upstairs and entered the bedroom. From there, she saw the encyclopedia book nested above her dresser. It was followed by her personal documents, the letter from the Church of Storms sent to her house, and the invitation slip Martha Heath had given her. Selena inspected the slip closely as she hadn't had the chance to do so before. It reads, Woodman Family, 32 Daffodil Street, near one of our family's clothing store. At July 30th, will be the first anniversary of my family's settlement here in Daffodil Street, Tinjin City. As the patriarch of the Woodman family, it is my honor to invite you to the anniversary of our arrival. Please attend, esteemed guest. Selena quickly noticed the slip's invitation. They own a clothing store. Depending on the variety of clothing, their income can stand around £218 per year, not to mention that it's one of their branches. She habitually speculated the background of the Woodman family. And it's only been a year. Perhaps their residence might not be a terrace house. Selena set the slip aside and took her usual towel from her luggage before heading to the washroom. Gushes of water echoes across the hallway, inducing it with a sense of someone present amidst the occasional footsteps of the pedestrians. After a few minutes, Selena took her towel from sink and walked out of the tub, hair soggy and damp as wet patches cling onto her soft, delicate pale skin. Yet her hair still glistens with that particular lighting, hinting of its natural health. From the corner of her eye, Selena caught her reflection. Captivating waist and alluring physique made her slightly uneasy of the unwanted possibilities from occurring. However, in a similar manner, she now also had the desire to indulge herself in the fashion aspect of the ladies. During my time as a secretary, female co-workers from our departments often invite me to a spree, particularly the clothing store of malls. In response, I would decline each time, anxious of myself. Selena sighed. The next second, she lifted her arm, holding the towel draped around her body. Once more, she inspected her body that, unlike her thoughts before, didn't actually exhibit any increase in weight. Rather, it became more aligned with her vision of herself. Ah. Right. Selena quickly loosed her arm, then turned her gaze behind. She looked at the basket, nested at the side of the door. It had an overflowing amount of clothing, all from the past 5 days. At this rate, I won't even be surprised if I return to my bedroom, finding my drawers empty of clothing. Feeling invigorated, Selena surrendered to the inevitability of chores, tying her towel strictly before lowering her body to the basket, and began separating each according to the difficulty of their washing. After instructing her golden retriever, Susie, Audrey paced around, seemingly worried. She too was uncertain if the ritualistic magic would result in anything odd. Let's do this. Her eyes turned calm as she used her state as a bystander to view the imagined process. Soon, she came to a new arrangement. Audrey unlocked the door to her bedroom and said to Susie, Susie, sit here. If Annie and the rest try to barge their way in, immediately go to the bathroom to inform me. In order to prevent any accidents, her personal maidservant had the key to unlock her door. Susie looked at her enigmatically and wagged her tail thrice. Very good. I will let you choose anything you want for lunch today. Audrey pumped her fist gently. After exhorting Susie, she entered the bathroom. The square bathtub was 3 to 4 meters on each side. There was clear water rippling gently in it with steam emitting from it. It was quite a dreamy sight. Audrey tidied up a rectangular table with many bottles placed on it. Then, she went back out and moved candles, sacrificial items, and a white robe over. Immediately after that, she closed the bathroom door. With everything done, Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and picked up a translucent light blue bottle beside the 4 candles. The cylindrical bottle shimmered dreamily under the light. In it was the essence oil she had distilled from a mixture yesterday. As an aficionado of mysticism, she had no lack of research regarding such items. She had many different kinds of pure dew, flower essence, perfume, essential oils, and incense that she brewed herself at home. As such, she had already finished the initial preparations according to the fool's instructions. Moonflowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose. What an odd concoction. Audrey mumbled softly. Oh, one has to cleanse one's body and calm their mind before engaging in ritualistic magic. This is a form of reverence to the divine, to the target. As she went through the entire process in her head, she placed the ritual's essential oil beside her bathtub. She reached out and began disrobing what she wore at home. Pieces of her silk clothing fell into the laundry basket one after another. Audrey coiled up her hair into a bun and tested the water's temperature with her hand. Then, she carefully stepped into the bathtub, allowing her body to slowly sink into the water's warm embrace. Phew. She exhaled comfortably, finding herself warm all over. She felt abnormally relaxed. I don't even want to move a single finger. Audrey forcefully pumped herself out as she grabbed the translucent light blue bottle beside her and dripped a few drops into the water. A waft of fragrance dispersed, filling the silence with a refreshing smell. Audrey breathed in a few times and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It smells really good. How relaxing. How comfortable. I don't want to move at all. All I wish is to lie here in silence. Silence, in silence. Silence. After losing her sense of time, Audrey suddenly heard barking. She opened her eyes in shock, looking to her sides in a daze. She had no idea when Susie had opened the door and entered. She was squatting outside the bathtub, looking at her with an exasperated look. As she rubbed the corners of her eyes, Audrey felt that the water had cooled down quite significantly. I fell asleep. She subconsciously asked herself. Susie looked at her without barking or wagging her tail. Haha, the effects of that bottle of ritual essential oil sure is great. Yeah, really great. Audrey chuckled dryly as she explained with a cheerful tone. She stood up, retrieved a towel, and as she wrapped and wiped her body, said to the golden retriever beside her, Susie, continue keeping watch. Do not let Annie and the rest enter. Only when the golden retriever left did she secretly stick out her tongue. She threw her towel aside and wore a clean white robe. After closing the door to the bathroom, Audrey recalled the ritual she had memorized. She picked up 4 candles and placed them on the 4 corners of the table. A loaf of white bread at the top left corner, a bowl of fenipater noodles at the top right corner. Smells great, but it's a little cold. No. It's not time to think of this. Paella at the bottom left corner and desi pie at the bottom right. Audrey set up the altar according to the fool's description seriously, shaking her head twice during the process. After she was done with the preparation, she left her 4 candles lit. She picked up a silver knife and stabbed it into a pile of coarse salt. After narrating the sacred incantation in Hermes, Audrey raised the knife with beautiful patterns and placed it into a cup filled with clear water. After focusing her mind, she pulled out the silver, sacred blade, cogitating her spirituality to spew out and spread from her blade. Invisible energy spewed out as Audrey held the knife and circled the altar once. When she felt that a spirituality wall was fully erected around her, she expelled all the uncleanliness and distractions outside. Maintaining her spectator state, she prevented her excitement and joy from affecting the ritual. She put down the silver knife and picked up the tiny light blue crystalline bottle and dripped a drop on each candle. Sizzle. A faint fragrance emanated as Audrey's body, heart, and soul seemed to attain tranquility. She drew a breath as she lowered her head in reverence and began chanting the incantation in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. Moonflower, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Fingered citron, an herb that belongs to the sun, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Right after Audrey chanted the incantation and hoped to cogitate the contents of her plea, she felt there was a stir within the spirituality wall. She saw a dark red star swirling on the back of her hand. Her heart leaped as she hurriedly closed her eyes and calmed her heart to plead sincerely. When everything was over, she surveyed her surroundings wondrously, but did not find anything odd. Is that all? Audrey knitted her eyebrows slightly as she whispered. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. In the Blue Avenger's captain cabin, Alger Wilson in his windstorm robe was silently reciting the 3 lines of description he had heard in the afternoon. He seemed to be attempting to find clues of the person's identity through it. He shook his head and stood up in a clearly vexed manner, but ultimately did not do anything. Alger was not at ease inside the Blue Avenger, an ancient ship that was a relic from the Tudor dynasty. Although he was already in control of the ship, he had a gut feeling that there were still many hidden secrets, just like the Blood Emperor. Therefore, he planned on using the ship to test the Fool's powers but did not wish to attempt the unknown ritualistic magic on the ship. Alger ruminated for a few minutes before leaving the captain's cabin and went on deck. He said to the few sailors, "We will be reaching the Ritualistic archipelago soon. We will be anchoring there for a day." The sailors immediately cheered as they shouted in unison, "Thank you, Your Grace." As the ghost ship did not need sailors, there were very few sailors on board. There was no need to worry about their supplies, being able to enjoy fresh food and clean water. However, day after day of voyaging at sea and the nearly unending vistas exhausted them both physically and mentally. It felt like they were always repressed and tolerating something until they lost control. As for the Ritualistic archipelago, it was a famous colony on the Sonia Sea. Their business was booming, and they had all kinds of industries. "I simply can't wait." A crew member gyrated his hips and sniggered a meaningful laugh that all men would understand. Hours later. Unit 2 Daffodil Street. The crimson moon high in the sky hung silently in the darkness. It illuminated Tinjin City, the city of universities, as it gradually fell silent. Klein stood in front of his desk and looked through his oriel windows to see the empty Daffodil Street. He heard the sound of carriages quickly galloping far away without causing a din. He picked up his vine-leaf-patterned silver pocket watch and snapped it open. He took a glance at it and drew the curtains, making the yellowish lights of the gas lamp reflect back into the bedroom. Klein turned around at an adequate speed, locked his room, and switched off the gas valve. The room was immediately covered in darkness. Only a sliver of red moonlight penetrated the curtains. It gave rise to an atmosphere perfect for many late-night folk tales. Klein took out the silver knife he had applied for. He imagined the spherical light and entered a half-cogitation state. He focused his mind according to his previous practice, allowing his spirituality to spew out from the tip of his blade. Then, he allowed their motion to miraculously fuse with his surroundings, sealing off the room. Following that, Klein put down the knife, then made one incantation under his breath. With one step, he proceeded forward, another added with a prayer. Then he turned to his left and did a similar step. This went until he arrived back to the spot he had started. An exactly 4 counterclockwise rotation. An unusual and very strange act of a regular person. Suddenly, everything around him shifted. The atmosphere became colder and consequently heavier. The unchanging roars and murmurs inundated him. With the same mania and pain inflicted on him, he did his best to control himself and withstood the most grueling and dangerous stage in his half-conscious state. Klein could feel his spirit body float and ascend. The normalcy of the room faded, the space became darker. With only the gray fog as a prominent image, it abruptly parted before him. Towering masts of pillars stood majestically beyond the fleeting darkness. Light casted a massive dome that encapsulates an entire edifice. Klein found himself seated at a high-backed chair, designed with bronze that aligns with the long table before him. Surrounded by an endless sea of gray fog. Chapter 58, Deep Thought. The grayish-white fog was endless. The dark red stars were at varying distances from him. The towering divine palace stood erect like a dead giant. Nothing seemed to have changed. The silence and antiquity that had accumulated over thousands of years swarmed him. "No, there is a change," Klein silently muttered to himself. His gaze locked onto a dark red star near him. That was the star symbolizing justice. The star's deep redness began to pulse. It did so with average amplitude, but did not stop. Klein carefully spread out his spirituality towards the deep redness. The moment the two made contact, he felt a hum in his head. He saw a blurry and distorted scene and heard the illusory but stacked voice of prayers. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. I pray for you to give me a good dream. I pray for you to give me a good dream." The female voice resounded constantly in an intermittent fashion. Klein's psyche turned more irritable and chaotic. It was akin to listening to someone upstairs pounding on the floor when he had just fallen asleep. He repressed his emotions and used cogitation to calm the urge. He carefully discerned the blurry scene that appeared before him. It was a girl dressed in white robes. She had a head of beautiful golden hair. She was standing before 4 flickering flames, her head lowered as she kept chanting. From the distorted image, Klein barely recognized her to be Miss Justice. At this point, he confirmed that the ritual incantation he had created could precisely point towards the gray fog, towards him. This gave him a huge sense of achievement, going from nothing to having something. "I won't praise myself for being awesome," Klein's mood turned for the better. He felt that the pleading voice that echoed in his ears like a buzzing fly was now acceptable. With a thought, he attempted to create a response in his mind, transferring it through the intricate connection to the dark red star. I'm aware. The gray layer emanated before him. A distorted and blurry figure stood in the deepest depths. The spot where his eyes ought to be swirled with deep redness as his voice resounded repeatedly in the vast and empty world. I'm aware. I'm aware. I'm aware. Audrey Hall was jolted awake suddenly. She sat up with her blanket wrapped around her as her mind was fully occupied with the scenes she saw in her dream. She knew very well that she had dreamed of the Fool, the mysterious being that lived above the fog. Is this a response to my morning prayers? Audrey, who quickly entered her spectator state, calmed down and analyzed. Although she did not understand why the Fool did not respond on the spot and only did so at night, she was still shocked that the ritualistic magic was effective with the few lines of incantation. In the past, she had prayed to the Evernight goddess, but had never received any response. Even if Mr. Fool was not a god, he is likely not far from being one. Audrey slowly inhaled before slowly exhaling. Since he was a powerful existence that she had no means of resisting, she quickly threw aside her worries. She began considering what to do next. First, I have to completely digest the spectator potion. My acting is still pretty good. Second, I have to seek out the psychology alchemists. Third, I should try to obtain the telepathist potion formula from Mr. Fool or clues regarding the psychology alchemists elsewhere. However, every godlike existence should have a complete sequence pathway that belongs to them. They might not know the formulas of other sequence pathways. A new Beyonder organization like the psychology alchemists might not be able to garner Mr. Fool's attention. With the connection severed, Klein sat at the bronze table's seat of honor in a rather good mood. He was completely covered in gray fog. He leaned back and clenched his fist to cover his mouth. He recalled and analyzed the process. At that moment, he was the only living being in the world of the gray fog. Apart from that, there was absolute silence. It seems I can only pass information over and am unable to use the powers in ear. From the looks of it, my idea of manipulation would not work. Klein kept prodding his mouth as he silently made a conclusion. He had originally planned on attempting to bind his body with the world of the gray fog in the same manner if the incantation and ritual proved effective. As such, he could then leverage all the power of this mysterious space. If that happened, he could pray to himself, and through such a manipulative manner, he could go around the limitations, the mysteries, and the danger, allowing him to fully use the gray fog world. For example, he could first conduct a ritual and pray to himself 4 spells. Following that, he could come above the gray fog and answer his own request and bestow it. From the looks of it, I was being too idealistic. My understanding and control of the gray fog world has not reached that level. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner and planned on leaving. At that moment, he saw the dark red star that represented the hanged man begin to pulse. He heard an ethereal and formless voice spread out. I coincidentally chanced upon the hanged man's ritual. Klein nodded in thought. He sat at the seat of honor of the long bronze table and extended his hand to tap on the star. His spirituality spread as it touched the pulsing deep redness. He heard the hanged man's heavy and repeated prayers along with a blurry scene. The hanged man was draped in a pure black robe in the scene. He stood in front of 4 plumes of fire. The surrounding spirituality had formed a wall, isolating him from any external influence. Klein did not immediately respond. All he did was watch and listen silently. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. After the hanged man finished his prayer, he waited for a while. Seeing that there was no response, he began dismantling the spirituality wall, extinguished the candles, and tidied up the altar. Finally, he swiped his extended hand as aqueous light spread out, making the altar table look brand new. Water-based spell. The bestowment of the storm. The hanged man is indeed at least a seafarer. Klein nodded slightly. Before the scene vanished, he responded via the method he imagined, transmitting it through the blob of dark redness. Alger Wilson was situated in the Rorsted Archipelago's city of generosity. He had not gone with the sailors to the famous Red Cabaret. Instead, he stayed inside the hotel and sealed the door and windows shut to attempt the ritual the Fool had described. After familiarly finishing the prayer, Alger waited patiently for a moment, but did not receive any response. It seems this attempt isn't too successful. Mr. Fool needs to change methods. He was both overjoyed, but also a little disappointed. After everything was done, Alger planned on going downstairs for a bottle of Langsky-proof alcohol that could aid a folk of rage to unleash his powers. Mandated punishers of the Lord of Storms were rather fond of this sort of beverage. Pulling open the door, Alger was about to walk out when his vision blurred. He saw gray fog billow in the corridor and a hazy human figure sitting in the deepest depths of the fog, as if on a high throne. I'm aware. The familiar deep voice reverberated around Alger's ears, causing him to freeze where he stood as his head slightly throbbed in pain. Alger's eyes suddenly turned dark. He looked around but realized that nothing had changed. There was still the same squeaky floorboard, the same aged wall candlestands, and the same unclean corridor. "I'm aware." The voice was still resounding by Alger's ears. His expression sank as he hit his chest lightly with his fist but did not say any words of respect to the Lord of Storms. After a long silence, Alger's expression was restored to normal, but his gaze seemed deeper. When Klein finally severed the connections, he was left with the quietness of the grey fog. Endless and boundless. With Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman finished with their attempt. His mind drifted off to wonder Miss Lover's side. "I've asked Captain before about Ms. Roy's case. All he had given is that she's associated with another person, someone named Angel Ivory. So this may confirm Miss Lover's situation." Angel Ivory, so that's her true name. Klein felt somewhat guilty of trying to pry into his member's identity. But what about Ms. Roy? Previously, I divined her origin and it directly dates back to me. Every instances were vivid and I couldn't even properly reach her. The grey fog had already enhanced my divinations. Does the scope of my authority limited my prying abilities? Or perhaps Ms. Roy had deeper secrets? Klein echoed the name deeply. Then, when Klein recast Selena's image in his mind. Her form, feature, and sapphire eyes from when they actually faced each other. He instinctively repositioned himself after being dazed in a moment. Since she's a subordinate of Miss Lover's. Under me, should I be responsible for looking out for her? Subconsciously, his image of Selena shifted and he pictured her as a toddler, holding her signature mocha-shade sun hat while pointing a gun at a stranger. Really? She's dangerous, a person who had survived that chase couldn't even be considered a normal human. A nervous half-smile unknowingly crept on Klein's face. He abruptly shook off his thoughts and realigned his attention toward the matter. Miss Lover should be in Backlund by now. It's safe to assume Ms. Roy and her are two distinct individuals. I couldn't even divine it as there's a large possibility of my previous revelations to be rehearsed. However, events point to her intimate relations with the Rose School of Thought, evident from her confrontation with those vampire creatures. Klein reasoned the circumstances of this maiden, what led her to that chase. Could she perhaps? A part of the Milo incident. Maybe a sister of hers. A survivor that managed to sustain herself until officials arrived. Suddenly, he recalled how the case and their inspection of last week's recent records made a discovery. It reveals that in the station, situated in the Winter County's border road that leads to the northeastern part connecting the Sonia Island to the continent, there were exactly 2 passengers that boarded the steam train. The other wore a distinct mocha-shade sun hat, clad in a mildly frilled white blouse and black dress. While another was draped in a heavily concealed with a round droopy leather hat, a scarf wrapped around the person's neck, wearing a piece of stained shirt with vest and a short trouser. It wasn't clear whether it's a man or a woman as even their physique was masked by their garment. However, the current evidences has led Klein to believe that it may have been Miss Lovers underneath those clothes. After all, one could not limit the possibility that there were 2 silver-haired women in Milo. It would be natural for her to hide herself from the public rather than openly board a train. It would obviously raise suspicions. Klein concluded inwardly. Yet he still remained minded of his speculations, lest they're inaccurate and result in a mistake. After gathering his thoughts, Klein did not spend too much time above the grey fog. When all the remnant voices returned to normal, he enveloped himself in his spirituality and plunged into the grey fog, plummeting into the material world. 16 Daffodil Street. Tinjin City. Finally finished her chores. Selena was at a rather good mood that she had taken the rest of the day reading the encyclopedia by the upper floor's lounge. Multiple clothes hung at a wooden rack beside the wide window. Bathed in crimson glow from the moon suspended above the serene night. Earlier, she had already turned the gas valves to light the entire interior of the room. Another minute had passed and Selena finally ended her session. To conserve with gas, she first turned all of the metal grid lamps off before returning to the corridor and entered her bedroom. Selena set the encyclopedia on her dresser and sat at the bed's edge and mattress. I'll visit the dream world again. She let her body loosen and collapse into the soft embrace of the bed and its covers. I've been visiting it with the prerequisite that it's nighttime. What will happen if I attempt it by daylight? Selena couldn't help but let her thoughts wander for a bit. I blacked out once when I willingly visited the dream world, forcing me to always make preparations for when I attempt to return. The guests I summon must have experienced this phenomenon as well. However, perhaps they may not as they're already asleep. A musing thought suddenly rose within her. If this is the case, then calling them by daylight would also result in their body to collapse unknowingly. Well, I wouldn't want my believers to suddenly think of me as an entitled goddess. Selena quickly dismissed the attempt. Yet the curiosity still loomed. I'll try once just to see if I'm correct. Then, the next second, she once again simulated her emotions of longing. The desire to return. Howling roars and distant ravings pestered her ears, then immediately crept into her mind. Selena tried her best to withstand the grueling and mania-inducing part of her half-state. Within a few more moments, the dark scene before her shattered, and beyond was the familiar green pastures of Milo, stretching far into the boundless and seemingly infinite horizon. Chapter 59, A Believer's Worth. In front of Selena was the familiar spiraling vines, depicting a mural from ancient times. Cold breeze swept through her skin. Hair sways along the gentle rhythm of the wind. After composing her lines and rehearsing her first demeanor, along with considering the probable questioning, Selena extended her right hand onto a vine, connecting to the most recent person she had contacted. Upon inducing her will with desire to seek its edge, Selena's figure crumbled into a pile of pulsating flesh as her consciousness phased out of existence. Amidst the world that had gone vivid, thin mists enveloped the empty field in a mysterious atmosphere. When Selena recovered from her momentary daze, she saw the same man that had prostrated before her, now dressed in an attire fit for a gentleman. His face that had been obscured by his hood now reveals an ominous set of deep black eyes, short black hair and toned features. Assuming that Selena is in her true body, the man would stood at a few inches higher than her. Clad in a simple waistcoat followed by a conventional white long-sleeved shirt, the man positioned his arm at the level of his abdomen, then proceeded with a bow. Seeing the man's brief gesture, Selena didn't bother lifting an arm to settle him. Instead, she quickly assumed the status of the authoritative figure by letting the world generate an ephemeral wind, casting a lively canvas from the rustling field. Alger felt a soothing air caressed his skin. This invigorated his spirit, enabling him to quietly recall the documents he had reviewed countless times. While maintaining his stance, he said with his usual reverence, "Great child of God, I'm deeply grateful for your concern that you promptly summoned me just when I was troubled by how I could deliver your request." For over the past few hours, Alger had been eluded by how he could accomplish the child of God's request. The sacrificial and the bestowment rituals, which were rituals capable of sacrificing anything to please the deity it points to and receive benefits that would come as bestowments. This was a ritual circulating among the Rose school of thought members, particularly near the pinnacle of their hierarchy. However, the incantation requires the desired deity or an unorthodox entity's symbols to form a proper connection. This principle applied to either bestowment or sacrificial. With nothing to aid him, Alger was subjected to a waiting game, patiently expecting the child of God's summoning, afterwards request her for her related symbols to safely conduct the ritual. Underneath the bright light, Selena felt the rising crisis that required her to learn mysticism within a limited time. For her, she could somehow relate with the man's burden. It was akin to her finally finishing the documents, only to be reminded that the director wasn't present. She deliberated her words. However, in the end, she remained silent so as to seem composed before the man. Alger sighed under his breath, knowing that the child of God had empathy in contrast with her divinity. He then gathered his thoughts and asked unhurriedly, "Your Grace, I have not been able to complete your request in presence of a connection barrier. However, I did not become idle as during those times, I diligently etched the important details of the documents I've garnered." Alger inhaled faintly as he added, "If you wish, I could verbally relay to you, Your Grace, without the need for any additional conditions." Hearing this, Selena gasped inwardly. "You painstakingly memorized everything." She was at a disbelief that someone would act this far for her sake. But when she recalled her current identity, she quietly shook it off and watched how the men would react next. Seeing that there were no response, Alger assumed it hints that he should begin the recollection. However, just when he was about to open his mouth, the world rang a melodic voice of a lady, gentle and layered. "Be sure that what you've revised are accurate." At that moment, instead of calming, Alger hesitated instantly, his thoughts spiraling into doubts. Selena rehearsed her plan in mind, and just when she let the world could convey her words, Alger posed in another gesture of an arm on abdomen and body bent forward, arching to bow piously. "Great child of God, I plead for your bestowment, a symbol that represents your grace so that I could proceed safely with your request." "What? A symbol?" Selena was caught by surprise. Initially, she intends to replicate Mr. Fool's method for acquiring her senior's diaries through the Tarot Club. This was done by providing visual cues to stimulate imagery that will then be casted into the provided medium. It was a much safer and efficient solution Selena could thought of at the current moment. The men explained, "Your symbol represents a crucial role in conducting a sacrificial ritual." "Sacrificial ritual? I don't even know if I can receive sacrifices, as this is a dream world," Selena exclaimed. "By invoking the power of nature through the mystical languages such as Jotun, Dragonese, Elvish, or Ancient Hermes, including the exact incantations to use, but it must include these critical terms which are pray, notice, offer, kingdom, gates, and open. The man's words began to deviate to ancient Hermes on the critical terms. Unknowingly to Selena, the world translated it according to her known language, lessening the barrier of communication. Pray, notice, offer. Could it be that Mr. Fool also used some of these terms for his ritual? In modern ritual, the attempt wasn't at a scale your grace is familiar with. So it risks initiating an unwanted attention from an unorthodox entity. It requires a direction that must be pointed to you, your grace. And because you've been reborn. User continued. I am hesitating on whether to use your past symbols to try and bridge a connection to you, great child of God. Selena stayed silent for a few moments, pondering what symbol to give to her believer. I can't certainly use the mysterious mark on my hand as it results from me attending the first tarot club gathering. Selena turned her head to the side. Unknown to her, the men instinctively followed her direction. Beyond it was just a horizon, painted with grassy land that seemed to stretch infinitely without end. User froze, caught between curiosity and puzzlement. Selena let her thoughts wander, trying to form a symbol that is both easily cognizable and effortless to depict. However, with her will, the world heated and sprouted the area she's gazing with blooming buds, turning the field into a wide agroglyph. Although User wasn't in aerial view, he could clearly sketch a pattern of a vertically downward crescent, containing a bolded orb at the center, extending a 3 stripes below. The crescent represents beauty, the orb simulates nurture, and the 3 stripes invoke birth and proliferation. All are distinct aspects of life. This was the pattern that faded into his skin from his first contact with the reborn goddess. Because it receded so quickly, User didn't have the chance to inspect it and evaluate any sort of connections with the strange symbol. However, upon seeing the symbol, User felt a strong premonition that gradually, the child of God is accepting their faction as her children. User reenacted his earlier stance of bowing with the left arm over the abdomen. He said earnestly, "Thank you, Your Grace." However, Selena was taken aback by sudden initiative of the world to display a symbol she had never seen before. Because of this, she turned to User, only find that the man was pleased by the act. Nonetheless, she feigned indifference. The strangeness still reached a desirable result. Setting that matter aside for careful inspection, Selena willed the world to produce a sound. Perplexed and compelled to learn mysticism languages, she thought of a way to exploit her reborn status and isolated past to say, I'm interested in the modern's method of ritual and the humanity's progress in this field. Ancient Hermes, particularly its current counterpart, Hermes. User quickly fixed his posture. It was certain that he excels in mysticism and aiding to the faction's generation by educating them. Until now, they're stagnant. Aiming to revive the child of God in the most subtle opportunities to prevent attention from the orthodox deities. However, with the child of God's aid and gradual recovery, their operations would massively rise and their beliefs would soon lead more followers to her divine grace. User quietly made a self-evaluation and confessed, I am a pastor of Haldian Province's local abbey. I teach potential followers to believe in you and to also introduce them in the world of mysticism. At this moment, his words suddenly struck Selena with unease. Just before User could continue, the world interrupted. Do not force others onto me nor lead them into a path that stray their lives from normalcy. This revelation rooted itself deeply into User. Another commandment to facilitate their faction's intimacy with the child of God. Although it suggests that their past acts had now been revealed to greatly contradicts their goddess's divine philosophy. User was prepared to seek forgiveness and salvation. He reflected on the faction's indifference toward others and bowed. By your will. Selena felt relief that her follower was affable. However, even if it's the opposite, she wouldn't give second thoughts from completely severing her contacts with the faction. User then proceeded with his earlier statement. Your Grace. I can provide you with materials, along with the documents. Our faction is capable of resources and power. Just to a limited degree. He briskly added. The world replied for Selena. In a gentle yet resounding voice, it echoed. Very well. User bowed once more and reenacted his recent gesture. Selena felt its repetitiveness that it didn't take her long to dismiss the man. Severing her connections and returned back to the beginning of the spiraling vines. Haldian Province. Mayor Judhill's mansion. Inside of the library. Towering bookshelves surrounds a sleeping man with short black hair and clad in a simple dark waistcoat. There were documents littered across the table. These are the compiled information he had garnered from the mansion's safe, which includes their activities, the world's assumed state, which includes the Orthodox Church and the different secret organizations that had emerged from the past epoch's fragmented history. However, none actually had any association with the current epoch's mysticism state. Because of this, User immediately stood from his chair and briskly left the room. Half an hour later, he returned with even more documents and a few materials ranging from a metal dagger, stand with 3 candlesticks, essentials, and extracts. When all of the items on the table had been tidied, User placed the candlestick on the center, above a metallic pan. However, he did not immediately lit the wick. Instead, he picked up the dagger and lifted it. Since the child of God didn't give any instructions and only providing a special symbolic pattern, User still took repercussions by gathering essentials that likely corresponds to the pattern's domain. Once he entered Cogitation, he instilled the dagger with spirituality and carved a thin, conceptual line around the table. A thin illusory mist enveloped the carved area, completing the foundation of a wall of spirituality. Afterwards, he approached the candle stand and lit their wick by igniting it with his extended spirituality, in succession, from left to right, beginning with God followed by me referring to the performer. When these are all done, User brought a thin paper over the altar. Through the use of his spirituality, he sketched an almost exact replica of the symbol he had seen in the dream world, a pattern of a vertically downward crescent, followed by an orb and strips casting from it. It invokes the nature of life, beauty, nurture, and birth. Afterwards, while maintaining cogitation, User ignited the drawn symbol into the candle's plume, letting it get consumed by its burning flame. Then, he raised the essential oils and herbs, let them contact flickering wick of the candle. Sizzle. The air suddenly turned hazy. Its fragrance could be described as an alluring and alleviating scent. User composed himself through cogitation. Before the altar, he had deliberately placed all of the documents he had gathered first, before fixing his posture. He spat out a breath and using ancient Hermes, he began chanting a revised prayer solemnly. The deity corresponds to this symbol. A being of divine origin. The reborn child of God. I beseech your attention, your loving grace. I pray for your acceptance, to notice the offering of sacrifice. I plead to open your divine kingdom and let its gates receive my prayer. Moonlight oil, an agent of fertility, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Nurturer's sage, a herb of nourishing, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Sanctuary flower, a flower of fertility, please bestow your powers to my incantation. After the incantation, the atmosphere gradually grew dull. The air that was tinged with strange scent slowly dissipated. However, the altar remained inactive, exhibiting any less than to form reactions. In the end, there were no responses. Chapter 60, Sacrifice. User froze in dreadfulness and anxiety. Why did the child of God condemn his prayer? Although uneased, he remained composed. I completed the ritual as exactly as it would proceed. User's face turned solemn. Have I made a mistake? For the next minutes, he carefully rehearsed the ritual in his mind. The altar, the materials, and the prayer. It wasn't accurate. However, User did his best to construct a close replica of what the ritual had been. I supposed a conventional ritual won't be able to reach her grace. User reevaluated his findings. Then he came to a conclusion that he immediately shook off. In silence, he strode off from the library once more. Returning 5 minutes later with a sack of dirt, plucked flowers up to its roots and a book with goatskin cover. When he placed these items on the table, he flipped the book to a section depicting a sanctuary. It had a sketch of an altar, a wreath of roots formed a circle. It stood erected by a branch that were placed atop a mound of soil. There were some occasional flowers that across the soil while blood made it coarse. User shifted his gaze to its side. A note that had an identical sketch yet still became distinct. Miniaturized version of the revitalizing ritual. He couldn't afford to delay as attempting the scale ritual would require a mass spirituality and complex procedure. Thus, User settled onto the note and followed its instructions. He began diligently weaving a wreath of flower root and stems, adding the heads onto the soil. A couple minutes later and User was left with a soil barely covering the table's surface. Standing rooted into the soil was the altar, not entirely close to its depiction but enough to visualize its stature. User once again hand-drawn a symbol he saw from the dream world onto a piece of paper. He then lit the previous candles with the friction of his spirituality according to the appropriate sequencing. Since User had already reconstructed the wall of spirituality, the ritual can now be commenced for the second time. He burned the essentials, oils and herbs into the candle's plume. The air took an alleviating scent just like before, when User had let the candle's flame consume the paper. Then, he used his spirituality to sketch another identical symbol. Only this time it was on the soil. The noble queen of desolation and harvest. He chanted solemnly. The title wasn't revised. It was derived directly from the records of the goddess's past title. Then, he shifted to the corresponding symbol, to effectively direct the prayer to the current child of God. The divine goddess who wields this symbol's domain. The reborn child of God. I beseech your attention, your ever-loving grace. I pray for your acceptance, to notice the offering of sacrifice. I plead for you to open your divine kingdom and let its gates receive my prayer. Moonlight oil, an agent of fertility, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Nurturer's sage, a herb of nourishing, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Sanctuary myrtle, a flower of healing, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Spring lotus, a flower of proliferation, please bestow your powers to my incantation. 16 Daffodil Street. Tinjin City. Selena abruptly sat upright from her bed. Her ear resounding from illusory ravings that are both distant and near. It was foreign. Somewhat identical to the past, ringing akin to the sounds of pests. However, now it became more prominent. The voices being instilled into her mind began forming a solemn tone of amen. At that moment, through in-depth scrutiny, it gradually became familiar to her. It led Selena into a conclusion. It was her believer reaching out for her. So this is how prayers were received. Selena pondered over to distant voices becoming progressively clearer. I pray for your acceptance. Spring lily, a flower of purity, lend your power to my incantation. What Selena had deciphered were all in a language she's entirely illiterate of. However, she didn't mind much of it as she began simulating the emotion of longing. Her vision darkened, her material body collapsed back to slumber. Amidst the roaring phantasmal ravings, the world before her shattered in an instant. The dream world constructed Selena's figure that moments later suddenly gained conscience as its eyes fluttered. Vast field of green expands across the horizon depicting a picturesque scene hanged as decorations. Above was the warm sun casting its nourishing glow across the bright clouds, bathing the world in rich vibrancy. Apart from the swarm of fireflies that lit even in the daylight. The familiar mural-like vines beginning from her feet and extends into the distance in a spiraling manner remained unchanged. Wait. A swarm of fireflies. Selena silently muttered to herself. I shifted to locked onto one of the vines. Although the spiraling murals that separates in segments all have the similar structure and appearance. From some inexplicable reason, Selena was able to quickly distinguish once she made a connection to the person at its end, a sense of their spirit from where she stood. This particular vine, however, leads to her most recent guest. It was the vine symbolizing her recent guest. Just as she was about to respond by instilling her will toward its end. The speckled lights dispersed exactly as the moment Selena raised her hand. What? Selena was puzzled. This was the very same phenomenon she had encountered during the past, yet when the moment arrived that she had the chance to uncover this mystery, it dissipated. However, it couldn't rattle her composure, only the matter regarding her believer's supposed ritual remained to trouble her. This is a dream world. The best I could do was give order and claims without anything to support them. Selena gravely listed her very limited abilities. She sighed and added. Well. At least I made an attempt. Regardless of what happens, I still have the Tarot Club as my source of information. Her only choice now was to wait patiently. The voice was certainly from that fervent believer. Selena didn't perceive this zealous man as a person to only try once. She can be sure that another layered voices will accompany her moments later. Half an hour later and Selena suddenly experienced distant voices that reverberated across the restless wind. When scrutinized, it combined to form stacked illusory chanting of a solemn prayer. At that moment, the light speckles that remained prominent even if bathed in the sun began to form a swarm to the exact vine of earlier. This time, Selena didn't delay as she quickly tried to extend her will into its direction. Then the world suddenly trembled. Along with the immediate dispersion of the fireflies. Thick thorned roots erupted from the soil that exhibited flesh. They intertwined to one another to form a structure akin to a door. This door ignited with bright aqueous light. Following this phenomenon was the gradual closing of thin mist and the sky suddenly dimmed. Selena stood awestruck as she watched scenery within the door of roots to take form. She was in disbelief that the dream world could in fact establish a direct connection with the material world. Beyond the aqueous light was a vivid image of a room furnished with mostly bookshelves. On its center, there stood a man clad in a simple waistcoat followed by a conventional white long-sleeved shirt. Short black hair and toned features. He was a handsome man, presumably somewhere in between 20s to 30s. His eyes were closed and his stance stood with a head bent, showing great reverence toward the goddess. At that instant, Selena heard the man's stern voice from across the door. I pray for your acceptance, to notice the offering of sacrifice. Acceptance. Notice and sacrifice. Selena was puzzled as why she could strangely comprehend the man's prayer. However, the words were relayed in a standard loanese. Assuming that the man wanted her to receive the stacks of paper documents beside the small mound of soil. She subconsciously extended her hand to reach it. Only to withdraw and realize that she can't approach it at all. I had no feet. My whole body was fused into the ground. How can I accept it? Selena pondered for a while. It was no less than a minute when she tried to will the world, letting it act for her bidding. Massive vines erupted from beneath Selena in response to her will. Afterwards it went and breached the boundary of aqueous light. When Alger had reached another end, the altar remained ominous yet seemingly exhibit no responses. It was another failure, a reflection of their constant attempts that certainly leads to dismay. However, he did not falter immediately. Sensing that the air still maintained its alleviating fragrance and its thick presence, he kept his hope for anything that might occur. At that moment, the circle made of wreaths suddenly glowed with bright aqueous light. Alger quickly felt the surrounding began experiencing a sense of maternal instinct. Even to himself, he could feel an intense desire to copulate, whatever being is present should suffice for his sudden need to conduct proliferation. His lower body became swollen, heat rising from his sexual orientation. However, through cogitation, the instinctual desire became bearable, but not enough. His eyes bulged and he could feel a strange indiscernible being clawing its way out. He immediately held his stomach. There were multiple veins convulsing, his stomach swelling slowly as he felt little movements from within. Alger held on with his cogitation. Once the atmosphere took this strange aura of maternity and reproduction. Two intertwined vines exited from the altar's wreathed circle. It quickly took hold of the documents as its multiple segments splits to reach for the remaining papers. When the sacrificial items, the documents were taken, the aura didn't linger any longer as it gradually receded, following the aqueous light from the recently crafted wreath. The next moment, the altar crumbled on its own. The material used was diminished of their spirituality. Only when the surrounding air stabilized did Alger gasp profusely. It worked. He muttered in shock and disbelief. Ah. Ha ha ha. It finally worked. A smile crept across his face. The child of God returned for us. The vines immediately withdrew from the door that once it completed its purpose, quietly returning back into the soil. Selena then received stacks of documents, along with a few pieces carried by the branching segments of the vine. A scent of adhesives followed by the ink made Selena smiled for her achievement. With this, I've officially infiltrated the child of God's faction within the Rose School of Thought. Selena braced herself in anticipation. The man also said that he's a pastor himself. If I could get him to covet the remaining members into believing that I'm their reborn goddess, then the issue of a risky attempt of completely controlling this faction will be resolved. Other benefits also includes deploying them for errands. Selena listed in mind. Okay. A faint breath escaped her lips. Regaining her composure. Only after Selena set her thoughts aside did she begin reading the stacked documents. This is quite heavy. She weighted the documents all together. This could probably take me weeks to finish. Her mood lessened a bit. However, it didn't stop her from revealing a peculiar relief as she began reading starting at the front page written in Highlander. Languages of the nature. Upon seeing the topic, Selena naturally comprehended this language of the southern continent as it was one of the crucial things her tutors taught. Because of this title, her heart palpitates as she quickly went ahead onto the first paragraph. The languages that invoke the natural forces. The primary function of languages is to stir and control the natural forces and energies in the world. These are ancient, ritualistic languages that have inherent power within them as each word is highly meaningful and symbolic that it both represents the overall field of mysticism and anything related to it. To construct a simple sentences one must. Selena then saw a character with a strange pattern, distinct from any sort of alphabet she had seen throughout her life. The next was its meaning, with a title of Hermes, starting from A ending at Z. Her session went on until her mind began experiencing severe ravings. Similar to her past encounter, this suggests that she had prolonged her stay. Selena didn't waste any time as she quickly simulated the feeling of descent accompanied by the sensation of awakening. The world shattered before her as her figure crumbled back into the environment. Chapter 61, Front Headline. When everything returned, Selena woke up once more in the day's wee hours. Crimson light illuminated the room deprived of any light. Once her thoughts settled, she murmured to herself. So, pray, was actually that pronunciation from Mr. Fool's attempt? Could it be that those first 3 sentences were his title used for prayers? Mr. Fool is attempting to contact us through such a method. Selena propped herself from the bed, then rose to turn for the door, arriving at the familiar lounge. At the desk, she produced a note torn from one of her paper bags. It was the note containing only the pronunciation of Mr. Fool's task for them. From there, she carefully inspected the wordings and took references from the documents she had obtained. Thanks to her enhanced memory, though it leans more on medicine crafting, Selena managed to pinpoint terminologies to their exact language in due time. In Hermes, it now reads, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." These 3-line sentences were muttered in the language of Loanese, so as to not invoke the natural forces that would instant bridge her to this being. Selena learned this in one of the entries of the document. Seeing that it didn't actually lead her to any unknown entities and that it proves her suspicion to be correct, She resumed on converting the remaining incantations to the best of her abilities. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray. When Selena finally completed the remaining paragraph, she let go of herself and slumped onto the high-back chair. How exhausting. Her eyes can be seen occasionally drooping, her mind hazy and clouding. Seeing as though she about to experience another night dozing and sleeping in a place other than her bedroom. Selena trudged her weary body back into the bedroom after setting her notes aside. Then steadily, she collapsed onto the mattress. The offer of Mr. Dunn. Selena abruptly recalled her last visit in the Blackthorn Company, just as she was about to embrace the night. The issue of the mysticism language has been resolved. I've also barely read a quarter of the documents sacrificed by my believer. This meant that if things went accordingly, I would be able to delve deeper into the mystery of my transmigration without worrying in any gaps that might rise later. As of now, there are two things that might help me get back. The depth of mysticism and Mr. Fool's complete recovery. Selena listed inwardly. From the documents, I've come across a paragraph which states that the world is in a state where gods once dwell within its confines. Mysticism may also have correlation with the transmigration. However, it may not as intimate as Mr. Fool's existence. Leaving now or soon will aid me in accumulating more resources, invest time in actual growth that could help Mr. Fool in better recovery. However, I have also lack in the field for combat and actual battle experience. Then, she recalled her potion's abilities and name. I'm an apothecary. The next sequences to my potion might not have any battle prowess until much later. An apothecary is clearly meant for support. Feeling the toll of the day starting to stir, Selena yawned, her thoughts turning heavy. Choosing to set her decisions for tomorrow, her sight waned until her eyes finally closed. The hours resumed as any other. Northwest dreams took place, only the sweet rhythmic noise of crickets and fleeting winds passed into this night. Distant bell chime rang across the cityscape. A remainder of another day's toil. After committing the night's work into memory, Selena went ahead and took note of the time, nearing 9 a.m. Ensuring that the house is secured with her papers well kept. She briskly grabbed the key from her bedroom, returned to the entrance hall before exiting the door. Warm, morning light painted her pale skin with vibrant hue. On her porch, Selena first checked if Mrs. Heath was present. The lady quietly tending her lively ornaments by her door, wore a simple Loanesian clothing, only with the exception of her upper dress as it showed very limited design. It was clear that this garment was one of her casual dress. Upon noticing Selena in a conservative clothing featuring a lady's half-coat, a dark blue dress with white frills by the collar and wrists, Martha asked pleasantly. Heading for work again, dear? Selena smiled wearily. I'm sorry to inform you, but I was relieved from my work. Concern raised from Martha's expression. Pardon. Selena didn't respond and only maintained her bittersweet impression. With your traits, a lady of stature and clearly well-educated background. Not to mention your beauty, I'm really concerned as to why you were dismissed. Martha probed with a hint of worry. Choosing not to dwell any further, Selena let her voice trail off. It's a matter of inconvenience. Mrs. Heath, the reason why I'm going out is to seek another opportunities. And maybe accept to become an officer. Selena continued with a reassuring smile. I won't have any issue when it comes to this. Martha did not take her words lightly. However, since she's in a place to force her into certain matters, she decided to shrug it off silently. All right, be careful, dear. Just when Selena waved farewell, Martha quickly tried to add. Oh, I forgot. Selena stopped promptly. Martha used her few seconds to muster her memory fragments, until finally she said. Dear, lately there had been cases of missing persons, most of them were tramps living in the lower street. Be extra very careful when going out, okay? Also, sightings of gun-strapped individuals have increased as well. Take careful note of those around you. A corner her mouth twitched as Selena sighed. Rest assured, Mrs. Heath. I'm very grateful for your concern. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and more warnings from the lady, who Selena almost saw a reflection of her mother, she donned her mocha-shaded sun hat and finally bade farewell to Martha. The four-wheeled carriage halted before a 36 Zutland Street, across Blackthorn Security Company. When Selena stepped foot onto the building's entrance, she saw that it had finally been rebuilt. Its exterior, however, had no paint and only the door was carved with intricate patterns. How efficient! Selena felt a light awe, gazing forward. In a span of just a few days, they're able to fix that destroyed wall. From her experience as a secretary, paperwork often flooded the director's office, the majority was given to her to tend. When another department was being added, the construction would last for a month that only require an additional room to be built. Manpower was the large piece of the fund usage pie. So seeing a ruined part of another company, albeit small, being rebuilt with a destroyed part similar to a size of a room, made Selena thought of how the world's unbalanced perception of the lower-class workers. After a short inspection, she pressed and turned the door handle, taking a whiff of that particular scent of refined wood. Over the reception hall, she saw the brown-haired Roseanne muttering a few incoherents while focusing on a newspaper. The Alfalfa Express, an ocean tragedy occurred with passengers meeting brutal ordeals from invasion, mass genocide and instigations without a lead finally led to an identity known as Triss. How horrible, a voyage ending to a massacre. This Triss person should be condemned to a life in prison. No, it should be counseled for death penalty. Roseanne read with a furious look as she gave her utmost opinion to herself. Chester County Weekly Post. Selena silently took note of the newspaper's production origin from the cover. While in her little session, Roseanne noticed a skirt, accompanied by intertwined hands holding a sun hat pressed below the abdomen. This made her lower the newspaper, expecting a person behind the counter. From there she saw Selena, politely waiting until she's finished. Oh. Roseanne was both surprised and startled. Miss Roy. I apologize for not noticing you sooner, she said, slightly ashamed of herself. Selena didn't mind it at all as she actually finds the article to be quite interesting. Alfalfa Express. Mass genocide and invasion. Is it perhaps a work of pirates? She smiled softly and didn't harbor on the matter. It's all right, you seem to be very immersed enough to refrain me from interrupting you. Roseanne felt strange ease from her words that it promptly made her share with thoughts and opinions. Well, as you can see, this Triss person was found to be the reason behind the large massacre and yet he's still active when they arrived in Enmat Harbor, undetected by the police. Triss. Instigation. Selena posed another question. Does the newspaper have a sketch? In this world in Victorian era accompanied by steam revolution, a manipulation of light to cast a cemented moment in a form of pictures may not have yet exists. Roseanne took a glance at the newspaper again. When she ensured that there's a person's sketch as a wanted poster, she nodded and replied. This heinous man have his face painted in ink, it's so surreal I could just punch it. Selena refrained herself from unnecessary facial movements as she tilted her head to appear amiably. Mind if I take a look? Seeing that there were no harms in sharing such public news, Roseanne agreed and gave the newspaper to Selena. While in doing so she gave an advice. If you see him walking around, shout his name immediately. Officials won't hesitate on a walking bounty. This Trissman have a bounty. Selena muttered to herself silently. When she settled her gaze onto the paper, from amongst the overwhelming texts, on the right was a specially drawn area for an image. The man in the picture had a round and amiable face. The sketch may not as accurate, however, it seems that he had a black hair and similarly colored eye. Just like what Roseanne had commented, the image was surreal that it made Selena question the artist. How fascinating. A talent at this level shouldn't limit themselves in a matter for officials. Once Selena got a vivid visualization of the man in memory, she didn't too much time reading the newspaper and quickly returned it to Roseanne. Afterwards, she gave a resigned smile. Well, at least now they have a name to refer right. Hopefully they will caught him sooner or later. Roseanne sighed. Hopefully. Changing the topic. Ms. Roy, here to meet the captain again. She readied her clipped attendance paper from behind the counter. Selena nodded. Yes, I'm just here to settle trivial matters. Application for being one of our civilian staff as well. Roseanne lit with anticipation as she quickly wrote Selena's name onto the paper. After signing her signature, Selena gave a weary smile and replied. Maybe. You're being cryptic, Ms. Roy. However, unlike yours, Miss Daly was bundled with profound truth. Roseanne commented. Are you? Never mind. Selena almost suspected the girl's words. Instead of engaging in sophistry, she pointed out and asked. Who is Miss Daly? You seem to really put her on pedestal with how you describe her. Roseanne quickly replied. Daly is really mature and a figure for inspiration. She is mysterious in such a way that it's reliable. Do you know? At this moment, Roseanne lead in for Selena. Miss Daly is an actual spirit medium. Spirit medium. Selena subconsciously arched her brow. Perhaps. Another name for a sequence potion. Seeing Selena's backed expression, Roseanne finally snapped from herself and pinched her mouth. She quickly gestured for the hall as a way to dismiss her acts and said. Why, you may go ahead to the captain's office. Her hand then raised to her mouth, cornered her left cheek while adding quietly. I didn't told you anything, all right? Selena doesn't know what face to make. She could only squeeze out a smile to ensure the girl's secret is kept and made her way to the descending staircase. The confined path formed by arched cobblestones made the lighting from the lamps all the more valuable. Distant bristles and echoing droplets appearing from short crevices made the atmosphere heavy and mystique. When Selena crossed the intersection, turning afterwards, a familiar wooden-designed door greeted her way. As usual, she first gave 3 consecutive light knocks to prepare the person for her visit. Upon hearing Dunn's voice from beyond the wooden pane, she quietly opened the door. She saw Dunn, not seated on his usual high-back chair. A pipe was held by his right hand while his back turned from the entrance, facing the window that led to the Chinese gate. He appears as though he's contemplating silently on matters unbeknownst to Selena. When he finally heard the lady's footsteps halted, he withdrew his pipe, emitting frail smoke, and said in a deep voice, "Have you finally made your choice?" Selena didn't answer right away. Instead, she fixed her posture, caressed her sun hat, and displayed resolution. At this point, if she agreed, she will become an official, or rather an official beyonder, equipped with benefits and allies from the faction she had applied to. The implications, however, is her freedom now limited to an area she was assigned by the higher-ups. Selena already had the Child of God's faction for resources, information, and manpower through anonymous means. Her actual meeting with them is restricted, but it doesn't limit her for the time being. This meant that her only motive for joining had apparently been resolved by recent events, rendering her of any actual reasons for accepting. In silence, for a span of a full half a minute, Selena had been weighing her choices with great practicality. When the clock finally struck a minute, she quietly sighed and said, "All right." Chapter 62, Signing. All right. Dunn kept his eyes forward, sensing that the lady had something to add more. Selena smiled, applying a hint of humor to her voice. "I don't plan on becoming a fugitive, so I'll be accepting your offer." Dunn finally turned to face Selena, his voice pleasant. "Are you certain you want to join us?" He's still somewhat skeptical of the lady. However, it had lessened as time passed by. Selena nodded briefly, then initiated a short courtesy before replying. "Yes, I am certain." Her reason stems from the awareness that even if she finally went to face her fate, her lack of combat prowess and experience would hold her back greatly. An aspect that reading mountains of books wouldn't suffice. Then take a look at this deed. As you may have known, people now call it as contracts. Dunn produced 2 contract copies from the table drawer. Unlike Selena's recent impressions of the captain, his demeanor had significantly loosened, partly from the fact that the star of that show had finally proved her innocence, now becoming a fellow guardian. There were not many clauses, and most of them had been mentioned by Dunn Smith. The emphasis was on the confidential clause. Violators were tried in the tribunal courts of the Church of the Evernight Goddess instead of the kingdom's courts. It was akin to how soldiers and officers were sent to court-martial for trials. A 5-year contract. Selena read through it, quickly skimming the salary part. She answered, "I have no issues about the contract." "All right, you can go ahead and sign it." Dunn pointed at the dark red fountain pen and ink. Selena tested the fountain pen with a paper waste before drawing a breath. Then, she signed both of the contracts with her name, Selena Roy. She had no stamps at the moment, as it had never crossed her mind. So instead, she used her thumbprint. Dunn received the contract, took out a stamp from the drawer, and stamped on the end of the contract and a few key parts. With that done, he stood up and returned the contract with one hand, and reached for Selena with the other, saying, "Welcome, from now on, you are one of us, and please note that the contract is confidential as well." Selena stood as well, received her copy of the contract and shook his hand. She asked, "Shall I address you as Captain from here on?" "Yes." Dunn's grayish eyes seemed especially deep in the dim surroundings. After shaking hands, the Dunn finally occupied his seat and set the contract aside to the table's drawer, saying in a drifting tone, "Ms. Roy, you're quite like Klein Moretti now that I think about it." "Pardon?" Selena was caught slightly from Dunn Smith's words. "I'm saying is that similar to your situation. Klein, before entering as a Nighthawk, had also experienced a predicament, just like yours." Dunn shared casually. "Beyond related events?" Selena asked out of curiosity. Dunn gently laughed it off by saying, "However, now, you two seem to have gained a new beginning. I'm happy for the both of you." Selena sighed softly. "I'm grateful to hear that." Her gaze casted at the stamp on the contract. It reads, "Nighthawks Squad, Tinjin City, Owa County, Lone Kingdom. Using the Blackthorn Security Company as a disguise." Selena muttered audibly. "I assume there were previous signboards before this one." Dunn nodded briefly and produced a piece of paper from the drawer. It was stamped with the stamps of the city government and the police department. The content were as follows: 7th Unit, Special Operations Department, Owa County Police, Lone Kingdom. The first 4 units are the regular police responsible for general security, like the VIP Protection Unit and Key Installations Protection Unit. And from Unit 5 onwards are the ones dealing with supernatural incidents in each city. Our unit is responsible for incidents related to the followers of Evernight Goddess in Tinjin. If there are different types of followers, then we divide the area accordingly. We are mainly in charge of places like the North, West and the Golden Indus region. Dunn briefly introduced, Unit 6 of the mandated Punisher Squad under the Church of the Lord of Storms is in charge of the Pier region, the East, and the South. The University area and the suburbs are under Unit 5, which is the Machinery Hive Mind Squad in Tinjin. He sighed as he humored. I'm just reciting my past introduction. I see. Selena remained open-minded. She then asked. The public sees the building as a servicing company. With this disguise, what do we usually do if we're commissioned? Well, we'll accept them. It's not a matter to be concerned with as long as it doesn't affect our operations. Dunn said slowly with humor. Any earnings would be considered additional bonuses, so our members are quite willing to take those jobs. Anyway, the market for trivial and troublesome matters have been monopolized by private detectives such as finding dogs and lost items. Speaking of, how many members are in our unit? Selena asked out of conveniency of the topic. Supernatural incidents aren't common, so there are even fewer beyonders. There are only 6 formal members of the Nighthawks in the entire Tinjin city, including me. Heh. As for civilian staff, there are now 7, including you. Upon committing the words into memory, Selena nodded with her head and finally asked an eventual question. Captain, what do you know about the phenomena known as a beyonder losing control? For someone who had a first-hand experience through her body, Selena know only so much as to its conclusion. The subsequent effects and its cause was still unknown to her. Upon hearing Selena's question, Dunn looked out of the window toward the corridor that led to Cheney's gate. He brought his pipe that oddly wasn't emitting smoke. Taking a deep whiff before his voice turned reflective and fleeting. I thought you already knew the dangers of the beyonder world that you have chosen. Well, since you asked. Selena, have you heard of the creation myth? It wasn't my actual choice. Selena thought of the former body's effort to escape through any means necessary. Yes, I have heard of it before. I believe it was usually taught through reading the Revelation every night. Among them, the Book of Wisdom and the letters from the saints mentioned the myth of creation. She steadied herself and answered honestly, the Creator awoke from chaos and shattered the darkness, creating the first ray of light. He then fused himself completely into the universe and made up all of existence. His body became the land and stars. One of his eyes became the sun, while the other became the crimson moon. Some of his blood rushed into the seas and rivers, nourishing and nurturing lives. His lungs turned into elves, his heart turned into giants, his liver turned into treants, his brain to dragons, his kidneys into the feather serpents, his hair into phoenixes, his ears into demonic wolves, his mouth and teeth into the mutants, and his remaining bodily fluids turned into the sea monsters, of which the essence was Naga. Selena kept her recollection. However, upon coming to a certain point, she realized how this myth was quite similar to the creation myth of Norse mythology as well as Chinese's Pangu. The beliefs of both this world and hers have something in common. When she paused, Dunn noticed this and decided to continue. His stomach, his small and large intestines, and the evil parts of his body turned into devils, evil spirits and other various kinds of unknown malevolent existences. His spirit became the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of the storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. His wisdom gave birth to humanity. That was the first epoch, the Chaos Epoch. As a past bookworm before becoming a secretary, Selena couldn't help but revel at how detailed this world's creation myth, that gave every part a meaning. It was like a children's song, in Rose playing a choir within a cathedral. Furthermore, it was also present in the scriptures of the Evernight Goddess. The churches of the Lord of Storms and God of Steam and Machinery also had similar descriptions. None of them alleviated themselves or devalued the other gods. This can either mean that the myth is real or a product from a long period of strife before compromising somewhere within the fourth epoch. With this in mind, Selena had another question to add. She asked. It seems quite strange. The eternal blazing sun, Lord of Storms, and God of knowledge and wisdom were born directly from the Creator's spirit. Meanwhile the goddess isn't. Dunn retracted his pipe with a smile. You asked very similar questions from Klein. Selena doesn't know what to answer. Instead, she wearily replied. Really? Well. How pleasant. Seeing her noncommittal response, Dunn set his eyes back and returned with a question. Repeat the goddess's full title. Without effort, Selena recited in a manner similar to how students are to a teacher. The Evernight Goddess is nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity. She is also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of the Secrets, the Empress of Disaster and Horror, Mistress of Calm and Silence. Dunn then commented lightly with humor. Same manner of responding. The remark wasn't relevant that Selena dismissed it with a soft smile. With the intention of only lightening the mood, which was somewhat achieved. He resumed in a guiding tone and asked. What does the Lady of Crimson symbolize? The red moon. The moment Selena answered truthfully, she immediately understood. Then which part of the Creator did the red moon come from? Asked Dunn with a smile. A single eye. Selena instinctively kept her gaze to remain at place, away from Dunn. I see. The goddess wasn't in any place below from the Lord of Storms who was formed from a third of the Creator's spirit. Correct. Dunn replied as if mentoring an ace student. For the churches of Mother Earth and the God of War, the two likely had similar explanations. The exception was the god of steam and machinery who had been born too late to find a reason, thus, their church had been weak in the past 1,000+ years. It was only with the invention of the steam engine that they seized the opportunity to truly be on par with the other gods. Dunn stroked his pipe gently. Humanity was born out of the wisdom of the Creator, so we have clever and extraordinary brains, but lack other magical powers. However, from the creation myth, we can form a simple but clear conclusion. Everything stems from the same origin. I see. Selena echoed the last lines into memory. According to this conclusion, humans, who are protected by the gods, were able to resist the other creatures, the giants, devils, and the mutants. Over time, they gradually figured out means to obtain the power of the Beyonders. That is by using the corresponding parts of the evil spirits, dragons, monsters, magical trees, flowers, or crystals and combining them with other materials to form potions. By consuming and absorbing the potion, one will gain different powers. This is common knowledge among mysticism studies. Dunn did not elaborate in detail and only gave a brief introduction. In this process, our ancestors relied on painful lessons to discover that if they were to consume high-grade or extraordinary potions, it would easily lead to tragic consequences. There are 3 possible outcomes. Which? 3. Selena slowly asked in a long time. As if reminiscing and realizing that he's reciting his past exchange with a certain Nighthawk member. Dunn calmly listed. First, mental death and the complete breakdown of a body. Every piece of flesh would become a terrifying monster. Second, their personality will be changed by the powers contained in the potion. They will turn cold, sensitive, irascible, cruel, and indifferent. Third, well. Dunn put down his pipe and smiled warmly at Selena. How was your impression of the Nighthawks? Selena was taken aback. She didn't expect the captain to brought such an unrelated question to an explanation. However, she returned with the same demeanor while politely retracting the conversation back. They're quite reliable and very resourceful. Which made me ask questions that have led to this exchange. Particularly, the 3 outcomes. Dunn loosened himself and resumed. The third is mental disorder. Turning crazy on the spot, becoming more devilish than the devil. This is what it means by losing control. He emphasized the words, losing control. Without waiting for Selena to probe. He sighed silently and continued, after a long period of experimentation and exploration, together with the birth of the blasphemy slate, humans have finally perfected the potion system. We formed a tiered system that chains into stable progression paths known as sequences. The lower the number in a sequence, the higher the grade of a potion. At this point, the 7 major churches each control at least one complete sequence. Besides, there are also incomplete paths that they have gathered over the past hundreds or 1,000 years. Slate of blasphemy. Selena acutely noticed this tidbit. This was mentioned by the hanged men from their first gathering. According to the hanged men, the blasphemy slate was the most critical factor of a potion system formation and completion. However, this seemed to contradict what Dunn had said. Those were things created by some evil gods. As for which era it appeared, what it contains or what's so special about it, I am unsure as well. If you discover any clues, you have to immediately report it to me. It deserves the highest level of response, said Dunn vaguely. I mentioned one of the types of losing control. I'll now tell you the remaining 4. Very well. Selena pushed the matter about the blasphemy slate into the back of her mind and listened attentively. Although humans have clever minds, they lack extraordinary powers, it is not absolute. There are always a few lucky ones, perhaps I should call them the unlucky ones. They are born with relatively higher perception. Well, it also means the ability to sense spirits. They can hear voices that others cannot hear and see things that others cannot see. They have partial characteristics of Beyonders. While Dunn spoke, he looked at the empty air around him and watched Selena uneased. In other words, if they are half a sequence 9 Beyonder and have fixed characteristics. Oh, sequence 9 is the lowest grade in the chain. In short, they can only choose a corresponding, fixed sequence pathway. If they consume other potions, the effects might range from mental disorders to a loss of control, or even worse, death. Selena nodded briefly. The third kind is similar to the second kind. Once you choose a sequence chain, you will be forced to go down that path. There will be no room for regret. If you were to consume potions from the corresponding sequence of other paths, there will be a high probability you will get mixed, unusual and warped powers. But it is almost certain that you would be in a semi-deranged state, sensitive and irascible, cruel and bloodthirsty, and silent and melancholic. And there is only one such opportunity. After that, regardless if you consume the potions from the original path or potions in the present sequence, the only result is a loss of control. The outcome could then be mental death. Alternatively, the body breaks down into monsters or even transforms into an evil spirit. As Dunn spoke, he turned his eyes back onto the window. Selena, who was now alarmed and in state of fear, took some time to ask. And the fourth kind? The fourth kind, heh. That is the most common problem. When we consume potions to gain powers that originally belonged to extraordinary beings, we undergo an unnatural transformation. Therefore, we would more or less be affected by the remnant spiritual powers. While perhaps the symptoms might not manifest and are undetectable to others, it will definitely lurk in one's mind. If one rushes to consume the corresponding potion ranked higher in the sequence before fully grasping the extraordinary powers the potion brings and eliminating the subtle traces, the madness will accumulate, increasing the chances of losing control. Dunn suddenly fell silent. After a short pause, he said with a sigh, as per the internal rules of us Nighthawks, even if a teammate were to make a great contribution, they must have consumed the last potion 3 years ago and be examined before they can be promoted. Even so, there are still many who lose control every year. How terrifying. Selena drew a gasp, recalling her own experience as she asked, then what about the final kind? There was no trace of a smile despite Dunn's curved lips. The fifth kind is the most common reason for a loss of control. For Beyonders, one's spiritual perception would be enhanced more or less. The smaller the number in the sequence, the more enhanced their perception. Therefore, they would hear what others cannot hear, see what others cannot see, and encounter things others would not encounter. They are constantly met with mysterious enticement and illusionary bewitchment. Once they are overstimulated or have greedy desires, they will slowly go down the path of losing control. As he spoke, Dunn settled his eyes toward Selena, his gray pupils reflecting her figure. His tone turned bleak as he said, the founder of the Nighthawks, Archbishop Cheney once said, "We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness." Chapter 63, Artifact. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. The outside was still, its walls exudes frail coldness while the room paints a golden yellow bloom casting from the iron grid wall lamps. Dunn Smith's words was like a noise reverberating across a majestic hall. It echoed and settled deeply in the heart of the lady in front of him. Selena stayed quiet. Seeing the lovely lady's demeanor wavered for once. Dunn immediately shook his head and smiled warmly. "I'm surprised you didn't know any of this. However, now, do you regret delving yourself into this world?" Instead of responding, Selena mused inwardly, just to ease her tension. "It wasn't partly my choice in the end, Mr. Smith." "Ah. I meant Captain. The Beyonder world treads itself into boundless thorns. Every decision requires prices to be paid." Selena slowly recovered and quickly forced herself to speak normally amidst the quivering voice. It was clear that the former Selena saw this opportunity as light. Her regrets were cast aside just to hold a sliver of hope, disregarding any consideration for what road it paves. However, now with experience, she finally understood what becoming a Beyonder means, even if the former is already gone. Selena soon brought her tension, fear, and apprehension into control. Of course the thought still lingered inevitably, refusing to leave. Dunn puffed his pipe, his voice softened. "Your demeanor captures your presence, mature and rational. As you have known, Beyonders aren't as powerful, starting at low sequences." Dunn's eyes returned its luster. "We use 1 to represent the highest grade and 9 the lowest. You might think this is against intuition and logic. Well, low sequences we often mention refers to a low grade or a high number. They're the starting point of the sequence chain. Beyonders somewhere in a specific levels near 9 are the low sequence group. Let's take your situation as an example. Right now you're..." Dunn paused, he smiled convincingly at Selena. Catching the hint. Selena sighed quietly and responded. "A sequence 9 apothecary." "I know, Dunn attempted to ease Selena. "However, I still wanted to hear it from you." Quite the jester. Selena wished she had her father's revolver at this moment. However, she fought the urge as Dunn is clearly more experienced than her. "It's good that we now have a medicine doctor in our unit. As for why I made you confess despite my awareness, it is to be certain that you have no problem cooperating with us." Dunn took a whiff after a bit of explanation. Selena remained silent, she only nodded when Dunn finished his sentence. "Now, where was I?" Dunn suddenly paused midway. Using me as an example for low sequences, Mr. Smith. Selena politely guided him back. Ah. Yes, as you may have already noticed, you are not far from the capabilities of regular people at your stage. Although some pathways bestow changes right away, they were often unremarkable or are still in the limit of conventional. In essence, they're still humans, fragile against guns and other means of infliction. Dunn's voice carried pleasantry as he adds, which is why we allow our beyonders to advance, through a manner of contributions. This is one of the reasons why I asked your potion's name, as it have close relations with the fertility order of the Earth Mother. My potion. The fertility order? Earth Mother? Selena instinctively straightened her body. What do you mean by close relations? Noticing the lady's impulse as if he had struck a string, Dunn calmly said. The churches each had a complete sequence pathways within their jurisdiction. For reference, the Church of the Evernight hold a complete sequence of the sleepless pathway, starting at 9 to 1. This is to establish systematic hierarchy and power to better deal with beyonder incidents. Sometimes, there might even be 2 complete pathways, just like the Church of the Earth Mother with the planter. As for the other, it is the apothecary. With enough contributions, we can file a request for the subsequent formula through the other affiliated factions for your advancement if you ever wish. Selena felt as if opportunity laid itself before her. The issue for her advancement was now resolved through a manner of contribution. However, unlike before, she wasn't in a rush now, as it gradually became clearer that her goal wasn't to reach a higher sequence. Of course, she's still eager to return, to meet her parents, friends, and former life once more. But after her confrontation with Diemsfell, she realized how being urgent would only invite riskier attempts, raising the possibility of losing control. Her days of gambling her own life was slowly being eclipsed. She was content with staying in low to mid sequences as long as she can provide resources and power through the Child of God's faction for Mr. Fool, aiding him in his recovery. Furthermore, there was no requirement needed for her to return or figure out the nature of her transmigration. This was a safer and much more effective method to seek her way back. With this in mind, Selena felt her priorities quietly settle. It made her thoughts for urgency slowly withdraw. Very well. She finally replied, her voice wasn't in a hurry. Dunn picked up his pipe again as his gray eyes carried a smiling trace to them. I cannot give you an accurate answer on this. To receive promotion for advancement, firstly, you must make enough contributions. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, you would be able to interpret critical ancient documents. Maybe you would be able to give us valuable ideas for one of our cases. Secondly, it depends on the arrangements of the higher-ups. No one can be sure. All right, I believe you should know quite a bit about Beyonders now. In the future, do not make rash decisions. Now, I'll introduce you to our Nighthawk team's civilian jobs. He stood up and walked to the door. He pointed in the opposite direction of Cheney's gate and said, we have an accountant and someone else who is in charge of procuring necessities and collecting supplies handed out by the church and the police department while standing in as a carriage driver. They are professionals and do not need to take shifts, so they can rest on weekends. The other 3 civilian staff are Roseanne, Brett, and Old Neil. Their jobs include attending to visitors, cleaning the rooms, and writing case files and inventory registration lists. They also guard the armory, storeroom, and the archives, strictly enforcing the registration should someone wish to enter, take out or return an item. Each of them has 1 day off a week, other than Sundays. They negotiate among themselves on the arrangement of night shifts and rest days. Then, what about my job? Selena set her thoughts about Beyonders aside as she tried to clarify her role and responsibilities. There's no need for that. You are a professional. Dunn said with a smile. You can patrol around the streets of Tingen at every morning or noon. Join the others for operations or take any jobs that requires handling in the company. Pardon. Selena instinctively raised a brow. Is this their definition of professional? Isn't this like telling me to do anything you want because we just need to monitor you? At least cover it appropriately and not make me a filler. Dunn inserted his hand into the pockets of his windbreaker and said. That is, if you want. However, it seems you're adept at making medicines with restoration properties, suggested by your frequent visits at Lawson's folk herb shop. Are you perhaps an assistant? Or an apprentice? How rude. Stalking a lady's daily life. Selena sighed inwardly. I'm in a mentorship for exactly 7 days. The payment is weekly. I won't be taking any more lessons until I paid the previous week. Then I highly suggest taking that role. Health and well-being of our teammates is our priority. So please, consider applying your experience in this job as well. Dunn asked warmly with a smile. Selena wasn't troubled by this. Rather, it even established another place for her acting. However, what bothers her is how she will get the chance to be mentored by Old Neil as well. Her mysticism foundation had only reached the basics of languages and rituals, in doing so might even open her eyes to this world's mysteries. With this in mind, Selena posed a request she'd been wanting to include. Mr. Captain. Can I, by any chance, be taught mysticism by Mr. Old Neil? Dunn brought his pipe, took a quick whiff and replied. I plan to add you in his mysticism lectures eventually. This is to help you get a better grasp in the world of Beyonders. It also benefits our team the more you're experienced. Half turning his body, he continued. Ah, right. Along with Klein Moretti. The two of you will receive daily lectures until you're satisfied with the knowledge you obtained. Afterwards, you will have to be assigned to roles or maybe begin taking shifts with Old Neil and the rest. I don't have any issues with that. Selena gave a genial smile. It's nice to have a fellow learner after a while. At this moment, Dunn turned his body halfway and pointed to the black outward swinging gates that was engraved with 7 sacred emblems. This is Cheney's Gate. It is named after the creator of the modern Nighthawk system, Archbishop Cheney's. There is one under the central cathedral of every major city. It is guarded by formal Nighthawk members on rotation. Inside, there are at least 2 keepers who are sent by the church, as well as countless traps. You must not approach it under any circumstance, otherwise, misfortune will befall you. Quite haunting. Selena expressed her thoughts in a low voice. The area inside is divided into a few zones. Stored within are certain potion formulas for certain sequences and other magical materials. It is also used to temporarily hold heretics, mutants, cultists, and members of secret organizations. They will eventually be sent to the Holy Cathedral, introduced Dunn in passing. Holy Cathedral. It must be the Church of Everight's headquarters located north of Lone Kingdom, in Winter County. I believe it is called Cathedral of Serenity. Selena let her thought drift as she pondered over the matter. In addition, there are all sorts of classified documents and records inside. When you gain a higher clearance, you might have a chance of reading them. Dunn hesitated for a moment before adding, behind the Cheney's Gate, there are also sealed artifacts in the basement. Sealed artifacts. Selena ruminated over the term. A term that somewhat connects to her idea of mystical items. She was already exposed to the latter evident by her past, so defining the former wasn't too difficult for Selena. She asked with curiosity. Is it a classified term for mystical items? Dunn returned with a question. Was that how you perceive them? I really don't know how to call them. Well, wild Beyonders do refer to them as mystical items or artifacts. Dunn explained upon seeing Selena's attentiveness. These are extraordinary items which exhibits great importance and power. Too dangerous to fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, we have to keep it strictly confidential and watch them carefully. Even we can only use it under special circumstances. Not only that. With that said, Dunn paused for a moment before continuing, some things inside are very special. They had certain living characteristics which can entice the keepers. It would influence the surroundings, attempt escape, and cause catastrophic outcomes. They have to be strictly controlled. Selena can very well picture the destructiveness of these items through the Rose School of Thought's practice of using them. This includes Diemsfell's strange mask during her wedding escape. Perhaps. That mask also had living characteristics. It wriggled before Diemsfell could manifest it. Selena suddenly recalled that point in her memory. The Nighthawk headquarters have categorized these sealed artifacts into 4 grades. Grade 0 represents extremely dangerous. They are of the highest importance and of the highest confidentiality. They are not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied. They can only be sealed in the basement of the Holy Cathedral, described Dunn in detail. Grade 1 is highly dangerous. They can be used in limited ways. Their security clearance is limited to diocesan bishops or Nighthawk deacons and above. The central cathedral of diocese headquarters like Backlund can store 1 to 2 artifacts. The rest will be handed over to the Holy Cathedral. Grade 2 is dangerous. They can be used with care and moderation. The security clearance requires 1 to be a bishop or a Nighthawk team's captain and above. The central cathedrals in the various cities can store 3 to 5 artifacts. The rest will be turned into the Holy Cathedral or the diocese headquarters. Grade 3 is considerably dangerous. They have to be used carefully. It can only be applied for operations that require 3 or more people. The security clearance requires 1 to be a formal member of the Nighthawks. In the future, you will see the corresponding documents. Through the numbers, you can understand what they represent. For instance, 2 to 125 means that it is a dangerous grade sealed artifact number 125. As Dunn went on, he suddenly turned around and returned to his room. He pulled out a piece of paper from the bottom of the drawer. By the way, take a look at this. He gave the paper to Selena for inspection. 3 years ago, a newly appointed archbishop lost control. For some unknown reason, he stormed through the various levels of protection and vanished mysteriously with a grade 0 sealed artifact. Memorize this photo. If you discover him, do not alert or disturb him. Return to report it immediately or the chance of you dying in the line of duty is 1000%. Ah. Selena cast her gaze onto the paper's black and white photo upon receiving it. On its surface, it only bore a few lines of words. Int Zangwill. Male. 40 years old. Former archbishop. A gatekeeper who failed in his promotion and was enticed by the devil and was corrupted. He escaped with sealed artifact 0-08. Particular traits are. The picture depicted in Zangwill is wearing an all-black clergyman robe with buttons on both sides and a soft cap. His hair was dark blonde and his pupils were so blue that it was nearly black. He had a high nose and his lips were tightly pursed. His facial features were like a classic sculpture without any wrinkles. The most striking characteristic was that he was blind in one eye. The description for the person was very detailed. However, the sealed artifact only possesses its coding. Selena noticed it quickly. Dunn continued. The rest of the Nighthawks are already aware of this corrupted clergy, so when you spot him, immediately retreat and report. Why? Selena couldn't help but knit her brows. She pressed. Mr. I mean Captain. Why are there no details for the artifact? It is at the highest security clearance. The search for sealed artifact number 0-08 is only described verbally and never written in words. Even so, the description will be little, said Dunn with a sigh. 0-08 appears to be a common quill, but it does not need ink to write. That's all. Dunn did not dive deeper into the topic. He tugged at the golden chain on his black windbreaker and took out a gorgeous pocket watch of the same color. He clicked it open and took a glance before pointing outside. I've told you all you need to know. Go and find old Neil and tell him to arrange the documents that you need to read. He is no ordinary civilian clerk. He was once a formal member, but due to his advanced age, he failed to be promoted. His health is ailing, so it's no longer suitable for him to handle cases. Furthermore, he does not wish to become an internal keeper or rest at home. All he wishes is to be accompanied by documents and records. He should be in the alchemy room, teaching. Dunn quickly added. Oh. And while you're on your way. Seekatron should be exiting the area in Cheney's Gate with a batch of materials. Please help her if you two ever encountered. Selena stood up from her seat and took a brief courtesy before Dunn. She replied amiably, very well. Thank you for everything, Captain. Chapter 64, Strange. An ordinary quill. It writes with no ink required. Its classification was so confidential it only had a vague description. Being categorized as extremely dangerous. What is its actual use? Can it also be paired with an ordinary book to kill anyone whose name was written by it? Just as Selena could reach for the door. Dunn suddenly called Selena in a raised voice, "Hold on, Ms. Roy. There's more." Selena halted a few meters from the entrance. A rush of resignation escaped her lips through her breath. Captain. It seems you're showing a much severe case of hazy memory compared to mine. Even so, aren't you too young to have dementia? She turned to face Dunn and squeezed out a smile. Is there anything else, Captain? Your revolver. The one that was confiscated along with a knife can be handed to you immediately once you filed for a badge. To do so, give your copy of the contract to Mrs. Oriana upstairs and place a request. However, I do have some suggestions for your chosen weapon. Dunn walked over to his table and sat back to his seat. He continued. A 45mm brass revolver is not a standard or safe choice to be used, regardless of gender, without extensive training. This is because of its heavy recoil cartridge with a weaker brass frame, which makes it unsuitable for self-defense or target practice. At this moment, Selena recalled her progressive use of her revolver. She was certain beforehand that she would never be able to hit a single foe due to her lack of experience, which is why she risked getting injured just to get a clean, close-quarter shot. The recoil did made a toll on her body, which often made her prone to imbalance during the whole chase. This is why she limits her usage and actively rely on the hidden rockets as checkpoints to keep the swarms at bay. During her direct confrontation as well, she used two of her hands as usual to even trigger the revolver. The subsequent bullets that fired were a result of her tensed fingers being driven by emotion. Only when she finally achieved a spiritual relief did her consciousness give away from all of those accumulated detriments throughout the chase. Come to think of it, I should have gave out the moment one of them managed to land a hit on my back. Mr. Mitchell even said that a normal person wouldn't be able to survive that injury. Selena subconsciously reached for her back and strained for the claw marks. Strangely, Selena felt no prickling pain the moment her fingers made contact. I recovered so quickly as well, despite all of it. The apothecary potion shouldn't be able to do any of this. Seeing Selena checking her back unknowingly, Dunn Smith smiled just to ease her thoughts. Don't worry. The armory stores most of our revolvers, available for when the members file for reimbursement and bullets for restock. Ask old Neil and he'll gladly guide you in choosing a much more suitable revolver. The revolver you had before can either be kept here and returned to you as per your request. Dunn produced a paper slip, stamped with the department's sigil. After receiving it, Selena nodded and said, "Very well. I'll be taking my leave now." Before exiting, she paused for a moment, just to anticipate if ever the captain's dementia kicked in once more. However, this time, Dunn remained silent. This relieved Selena for a bit as she turned the handle and gradually closed the door behind. The solid cobblestone walls still emits a chilling presence. Through the support of the wall lamp's glow, Selena arrived back at the familiar intersection. From there, she deliberately faced the path leading to the ominous Cheney's gate and decided to wait a few distance away. Although she came close for only a few meters, Selena still felt the gate's haunting aura, with mysterious symbols engraved on its surface. She quickly recalled what Dunn Smith had advised. Living sealed artifacts are kept there. I wonder how the staffs are able to enter without being affected. At a distance, she saw the gate slowly opening. From there she spotted a man, slightly hunched, bearing paleness and gloomy air that upon looking can be suspected as a lifeless soul. Sensing the domineering Cheney's gate, Selena quickly thought, he must be one of the two keepers. Then this day must be Sikatron's turn to guard the gates. When the slightly hunched man exited the Cheney's gate, what accompanied him back was another silver-haired woman, holding a crate filled with questionable materials contained in glass vials. Sikatron carried these materials and lowered it right outside the gates. Afterwards, she turned toward the keeper and said, "There's one more crate I've left behind." The keeper's eyes bore no luster as it reflects pure darkness while facing Sikatron. He nodded and left for the gates. Just as she was about to follow, from the corner of her eye, she noticed Selena, watching the Cheney's gate from the distance. She paused, looked toward Selena's direction and raised her voice. "You must be Selena Roy. Ah, how was your trip in the captain's office?" Considering that it'd be impolite to initiate a conversation at such a manner, Selena fought the pressure and walked over to Sikatron. When she finally closed a fair distance, she replied amiably, "Captain told me to help you bring the materials to the alchemy room if ever I encountered you." Sikatron glanced at the folded paper being tucked by the lady's hands. She lifted her gaze back and guessed. "Did you accept Captain's offer?" Selena nodded, letting only her gesture respond in her place. "Great, then could you handle this crate while I fetch the other?" Sikatron pointed at the Cheney's gate with her open hand. "All right." Selena gave a soft smile. Sikatron didn't escalate their conversation as she ended it by entering the heavy doors of the gate. When Selena was finally left to face the chilling air being exudes from the gate's vicinity, her nerves quickly tensed as she deliberately kept her attention at the slightly open door. Only being at a distance and outside, I can already feel the pressure. What will happen if I really entered? Dunn had already informed her of the characteristics exhibited by the sealed artifacts within. They are alive and actively trying to escape with the only exit which is also the entrance. At this moment, Selena felt a terrible anticipation that after a few seconds, a walking vase would suddenly peek at her from the slight opening. "I'm only scaring myself." She sighed, letting her thoughts and gaze wander across the path, attempting to control her emotions. From her surroundings there were the lingering plinks from the wall's small crevices, faint passing footsteps, muffled rattling of horse carriages all above the surface, accompanied by distant murmurs from vendors beckoning the passing pedestrians. The melancholic echoes from the lively street reminded Selena of the setting. Upon familiarizing herself with the surrounding, she went to check if Sikatron and the keeper were about to exit. However, when she cast her gaze toward the slight opening, her eyes froze. Her skin felt a crawling chillness that covered her whole being. Standing there, peeking from the two gates, was a doll. No, it was more akin to a children's toy, standing about an arm's length, wearing a classic, black miniaturized regal gown with prominent stains and linings. It had a glowing red-crimson eyes, staring right into Selena's soul. Its haunting line, sewn on its face that can be seen as its lips, curved a horrifying smile. It was a cloth puppet. A toy cloth puppet. Selena's thoughts raced the moment the cloth puppet faced her. Her hand subconsciously withdrew for the gun holster strapped around her thigh. However, she felt nothing when she reached. She had no weapons to be used as a defense. At that moment, when Selena took her first step back to run, the cloth puppet sealed its mouth. Its crimson eyes turned dark. For a while, it looked at Selena as if discerning something, and after a few seconds, an unseen force dragged its body back into the gate. Creak. Thud. The Cheney's gate closed itself, trapping anything that had entered, restoring the tranquility of the basement. Selena had yet to understand the situation when she realized that both Sikatron and the keeper was still inside, fetching the crate. Are they trapped inside as well? With that thing, she couldn't sweat the thought that her teammates are in trouble. Her feet instinctively paced around the gate's vicinity. I should inform Captain of this. Her mind settled. Just as she was about to urgently ask Dunn Smith for help at his office. The ominous, heavy gate opened from within. Selena tensed once more. However, what greeted her now wasn't another doll or anything of sort. Sikatron, along with the keeper from earlier, reached out of the door and successfully exited the gates. She was carrying a batch of materials safely tucked in a wooden crate. Her gaze fixed at the keeper, telling him, "Thank you for accompanying me again." The keeper didn't linger after escorting Sika outside of the gate. He only gave brief nod before returning back and completely closing the door with him. When Sika turned to Selena, she saw the lady's face uneased compared to their last interaction. Worried, she asked, "Ms. Roy, what happened?" Selena took a deep breath before gathering his thoughts. They were safe. The keeper was meant to be within the Chinese gate. The mysterious cloth puppet did not harm her either, rather it gave a strange expression before being forced back. From the vividness of her memory, it was like a horror movie, of someone being chased and upon trampling on a branch, pulled back by the terror trailing on his wake. It was alive. Is it one of the sealed artifacts within the Chinese gate? Selena's mental faculties slowly recovered. She faced Sika with a solemn look and asked, "Was there a sealed artifact which have an appearance of a cloth puppet?" Upon hearing the term cloth puppet, Sika's mood shifted slightly. However, she refrained from appearing uneased as she responded calmly. "There is, but right now you don't seem to have the clearance to be informed of its description. By the way, how did you know about it?" Sika asked amiably, attempting not to alarm the lady. Selena answered honestly, "Captain informed me of the sealed artifacts, some of which having the tendencies to escape containment due to having a living trait." She drew a breath and deliberated her words before continuing, "Earlier, when you and the keeper were away, a sealed artifact with the appearance I've described peeked from the slight opening. Did it attempt to escape? Did it do anything to you like closing its distance?" Sika's uneasiness grew prominent as she promptly lowered the crate from her hands. "No." Selena unhurriedly shook her head. In fact, it was dragged back into the chamber, which afterwards the gate closed by itself. Sika inspected Selena with scrutiny. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. The sealed artifact didn't do anything." Selena replied softly. "What will Mr. Smith do because of this?" Sika held herself from elaboration as she withdrew with a smile. "Then everything's fine. Sealed artifacts do tend to do that on maybe once in a week. Our staffs would often hear jarring sounds within the door when it's their turn to guard. To be honest, I've experienced the gates opening by itself then closing afterwards." "Fine." Selena wasn't content with the simple word. Her interactions with past mystical objects that were actually referred as sealed artifacts displayed terrifyingly bizarre capabilities. Not to mention the strange masked spell manifested during her wedding. Without proper containment it would risk anyone within its vicinity. Seeing Selena remained silent, Sika tried to placate her by saying, "Don't worry, this matter will still be reported to the captain. Shortly after we're done restocking the alchemy room. After all, we can't afford to be careless even in such situations." She pointed at the crate beside Selena and said, "Can you help me with that crate?" Selena couldn't shake off the feeling of fear, horror, and alert from earlier. However, dwelling on it now wouldn't produce any results. With slight reluctance, she still forced a genial smile before lifting the crate next to her. "Then let's go," Sika said in a passing tone as she raised her crate back to her arms and began walking into the path casted by the wall lamps. With Sikatron on the lead, Selena followed as her thoughts still fixated on the matter that had been forced to set aside. Chapter 65, Cogitation. A breeze swept Selena by her skin through her half-coat. The chill gave the cobblestoned path an eerie and confined feeling. It didn't take them long before they reached the alchemy room's entrance. When Sika twisted the handle, Selena heard an old voice, a familiar one, his tone tinged with eloquence. "However, be aware that oftentimes these rituals would entice malicious entities. Of course you would know what will happen next from then on." Old Neil. Selena quickly recognized the voice. On the area, just next to the blackboard with written lines. Old Neil, in his wizardly attire, held what seems to be a crystalline globe. Right before him was a young man. He wore a dark vest, complete with a jet-black coat. Listening to him with utmost attentiveness. "Oh, so Klein's here as well. Are they currently in session?" Her eyes didn't linger on the two for long as she had a task at hand to deliver a batch of materials. The moment Sikatron stepped in, Old Neil halted and muttered, "Oh, it seems that the ritual materials have arrived." Klein heard him and in turn, glanced at the two ladies' direction. "I would fetch them myself, but since the captain insisted on requesting Sika out of convenience." Old Neil hanged his words for Klein to figure out. "I gave the simple task to her instead." he continued. Klein, however, gave only a slight nod before silently observing the two ladies. When contrasting the two, their silver-white hair nudges the observer into believing they're siblings. The only difference that shows was their demeanor and figure. Selena can be described as a woman of elegance, curved in the right places and mesmerizing when faced. Even her poise as they walk to the storage area, with an outward posture, reminds him of how students of high class were taught. Old Neil watched for a bit, then quickly shifting it back to Klein for more lessons when he saw him staring intently at the two. The corners of his mouth lifted, a jester's manner rose from his expression, giving utmost appreciation through looking icy. It doesn't have to be with motives. Oftentimes, remarkable things requires acknowledgement. Klein gently retorted, added with that peculiar humor recognizable for men alike, accompanied by a relatable agreement with the term men of culture. After placing the batch where Sika had instructed her to, Selena glimpsed a series of laughter from across the shelves. They have a healthy teacher-to-student camaraderie, Selena quietly commented. All right, old Neil will handle the arrangement of these materials. Sika straightened herself. By the way, what job did the captain suggested for you? Selena casted her attention to Sikatron, following a soft smile. Captain suggested that I should be in charge of procuring medicines for the team. Sikatron nodded briefly. All right, it's nice to know the team will receive medicines from now on. Her hand took out a bronze watch from her coat and snapped it open. After checking the time, she turned to Selena and said, I better return. I'm tasked to guard the Cheney's gate today, so lingering away for too long might risk our safety. Selena returned with acknowledgement. Very well, it's a pleasure acquainting with you. You don't have to be so formal. Sika withdrew her pocket watch, then said kindly. We're part of the Nighthawks now and in the same division at that. I would appreciate it if you can refer to us as fellows as well. Her tone breaking the stiffness in the air, laced with a hint of confidence. Selena lightly drew a breath, a corner of her mouth lifted. Very well. Sika bade farewell with a brief courtesy. After the door clapped shut, Selena gathered her thoughts momentarily before walking out of the shelves. From there, she saw old Neil, who had resumed teaching Klein. The charm's effectiveness varies from the desires of the recipient on what to utilize it, as it's dependent on their engraved symbols. Old Neil explained. You would also have to consider the materials. A pure metal is the minimum as it's the conventional material for making sacrificial daggers. A gem is moderate because of its close symbolism with the deity, while a carcass of a beyonder creature that contains immense spirituality provides higher grade charms. Selena slowly approached the two, then stopped halfway. Now to proceed, first choose a material, then set up a dash. Old Neil paused abruptly. He noticed Selena, with her hands intertwined as they hold a sun hat, quietly and attentively listening to his lectures. Old Neil pointed out with a gaze and said, Have you finally joined the Nighthawks? Klein quickly noticed that he's not the subject of old Neil's words, prompting him to glance behind. Yes, Mr. Old Neil. Selena gave an impeccable, faint smile. Did he give you an order to be included in the Mysticism lecture? Old added, returning the same expression. Selena nodded and said, I have requested it. The captain didn't mind. He had also instructed me to ask for your guidance in picking an appropriate gun. I agree with his suggestion. Your revolver produces recoils that without experience will disorientate the wielder for a moment. Old Neil followed with evaluation. All right, but for now, would you like to learn something new? Selena nodded slightly as she replied, Of course. There was only one chair present in the alchemy room. Old Neil was behind a table, in front of the blackboard, while Klein occupies the high-backed chair facing him. After a light courtesy for the gentleman, her fellow learner, Selena could only stood as she listens to old Neil. However, Klein quickly gave up his seat, saying in a gentle tone, Ms. Roy, you should sit here. Selena tilted her head towards him. What about you? It's all right. Klein began reminiscing the days he used to frequent the train station. I'm used to standing, also it would help me better digest the food from earlier. Selena didn't bought his excuse, sensing that it would be impolite to reject regardless. She replied, All right, thank you. When his lecture came to a swift break, old Neil recalled a few things within his mind. During the switch of positions between his now two students, he calmly asked, Klein, since Selena is new to mysticism, would you mind rehearsing our past topics for her and step in my place? Klein couldn't help but return with a question, why so sudden? I forgot to patrol the armory. While I'm away, do your best to include her about spirit vision and rituals. Old Neil said in passing. Before Klein could process what he had been instructed for him, their mentor left without another word. Thud. Klein stood next to Selena in silence. Spirit vision. Selena, on the other hand, had her interest piqued by the term. She pictured an old folktale that depicts how humans are able to perceive spirits through ritualistic gestures. Will I be able to see a mischievous marshmallow spirit with this? As her mind trailed off, Klein suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Old Neil is away. For now, I can brief you about certain things so you can catch on the current topic. Is that all right, Ms. Roy?" Selena shook her head lightly. She smiled while replying, "That won't be a problem." Klein drew a breath and anchored himself. "This is the first time I'm teaching someone." He first began with an introduction of the mysticism, coupled with precautions and awareness for danger, then slowly worked his way to one of the terms old Neil had given. Spirit vision can help us perceive inconceivable beings with ethereal bodies normal means will have a difficult time detecting. Old Neil had disclosed to me before that few pathways lack in this aspect until much later. As for your pathway, the apothecary, have been recorded to exhibit the ability to see through a person's well-being, though limited to a person's emotional state. Klein kindly explained with mimicked eloquence. This can be activated through a simple gesture accompanied by cogitation. Cogitation. Selena committed the term to memory. Klein fixed his posture before continuing, "The changes you've seen after transitioning to a beyonder." He paused, then felt his eyes shift into a different hue. Klein raised his index finger and pointed to the changes. "Such as this." Selena saw his pupils dilated, then began to turn darker. Their previous dark brown pigments were replaced by a deep set of jet black eyes. "Fascinating. I wonder if I had unknowingly experienced something akin to this," Selena murmured as her hand habitually began caressing her sun hat. "We're a manifestation of the potion's powers. A beyonder must be able to converge them to achieve resonance with themselves. However, Ms. Roy, perhaps you're already aware of this." Klein held himself back, in case of assumptions. Selena shook her head slowly, replying in a mellow voice, "No, before I even discovered it, I had already become a beyonder." Before even discovering it. Klein's inner self creased its brows. Without letting the lady notice anything, he quickly revised his words, "I see. Then, would you mind if I proceed with this?" Selena smiled politely as she said, "Please, go ahead." Klein paused for a while, processing what had played out before him. It took him a few seconds to say with a fixed voice, "Cogitation is a state where one concentrates on a target, maybe an object, scene, or being. This is to centralize your thoughts and retain rationale during any sort of mysticism activities. To perform it, choose a target item, albeit a simple object first and picture it from the darkness. Then let your brain go somewhat blank. Exchange that object into something that is non-existent. It has to be completely out of thin air." Klein withdrew himself from Selena's side and recalled old Neil's words, "You have to follow this rule." Then, he continued, "Only by doing this can you enter cogitation, exceeding the concept of I. The limitless I will become one with the universe, giving you the ability to see and understand the truth. Obtaining knowledge only you yourself can understand." Klein gestured for Selena to attempt. "I'll be monitoring you." After ingesting the information thoughtfully, Selena nodded briefly before closing her eyes. From there, she imagined a round, spherical light. It was simple. There were no elaborations required. Then, pondering on what to exchange for the object, Selena was slightly at a loss on how to proceed. Her first thought was to derive from her world and project it into her mind. For example, picturing a vehicle, a concept that are mostly found in science textbooks or scenes that are considered as non-existent. To be honest, I'm having a slight difficulty in what to pick. Selena smiled wearily at herself. It's true that there are many things in her world that may or may not exist in her current one. However, she did not want to leave any evidences, even in her thoughts, that she's a foreigner. One could not be careless in a world heavy with mystery. There might be beyonders that can read thoughts, which is why I have to limit mentioning about my origin. Selena silently took note. All right, then I'll settle with this." With that said, she first sparked the darkness with speckles of light. Upon doing so, she gathered them, slowly and gradually shaping the brilliant orb into a sculpture of a figure that had once captivated her enough to remember. A statue of a veiled woman. The mesmerizing, almost magical illusion that a veil, seemingly soft and transparent, paved awe as it sparks disbelief that it was carved from a single, solid block of marble. It was one of the things she frequented whenever she had staycations. However, nothing occurred in the first attempt. Did I do something wrong? There seems to be nothing happening. Selena creased her brows while her eyes closed. Noticing Selena exhibiting difficulty on the task, Klein gently guided, "Try to let your imaginations run wild. Maybe that will produce anything." After all, he had also initially thought a single object will suffice as a target for cogitation. Selena wasn't bothered, rather, her expression eased for a bit upon hearing from Klein. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of this before, limiting her imagination may have also been part of this first failed attempt, only allowing herself to outline a single object. With this in mind, she let out a silent breath. Her image of the veiled woman's sculpture turned into a bright light that only retained its shape. In the next second, multiple spherical lights stacked one after another. Selena began instilling the object she first imagined with many similar objects from her world. However, her attempt still didn't yield anything. It felt like a reflection of her return ritual. Her thoughts were chaotic, searching what could have gone wrong. I did what was instructed. Selena brooded over her failed successions. Within a few moments of silence, her creased brows eased as she fixed her state of mind, a method that works for one won't usually apply for another. After placating herself, Selena gave her utmost attention in creating another series of objects, now with a varied approach. She didn't stack them at once. In an ordered manner, she collected these spherical lights starting from small to large, producing a uniform shape only she can picture. The result felt like an object of an elusive dream. Selena's mind gradually turned ethereal and afloat. Beneath her eyelids, her sapphire irises slowly gained whiter luster. Chapter 66, Spirit Vision. Selena felt her mind and body relaxed. Objects without physical bodies, fog with clusters of light, and complex colors appeared before her. They are suspended in the sky in close reach. The scene was familiar, it made Selena recall where the vampire woman, who had Gorgia's bearings, led her using a mystical item. Inch by inch, she felt her spirituality wane from her and float into this unknown plane regardless of her will. Outside of her vision, Klein quickly noticed the changes in Selena's body. The lady subconsciously extended her spirituality. It was clear that she had successfully achieved a state of cogitation. Klein commended silently as he said, "Very good. Now." With his memory of old Neil's introduction of the spirit medium. He switched all of the gas lamps off, then allowed light to enter by opening the entrance, letting it frame the silhouettes of the objects. He tried his best to mimic what was taught to him as he began instructing, "In your current state, raise your hands and place them in front of your eyes. Your index fingers need to face each other, but they are not to touch. Open your eyes, then keep them open until you are accustomed to the darkness." Selena completed each step according to Klein's description. She saw faint shadows, making up silhouettes from an area. Klein suddenly pointed at the table, "Ms. Roy, could you please lie down here?" "Is there any reason?" Selena blurted out of surprise. She was doing well sitting in the chair until now, why change her placement? All right, then let's just proceed." Klein stammered as he suddenly recalled old Neil's carelessness when he was the one being taught. This mentor forgot to lie him down for his first attempt at spirit vision. Focus your gaze on a spot behind your hands. It has to be behind. Then, slowly move your fingers and maintain the same pose without touching them. Also, do not pull them out of your sight. Selena listened calmly and followed through his word. She then slowly moved her index finger to within her eye level and casted her gaze toward an empty spot between her hands. Seeing his recently hired colleague's silence, Klein suddenly realized how dangerous for a novice to attempt a spirit vision without an experienced mysticism literate. Then, just for safety measures, Klein secretly tapped his glabella twice and opened his spirit vision. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, Selena saw a fiery red color in between her fingers. At that moment, the lighting from beyond the entrance was obscured by another silhouette. "Doing spirit vision?" Old Neil asked kindly with a smile, holding a teapot by his right hand. Selena jolted out of her state as she quickly glanced for the sudden voice. Old Neil quietly walked and ignited the gas lamps one after another before stopping where Selena sat. Klein deactivated his spirit vision and replied, "The cogitation part went well, so I went ahead and include the spirit vision. Then shall I took the sidelines and watch?" Old Neil lightly chuckled. "I can tell you're doing a fine job at teaching Ms. Roy. Flattery is often associated with bribery, Benson always have this in his arsenal." Klein smiled awkwardly, still carrying politeness. "This still requires a professional mentor. I'll be taking notes again if I ever missed anything. If you insists." Old Neil proceeded to turn for Selena and offered, "Ms. Roy, would you like a coffee? I've hand-grounded the beans myself, I can ensure its fragrance and taste would soothe you further." Being reminded of her concerning intake in her past, Selena shook her head in response, "I believe it is what you've described, however, I preferred other beverages." "Suit yourself, but Ms. Roy, you're really missing out." Old Neil did not insist on offering her the coffee, instead he consoled Klein for a taste. To be met with another decline, Old Neil was forced to shrug it off by saying, "All right. Then let's just begin with Ms. Roy's spirit vision." Although his face was a bit gloomy, it didn't hinder anyone from focusing. Upon being instructed once more, Selena entered cogitation. The lights were each put out by Klein one by one while Old Neil opened the door just enough to frame the room with silhouettes. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, just like before, she saw the same color forming over her finger. If you see colors, then that means you've entered spirit vision. The records reveals that the Beyonders of the apothecary pathway utilizes this to better scope their medicines and which would become effective toward a specific patient. Old Neil explained as he poured a steaming liquid over a cup. Of course these were the confidentials from the Church of the Earth Mother. Alright, however that's still the initial step. What color you see is your aura. He said with a chuckle. Keep at your own pace, Ms. Roy, there's no need to rush. After stabilizing it, try to look elsewhere. Since we're now in this topic, I'll take this opportunity to explain the meanings of the different colors you're seeing. Very well. Selena kept her attention locked onto her finger as she strained to listen attentively. To put it simply, the mainstream of mysticism is to split non-physical parts of humans into 4 levels. At its core is the spirit body, which is also one's basic spirituality. There's a belief that every biological creatures have spirituality and spirit bodies. Old Neil detailed. For the apothecaries, as I explained, utilize this at the level of the ether body, the outermost layer of spirit vision. This is because it is a manifestation of your vital energies and physical form. The aura color you're seeing is an external phenomenon of your ether body. In other words, apart from the spiritual bodies, ghosts, and specters you can see directly with spirit vision, it might also include certain existences that should not be seen. You can also see the ether bodies of others or their auras. From their thickness, brightness, and color, you can determine their health and emotional state. Unfortunately, there are limitations. Old Neil lowered his voice as he took a sip of his coffee. What are these limitations? Selena blurted out of curiosity. Unlike a seer or a mystery prior, apothecaries are much more well-versed in discerning the ether body relative to the other levels. However, this can change as you progress through your sequences, said Old Neil with a soft grin. Seer. Mystery prior. Another names of potions. Selena took the terms to heart as continued gazing at her aura. After a moment, she posed another question. What about the other levels of spirit vision? Old Neil chuckled as he began explaining, as you may have known, the innermost layer is the spirit body, extending from it is the astral projection. The external manifestation of the spirit body which allows it to communicate with the spirit world and the stellar space. It will be directly related to your prevailing emotions or aspirations. The spirit world does not obey the laws of the physical, rather it involves exceeding the concept of I, the limitless I, and the universe's I, the past, present, and future might be stacked upon one another, and that is the source of divination. Although apothecaries might not excel at this category. Old Neil smiled faintly. While concentrating, Selena only nodded briefly as she quietly took note. Divinations are more of a seer's specialty than an apothecary. Old Neil fixed himself as he savors the dark, hot liquid. He continued, now, further out will be the body of heart and mind. From this point on, it will combine with the physical body. It involves your brain and is an overall manifestation of your inferential abilities, your analytical abilities, your observational abilities, and identification abilities. Some potions will mainly raise this. Quite a number of magic spells target it as well. Is this also the reason why I feel eased when memorizing formulas? Selena made a simple self-evaluation. Old Neil explained in relatively great detail, now the outermost layer is one where the records describes apothecaries excel at, the ether body. When your spirit vision improves and you grasp more mysticism knowledge, you will be able to discover even more details, even discerning someone's life expectancy. A light chuckle escaped Old Neil's breath. By the way, you can also determine someone's emotional state as it also manifests itself because of your astral projection. When you go higher in sequence, your spirit vision will reach a relatively high stage. To a point where you can even see their astral projection. That way, you will learn even more things. This is a level only seers and mystery priors can attain at early sequences, however. Discerning someone else's emotional state. Selena was slowly turning envious. Old Neil coughed and continued, let's return to the ether body and the colors of the auras. Your limbs and parts that are required in motion will appear red. Your head and brain's surface will appear as purple. Spots that excrete waste will appear orange. The digestion system will appear as yellow. The heart and other regulatory systems will appear green. Your throat and other parts of the nervous system will appear blue. An entirely balanced body will make a body be cloaked in white. That is a symbol of health. Once it turns dark or the thickness thins, the color will change. That indicates that the corresponding spot has turned problematic. It means it's in a state of exhaustion or illness. In addition, the inner layer of the astral projection represents prevailing emotions. Red means passion and excitement. Orange means warmth and satisfaction. Yellow means happiness and extroversion. Green means calm and peace. Blue means coldness and stillness that one is in thought. White means brightness and eagerness to improve. Dark colors mean worry, sorrow, and silence. Purple means that spirituality is taking control of the lead, coldness and estrangement. Selena diligently memorized each description as she gradually achieved a level of resonance with her spirituality. Noticing this, Klein turned toward Selena and said, Ms. Roy, you can go ahead and look at things. Old Neil was a bit late in nodding. That's right, to be honest, as a wild beyonder, I didn't expect you to be this inexperienced. Please don't say it outright. I'm very much aware of my situation. Selena eased her creased brows as she slowly hovered her gaze between the two. The young gentleman in black waistcoat, Klein, have different colors from varied parts of his body. They're very much vibrant, even showing whiteness, indicating a healthy and balanced body. However, in contrast with old Neil, his overall body color had somewhat faded. The aura was both thick and thin at different spots. The purple color at his head was brightest and his limbs' redness was relatively dark. Age was taking a toll on him. Selena silently commented. Putting that aside, only now did Selena finally get to experience the benefits of becoming a beyonder. She couldn't help but let her eyes wander from objects to another. When she finally arrived at old Neil's direction, her entire body shuddered. There was a pair of translucent cold and ruthless eyes in the void behind him. They had no brows nor lashes. This nearly illusory eyes were staring at old Neil intently, as well as her. What? Selena froze at her place, stammering even her own thoughts. Both Klein and old Neil were taken aback by the lady's sudden change of emotions. However, when they noticed the direction of her eyes, Klein took on a facade of calm as he looked at old Neil, quietly forcing a smile. He heard him say the same words for Selena as he did for him. Ignore them. Chapter 67, Switch. Ignore them. When old Neil finished his sentence, the illusory pair of eyes that lurked in the darkness behind him vanished. Her spirit vision failed to trace any of its existence. Returning to the duo, Selena was greatly taken aback by Klein and old Neil's display of indifference. The spirit vision is capable of seeing the spirit bodies. Is it perhaps it indicates one's beyonder level? Selena reasoned with herself. Are they natural? No. They are most definitely an anomaly. Her thoughts raced for answers she couldn't quite grasp. Needless to say, her familiarity with old Neil had plummeted significantly. She became wary of him in less than a second. Okay. Those eyes, they stare with unknown intent. I don't know why are they so calm, but if their current reactions is this, then the danger haven't been arrived. Selena instinctively placate herself. Her facial, however, failed to ease. Taking actions wouldn't bear any result. It took her a while to recover. Her furrowed brows slowly subsided. When she finally nodded, she immediately said, Mr. Old Neil. She then turned to Klein, Mr. Moretti. I apologize for my sudden demeanor. That was uncalled for. Old Neil's smile didn't fade. With gentleness he replied, that's all right. Moretti also exhibited similar reaction when he first saw it. However, I assure you that matter is nothing to be worried about. Moretti did. Selena subconsciously directed her eyes toward Klein in his vest and black coat. Klein didn't elaborate anything, instead he only nodded for affirmation. First it was the puppet in the chainy skate and now a pair of eyelashless eyes. Selena took a silent breath. Surely there couldn't be more right. This is a characteristic of ritualistic magic, explained old Neil with a chuckle. Huh? Selena's face produced a dumbfounded expression. Old Neil laughed and said, that's right. I am a beyonder of the mystery prior pathway, which is known for their utilization of ritualistic magic. Those eyes manifested because earlier I had prayed for luck from the goddess. Prayed? Selena blurted out of piqued interest. She have yet to pray to Mr. Fool this week and her time is running up. While subconsciously, after explanation, Selena's thoughts eased. Perhaps it is what old Neil had said, an effect produced by ritualistic magic. A silent breath slipped from her mouth. Yes, praying to the goddess or any other deities is considered ritualistic magic. Old Neil clarified. It required one's spirituality, the deity's domain and most importantly, their honorific names. However, that topic can be saved for later. So, how was the feeling of spirit vision? The feeling. Selena retracted her attention from the earlier matter about the eyes and observed the surroundings. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. I believe it is called third eye. Maybe not, or perhaps it's akin to that. Selena felt like a child who had just been gifted with a new toy. She couldn't help but differentiate the surroundings from with and without. From there, she noticed the storage area, where the materials Sika and her had placed. It was filled with strange contents that some either have a liquidous eyeballs and black ink like water that oozes gray mist. What all these materials had in common were their vibrancy and color. The materials glow. Does that mean they still retain life? Spirituality. Selena pondered for a moment as she recalled her conversation with Dunn Smith. Potions have remnant spirituality within them, one of the causes of a beyonder losing control. They require materials to be concocted. I see, then those materials still have spirituality within them which lets spirit vision detects them. She quietly concluded. After a moment, Selena also noticed quite a few things. Like how the word spirit in the term was clearly the main objective, yet there's also a saying that the spirit world is everywhere, contradicting her environment. As there were no spirits wandering around. This led her to believe that since she's in the department of the officials, a unit filled with beyonders. Perhaps because of this, the spirits within the area fled. However, she still blurted out, "Mr. Old Neil, isn't it true that the spirit world is around us? There were no spiritual bodies, maybe it is due to the amount of beyonders in the vicinity." That's right. There's also the fact that in our unit, corpse collector is also common. A starting sequence of one of the pathways under the Church of the Evernight. They're fairly adept at the knowledge of the undead and spirits. Old Neil enlightened. Corpse collector. So pathways that are adept in certain domains such as the undead, when their quantity is dense, it can have an effect in an area. As she contemplates with her newfound power, Selena felt a painful spasm at her glabella. Her vision erupted into a chaotic blend of colors. At a split second, she saw a figure. At the next moment she saw Klein standing just before the illumination by the door. Oh. It was just Mr. Moretti. Selena heaved a sigh, almost assuming that another strange event had occurred. She turned and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Old Neil, how do I exit from this spirit vision state?" Like before, think of an item to divert your attention. It will bring you out of cogitation. Close your eyes and control your spirituality and repeatedly tell it to end. When you open your eyes again, you will discover that your spirit vision has ended. Old Neil described leisurely, and when he was done, added, "Of course, that is the most trivial and clumsy method. We can repeatedly hint to ourselves in cogitation from practice to affect our spirituality. That way, you will have a simple switch. For instance, tapping at your glabella twice lightly would allow you easily activate spirit vision. Another 2 taps will simply end it. As for how you set it up, it depends on your habits and preferences. Tapping your glabella twice. At the mention of the action used to open spirit vision, Selena immediately thought of Mr. Fool's habit and Darkwill's unusual pose during his lecture. The linkage brought her to ask, can it also be tapped thrice or few more times? Old Neil raised both of his brows. He didn't expect the lady to be interested with costly action rather than decreasing it to only 2. Well, as I've said, for how you set it up, it all depends on your preferences. Usually, beyonders would prefer a more concealed or quick action, so perhaps their 3 taps is a result of their difficulty in activating their vision. Are you having difficulties, Ms. Roy? I can assure you these are quite common and will change over time. When he finally finished his elaboration, Old Neil asked out of concern. So it activates out of habits and preferences. Then does that mean? From her first introduction, Darkwill had been showing strangeness that Selena had oftentimes ignored. Those were his ability to quickly discern materials from another. This was after he had done his habitual action of tapping his glabella thrice. Mr. Fool is a given as he is a god, a being whose origin may have a link for a return. However, for a mentor to exhibit such subtleness and capability all indicates one thing. Mr. Darkwill is also a beyonder. Selena quickly restrained herself from any unnecessary expression. With this realization, she couldn't help but wonder which pathway Darkwill had taken. From her limited knowledge of the beyonder world, it may become a discovery of another pathway. This excites Selena to the point of immediately trying to connect the dots while at the same time frightened her. She had unknowingly associated herself with a potential dangerous beyonder. So far, Mr. Darkwill hadn't made any sort of measures for me. As far as I know, he's safe. Selena eased herself with reasoning. Before, she had already noticed his motive for accepting her. It wasn't out of pity, but a kind of strategic move to hire an eye candy for promoting his store. Yet his actions for running it had crevices that shows his interest wasn't entirely placed on his profession. Oftentimes, during her reading session, Selena would saw him inspecting a small mound of brown powder by the counter, more attentively than the shop he's in. She had been speculating that maybe it's a drug that induces one to become sarcastic. From his profession, demeanor that quietly shows from time to time, and his adept at potion and drug making, Selena had reached a conclusion. Mr. Darkwill is a beyonder, who is in the same pathway as her. A fellow apothecary. That explains a lot of my interactions with him. I always thought he's just adept, however now. Selena paused. A sense of imminent danger had also landed along with a realization. Then, if that's the case, then in this world, are all skilled professionals beyonders? The acting method suggests this as well. The concept of each name are equivalent to a professional that when acted upon results in the beyonder's integration with the corresponding powers. A few things crossed Selena's mind as she shook her head in response. I'm doing fine. After saying that, she closed her eyes and thought of the item she had previously made. A brilliant clusters of illusory light. Selena planned on doing what Old Neil had instructed. Although imitation of Darkwill's 3 tapping gesture seems to be required as she's the same pathway as him, it could be a waste of valuable time in dangerous situations. As for the other methods, she decided to just make it as simple as tapping her glabella. With this in mind, she reached for the area between her brow, tapped it lightly twice and repeated to herself. Let it end. End it. End it. End it. A few moments later, the mysterious blend of colors, seemingly encompassing the whole world, gradually subsided as Selena dimmed her cogitation. Old Neil nodded approvingly, and with his guidance, hints, and practice, she finally set up her switch. She curled her hand, raised it at the level of her head to her glabella, and with the joint of her index finger tapped it twice without repeating anything. Immediately, there were glowing auras of differing thickness and colors appearing before her eyes. After another two, everything returned to normal. I've finally grasped it. She sighed with delight. Only now did she realize the toll of her practices. Feeling exhausted, like she could fall asleep at any moment. She was slightly puzzled, however it was oddly familiar. Her days working just to get a maximum of 3 hours sleep, this feeling for her is mutual. Upon noticing her expression, old Neil chuckled and said, "We're not sleepless. Our time used in practicing and spirit vision requires smooth sleep. You can rest now. I'll continue my previous lesson with Moretti. Tomorrow, you'll learn mysticism along with him, followed by concocting special potions from formulas given by the Church of the Earth Mother. Let's not forget the historical documents as well." "Very well." Selena stood from the chair and raised the hems of her dress. "Thank you for everything." After performing a brief courtesy, she turned for Klein and smiled, "To you as well, Mr. Moretti. I hope we can be great companions." Klein took his hat off and placed it to his chest. "No problem." When he lifted his head, he saw Selena, somewhat completely different. Unlike before, he had always thought of her as a beautiful lady worthy of gratitude without further advancements. However, now her appearance seemed to remove that perception at a psychological level. Klein's breath became heavy, redness seemed to rise as he quickly retracted from Selena. Alarmed by what happened, he immediately composed himself. As she bade farewell to him and old Neil, closing the door on her way, Klein faced old Neil and asked, "What do you see when looking at Ms. Roy?" Chapter 68, Sudden Notice. When Selena arrived upstairs, she saw the receptionist, Roseanne, stirring a steaming coffee by her usual desk. She noticed her from the hallway, gestured for a greeting and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Are you now a part of our department?" Selena gave a soft smile and raised her hand, holding the contract. "I did." "Great." Roseanne was delighted. Her hand stopped momentarily to reach for Selena. Selena took the handshake and assumed her usual poise. "Welcome to Ottawa County 7th Unit." Roseanne gave a short, warm welcome. "If you ever need something, you can ask the staffs or me. The work around here is pretty simple. The civilian staffs are usually available here in the surface while the others can be found downstairs." Selena maintained a sophisticated demeanor but interrupted after a moment. She asked, "I'm sorry, but where can I find Mrs. Oriana?" "Mrs. Oriana?" Roseanne blurted. "Yes, Captain said that I can retrieve the items that were confiscated from me to her." Selena said honestly. "Well, Mrs. Oriana is also very reserved. At a time like this she should be in her office in the far, right-hand side of the hallway," Roseanne replied. She closed her cup of coffee with a book and fixed her dress before saying, "I can accompany you to her. Captain should have given you a token of approval, right?" Selena glanced at the book's title, Stormwind Mountain Villa, and suddenly thought, "It's that novel again, is it that popular?" She retracted her attention from it and replied to Roseanne, "Yes, Captain said the contract is enough and I should also file for a badge along the way." Roseanne nodded and gestured for her to follow. "All right, I'll accompany you to Mrs. Oriana." Soft sunlight filtered from the thin fabrics of the veils. Each window were a passage that stores the timeless scenery of a world that is far from what Selena had known. When they finally arrived at the office, Roseanne knocked lightly 3 times and opened the door. Inside was a lady, sitting on a cushioned, high-backed chair by a safe. She was a black-haired woman dressed in a flounce lace dress. She appeared in her 30s and had fashionable curly hair. Her pair of green eyes were clear and smiling, and she seemed refined and elegant. After Oriana heard Roseanne brief about Selena's request, she took out a note and wrote an advance slip. "Sign here. Do you have a seal? If not, you can leave a thumbprint." "All right." Now familiar with the procedures, Selena completed the formalities. Oriana opened a drawer from a nearby desk. She produced a 45mm brass revolver sheathed on a shotgun holster, a knife, and a box of matches. It came with a gun holster. How considerate of them. Selena was both delighted and puzzled by this. Upon receiving them, she immediately inspected the revolver of any deformities. While doing this, she noticed a symbol under the brass handle. It was circle and in the center was a bold capital letter, V, the crest of the Ivory family. "Your revolver was first fixed before it was safely kept. It had so many issues with the barrel and the chamber that some parts were replaced," Oriana said for assurance. I see. I was so preoccupied before that I forgot to check the revolver. Selena murmured to herself, ruminating over the possibilities that might have occurred negatively during those times. Considering the suggestion of Dunn Smith and old Neil about her choice of weapon, earlier she had already decided to retrieve the revolver and keep it. It was to make certain measures for when intruders enter her residence again. With the revolver in hand, the importance of the other items were now shallow that she abandoned the idea of retrieving them. By the way, Oriana added as she stores the remaining items back into the drawer. Ms. Roy, were you the reason behind the massive display of fireworks during the previous weekend and the involvement of paranormal activities that had led the captain invite you into our department? Yes, quite an impeccable evaluation, Mrs. Oriana. Selena wasn't stingy about her compliments. It was a hot topic during these past weeks that some suspected it was a show arranged by the arrival of the circus in the city for promotion. However, to think that behind all of the grandeur was a situation of peril. Mr. Moretti also experienced a paranormal incident, just not in the scale of how you arrive in our department but still special and significant. Oriana recalled Klein's case as she raised a genial conversation. Special and significant. Captain and the others have mentioned the same, but I was not informed of any details surrounding it. Selena unloaded the chamber and withdrew it to her hand. Oriana thought for a moment, then said, I guess it's fine to tell you certain things about our members. I, for instance, had similar experience as well. Really? Selena blurted, her revolver concealed by her sun hat. Roseanne recalled the details and suddenly stepped in. 16 years ago, Tinjin City was sent into a frenzy about a serial killer that killed 5 girls consecutively. Some had their hearts and stomachs removed by that bloody butcher. A perfect horror story for a scare, right? Perfect horror story. Dear, is that the first thing you thought when a murder spree happens? Selena held her facial muscles from moving. Yes, and I almost became one of the victims if not for the intervention of the Nighthawks. Mrs. Oriana's tone still had a faint sense of lingering fear within them. A bloody butcher, 5 consecutive girls, requires the intervention of the special unit Nighthawks. Selena quietly pieced together for herself to understand, and quickly she asked, could that serial killer, no, the butcher was a beyonder. If so, what pathway could he belong? Yes. Mrs. Oriana gave a firm nod. He had killed even more before that. The reason why he was captured was because he was preparing a ritual for the devil. A ritual. Selena could only sympathize with her experience as she replied sincerely, I'm sorry for making you recall such an unpleasant memory. Oriana smiled. I'm no longer afraid. I was studying accountancy in business school back then. After that incident, I've been here ever since. Do you still want to hear about Mr. Moretti's side? If you could, please, said Selena. As for him, I heard that his case was an incident involving a book and a death of his 2 colleagues from Koei University. These 2 students who had recently graduated were Welch McGovern and Nia Rousselt. Both committed suicide apart from him, either drowning themselves in a sink or destroyed their skull on a wall. Such a gruesome ending for his 2 friends. Mrs. Oriana said as thought of it. Not only that, Mr. Moretti himself stated that he shot himself in the head, afterwards couldn't remember anything aside from his diaries and a revolver in hand. Roseanne couldn't help but add in a few more details. Shot himself in the head. He lived even after that. Selena felt something was off by how they described Moretti's case. She blurted out, a revolver. In what place did he almost killed himself? Roseanne quickly responded as though it was a casual conversation, in their small apartment in the West Borough, Lower Street. The residents there lived in a worker-class system, scarce of opportunities and always in a run for just a few solely for the whole week. I'm glad they finally moved out of the area and get to have a more pleasant environment. He shot himself. In a small apartment. I see. Selena didn't escalate her questions, in fear of breaching a boundary. Hearing Roseanne's constant words, Mrs. Oriana sighed and said, well, that's the gist of it. I can brief you more, but that's as far as I know about the others. Selena forced a smile as she asked, is it fine talking about someone like this? It's fine, it also helps us get more familiar with each other. Maybe next time you can share your experience of such paranormal incidents, that way we can be more capable of reaching out to you. Mrs. Oriana smiled. Although her own experience was deeply personal, it would still risk a valuable aspect of herself from getting exposed. However, by including them for a few parts, it would lessen their suspicion and wariness of her, allowing for a more comfortable environment. Selena nodded, thank you. Also, Captain told me to request for a badge. Her own faint dementia almost crept in if not for the sensation of her revolver. Upon receiving what she came for, Selena and Roseanne both took their leave and soon arrived back in the reception area. Along the way, she had already strapped the gun holster to her thigh tightly. Selena quickly felt how assuring it is to sheath her revolver compared to her crudely made holster from just a few strips of torn clothes. I don't have to constantly check if my revolver was still there now. Selena smiled faintly for herself as sign of appreciation. So what are you planning on doing next? Did Captain already assign you a job? I would still suggest being a concierge. It would help you gain attraction and possibly a man of your life. A husband to take care of you as quickly as possible, Roseanne said, wearing a delightful eyes at Selena. Selena was taken aback as she replied softly, what about you? You seem to be a lot more stressful compared to me. With your position and appearance, you can most likely attract a man to be your husband. Roseanne gasped lightly then quickly shook her head in denial, saying, oh no, those things require great considerations. For instances, he would need to have a non-problematic salary. His competency is only a major factor along with his overall character. I wouldn't dare rush it. Are you hearing yourself right now? Selena could only smile bitterly as she chose to refrain from engaging any sort of sophistry with the receptionist. After exchanging a bit of pleasantries, she soon exited the establishment. It didn't take her long to board a trackless carriage afterwards, back to the municipal square. The horses galloped across the street and finally arriving at 18 Vlad Street. I hope Mr. Darkwell won't mind me being late, she muttered to herself before crossing the road and stopping at the shop. The door chimed, indicating a customer entering. From the entrance, Selena quickly noticed that the person behind the counter wasn't the chubby man she was familiar of, whose face was often frowned whenever she arrived for lectures. Instead, he was replaced by young men with fixed hair and slightly crooked nose. Wearing a gentleman's attire, quietly cleaning the counter with a napkin. Selena slowly approached him and asked politely, excuse me. Good afternoon, sir. May I ask where did the previous owner of this shop go? Where did that indecisive man whose habit was to make sarcastic remarks to his customers? The man behind the counter fell into a momentary daze before he quickly snapped back to reply, why you mean master? She's gorgeous. He added in a trance, he left, unfortunately. Selena creased her brow and pressed, master. To where? She still haven't paid him a penny for all of the lectures and medicines she received. Deep inside the man, he thought was full of profanity for the men as he replied earnestly, he didn't told me. All he did was entrust this shop to me. Entrust. Selena sighed, then produced £50 from her wallet. She figured that because of his status as a wild beyonder, Darkwill is naturally wary of the officials. On the side note, she had noticed from time to time his awareness of the numbers of new customers arriving. Although she had only seen 1 or 2 customers, she wasn't always present to be certain how many sales Darkwill had made. The man was dumbfounded by her act of displaying money. Before handing them, Selena asked with a meaningful intent, sir, may I know your name? The man hesitated before answering nonetheless, it's Shersmain. Selena committed the name in mind and gave the £20 to the counter. If you're able to contact him, give him this payment. It's only right to give back what you received. A £50 note. Shersmain accurately counted and muttered in disbelief. Also, please thank him on my behalf, that's all. Selena added in passing as she turned for the door. It was slightly dreadful that her mentor had vanished without notice. However, understanding that since she had now become an official, it's also her job to arrest such wild beyonders as they could affect civilians. They may display normalcy for now, but the threat of losing control are still inevitable. The door chimed once again, now to exit completely. Selena wore her sun hat, strained to feel her revolver underneath her dress and proceeded to look for a trackless carriage to board. Chapter 69, A Leisure Walk. The sun was still at an angle, distanced from the horizon. Upon alighting from the carriage, Selena took the liberty of shopping, accompanied by a concealed intention of patrolling the area. Her badge was safely kept in her spare compartment and unlike her previous visits, her intention wasn't solely for shopping. Her purchase would compose of a stamp, few more utensils, and additional needs to prepare her prolonged stay. For a maximum of 5 years, Selena sighed at the surmountable time for her to remain in this world. The venue around the municipal square was still littered with street hawkers, beckoning the passing pedestrians for their goods. Sailor fish. Fresh and newly arrived. Try out our famous rooster barbecue. Amidst the fervent crowd, Selena navigated the venue with deliberate steps as she stopped from one vendor to another. Sometimes she would gaze at the passing shops, peering through its glass to see different souvenirs ranging from a charm, pendant, pocket watch, and vanities. However, she didn't buy anything for herself. She had yet to pray to Mr. Fool, read the documents sacrificed to her by her believer and diligently etched them into her mind so her visit would only last for a bit. The feeling, without the trauma and fear of a cult tailing you. It made it seem like she had really stumbled upon the chance of experiencing a completely different world. As she moved at her own pace, Selena suddenly recalled the attire worn by the agencies of her unit. Klein, for example, wore an appropriate black vest along with a coat that immediately puts him in a recognizable light. Perhaps I should buy a set for myself as well. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she realized that at this moment, she's right next to a shop. Selena leaned closer and inspected the establishment from across its glass wall. The surface was spotless, enabling her to gaze just from standing. Inside was an array of clothes being worn by numerous wooden mannequins. Each displays a style ranging from a casual Loenian dress with fixed hem and elaborated design to top hats, vest, coats, and canes for the gentlemen, each on varied sizes. It was a clothing store. Seeing this, Selena lowered her gaze onto her dress being covered by a half-coat. She muttered to herself, maybe I should buy a specific attire for the job. With this in mind, she turned to open the door and entered. A soft chime accompanied her passing. Towards the counter, a woman with brown hair and blue eyes greeted her politely. Good afternoon, miss. Feel free to consult me if anything bothers you. Selena smiled and nodded in response, all right. Now with a much clearer view unlike from the outside, she was able to carefully consider each attire from one to another. In her concept of this world's trends, a formal wear of the special unit that handles supernatural incidents can consist of an elongated coat followed by a tailored half-top hat and a wooden pipe. However, upon reviewing this, she quickly brushed off the idea and instead opted for a casual yet less revealing clothing, such as what she's wearing today, just without the dress. A trouser should be enough. Perhaps a long sleeve as well. Yes, let's do that. After all, money is not our problem at the moment. Selena expressed her deep appreciation of her body's biological parents. Even in the afterlife, they were still able to provide her with necessities, enough to survive on her own. Just as she was about to settle for the trousers and fitted long sleeves hanging from the corner of the establishment, she noticed a dress, strangely apart from the rest of the clothes. It had a transparent shrug draped over its shoulders, followed by a necktie on the collar. Its sleeves were loose yet cuffed by its end and the waist had a sash worn around it, holding the dress tightly close. Selena was unsure of what style the dress came from, leading her to ask the lady behind the counter, excuse me, what outfit is that? She gestured with an open hand toward the dress. The lady saw it and replied, oh, that dress was named after a flower native to the region of Fainapotter Kingdom. A flower, Selena repeated the girl's words softly. Yes, the lady firmly confirmed. The spring garden is known for its green-white petals to be transparent by the ends while drooping from the bud. That's where the dress's scowl is inspired. The spring garden symbolizes purity, the beginning of something new and the anticipation of a bright future. It was also a very beautiful flower that a designer made it an inspiration for a clothing. Miss, you seem to caught interest on the dress, perhaps you would like to purchase it. It suits your beauty very much, along with your demeanor, it can become an attire of the month, she added, a touch of professionalism and persuasion to her words. Selena smiled wearily at the lady, saying in a gentle voice, no it's fine. It just made me raised a question because I haven't seen it before, that's all. The lady smirked as she pressed, don't be so modest miss, try it out and I can assure that you compliment the dress more than itself. Flattery won't get you anywhere with me. Selena declined softly, I'm sorry but I came here for a pair of trousers and long sleeves meant for a woman. Oh. The lady quickly retracted from her, she said, well, we have a pair that I know would suit you, please wait here. She took off from the counter and headed toward the mannequins placed by the corner. When she returned, Selena scrutinized the clothes before nodding briefly in approval. Great. The 2 items is about £10 and 15 solely. The girl counted the value of each items by their tags. Selena produced the given amount from her wallet and thought to herself, the lower class gets around £1 per week, and that's about the maximum effort they could receive. With just the pricing of the items she had bought today. She quickly realized the huge gap between the division of societal system. When a middle class was able to help themselves with fashion thanks to their status, and evaluation of their job. The lower class on the other hand gets about 1 clothing per month and that's considering their current situation before spending for anything else. The food, shelter, and education. All were put into deep importance, regardless of other things that comes after. This thought drifts yet some stayed mentally into Selena. When she finally received the paper bag containing her purchased clothes, she swiftly left the store and headed back into the market. She still haven't brought strips of noodle for the Fainapotterian delicacy that Mr. Fool had instructed. The throttling of the horse stopped just across 16 Daffodil Street. Selena alighted with her paper bags in hand while anchoring her hat from any sudden fall. She deduced a penny from her wallet immediately afterwards. On her porch, upon rummaging the compartments of her dress, a silver key rested onto her hand as she inserted it into the keyhole, producing a sound. Click. She widened the opening of the door with her shoulder and continued onto the short hallway, arriving inside her kitchen. After setting the papers bag onto the table, Selena slumped onto a cushioned chair and mumbled to herself, finally. I'm back. It was very tiresome to constantly maneuver the street and always staying vigilant. Although she maintains a balanced meal by cooking. Even in her secretary days, she'd much rather order her food than visiting the local market during her work days. So whenever she had time to do so, she would maximize it before returning, buying all the necessities that would last for a week. If there's ever such a service in this world, it would definitely become a lifesaver. Selena ruminated over how convenient the days were before her transmigration. Nesting her head over the wooden surface of the table after her lunch, she instinctively recalls certain things in mind. Such as her illiteracy when it comes to mysticism languages, Roselle's diaries that Mr. Fool had requested and the prayer ritual. All involves her to visit the dream world once more and continue reading the documents her devout believer had sacrificed in exchange for attention. What a way to describe a courtship. Selena silently mused. After sensing the time, she decided to might as well visit. Closing her eyes and simulating the sensation of longingness. While her forearms acts as her pillow, her consciousness drifts along with her breathing stabilizing. Sunlight still permeates through the thin covers of the veil, indicating that dusk had yet to arrive. The grotesque organs formed Selena's slender body, crafting a marvelous, lifelike sculpture of her amidst the nauseating and fear-inducing environment. The statue's eyes opened slowly. Following its awakening was the reformation of the land around it. Soon, a greenery pasture that rolls infinitely into the horizons came into picture as the lady finally gained consciousness on its own. Selena returned into the mysterious dream world once again, and she quickly noticed that this time, unlike all her previous visits, the never-ending spiraling vines only had one path that extends into the horizon. This revelation made her confirm that her believers needs to be asleep in order for her to pull them into the dream world and converse. However, the presence of one single vein puzzled her. If this is true, why is there only one here? Does he or she sleep so early? Selena wanted to investigate upon seeing this, but halted after a moment. She came here to read the document and learn as quickly as possible in order to conduct the prayer ritual today. By peering into what's behind this single vine causes her time to lessen, it may even hinder her reading session. As such, upon consideration, she raised her pale white hand over to the level of her chest. Her flesh split from each other to reveal thorn tendrils resembling roots that makes up her whole arms. The tendrils grew to form one page to another, binding them with a vine and settling onto the last page Selena had stopped. She had only recently discovered this method from her last visit, to where she was diligently learning the basics of the Hermes language. It still felt eerie for Selena, seeing her body deformed only to produce a stack of documents onto her palm. However, this was the only method she could think of instead of haphazardly laying the documents onto the ground. This isn't her place to own after all. So proper procedure of visiting and leaving is still required. Moments turns to hours as Selena finally reached the conclusion of the Hermes language part of the documents. When she returned the remaining ones, it quickly stacked into almost half the height of her head. Sigh. There's still more. Selena felt exhausted even though she's currently resting. Upon turning the page to conclude the language part, she saw a note attached onto the upper corner of the current page. It had words written in what seems to be the language of the southern continent, Highlander. Due to the teachings of her tutor and mother with the different languages of the world, she translated them into a simple Loanese, Mysticism. Mysticism. Does it also have details about conducting rituals? Selena's heart palpitates in delight as she quickly skimmed the contents for the following topic. After a few pages, settling on one, there's a prominent line on it that indicates the topic. It reads, Ritualistic Magic of Nature. She didn't waste her time as she immediately dived into the following guides and basics. The Ritual of the Land. 3 detailed description of the following honorifics of the god is required. The honorific should be directed toward the desired deity. The first description is the title, tied intimately toward the deity as it encompasses their entire existence. The second and foremost were their following authority, personal description, and symbolism directed toward them. Requirements for the Ritual of the Land, a sacrifice of kindred spirits, about as many as a region. To achieve this, all would have to chant the following name and incantation, then each would provide a supper as the dawn arrives. Then. As Selena reads the following entry, she suddenly creased her brow while reading. What is this? She asked to herself. Why does it involve a whole region and many people? From the name, she would expect a simple introduction to the topic. However, it instead focused on a certain ritual that requires a very complex procedure in comparison to Mr. Fool's instructions. Although perplexed, a certain part of the entry did caught her attention, 3-lined honorific name. The first is the title, then the remaining are the authorities of said god and their personal description. While committing this information into mind, she lifted the page to turn to another. Just like before, it also details of very elaborate rituals ranging from bloods of hundreds of people to a massive reenactment to obtain bestowments. She had thought that if these doesn't require the lives of others, she would practice a few just to see the scope of her existence in the mysterious dream world. However, none did not meet her criteria. I can see why the Child of God's faction leans toward massacring a whole town. However, this does not justify their actions. Selena emphasized the word not as she continues with a displeased expression. Upon turning a few more pages, she finally stumbled upon a short ritual that only involves receiving revelation from a deity. It had a short, detailed description of using a candle stand as the ritual's altar. Silver dagger for building a barrier of spirituality that Mr. Fool mentioned before. The succession of lighting a candle starting at the top symbolizing the deity and slowly onto the practitioner. Her attention was quickly absorbed onto the following entry, diligently memorizing the procedure. Chapter 70, Prayer. When Selena felt a slight pain from her head and the gradual disorientation of her vision, she quickly left the dream world before the ache gets progressively intense, waking up to be greeted with a casting crimson glow from the thin veils of the curtains. Although she didn't expend herself from prolonging her stay in the dream world, the time within and the outside are still dependent to each other, thus requiring her to set when she would visit again. After tidying up the items contained in the paper bags she had brought, Selena took the one with her purchased clothes and turned for the short hall. It was 8 in the evening. Selena checked the time before muttering to herself, "There's still time, today I'll finish Mr. Fool's task." She went upstairs, took her towel from the bedroom, stored her revolver and headed for the sink. Throwing her purchased clothes into the washing bin, then undressed for a quick shower. Gushes of water streamed its noise throughout the empty hall, echoing the presence of an inhabitant in this mundane residence. Selena felt invigorated after a long day of navigating the streets. Not to mention her exhausted mind. Even after a nap, the shower refreshed the lady's spirit. After entering her bedroom, dressing herself to her usual nightgown, she quickly drew each curtains in the room and repositioned a table from the side toward the center. Once this is done, Selena rushed to bring a 3-candled stand onto the table along with the remaining essential oil. She stayed at the center and began recalling the contents of the document she had read and committed into memory. Of course, she did not forget to translate the remaining description Mr. Fool had provided them, writing them into a piece of torn paper before burning it into the plumes of a wall lamp. She took one look at the coursing light from the outside, then retracted her gaze back to the table. "I have no silver dagger in the house. Perhaps I can substitute with a knife." "Yes, Mr. Fool did mention a silver knife," she muttered. The entry tells a silver dagger used for rituals to prepare a wall of spirituality. However, she did not know this before visiting the market. Since she opted to finish the task today, all she could do now was to find alternative methods for the ritual. I almost forgot, a crucial variable struck Selena's mind that she hurriedly went downstairs and back to the kitchen. Sounds of a sizzling water and aromatic scent drifted across the short hallway as she prepares a supper of 1 loaf of white bread, a bowl of fenipater noodles and paella, dish that she did not experience any difficulties making. After about an hour and a half later, Selena returned upstairs with 2 plates, one of which was under the bowl of fenipater noodle and the desi pie that she had bought earlier on the plate above it. This additional plate was for the white bread she had on her mouth. In fear of an accident happening for the white bread if she placed it above the desi pie, she decided to secure it with her mouth instead. Mr. Fool wouldn't mind a bitten bread, right? I don't wear lipstick, so perhaps he won't notice. Selena muttered softly as she placed each meal on the table. With the preparations in place, she recounted Mr. Fool's instruction in her mind, put 4 brand new candles on an altar, placed on 4 corners respectively. It's best if they are candles with a sandalwood scent. Put a loaf of white bread near the candle on the top left corner, a bowl of fenipater noodles near the candle on the top right corner, paella by the candle on the bottom left corner, and a desi pie by the candle on the bottom right corner. Following this, Selena accurately placed each meal as per instruction. Her candles were also sandalwood scented, giving her a choice whether or not to buy another set earlier. Of course, she chose the latter. Once everything is in place, she reviewed the entry from the mysterious dream world and pierced a bag of salt with a knife she brought along with the meals. Selena drew a rather small circle with the salt, only encompassing the table with a few meter distance away from the center. Now with the knife, she held it with both hands and pressed it to the level of her chest. The entry specifically told the practitioner to enter cogitation, often mentioned by the previous rituals she had read before the current one. She closed her eyes and pictured the images she used during Klein's guidance in entering cogitation. These images transitioned into a pure light that had different shapes, stacked onto one another that only she can picture. Once again, she felt herself floating into a space above a world of blended colors. Her spirituality gradually succumbing into the knife held by her hands. Like what the entry had told, she simulated a possible sensation of a gushing waterfall. The droplets were the spirituality and the end is the pointy knife. The surroundings suddenly shifted. It became colder, more mysterious. The temperature had dropped and the distant sounds of carriages, crickets, and voices from the neighborhood have drastically lessened. When Selena opened her eyes, she maintained the feeling of cogitation and finally put the knife aside. Her hand reached for the box of matches at the table and lit the candle stand in this succession, first the upper candle representing the deity, then the right symbolizing the spirit world and the deity's connection, and finally the left representing her. After doing all of this, without disrupting her focus of cogitation, she recalled the translated note she had burned, containing Mr. Fool's description and prayer. Selena drew a light breath, clasped her hands together beneath her chin and began with the first line in practiced Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong with this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." She paused for a moment and thought of the things she wanted pray. To be met with quite a few things as of now, it didn't took her long to decide and resume. I pray for hope. I pray for safety. I pray for your guidance. I pray for one day to return. I pray for happiness for the people around me. I pray. Klein heard stacks of illusory voices emanating around his ear. These voices abruptly woke him up, sat upright on his bed. He pondered with aching head, what could it be this time? Miss Lovers. Although he was tired from the day's toil, he still forced his body to stand and reluctantly performed a counterclockwise rotation. He immediately arrived above the gray fog after a series of murmurs from the distant fog. He sat back to his seat of honor and inspected any sort of changes within the space. Just like what occurred when Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman had prayed to him. An illusory crimson light glowed in front of him. This star represents one of the members of the Tarot Club, Miss Lovers. When Klein reached toward this pulsing light and injected his spirituality into the star, a scene formed from the fog that cloaked his surrounding. It shows a blurry figure of a woman with white silvery hair, coiled into a bun that had multiple loose strands at the ends. She wore a simple and elegant white gown, not too elaborate with the design. The room is also quite vague, being mostly obscured by the fog. However, he can at least picture a bed from behind the woman. A dresser on the side followed by the placement of a veiled window just before the cabinet across. It's Miss Lovers, said Klein, who didn't quickly recognize the woman with the coiled silver hair. Although the scene was heavily cloaked and could only display a hazy image, the woman's visage is able to effectively help Klein in picturing the lady behind the gray fog. Just like Miss Justice, Miss Lovers is also exceptionally beautiful. His hand repositioned from the armchair as he suddenly recalled Ms. Roy's appearance. I pray for your guidance. I pray. During Miss Lovers' prayer, Klein instinctively crossed the two ladies, Miss Lovers and Selena Roy, with the criteria of their looks. One exhibits a very beautiful image even amidst the gray fog that can contend when using Miss Justice as the standard of beauty. The other do stand out from the crowd, however her beauty caught one's sense of guardianship rather than elaboration. Ms. Roy is quite composed, but seeing through her emotions makes one second guess this impression. That can also be a variable when valuing beauty. However, at that time, Klein recalled certain things back in the alchemy room. I pray. Toward the ending of the prayer, he took his time sending off a response, just to remind that him as Mr. Fool has successfully received the prayer. After doing this, Klein didn't immediately left the space. With a pendant and a piece of goatskin parchment laid over the bronze table, he made another divination. He planned on making one divination to end the day. This was due to the response old Neil had given after Ms. Roy had left the alchemy room. During that time, he answered with a calm and dismissive tone that Ms. Roy looked fine. For Klein, it wasn't that he couldn't get rid of Ms. Roy's image in his mind, but the familiarity still hadn't faded from his perception. The goatskin parchment had a line written in Hermes, Miss Roy's appearance is an alteration made by an unknown force. He repeated this sentence within his mind while entering cogitation. After the seventh repetition, the topaz pendant suddenly began moving autonomously. The rotation was circling in a clockwise motion, indicating a positive result. Klein's back became colder from the revelation. He did not expect that Ms. Roy had more than what's on the surface of her composure. So you mean she's not what she looks at all? He said silently in horror. Determined to delve deeper into the matter, he performed another divination. This time, using a dream divination to precisely get the full scope of the revelation. On another piece of goat parchment was written with the lines, the force behind Miss Roy's alteration. He took this parchment, then leaned and relaxed onto his seat. He closed his eyes and immediately entered cogitation, repeating the lines 7 times in his mind. His consciousness began drifting. What appeared before Klein made all his hair stand on ends. He saw a lady, her hair was silver, her skin reflects the crimson moonlight above with its paleness. The lady's left arm was cut off, she laid lifeless onto the cold floor as a series of dark, scaly tentacles and black whipping hair strands lashed the whole scene in a frenzy. When the lady's hair slowly begins to form scarlet hue so vividly, a hand reached out of the darkness. It was long, slender, it grabbed the lady's hair then scooped a handful of blood from the puddle. The frenzied tentacles suddenly disappeared along with the entrance of this mysterious hand. The scene immediately turned black. At that moment, Klein, who was resting soundlessly on the seat of honor, abruptly woke up. His eyes were wide open and he couldn't believe what he had witnessed. His heart raced along with his breathing. It took him a while to adjust and after that mumbled to himself, a hand, the crimson moon reflecting from the lady's skin and multiple whip-like strands of hair and tentacles. The lady seems to be Ms. Roy. The hand doesn't seem to belong to anyone I know. He concluded, setting everything to a reason he could think of. This can symbolizes the fate of Ms. Roy. The hand can represent the force responsible for the subtle alteration of her appearance, the whipping lashes can be seen as the impact from the force and the hand scooping Ms. Roy's blood. At that moment, Klein felt an abnormal foreboding from his revelation as he muttered gravely. Selena Roy is in danger. Chapter 71, Night's End. Inside Selena's bedroom. The air that was steadily thicker slowly returned to normal. Dispersing the wall of spirituality was one of the things the documents have mentioned. However, even though she didn't specifically include mysticism, she still expressed her appreciation for it being a topic in the document. Upon sorting the items and extinguishing the burning candles of their plumes in systematic succession, Selena remained before the makeshift altar. The descriptions in the documents pertaining about this ritual was vague. Even herself was uncertain whether the prayer succeeded, so now she strained to anticipate any revelation that hints of her completion. I should have consulted old Neil first or validate the document's safety before attempting it, she sighed bitterly, brooding over her poor sense of caution. After a few moments, just as Selena could turn, the environment around her suddenly shifted. The air once again became heavier as clouds of grey mist began to cloak her and the bedroom's entire space. From the obscured surrounding, she could faintly make out a person seated on a familiar high-backed chair. At that moment, she heard a languid voice that was so distant, one could felt the presence of a lofty being. Mr. Fool said in a gentle and amiable tone, "I'm aware." Once that single sentence reverberated and reached Selena's auditory senses. The fog quietly withdrew as the shimmering crimson glow from the moon returned alongside her bedroom. Selena was left rooted in place, in awe of what had occurred. The scarlet light illuminates the whole room faintly as it glints from the silver knife's surface. Knowing that her attempt went smoothly, she sighed, feeling herself to be in quite a good mood. The torn paper slip that she had used to translate the Mr. Fool's description, along with pray, return, and many other foundational words for a successful prayer nested right beside the encyclopedia she bought on the dresser. When she rekindled the gas lamps, she quickly took this paper note and burned it onto the bright light of the plume, letting the ash settle inside the lamp. Her next action now would be to broaden her knowledge of herbs and medicine concoction, along with mysticism to back her status and literacy in the field of Beyonders. Old Neil had told before that through the formulas requested from the Earth Mother Church, he would be able to provide her with deeper understanding in medicines. Not only that would he also include historical documents, mysticism, and possibly more methods to utilize her pathway. Right now I don't have any means of actually defending myself against Beyonder threats, she murmured to herself softly. Recalling her confrontation with Diemsfell, as of now she's incredibly vulnerable and weak. Not to mention, she's currently at the stage of beginning to grasp the true capabilities of the Beyonder world. In terms of combat prowess, her situation during the chase was an anomaly even herself couldn't help but address. If events such as those would occur once more, would I be able to survive without external help? Selena felt a rising pressure, a need to obtain power against threats that might harm not only herself, but also the people around her. She wanted to return to the dream world, just to see more of the documents and what measures the organization take against threats. However, at this moment, she had expended her spirituality greatly. The ritual had only taken a bit off of her, but the spirit vision and the dream world took a toll on her. At this moment, the air around her ear began to unsettle. Inaudible voices started whispering to her ear. From the start, they were just gibberish language that had no effect apart from pestering her auditory senses. However, as time passed, Selena fell into a daze as she stands. The words gradually turned clear. Her body shuddered from fear. She quickly realized this was one of the indications that a Beyonder was nearing the boundary of spiritual depletion and the accumulation of insanity. Selena raised both her hands to cover her ear. No. No. The voices, however, persisted as they slowly became comprehensible sentences. Mother dash. Just before the voices could continue, Selena's body suddenly collapsed onto the floor. A light bruise became the result of the impact. Her contorting face was replaced by a drifting expression. Behind the glass panes, seated on the window's rail was a black feline with soft, fluffy body, casting a small shadow from the light permeating from the window. Morning, Saturday. Inside of the washroom. Water gushes forth from the faucet of the sink, producing a pleasant melody of trickles and splashes as it met the porcelain basin. The sound filled the small room, soft yet rhythmic, masking the faint hum of the lights above. Selena, with her hair coiled up, rinsed her face from the running water and looked toward the mirror, reflecting herself. What happened? She asked herself with puzzled expression. When the prayer was done, she contemplated on her next course of action before deciding to sleep. However, the night ended and before she knew it and the next moment, her closed eyes was suddenly bathed by the coursing light of the morning. Her hand closed the valve of the faucet and immediately after, a rush of memory surged her. It was the inaudible voices that make when she later realized that her spirituality had reached its boundary. It was careless of me, she said with heavy remorse, her gaze falling to the floor. She had already experienced the aftermath of a lower sequence loss of control. She wouldn't take any chances if such a thing were to happen again. After the short visit in the washroom, Selena finished her remaining chores and slipped on her short coat, blouse, and a trouser. But upon considering the gun holster, she realized she needed the long coat she had brought and washed just recently in order to conceal her profession and appear approachable in the public. She's against flailing her profession so openly. So despite her sense of vanity, suitable and aligned with her work, she decided to redress herself before descending to the first floor. A series of throttling sound fades before a street, just across a department. Selena alighted from the carriage, spent a penny for the fare and crossed the street before entering the Blackthorn Security Company. After reaching the reception hall, she saw Roseanne at her usual desk, exchanging pleasantries with her fellow member, Klein. In his vested shirt draped with a dark cloak, he held a cane by his right hand and a top hat on his left. A way to properly greet someone while inside a building. Good morning, Selena gave a courteous smile at the two as she lowered her sun hat and placed it just below her abdomen with both hands. Noticing her presence, Klein was the first to initiate a greeting, followed by Roseanne, who swiftly adds, she seems to continue her sentence, they were planning on waiting for additional beyonders and another special operations squad from the police to arrive before beginning the operation to do the deed instantly without alarming the commoners. Unfortunately, that instigator was extremely sharp. He charged out of the encirclement when he noticed something amiss, successfully escaping as a result. Instigator? Selena noticed this tidbit and blurted, Instigator? Yes. Roseanne exclaimed. That unforgivable devil was really slippery. At such times, they need a beyonder with tracking abilities, such as me. Klein made a joke. Tracking abilities? What pathway could provide such an ability? Selena instinctively wondered. You do. There was no lack of trackers back then. Dunn Smith's voice suddenly sounded. Roseanne turned her head abruptly and saw the captain wearing his black windbreaker. He was glaring right at her with his deep pair of gray eyes while leaning against the partition's frame. She hurriedly raised her hands to cover her mouth. Then, she shook her head incessantly, expressing her futile innocence. Dunn turned his gaze to Klein and Selena. After some thought, he said, there were a total of 6 beyonders from the mandated punishers, the machinery hive mind, and us Nighthawks. We traced the injured Trist to Iron Cross Street's lower street. We found his temporary residence, but the clues ended there. Be it beyonder methods or ordinary investigations, nothing worked. It was as though he evaporated into thin air, disappearing completely. Disappearing. Selena stayed as a listener on the sideline. Do you need my help with divination? Klein asked probingly. Dunn shook his head gently. The machinery hive mind had a mystery prior. He is a senior beyonder as good as old Neil. I even suspect that he's already at sequence 8. I'm just unaware what the name of the corresponding potion is. The Theosophy Order's heritage to this day must have something special about it, consoled Klein. When it was time to head downstairs, he glanced at Selena, already knowing where she was heading. He asked, looking for old Neil. Ah. Selena snapped from her role as a listener. She said with a faint hurriedness, yes. Then shall we go? Selena nodded and occupied the side of Klein as they both left the reception hall. Roseanne, who's feigning innocence, caught sight of this and secretly let out a grin. Care to explain what you've informed them earlier? Dunn's voice suddenly sounded. It had a hint of coldness and calmness to them. When she heard the captain say this, her face instantly grew pale. Faint taps echoed from the confined halls of the basement. When they arrived in the alchemy room, old Neil was there, holding a few items with carved symbols alongside a revolver that was nested onto the table. The carved items were either pendants, plates, or gems. What are those? Selena blurted out of curiosity. Oh, Ms. Roy, I've found a much suitable revolver for you, old Neil said amiably as he presents the revolver for Selena. Klein, on the other hand, answered her first question with efficiency. I believe those are protection amulets. As the name suggests, it protects its possessor from disaster, avert illness, or maybe for good fortune. Ah, yes. Old Neil immediately sorted his words when he realized that the lady actually refers to the amulets on the table. Each amulet are forged with incantation and material that have intimate relation with the energy as its source. Different gods meant different constellations, and different constellations would mean different materials to be used. Well, enough about that for now. Would you like to weigh the revolver I've personally picked? Very well. Selena wasn't a person to reject kindness out of inconveniency. It was basic courtesy. When she felt the revolver on her hand, her first impression was that it was light. It was oddly comfortable to swing the smooth handle around as she circled her wrist for a test. How is it? Old Neil eagerly anticipated Selena's impression. Selena had no issue with the overall condition of the gun. However, since it was an unfamiliar weapon, her first inquiry was, what model is it? This is one of the custom-made revolvers in our armory. Supplied by the church, it was meant to address members who aren't quite adapted with the standard calibers. Old Neil said, kindly explaining the details for Selena. I see. She muttered to herself, diligently inspecting the revolver's parts. Thank you. Old Neil's gave a warm, satisfied smile. No problem. Ah, I almost forgot. He hurriedly took his leave. Selena and Klein could hear faint steps from after the door was closed, fading from the path where the armory is located. Moments later, he returned with a leather sheath in hand and gave it to Selena, saying, "Here's a gun holster. Once you put it on, we'll immediately start the lecture." Another gun holster? Selena was unsure of how to accept the offer. She already have one, another more would make it seem like she was strapped for battle that would appear any moment. However, regardless of this thought, she still smiled as she stammered or replied, Thank you again." When she received the holster, she noticed its size and how long it is to be unsuitable to wear on her available thigh. "It's large. Are these meant for a giant?" Her hand rearranged how it was displayed when she held it. And after a few tries, she saw that it was actually meant to be worn on her chest. Chest. Selena lifted her gaze toward old Neil, now exchanging a few things with Klein. "I see. I'll be back for a bit." Klein and old Neil both turned their heads away to the exiting Selena. Moments later, they heard a series of footsteps that soon opened the door leading to the path outside. Selena had gone out of her way to ascend the stairwell, asked Roseanne for the washroom before finally returning back to the alchemy room. Seeing her enter, old Neil clasped his hand in delight. "Great. Then shall we begin?" Chapter 72, Guide to Magic. Throughout the morning, Selena practiced her spirit vision under the monitoring of both Klein and old Neil. "It was easier now," she said while switching her vision on and off by tapping her glabella more than twice. Old Neil expressed his content on how smooth Selena's practice is going. After this, Klein excused himself to continue his day's historical documents, while Selena concentrates on regulating her spirituality, trying to prolong her spirit vision. Old Neil handed a pile of documents onto the table. These are the formulas and the accumulated knowledge of the Church of Earth Mother about apothecary. You can find potions and medicines ranging from the ones able to effectively cure at a fast pace, to mitigate wounds, ease the nerves and finally heal. He listed the formulas summarized by the documents. "I've read it beforehand and even attempted a few," he chuckled. "Needless to say, it didn't go as what I would have expected. How was your condition and grasp of the spirit vision? Can you maintain it a bit longer?" Selena glanced at the documents from the table and retracted it to old Neil. "I'm getting used to it." "Great, then before you read, I assume there are many mentions in the documents that would, maybe become difficult for you to understand, so I'll start with the basics." Old Neil retrieved a candle stand from the shelves and placed it over the table. Before he proceeded, he asked, "Ms. Roy, have you heard of ritualistic magic?" She nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I have. But I don't know how to properly attempt it." Although she had completed the Fool's Prayer ritual with success, she still believed that there were many errors in her actions during that time. With that, Selena was determined to become more familiar with it through a trusted mentor. Old Neil smiled as if he were expecting this. He said, "You know about the goddess's title, right?" As he spoke, he began collecting various essential oils from the shelves, preparing them onto the table. "Yes," replied Selena firmly. With the general knowledge of the church, she recited, "The Lady of Crimson, the Mother of the Concealment, the Empress of Disaster and Horror, Mistress of Calm and Silence." When old Neil was done, he turned to Selena, commending her while saying, "That's right, those are some of the goddess's title. The description of her we use during canonical hours, which is Sunday, the day where the gray constellation symbolizing her authority in the astral world were at its peak. As you may have guessed, the prayers during those times, most specifically acted by normal people, are simply just, well, prayers." Old Neil chuckled lightly at this fact. Every being have spirituality within them, that is one of the key to bridge oneself to the desired deity. The irony is that even though these aren't scarce but apparently abundant, these were rarely used by normal humans directly. This sets the Beyonder world apart from the convention. While he explains, he pierced a bag of salt right in front of Selena. Using this, he drew a circle around the table, carefully measuring the amount of salt used. He continued, "As Beyonders, we have the ability to use our spirituality to achieve inhumane feats, such as opening one's spirit vision, just like what you are practicing right now. And because of this, we can also achieve a more mystical approach in communicating with the deity we desire. You can stop for now and practice your spirit vision again in your home. For now, pay attention to what I'm about to do." As he said this, old Neil's hand raised a box of match from the table. Selena didn't continue her practice, as instead watched carefully on how old Neil attempt his ritual. However, just before he lighted it, he grinned and set the matches aside, away from the table. "What? Why?" Selena was caught off guard. How would he light the candle if he's not going to use a match? "You must be wondering why I didn't use the matches, right?" Old Neil was satisfied by slight display of her expression. "I do intend to use them later, you know, to brew and heat my coffee. But for now, I have a much more easier and convenient way to light the candles." As he said this, his hand gently caped the candle wick, like he was shielding it from any sort of sudden wind that might blow the plume off. Suddenly, the wick had sparks. It wasn't entirely visible because old Neil was leaning closer, however it still manages to glimpse right for Selena to see. How? Selena baffles in awe. Like a child who had suddenly saw a comet for the first time, she was mystified. Strangely enough, without any source of fire nearby, the candle burned brightly, right before her. The first candle was representing me, which Selena had learned from the documents. This, old Neil pointed toward the ignited candle. This represents the I. The universal I, the spiritual I, and ultimately oneself. In simpler terms, this symbolically points toward you, which allows you to relay your wish for the deity. The wish can be power, blessing, and bestowment. Which is what I'm about to do right now. Bestowment. What do you wish for specifically? Selena said with innocence. Old Neil coughed while hearing this and said hesitantly, same as what I have wished for when I first demonstrated the prayer ritual to Klein. You're evading my question. Selena wasn't the type to probe further unless necessary. So instead, settled for the response given to her. After the first candle. Old Neil didn't follow his gesture of caping the candles with his hand. The remaining two ignited on their own as he uncapped the bottle he picked from the side. No matter how I see it. It's so unbelievable. Selena was marveled by the display of abilities. Mr. Old Neil, how were you doing that? She finally blurted out. Doing what? He teased with a grin. Selena creased her brow and slightly compressed her lips on their corner. That lighting the candles without a fire. How you lit the candles without any source, let alone a nearby fire. Old Neil chuckled. He forcefully pulled a fragment of wood from the table and said, you mean this? The fragment ignited again without any source of ignition. I was able to do it by rubbing my spirituality over the wood, producing sparks akin to how you would produce fire in the early era of fire in the Second Epoch. Rubbing? Asked Selena in puzzlement. Once you finally get the hang of your spirituality, you'll know how to rub it. For now all I can say is that it is somewhat similar to what I'm about to do right after this. From the preparation of the table, there was also a blade right next to the candle stand. This blade was double-edged, it had a fine gray surface, both smooth and lustrous metallic luster. From its appearance alone, Selena could tell that it was a silver dagger used in rituals. This is a silver dagger. The material used in forging these are silver, which the name already suggests. Old Neil joked dismissively. The reason Beyonders used these instead of the conventional daggers is that the material used have a symbolic intimacy with the domain it intends to call upon. The silver, for example, corresponds to the constellation active in Sundays, which you may already have guessed, it is the goddess. However, this isn't entirely the case, as silver daggers are both an intimate symbolism of a certain domain as well as a symbolic carver during rituals. Which is why it is recommended to use silver daggers as much as possible. Selena stopped to ingest the information given by Old Neil. Moments later, she asked thoughtfully, you said, as much as possible. Does that mean regular knives can be used when the situation is dire? She did use one, but she was unsure of what the knife's material during her first ritual, prompting her to suspect that it may have been just a regular knife made of ceramic metal. You can. However, don't expect results in doing so, Old Neil chuckled amusingly. Remember that we are the benefactor, not the deity we pray to. They can simply refuse to respond if ever they see that the preparation is unlikable or doesn't suit their expectation. As such, we need to make multiple effort to please the corresponding deity, enough for them to consider responding to you. I remember we used to dress very conservatively just to receive a response from the goddess. This was when we were children and I was not a part of the Nighthawks, so naturally we couldn't get any revelation, he said as his gaze wandered off from the altar. Selena suddenly heard him mutter silently in the air. Immediately he retracted his attention. Alright, now for the next procedure. This is the step I'm referring to when you asked how I lit the candle without a fire. Setting up a wall of spirituality. Wall of spirituality? Selena asked so as to conceal her own knowledge of the topic. The wall of spirituality is a sort of protection barrier and a makeshift sanctuary to properly perform rituals, explained Old Neil. When we perform rituals, we are vulnerable to any form of malicious intent. These intents can be manifested in varied ways such as auditory murmurs, knowledge infusion, and in vision amidst the flames. Which is why it is important to protect oneself by setting up a wall of spirituality to hinder these malicious intents. This can be achieved by simulating a feeling of pouring a waterfall. The water is your spirituality and the blade is where the fall begins. I see. Selena quietly committed this new insight into memory. This simulation, a feeling of creating a waterfall, is a sort of utilization of spirituality. Through this, you can achieve what I've done earlier. Lighting the candles without a match. Okay, with all that aside. Only then can we begin chanting their following honorific title. In the form of a prayer using mystical languages known to stir the natural forces of the world. Hermes. Old Neil clasped his hand after putting the essentials oils away. Ms. Roy, I assume you must already know one or two of these languages. Right. Old Neil casted his gaze to Selena on the side. She knew them, however, it was only in the name and not the entirety of the language and their structure. So instead of enumerating the names mentioned by Hangman, Selena chose to nod simply and replied, "Yes, I know only the Hermes. However, I wouldn't say I'm adept at it. Hermes have a much older counterpart, which is the ancient Hermes she know only little of." "That's fine, you can learn it more by browsing the archive of Mysticism language documents. That way, you'll become more confident about your literacy." Selena expressed her content as she assumed her natural poise. Now, for the honorific name. Old Neil continued his explanation of how the deity's title is used during prayers and any other mysticism-related activities. The rules about the names and their effect when used inappropriately. Strangely enough, the description follows the same meaning as the ritual of the land's first part. He also emphasized that even if the deity had multiple lines for incantation and their title, a simple 3-line description from them is enough. She now planned to attempt making an honorific title for her identity as the reborn child of God. "Alright, now that I've briefed you of the details of the ritual, I'll begin praying now. Please watch closely and avoid interrupting. Please ask right away if there's any problem or you believe that it is done." Selena nodded and maintained her gaze toward him. As he spoke, from the circle and the table's items, he took out a goatskin parchment he left on the side. It was specially made and it had strange pictures drawn on it with black ink that exuded a serene fragrance. She watched attentively as he carefully drew a number 30 on the corresponding field, following the pound symbol, believing that it may have been a prerequisite. But as she kept on observing old Neil's actions, she suddenly realized. Those symbols looks like the symbol from a pound. Chapter 73, Demonstration. A counterfeit note. Why? Is he trying to pray for a raise? Money? A few pounds? Now that I think about it. Rituals are similar to sorceries, right? Old Neil is not attempting something unexpected, right? All sorts of thoughts surfaced in Selena's mind that she couldn't help but lean closer. Maybe there's more than meets the eye. Old Neil's pupils rapidly darkened as invisible wind around him spun. Then, he chanted in Hermes. "I sanctify you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you, allowing you to serve me in this ritual. In the name of the Evernight goddess, the Lady of Crimson. You have been sanctified." After a short but powerful syllable, old Neil drew a silver knife and inserted it into a cup of clear water. Then, he raised it and pointed to the space beyond the table. He aimed the blade tip in the periphery and took a step forward, circling the round table. Every step he took made Selena feel an invisible energy spew out of the silver knife. It was filled with spirituality as it connected with the air, forming a completely sealed wall. After walking one round, the altar was completely isolated from its surroundings. Old Neil stood in front of the table and put the silver knife down. He picked up the bottle of Midnight Light Essence oil and dripped 3 drops on the black, dark red, and ordinary candles. Sizzle. Selena caught whiff of a scented fragrance. Soothing and serene. It drifted across the room, filling its crevices of this pleasant smell. Mr. Fool had mentioned of using essential oils, but he didn't specify what to use it for. The documents didn't seem to have this prerequisite, so perhaps because of that her first ritual was poorly performed. If it wasn't Mr. Fool, then maybe, the ritual wouldn't have worked. This was Selena's first thoughts when she saw old Neil deliberately made such preparations. Following that, he drew another cross, indicating that it was cancelled. Upon reaching this step, he picked up the parchment with one hand and tapped his glabella with the other to activate his spirit vision. Another invisible and exuberant energy bloomed as old Neil whispered a chant. "I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. Please provide me with the funds to pay this IOU. Night vanilla, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Moonflower, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation." After old Neil finished his incantation, he closed his eyes for 2 minutes. He picked up the full moon essence oil and dripped 1 drop onto each of the 3 candles. Immediately following that, he grabbed the parchment and pulled it close to the candle representing me. When it ignited, he immediately threw it into the cauldron. Old Neil closed his eyes again as he seemed to sense the burning of the IOU. He opened his eyes after a moment and looked toward the black sacred emblem on the cauldron. The parchment was already completely incinerated. Praise the lady. Old Neil tapped his chest in 4 spots, forming the shape of the crimson moon. Then, he extinguished the candles in the opposite order as he lit them. After finishing everything, he used the silver knife to rip apart the invisible wall around him. A huge wind stirred immediately as old Neil heaved a sigh of relief. It's done. There weren't any changes other than Selena's position, now 2 steps further from him, smiling as if she didn't had any thoughts about old Neil's wish. "Does it end there?" she said with a faint glint in her eyes. Old Neil didn't mistook this and asked in an exasperated tone, "I assume you saw the parchment." Yes, Selena answered wearily. I can see it from the foolishness and ignorance of your eyes that perhaps you had disbelief about my wish. If Dunn had forgotten to tell, then I'll say it, the maxim of mystery priors. Do as you wish but do no harm. I'm very sorry. Selena did not hesitate to apologize. Old Neil suddenly chuckled after. He's not truly angry, rather it amuses him a bit. Hey, it's all right. Then perhaps you'll engrave this insight next time you'll see another mystery prior. Well, thankfully, for apothecaries in the Church of the Earth Mother, they have similar maxim. Which is, to live is to preserve life. To live is to preserve life. It reminds me of Mr. Darkwell's own rule, we make medicines to preserve life, it hints the acting principle. Selena smiled wearily and began asking, was the ritual truly the end of it? She assumed there would be similar event where the being would appear in front of them. Maybe obscured by a thick grey fog while sitting on a high-backed chair. She even wondered if there was another party at that time, would they also see it for themselves? I don't know either. Anyways, it will be settled in a reasonable manner, said old Neil with a smile as he threw up his hands. Of course, if you are not confident about the ritualistic magic you are attempting, it's best to choose a suitable date and time. It can increase the probability of success. Alright. This is based on a premise. Remember carefully to abide strictly by the rules. Old Neil placed 2 candles and turned to the side and looked at Selena, saying very solemnly, low sequence beyonders are not strong enough. Almost all the ritualistic magic they can perform are the seeking of external powers and help. Therefore, you can only consider orthodox divinities like the goddess or the Lord of Storms. Absolutely, absolutely do not attempt to communicate with the unknown or unpredictable existences. Even if people believe in them or the promises recorded are filled with enticements. Believe me, don't take any chances. As long as you attempt once, you will go down a slippery slope into the abyss with no return. Any work or resistance will only slow it down with no way to change the trajectory. I will remember. Selena said firmly. With no intention of disobeying the taboo. Simulating an emotion to return to the dream world doesn't necessarily count as seeking external strength from an unknown being. Thankfully, so far, I haven't displayed any signs of losing control. After this brief relief, she changed the subject. By the way, why do we symbolize the goddess with only 2 candles? She's also the mistress of calm and misfortune. I was hoping for you to ask that. Old Neil chuckled. Before their fall, the Moses ascetic order had a very good relationship with the church. Their beliefs and results on ritualistic magic have heavily influenced us. They believe that all objects are numeric. Every number has a spirituality, and in ritualistic magic, 0 represents the unknown or chaos. It symbolizes the state of the universe before it was born. 1 represents a beginning, the first creator. 2 represents the world and various divinities that were produced from his body. 3 represents contact between divinities and material objects to create all things. Here, using 2 candles represents the goddess while the 3rd candle is for you. Which 2 candles and which 2 symbols to have depend on the intended effects of ritualistic magic. Selena unknowingly tilted her head slightly. Old Neil sighed, you remembered what I told you before my attempt, right? Some thoughts surfaced before Selena finally said, the universal I. Which represents oneself. This was described from her believer's sacrifice. Correct, old Neil said with satisfaction. From a viewpoint of any normal person. He produced a candle, laid from the table. It's a very ordinary candle which only has a little bit of mint added. Take note that plants like roses, lemons, mint, moonflower, night vanilla, and slumber flower are beloved and cherished by the goddess. But viewing it from another angle, the 3 candles becomes a representation of the bodies, spiritualities, and godhood of every person. After finishing the description, old Neil placed the candle aside. To beyonders who are not good at ritualistic magic, there is a need for bells, crystal balls, silver cups, incense, or other supplementary items. However, mystery priors and seers have no need for that. These artifacts are already sufficient. For apothecaries, they aren't really adept toward ritualistic magic. They're more aligned with concocting magical medicines and are generally well off as a support. The reason why I'm demonstrating you all of this is because some medicine formulas do require an external power, and since apothecaries have enough capabilities to do spiritual vision, perhaps a simple ritualistic magic should also work. Medicines requiring external power. From deities. Mr. Old Neil, you seems to be really familiar with the formulas from the Church of the Earth Mothers, Selena remarked with admiration. Compliments won't get you anywhere, miss. Hey, alright, maybe a free cup of coffee while you listen, old Neil gently laughed it off. To be precise, these formulas all require spirituality instilled within them to achieve intended effects. There is a separate ritual for this, but that will be in another time. For now let's stick with the basics. Throughout the entire process, we have to go according to the outcome we desire to confirm the symbolism and corresponding incantation. Incantations are best done in Hermes because ancient Hermes stemmed from nature. It's akin to ancient Dragonish and ancient Elvish. The effects are very direct, lacking the necessary concealment and protection. It easily causes the caster to fall into danger. This is also why it has been modified. However, it's more effective. Which reminds me, you said you're not confident with Hermes language, right? Old Neil glanced at Selena with a profound look. Selena nodded briefly and said, yes. I haven't gotten a chance to truly integrate myself into the Beyonder world. Until now. Old Neil chuckled. Then should we start with the language first before delving into the documents? He asked playfully. Yes, please do, said Selena with gentle expression. It was nearing afternoon. Old Neil had been monitoring Selena about mysticism language for hours, with some occasional redirections and guidance. The lady seemed to have been doing well with the words and letters that he seriously thought of finishing everything by today. Upon checking his pocket watch, Old Neil suddenly stood up and turned to Selena. Right, Ms. Roy, would you mind if I take my leave? I haven't patrolled the area around the armory and Fry should be expecting me at the clerk office. Selena shook her head gently while standing up herself. I have received much help from you. Thank you very much, Mr. Old Neil. When Old Neil said his appreciation, he quietly turned the handle of the door, and what greeted him shocked Selena. There was a wallet nested just beyond the entrance. What? Selena exclaimed. What are the odds of a wallet being there by the entrance? Only me and Mr. Old Neil are here in the alchemy room. She couldn't help but prick her brows. Wait. There was Mr. Moretti, but he already left hours ago. Perhaps when he left, his wallet already fell. At that moment, she felt a strange foreboding that the ritual was slowly taking its effect and now displaying it in real time. While Selena processes the encounter, Old Neil delightfully reached for the wallet, inspected it, and told Selena, this seems to belong to Moretti. Don't worry, I'll return this. The goddess disdains such corrupted acts, so doing the right thing should always be the top priority. Let's patiently wait for my wish to be granted. Before he left, he said one last request. Anyway, I would appreciate it if you could stop thinking about the bloody IOU. Selena felt a corner of her mouth twitched. As he spoke, he unhurriedly closed the entrance. Selena watched and listened as the footsteps gradually fades. To think. It can be used in such a way. Wouldn't the goddess also disdain such an intent? Troubling her in a trivial way. She was worried that he would have used the goddess's bestowment as an excuse and paid off his debt. She was still wondering how to prevent it and persuade him otherwise. Do as you wish, but do no harm. Selena heaved a sigh of relief, gaining a new insight of her mentor's morals. Chapter 74, 2. The documents tells a series of methods to concoct medicines. Some have in common is the infusion of the person's spirituality to apply varied effects for the potion. This ability have been recorded to be strongly achievable to Beyonders from either planter or apothecary, due to their aspect in life-related fields. While reading, Selena had thought of practicing a few, but abandoned it as her current sequence doesn't seem to have the infusion effect for ingredients. Perhaps in higher sequence. She mumbled, turning a page. In the stillness of the room, her mind was able to concentrate effectively under the silence. It didn't came to her that lunchtime had already arrived. She only noticed it now after her stomach grumbled suddenly. Putting away the documents for a quick meal outside, Selena quietly left the alchemy room. Arriving at the intersection of the tunnel, she saw a surprisingly comical sight of her fellow members, quickly leaving her in a daze. On the right path leading to Cheney's gate, their arms were arched from the side while their hands extends, repeatedly bending and retracting them as they walk. Seeing this, Selena stopped at her tracks and only looked. She was unsure of what to say. The members consists of Klein, in his waistcoat and jacket, followed by Dunn Smith wearing a dark windbreaker and the poet Leonard Mitchell. She's not familiar with other members, so she couldn't tell their name. While performing this action, Leonard noticed a silver-haired lady at the corner of the tunnel. He smiled and turned to her, pointed his left index finger to his right arm who was doing the bending. What? Selena was even more confused. Perhaps they're doing this in preparation for a show. But what show would it be to require multiple officers, most oddly all from this department, to simultaneously bend and retract their arms? Maybe a sealed artifact. She suddenly thought while scrambling for reasons. Dunn was the second to notice Selena on the corner and called, Ms. Roy, if you're staying there, please perform this action as well. This is for your own safety. His voice was stern while saying this. Selena didn't question this order of her captain as she quickly bent her arm and imitate their action. All right, if you want you can come here, Dunn said casually. Captain, said Selena with unease after reaching their vicinity. Why are we doing this? Is it a sealed artifact? As she spoke, she noticed a chest that was carved with resplendent stars and the crimson full moon. It was as though there was a formless barrier around the chest. Yes, Dunn answered simply. This impractical action we're doing allows us to notice any sudden anomalies with the members in a limited area of the sealed artifact 2-049. I see. It must be in that chest. Selena felt her nerves tensed. Amidst this comical action lies a meaningful reason that when not performed, may brought one's life in peril. Grade 2. Dangerous. To be used with care and moderating. It is something even a formal Nighthawk have restricted knowledge to. Unknown how dangerous it can be. Selena couldn't help but overthink of the situation. At this moment, Klein, who is behind Dunn Smith, suddenly turned sluggish. It was as though he didn't get enough sleep and was about to drop for a quick rest. Selena watched this with increased nerve. The unknown of it only added to her tension. Just as when Klein slumped to the ground, a hand caught his shoulder. It came from the woman with dark hair, with a set of ocean-deep eyes. "Mr. Moret, wake up," she said while nudging his arms. After receiving this treatment, Klein snapped from his state and returned. He said with slight indifference, "Thank you." What happened? Selena frowned while seeing this, trying to lean for an answer from Dunn amid her fright and confusion. This is the effect caused by sealed artifact 2-049. Within a 5-meter radius, it can affect humanoid creatures, subjecting to a state you observed from Klein. It requires a mandatory handling of 2 formal personnel to be able to safely utilize. Thankfully it only affects 1 person at a time, Dunn explained with limited detail. However, it was enough to instill a blooming tension in Selena that she subconsciously refused to ever loosening her action. "If your right arm is sore, turn for your available hand," said Dunn with the captain's concern. Selena nodded firmly. During the time they navigate the confined path and ascend the stairwell, silence became a major factor that kept her tension on high alert. Occasionally, she experienced the same predicament that her members had when affected by sealed artifact 2-049. These are the sudden rigidness of both her mentality and physical abilities. Everything in her vision turned slow, and as if a switch in her brain had turned off, any minor movements became difficult for her to muster. Klein, Dunn, and Leonard were mostly responsible for nudging her out of this state while the others maintained a careful look at the brown leathered suitcase. When they finally arrived at the surface, she found that Roseanne and the other staffs had left the area. "They must be upstairs in the 2nd floor," she murmured in passing. As they approached the entrance, Dunn promptly halted at the corridor and stopped Selena. "I forgot. Ms. Roy, you don't seem to have the proper capabilities to join us in hunting Ray Bieber." Moretti had been attending a regime of practicing his accuracy at a street corner, the underground shooting range at number 3 Zutland Street. "Most of it belongs to the police department, but there is one that is specially for us Nighthawks. The badge Mrs. Oriana gave you should still be with you, right? Use that to enter the shooting range." Dunn held his head and face in weariness. "You would also need to improve your combat prowess." "All right, Mr. Gawain, a former top knight of the Lone Kingdom, is also Klein's combat instructor." From his side, Klein, who was patiently waiting for the others to continue, smiled with weariness. It was almost all-knowing considering the captain's nature. "Every morning, besides your day off, you will have at least 2 hours. Try to get along with Klein and accompany him each time you attend." As he said this, Dunn paused suddenly. "Once you've finished and grasped the documents old Neil gave you, try to procure as many healing agents as you can. The department will supply your needs, so do not worry if there are ingredients you lack of. You could even experiment for an agent of your own. Just be sure that no materials are wasted," he added after what seems to be a moment of contemplation. Dunn glanced at his members and saw that one was drooping from his posture. He quickly retracted his attention and said, "I won't prolong our time, so try your best to finish the documents that the Church of the Earth Mother had given. Remember to keep reading at your own pace." Selena was relieved after hearing this and smiled gladly. "I will." The members who are in the operation, with Dunn Smith on the lead, slowly left the department, being left at an empty hallway while watching the door shuts. Selena stopped her arm from turning and decided to go with her earlier intention, going outside for a quick lunch. The sun was already nearing noon and her stomach had been contracting for a summon. Just as she could begin reaching for the door as well, she heard a series of taps behind her. They finally left. Roseanne's voice suddenly spoke. Selena turned her body to see the young receptionist, holding a steaming coffee with a plate. "Yes, Captain, Leonard and the rest had begun their operation," she answered with honesty. "That's a relief," Roseanne let out a relaxed sigh. "May the goddess bless them and protect them." While she spoke, she devoutly drew a crimson moon across her chest. Selena imitated this gesture, hoping for their safety. "Ah, right. We were just about to indulge in a little takeouts we ordered from a restaurant across the area. We thought you haven't had lunch, so we made extra." Roseanne smiled warmly. "How considerate." All right, thank you for the consideration, Selena meant it heartily. The receptionist led her to a corridor, opposite of the stairwell. Along the way, she saw occasional unpainted parts of the wall, obviously a result from the vampires who were flying around at that time. These were only around the reception area until they reached a flight of stairs, passing the second floor and entering the next. There was 4 sofas in the lounge, circling a tea table. Light glistens from the curtains. Old Neil, Sikatron, and Madame Oriana occupies them each one when they arrived. Old Neil puts his cup down and called for Selena. Ms. Roy, taking a break from reading I see. That's good, just keep at your own pace. You can sit anywhere you prefer, Lady Roy, said Roseanne as she occupies a seat for herself. Selena calmly accepted the offer and decided for a seat next to Sika. The tea table had a few small boxes, stacked in a tower. Each exudes different fragrance, ranging from the sweet scent of a glazed beef to a briny and rich air of a bouillabaisse. The dishes was foreign for her just a moment ago, but a whiff of their fragrance quickly bring about a memory of her, or more precisely her body's mother, the variety of cuisines available in the manor. We didn't know your actual preference in food, so we figured a simple beef stew for you. Ah, I hope you like it. Roseanne consoled as she began unpacking her own bento. From the looks of it, she'll be having roasted steak cutlet, drizzled with lemon and honey. Quite classy. I was just about to thought of a similar dish before you invited me. Selena wasn't picky with her foods. So with a hint of satisfaction that she won't have to trouble herself going out, she hefted the bento meant for her and opened it. The beef stew was just as good as the ones from the restaurant she frequented weeks before. The potatoes were soft and the seasonings were just right that it wasn't too remarkable. By the time they were finished, the tea table was now filled with empty bento boxes, with stains suggesting of its contents. Out of habit, Selena took each of the bento boxes, prepared them and asked Roseanne, "Where can I return all of this?" Old Neil answered instead, in a way where he had just taken his fill, "Haha, don't worry, someone will come and return them. Just like how they were delivered, a personnel will retrieve them." "That's right. We ordered them just around the corner," said Roseanne as she lazed over the sofa. Selena didn't press. She placed the bento boxes back and tried to relax herself in the day's warmth. "You remember that man from the Tinjin housing company I mentioned before? He's been rather stressed lately. Said one of the tenants at Daffodil Street hasn't paid rent for a week now," said Madame Oriana casually to Old Neil. "Another drunkard skipping out, I presume," shrugged Old Neil jokingly. "Well, these are fairly common. There hasn't been a day a tenant would not want to increase their expense. The consumer products on these past months, on the other hand, that had been increasing may have also contributed to this, which generally leads to an uprising number of paupers in the city. I wouldn't want to live in the streets either until I get a footing for myself," said Madame Oriana, half playing, half contemplating. As Selena listens to their conversation, resting to properly digest her meal, she saw the quiet Sikatron writing a few words on a notebook. Recalling how she should maintain a proper relationship with the members of the department, she decided to lean closer. From this view, the text seemed like narratives. It depicts a woman harboring a deep longing over something. When Sikatron felt like someone was watching, she shot a glance at her side and saw Selena. "Were you reading?" Sika's voice had a hint of exasperation to them. Selena quickly retracted her body away, her brows were arched upward from a small shock. Instead of stammering for answers, she returned with a question calmly, "Is that a novel?" Her voice had no judgment toward her work, which made it seem a bit more ease. It took Sikatron a moment to reply, saying, yes. I actually work a side job as an author. Right now I'm writing a tragic, romance genre. Currently at the preceding stage and I couldn't quite figure out what my character will be." "Really?" Her head tilts slightly as Selena asked with curiosity. "Actually." Sika suddenly faced her, stared intently. "Would you mind if I take you as an inspiration for a character?" "An inspiration?" The request was abrupt that the lady processed it for a whole 3 seconds. When she realized, Selena blurted out, "Excuse me." Chapter 75, Old Neil's Wish. Selena adjusted her tone. Could you explain clearly so that I can consider?" Sikatron gathered her thoughts and explained, "The novel is about the Northern Sea vessel, encountering a massive iceberg that had led to its tragic end. It tells a story of a forbidden romance between an upper-class woman and a working-class painter from the pier in East Tucker. The Northern Sea vessel is one of the Ferry Express in the Rolls Harbor. It boards passengers to the nearby Sonia Island. An upper-class woman. Working-class painter. Both are in a trans-Antarctic steamship." Selena stayed silent. After thinking about it, she requested, "May I have a look at your work?" Hesitant, yet determined for more materials for her novel, Sika sighed quietly and handed her notebook. Selena began the draft at the first page. Slowly but gradually, it managed to immerse her. Until at some point, a certain work came to mind. This, she was in disbelief. Seems like from a movie. Because of this revelation, Selena withdrew the drafted story away from her and turned to Sika. Sika's eyes was laced with expectancy and anticipation. You. She found it difficult to say. Finding it inappropriate to outright ask if she somehow plagiarized a certain novel. Maybe one of the supposed greatest work made by Emperor Roselle. She refrained from inquiring. Instead, she questioned, step by step. Are there any works of Emperor Roselle that maybe have a name that goes along with Titanic? She wanted to ensure if this emperor reserved some time for literary works. Sika Tron's puzzlement was evident. Titanic? I never heard of it. His novels do however have an inspiring story, such as the Romeo and Juliet, the Return of the Count and much more, but Titanic was never a part of it. Why do you ask? She listed then added a question. Then, does that mean this may become this world's first novel of the Titanic? Selena smiled bitterly. Nothing, the story just reminded me a few things. She answered with a sweet tone. Care to tell me more of your plans before I become an inspiration? Sika Tron was slightly taken aback by the lady's response. Seeing the melancholy in the lady's voice, it made her ponder what her novel could have caused her to experience such a mood. But in the end, it eased her to see that a colleague had taken interest in her work. For the whole lunch hours, Selena and Sika have both exchanged ideas and opinions about the novel. The former displayed sincerity that made the latter divulge more of her plans for the story. Sika Tron's perspective of the novel goes along with the plot where the two met in the cruise ship. A ball would naturally occur over the constitutes made by the host. The classes were divided, reflecting the huge gap between the lower class and the middle class of the current society. On the other hand, Selena agreed over these plot points but suggested a few works such as how the classes would affect the isolated community in the transantarctic vessel. How she should make the cruise part, the near ending, relatively short but impactful, courtesy to the original Titanic movie but with additional twists such as an extension before the voyage. During the same hours, varied thoughts also lingered in her mind. One thing is that after Sika Tron had mentioned publication and the funds, Selena considered the idea of funding her herself, but refrained for now as her dementia had indeed kicked in way before, that only now did she recall to retrieve her card in the Northland Bank. Secondly, her 5-year stay had also reminded her that her freedom will be limited, rendering her to have only one capability left to help Mr. Full recover, and that is through her organization. I need to truly establish myself as the deity and leader of the Child of God's faction as soon as possible. The voices that are coming from Sika Tron became blurry. The chatter from old Neil, Mrs. Oriana, and the rest have also seemed to be isolated from her auditory. Ms. Roy. By the time, old Neil's raised voice called out. Huh? Selena snapped back from her drowning thoughts. She quickly stammered a reply, why yes. So when this painter have finally walked the gangway. Ms. Roy, are you all right? Sika Tron's voice have finally became clear. I am fine. Yes, I believe by this logic, they would unknowingly meet in a faithful encounter before the trip. Selena immediately filled the gap she failed to know. I'm pleased by your opinion, but that is not entirely the point of this part. Ms. Roy, are you feeling strange? Perhaps you'd like to discuss this some other time. Sika Tron raised a brow in concern. Selena sighed, I guess you're right. But before that, I wanted to say that it's all right to make me an inspiration. I'm grateful to hear that. Rest well, lunchtime have already ended 30 minutes ago anyway. 30 minutes ago. After Sika Tron left the lounge along with her notebook, Selena was just about to prop herself from the sofa and reach for her sun hat when old Neil's voice called out again. Miss Roy. Selena quickly turned to his direction. From there, she saw old Neil, holding a book by his left hand and standing by the door. What seems to be the reason for calling me Mr. Old Neil? She asked. Noon will arrive soon, heh. So I figured I should finish your Hermes language lesson today before we transition to other languages. Old Neil chuckled, relaxed that his pupil is quick to learn and easy to be taught. Oh, right, I still have to continue the documents I left earlier. All right, she replied, after taking her sun hat that was nested to her side. Selena walked over to old Neil, waited for him to take the lead and tailed him on their way. As they reached the stairwell, old Neil suddenly spoke with a meaningful tone. Ms. Roy, I wonder why is your attire a half coat? Did Dunn forgot to tell you of the uniforms you can use from our department? Selena stopped after hearing this and looked at old Neil with a faint surprised look. I guess he didn't. Old Neil let out a short laugh then said, haha, well it's all right. If he forgot then let me inform you instead. By heading to Mrs. Oriana, she can give you some clothes we have for officers which are a grey windbreaker, black vest and a police cap. All were tailored for women so feel free to visit them. And I bought all of that clothes for nothing. Selena sighed gravely, both in the inside and outside, as she smiled amiably. Thank you for telling me this. Perhaps from now on I should have to acquaint myself with Captain's dementia. Then, she recalled the wallet Klein left. Wondering if old Neil's wish came true, she added, by the way, did Mr. Moretti receive his wallet back? He did, confessed old Neil with a gentle smile as he carried on with his steps. That's relieving, Selena muttered to herself. I thought that the wallet is the result of Mr. Old Neil's ritualistic magic. And I got £10 for it. Just enough for me to pay back my small debt from Mrs. Harger at the market, old Neil said gladly. Selena's shock was evident from the sudden shift in her demeanor. Ah, really? He compensated you for it, she said, reckoning how it went. Moretti is really a gentleman. Compensation wasn't troubling since it came directly from his heart. There wasn't a hint of remorse from old Neil's voice. It went according to the goddess's divine grace. I wonder how Mr. Moretti felt, muttered Selena with concern. Hours before the mission, Klein was at a page of the historical documents, reading and illustrating how the past went in his mind that slowly, he lost track of time. When his hand touched his trouser, the compartment on his right, where his wallet is supposed to be, he felt nothing. He quickly panicked. What? Where is my wallet? His thoughts raced in the recollection of his trip going from his residence to boarding a trackless carriage, and finally arriving at 36 Zutland Street surface to remind him of where the wallet could have gone. Ag. Benson will kill me. Ah, right. Divination. At times like these, magic becomes the greatest tool a man could use. Just as he was about to prepare to head above the grey fog, he heard 5 consecutive knocks coming from the door. Thud. Thud. He stopped just in time before he took a first step. Although desperate to quickly find his missing precious wallet, he wasn't just about to reveal the secret of his transmigration. So while maintaining a calm exterior, he strained for the door and opened it. From there, he saw old Neil, wearing a delighted smile like he had just received his favorite meal. Old Neil. What can I help you? He asked with acquiescence. Old Neil didn't reply immediately. Instead, from his hand, he lifted a wallet. The wallet had a leather surface, engraved with the symbol of the lone pound. It was his wallet. His wallet. Klein was overjoyed that he quickly reached for his belonging from old Neil's hand. Thank you, my brother would have done numbers in lecturing me. Old Neil himself was glad for the return of Klein's possession. But when his supposed reason to come here was done, he simply stayed there, appearing like a gentleman. Klein's smile slowly drops at the realization, while old Neil's delighted expression only grew radiant by the second. For the whole afternoon, when the lunchtime had ended, old Neil gathered all of the books containing the records of Hermes and ancient Hermes. He diligently taught Selena how the pronunciation R and how one would construct sentences with the letters. These weren't that complicated for Selena to learn, as she quickly figured how Hermes was quite similar to ancient Hermes. Due to this, within just a span of 3 hours, she managed to establish a relatively better coherency over the 2 languages. Her potion did not do much, however, as the improved memory of this sequence only applies to formulas and medicines. By the time the clock reaches 4, old Neil excused himself again for Selena to shift her focus to the formulas given by the Church of the Earth Mother. Drug to numb the user. Isolation of nerves and veins that renders their perception for a short period of time. Selena's attention was caught by the description of one of the formulas. Pain killer. Ground the following materials: a sanctuary root, 5 blessed populus leaves, 5 blades of lemongrass, and 3 porcelain sage. The subsequent steps was easier to recall that Selena didn't take long to consider. Reminded of her perilous situation during the chase and where pain could affect her ability to move, she thought to herself, are these materials available here? She plans to attempt one formula for the day. By the time she started browsing the materials on the shelves, it wasn't difficult for her to quickly recognize them, as each ingredients were present in the encyclopedia, including their sketched images and descriptions. After preparing the things required on the table, all were gathered around the alchemy room. She started her first unguided drug making. With a mortar and a pestle, she produced a few grams of fine powder using the ingredients mentioned earlier. The formula stated that she needs to light a small cauldron, add various small drops of essential oils and extracts, letting them boil afterwards as instructed by the document. Once this procedure is done, she would have to pour all of the fine powder into the cauldron and wait until the contents dry out. Of course, she refrained from doing this over the table and instead laid the cauldron on a corner, placing it atop a metallic tripod that have a few candlesticks below. There, she exhaled, lighting each candle lick with a match. Old Neil still hadn't taught her how to light them with one's spirituality. As she waited for the small liquids in the cauldron to dry, thinking of the time that would waste watching it, she went and resumed her documents instead. Chapter 76, Difference of 2. 2 minutes later, strange fragrance began to surface from the cauldron. casting the whole alchemy room and even the nearby area outside in a revitalizing scent. When Selena caught whiff of the lemony mixed with earthy fragrance, she felt her spirituality returning faster than before. After 30 more minutes, the fragrance had stopped. The scent that was emanating from the cauldron earlier had dispersed, leaving a fine dried powder. Selena took her time placing the contents into a small vial, putting each of the candles' plume out and moving the cauldron with a pot holder. The result had a white-brown texture. Its scent gives off a burnt and earthy smell that may not align with the formula's description of it. The drug should retain its lemony fragrance. Did I do something wrong? Selena arched her brows in apprehension, uncertain of her self-made drug. One thing to know: if it's successful, find a willing practitioner to take it. After putting the vial aside in her dresses compartment, she began wondering how much time had gone while she's isolated. Perhaps it's already evening, she muttered, taking her time to tidy the room of her presence before heading for the door. While in the process of cleaning, she had thought that one sample wouldn't be reliable. So with this in mind, if she failed to find any guinea pigs in time, she'll have to procure more with varied approach. If one thing she had learned about research is that validity is impossible without reliability. The validity is how effective and successful my drugs can be, how I can improve and what my errors are. A faint conviction tugging at her lips. A willing practitioner. Let's just try it on rats. Perhaps fallacy can catch me a few. Creak. Selena opened the door, returning to the empty tunnel. A quiet, hollowing air swept her skin. It was cold, suggesting the fading hours of the day, prompting her to cover herself with her half-coat. Along the way, she encountered old Neil, not far from the Chinese gate. He saw him walked out of another door. She stopped at her tracks and waited for him, assuming that this gentleman would head upstairs as well. Finished with your studies, Miss Roy? Old Neil had a gentle smile, yet his eyes bore faint dark circles. Yes, but you seem more tired than me, Mr. Old Neil. How was your day in the armory? Said Selena with slight concerns. Old Neil chuckled and said, I'm not in the armory. I was at my office, decrypting a few pages of Roselle's notebook. Seems my appearance is taking a toll from my stress. Roselle's notebook. Page. Selena's face lightened. Emperor Roselle's diary. Notebook page. What is it? It is an indecipherable note that contains texts that are far beyond our understanding, Old Neil explained. The language seemed gibberish when taken from the surface, but multiple of our cryptologists have proven that the words have concise structure and valid connection to one another, that it proves to be a language of its own. Speculations tells that if one were to understand it, knowledge and power will fall under their fingertips from the secrets of the emperor. At least, that's the rumors. Indecipherable. What language could it be? May I see the pages for myself? From what you've described them, I became curious of what they are. Selena deliberately hid her motive with a smile. Old Neil pressed his pocket, then said, that can be done tomorrow. Wouldn't you rather rest for now? You seem rather absorbed to your time remaining in the alchemy room by yourself. If it's possible, can I please see it now? Selena wanted to say this, but considering Old Neil's workload throughout the entire day, she forfeited the idea. Very well, she said simply, harboring expectations for the morning to come. Also. Captain told me on their way to their operation that I should practice my accuracy in the underground shooting range in 3 Sutland Street. From what he instructed, I should consult you for the bullets I can use. I plan to visit it today before heading home. Underground shooting range. Old Neil muttered to himself. He didn't forget to tell Klein Moretti about it, did he? Selena remained silent, unsure of what to respond. She wanted to say that maybe he did, because after seeing Klein's expression during the time their captain was instructing her, he seemed rather calm and expectant. Perhaps he did, said Old Neil while finding the thought amusing. Is this a running gag in the whole department? I guess it is. How many bullets did he instructed you to get? Now this time, Selena truly doesn't know what to answer. After another minute, Selena received her first batch of bullets from Old Neil, amounting to 20. Small steps echoes in this confined path, and while Selena's steps were mechanical, Old Neil's gait on the other hand involved him walking on his heels, and it made a distinctive noise as he ambled down the hall. Soon the two arrived at the stone stairwell. Sure enough, the whole corridor was now bathed in the golden glow of noon, the sun setting over the horizon. Old Neil and Selena reached the partition right before the entrance to meet Roseanne, who was preparing to leave. At this moment, Selena wondered the hunt operation. Dunn and her other teammates had participated. She asked, where is Captain and the rest? Was the operation a success? Roseanne's face was tainted with bitterness. However, her expression still seemed to reveal the loquacious girl from before. Captain is back in his office while Borja and Iyer Harson are resting in the entertainment room. She sighed, goddess. When Klein returned, His suit was tattered and damp to the brim with blood. Her words were an exaggeration, yet managed to effectively make a visualization for Selena to imagine. We hit at the third floor again, and when we came back, Fry and Royale turned to the partition and left. Fry must have been tasked by the captain to retrieve the body for autopsy and Royale for the subsequent cleanup of the surrounding area. How perceptive. Being able to deduce even when not a part of the operation. Is this what they call a right sticky beak? 1. Blood. Are they injured? She asked with concern. Roseanne shook her head, drew a crimson moon over her chest and said, "Praise the lady, the injuries weren't severe and were manageable enough for them to return." Selena heaved a relieving sigh upon hearing that. Phew. Old Neil cut in, "Well, not entirely fine. However, after a bit of ritualistic magic, their health will hopefully recover once a few days had passed. They did expend their spirituality and even used goddess's gaze to prolong their decent state, so for a while they would have to rest. Using ritualistic magic to heal." Selena caught the tidbit immediately. She had thought that medicines and drugs are more suitable for this field rather than rituals. After all, those are common perceived ways to alleviate one's health. No medicine made with ordinary ingredients can provide the permanent restorative effects of a ritual. Extraordinary ingredients are very rare, and most of them are not suitable for restorative medicine, old Neil explained casually. "I see," mumbled Selena. In the documents from the Church of Earth Mother, there were many formulas that she found strange and complicated, requiring rituals that made old Neil teach her about ritualistic magic. Not only that, there were also ingredients that the formula heavily relied to, with detailed description of why they are required during the concoction, which are all unfamiliar to her. However, thanks to it, her confidence in concocting a medicine and drugs have gone up a few points. Perhaps those drugs are the extraordinary ones. The painkiller I made earlier seemed to be one of the few regular ones that were added. For apothecaries, this can be achieved, but for low sequences. Haha, I doubt that would happen. Old Neil donned his top hat. In doing so, he turned to Roseanne and said, "I'll be off, the ritual was exhausting. Tell Dunn Smith to lie down for a while. Thank the goddess his injuries weren't heavy but proper rest is still needed." Selena watched as Roseanne nodded succinctly at old Neil's figure reaching for the door. Thud. Before leaving, she recalled old Neil's comment about her attire. Right, I should visit Mrs. Oriana. She turned and walked to the corner office for her uniform. After receiving it and deducting a few pounds from her wallet which was not mentioned, she bade farewell to Roseanne and left. The air was tainted with all sorts of smell. With the sun hat over her head, she briskly left the vicinity and strolled. Like what Dunn had said, 3 Zutland Street wasn't far away from the department. It took her exactly 5 minutes to make her way to the described shooting range. Tap. 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 Her steps were faint against the hard cold stone of the stairs. She reached a heavy door at the end and pushed it open. After presenting her badge to the officer by the hall, she received a number. In the process of inspecting her badge, the officer did multiple glances, mumbled a few words to himself before finally assigning her in one of the booths. She was at the farthest side of the corridor. If she were to leave, it will take a few seconds to reach the entrance. Bang. Bang. A few gunshots rang from one of the firing lane and across her booth, signifying that another person was practicing apart from her. After setting her gun holster and uniform clothes on a bench, she hefted her first revolver, a 45mm that belonged to her father's. It was a bit heavy, the familiar sensation she had before that is both reassuring and comforting. To remind of her that if ever there is a danger, she would have a weapon to defend rather than using a long, pointy hairpin. Bang. Selena used both hands just to trigger a single shot. She staggered, her left feet balanced her stance from the recoil just in time before a fall. This simple testing confirmed a few things, yet it whirled her mind in thought. Comparing my steadiness back then, right now I feel like a total amateur. But firing multiple shots with a mild setback, how did I do it? Bang. Bang. Selena fired 2 more bullets, barely hitting the paper target's upper torso. By this time, she slumped to the bench, feeling the toll brought the recoil of the gun. Phew. Selena drew a breath, slumped herself onto a nearby bench. She silently gazed at the long firing range, taking in the tranquility of the establishment's empty corridors. In the midst of her repose, she turned her head to look at the chest holster, bearing the revolver that old Neil had given. It was rather small compared to her revolver. When she hefted it for inspection, she saw that it had a simple rosewood handle, a silver base and a chamber. It had no remarkable design except for its mark, outlining a symbol of the goddess's sacred emblem, defining its origin. After feeling relaxed, Selena took off from her seat and assumed her earlier stance. Unlike her revolver, this custom-designed type was a lot lighter, while the chamber was easier to load. Click. Selena brought the revolver's head at the level of her eye. Aimed at the suspended paper target, and with a turn of the trigger. Bang. It was smoother. She felt a brief recoil, but it was more manageable. Bang. 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 Almost all of her gunshots missed, some barely shot it by a few centimeters. However, regardless of this death-defying inaccuracies for the dummy, Selena felt herself in a good mood. Twisting her empty revolver by her index finger, rotating it as if imitating one of the gunslingers she watched back in her apartment. For a few times, she had sheathed it in the pocket of her dress. Then, when she felt her imagination getting intense, she would quickly draw it and take on a stance. The iconic stance of having their left arm bend above the revolver's sear while the right hand holding it aims without precision. Of course, throughout the entire time, her customary revolver was devoid of any bullets. This went on until she felt her stomach petitioning for a meal. Preparing her things to leave. Selena began considering her dinner as she opened the door of the booth, intending to head out. Right, sticky beak is a New Zealand colloquialism. It comes from the metaphor of an inquisitive person constantly sticking their beak, nose, into other people's business. Chapter 77, her title. The sun fading from the west was still alit, dusk settles like a morning glow only to invite the tranquil evening. The horses galloped into the distance, leaving Selena at a street across her residence. Ding dong. Her doorbell rang and stood before her porch was a lady with darkish brown hair, clad in a casual dress with non-fervent styling. It was Mrs. Heath, holding a pot of meal they will be having for dinner. Selena tread carefully so as to not alarm the lady. When she finally reached at a fair distance, she cautiously called out, "Mrs. Heath." Martha was startled. She turned her body half and saw Selena, holding a neatly folded clothes and a mocha-brimmed sun hat. "You're startling, dear," she gasped with humor. "I tried my best not to frighten you. What seems to be the problem?" Martha circled herself to fully face her and said, "See, I made too much beef stew. It will be too tiring to cook for yourself after a long day, so. Here." Selena glanced at the pot being held by her hands, with pot holders in between. "Thank you, Mrs. Heath, but really, you don't have to. I know for sure Mr. Heath would devour them in one sitting." Selena silently mused. "Hey." At that moment, a loud voice suddenly yelled across the street. Selena subconsciously turned to direction of it. "Can't you see I can't pay up right now?" The voice of the man was hoarse, his vocals was in rage. Sigh. Martha let out a breath as she watched. "What's happening over there?" asked Selena, believing that this lady had something to share. Martha collected her words and said, "That gentleman over there is Morrowy Roundel." The man, at the terrace house next to Selena, wore a mocha-shaded waistcoat, with a long white sleeve and dark trousers. Before you came here, just a week ago, multiple letting agents had visited his place. Morrowy would spout profanities telling how he will manage his rent by morning. But oddly enough, the subsequent days that came after was peaceful. A tenant who refused to pay. Selena recalled the conversation of old Neil and Mrs. Oriana regarding her friend at a housing company. Perhaps he's sick. She raised her hand while Martha is not looking. Quietly tapped her glabella twice and quickly lowered it so as to not raise suspicion. The gentleman's aura had a few dark spots in the area around his body. The purple that symbolizes the brain had tainted color to them while the green for the heart, circulatory system and the remaining others appears vibrant. While doing this, she noticed a few things about spirit visions. One is that when you activated it, the surrounding will lose their luster, appearing gray. The auras would manifest brightly, and for Beyonders of the Corpse Collector, these auras would be akin to a bonfire in the night. "He is quite healthy," Selena silently commented. "I do recommend exercising more, as their radiants are obviously fading." As she wandered her gaze to the man's figure, she noticed an accumulated dark spots, just around the redness of his left arm. It glowed with eeriness, and slowly Selena realized something amidst. There was a huge laceration that makes up his left arm. Selena frowned. She steadied herself so as to prevent anyone from noticing. Is he attempting suicide? The thought crept to her mind like a sinister revelation. "Mr. Roundel, please. If you don't pay your mortgage, the housing company would have to evict you out of the residence," said the agent calmly. He himself was trying to contain his emotions from spilling. Believing that it would be better if there are no disputes. "Tell the housing company to listen with their heads, not with their mouths. Didn't I tell you I will pay by tomorrow?" Morrowy quickly retreated to his doors and closed it. Thud. The wooden entrance slammed shut. In frustration, the agent looked up and pressed his hands over his face. Mumbling a few words to himself. "I apologize for such unsightly scene," said Martha as she turned for Selena. "It's all right. Things like that are bound to happen once in a while," Selena gave an assuring smile. Martha softened her expression as she added, "That has been going for a week. If this escalated, he will surely get evicted." Instead of relief, Selena's body was tensed. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Mrs. Heath, have you and your family interact with Mr. Morrow before?" Feeling inclined to say, Martha began explaining, he was a part of the Communist Party before. The gentleman was also a preacher at the Holy Cathedral before coming here. It was unknown what occurred that resulted in his leave. Perhaps due to this, he became a recluse. Poor gentleman. Her words clearly tells they did not have the chance to know him. Selena withdrew her gaze to the direction of Morrow's house. The curtains were drawn, the lights could barely be made as the whole residence seemed to have no occupants. She is not in the position to intervene, however she refused to stand by as well. Deciding that it will be best to report this finding, Selena expressed her gratitude for the beef stew and entered her house. Her dinner was delightful, regardless of the room's quietness. After taking a quick shower, she walked out and headed to the lounge upstairs. On the desk, Selena took out a paper note, wrote a paragraph describing the lectures she had and the documents she read. Once she was done committing the day's toil into mind, she raised this note and let it burn into the lamp's iron casing. It was just on time when the black cat, Fallacy, had jumped from the open window and welcomed itself into her residence. Fallacy, Selena called as she lowered herself to its level. The cat turned to her instead of heading to its usual spot by the drawers. "You're expert at chasing mice, right?" she added in a remarkable candid. The feline wasn't amused by this. It sat before her with a judgmental look, drooping its eyes while facing her. If this was any other cat, they would have scurried off and ignored her voice. But this peculiar black cat have displayed multiple behaviors that gives off similarities to a person. Selena in the past have caught of this early on but remained with her decision of nursing it to health. "Now that I've looked at you this close, you look really similar to a Persian cat. Are you a Persian cat?" Selena gently placed her hand to caress the cat's dark fur. "Oh, this reminds me." She recalled a few things as she took in the tranquility of the evening. One was how she will begin constructing honorifics names for herself as the child of God, demanded by her followers. The other was the countless times she had forgotten to feed this black cat. "I seriously need a schedule," Selena noted to herself as she descended from the upper floor and hurriedly turned for the kitchen. Minutes turned to half an hour and she returned with a prepared deep-fried sailfish. Before, she had wrapped the raw foods that can spoil with a paper, covered them with salt and placed them in an area exposed to the sun. It didn't stop the spoilage, but it preserved them for a while. When she returned to the upper lounge, the cat was already resting on its usual stop at the drawer. The rich scent that combines the sweetness of the sauce and the roasted aroma from the dish enticed the cat to the point it broke from its slumber. Tap. The cat pounced from the drawer, reflexively landing on the cold floor. Selena lowered the dish, watched the cat indulge in a little night snack until the plate was clean of any stains. "There," she smiled softly. "Maybe now you can catch me at least one rat." The cat glanced at her and after a moment, it proceeded to lick itself across its body, completely ignoring her. Selena bloated her right cheek. Her mind whirled with displeasure. "I guess you need to digest your food first." With a resigned sigh, she propped herself from the floor and walked to her bedroom. She threw herself right in the embrace of the bed. HNNG. Ha. Selena stretched her body, taking in the comfort and the relaxing coldness of the sheets. The sensation compelled her to sleep, but she fought greatly, thinking of the task she had yet to complete. With her mind settled, she reluctantly simulated a feeling of longing and thus returned to the mysterious dream world. The figure composed of flesh and organs coalesced to form Selena. Her eyes fluttered open and following that was the formation of the familiar pasture. The glade rolls far into the horizon, giving the illusion of infinite lands. Just before her feet, the grass blades opened a few vines that tangled together, outlining the mural-like spirals. A few segments of the vines trails off from the spiral, creating elusive paths in every direction. Unrooted grass swirled around her feet, dancing in the gentle zephyr. Selena recalled the note she had burned, the lecture old Neil gave her and the hints from the documents from her follower. Her hand twisted a few times before it split into roots. Leaves sprouted, forming one page to another before tying it with a vine. Honorific names are the titles used by deities to form a solid connection to the people. It allows their believers to pray and receive blessings that would have taken them years to get by advancing. The first line should include the god's designation, their origin, and their intimate description. Selena muttered as she read the honorary part in one of the document's rituals. It was brief and after doing so, she let the wind tour the documents. These are copies, she can produce them again if she wished. Her thoughts drifted into the names that had been given her to this point. I can't call myself the child of God. I was reborn, didn't I? Reborn child of God. No, I refuse to use every title related to that evil goddess. She exclaimed. Perhaps a lady. That is dangerous, I haven't reached a stage to be called a lady. Her mind whirled in thoughts. Lady refers to an adult woman, regardless of prestige and status. To fully refer it to a woman who had yet to attain a status for herself would invite unexpected results when prayed to. To add on, there was already a deity who many referred to as the Lady. That is none other than the Evernight goddess. Praise the Lady. Yes, let's not use that. Her wandering gaze allowed her to have a relaxed mind. The clearness of the sky, the gentle warmth of the gales. Slowly, her eyes landed on her gown. It was white, her hair was gold and silver. The silkiness of her skin tugged a few instincts from herself. Maiden. White maiden. She mumbled. Yes, white maiden. Selena crossed her hands together, just beneath her chest. Her hand moved to soothe her elbow. Something that relates to me. I'm a transmigrator at a truest sense. It should be like Mr. Fools, the fool who doesn't belong in this era. The white maiden from an unknown time. Selena almost agreed when a foreboding promptly stopped her. No. Unknown time refers to an era that is not known by anyone, and Mr. Fool, a lofty existence, seems to know this as well. She abandoned this idea and resumed her pondering. The white maiden from a distant time. This line was acceptable. It both reflects her past and her current misplaced era. Distant, in this context, refers to the gap between her and this world. While time is an echo of timelines, featuring different universes. However, one line is not sufficient enough to build the whole prayer. So with this consideration, Selena thought for a while. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. She had tied the dream world to her title, allowing for the prayer to eliminate the connection from any entities that may have similar bearings with the line, white maiden from a distant time. Not only that, since the dream world had referred to her as its child. This enabled the prayer to point exactly at the daughter, her. However, this still lacks one more line. The beginning and the end of the extending vines, she said while her eyes lingered at the trails, spiraling from her feet. This is an aspect of her identity. Displayed multiple times whenever she summons a follower. She was the center, the beginning, and at one point, she became the end. Once these three lines were settled, she rehearsed once more. The white maiden from a distant time. Reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. The beginning and the end of the extending vines. Chapter 78, Blind Attempt. When the 3 lines for her honorary title was complete, Selena quickly planned on attempting the ritual before ending the day. It was risky. The white maiden part may not have the capabilities to establish a corresponding connection with her identity. She was the reborn child of God, perhaps she should have settled for this title. However, reborn also signifies a new beginning, the shedding of vice and the birth of purity. Her followers can still choose to respect the title, but this would cost them the ability to communicate with her. With all this in mind, Selena did not linger in the dream world for too long. Recalling her previous visits, she left the mysterious scape. The space reverted back to its vicious environment. Selena sat upright and looked outside of the window. The crimson moon suspends idly across the sky. Its presence casts a pallid glow over around her bedroom. She did not have a pocket watch to tell the time, however she can tell that it's alright past midnight. I still have a few candles left. I should have brought a silver dagger. It's fine, the being I'm praying to is only myself anyway. She muttered. With a sigh, she got up off the bed and turned for the table. Just like before with Mr. Fool, she placed it on the room's center, then prepared the things she needs. Now that she thought of it, Mr. Fool's prayer ritual was unlike old Neil's. Requiring 4 dishes to be placed diagonal of each at the sides. Perhaps, his prayer ritual was unique to himself. After completing her preparation, Selena's heart raced with both anticipation and fear. Fear that what might occur may invoke another being's attention. Anticipation for the success of her attempt. Selena gulped a saliva, reached for the silver knife and imagined the coalesced objects in her mind, entering half cogitation. Her eyes immediately turned whiter blue. After this, she pointed the knife's tip toward the empty space of the candle stand. She said with solemnity, I. Then, she followed, I sanctify you. Silver knife to be my guiding light. To help me reach a being beyond a realm. At this point, she recalled how clumsy her first attempt at praying to a deity. Suspecting that if it wasn't Mr. Fool, it would have failed inevitably. With a soft sigh, she pierced a bag of salt and took a first step. Tap. Then another. Tap. Selena continued this until she circled the table. Similar to how she did in the first ritual. Each step draws a mysterious air that formed an invisible force. Her mind pictures a river of spirituality, gushing to the floor. By the time she stopped, Selena could feel a formless barrier all around her and the table. You have been sanctified. She dictated one last time, similar to how old Neil did it. After this, her hand lifted a box of match and began lighting the candles accordingly. The essential oil she used is called Moonlight Slumber. It was a random oil she brought. The liquid had a cerulean blue and green surface. Even though the matter of pleasing the god is not needed, Selena still felt that dripping a drop is still mandatory. Sizzle. A soothing fragrance drifted in the air, easing Selena of her worries even for a bit. Here, she placed the silver knife down and clasped her hand. There was also the symbol Old Neil carved to a piece of goatskin parchment. However, since she's not praying for money, she forfeited the idea. Selena exhaled, relaxing herself for an effective cogitation. She began chanting in Hermes, the white maiden from a distant time. The air began to stir. It was cold and shivering. Selena's heart slowly became heavy, an unknown feeling blooming from her chest. In spite of this, she pressed on. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. The atmosphere halted, it shifts to tranquility. The beginning and the end of the extending vines. At this moment, the plumes coming the candles swayed vigorously. It did so consistently. Her voice reached the corners of the room. Beyond the grey fog, a world that was composed of filthy and bizarre organs, pulsing flesh, and emerald light coalesced into a vine. There was only one vine that extends into the darkness. Speckles of emerald light hover around it, appearing like a beautiful sparkle of fireflies. The air around Selena's ear suddenly reverberates. The same distant murmur she heard once, roaring like small insects pestering her around, had inundated her instantly. It was vague, unclear. Selena arched her brows and couldn't help but strain to understand. She controlled her mind, using her cogitated state, the voices refined one after another. The White Maiden. Selena opened her eyes from shock. Her cogitation was cut off. That was my voice, she exclaimed in horror. Her ritual was abruptly ended. Without tidying the place, Selena re-entered her half-cogitated state to limit the voices drowning her. Then, she collapsed. Within the filthy world, with the sky as tissues appearing as a womb, a figure of a woman was constructed from organs. Selena opened her eyes to the familiar environment. Trails of vibrant green vines spirals from her feet. The ground-growing fields of grasser sways in a gentle zephyr. The sky bore an illusory sun, the clouds cast its complex shadows over her. The mural-like vines continues to flex, paving a path in a direction towards the unknown. Nothing seemed to have changed, except for the familiar fireflies hovering around a trail. This was the similar situation where a follower used to sacrifice the accumulated documents. Selena extended her hand towards it. She instilled this action with the sensation of desire, a habit she didn't know until now, uses spirituality. The emerald speckles formed a concentrated star that pulsed with average amplitude. Through the divine light that ignited within, she saw her table, the three-candled stand, the line of salt around the table, and her bedroom. She saw herself with disheveled hair, lying unconsciously on the floor. Selena felt each of her hair stand on ends. It worked. The world, the scene beyond the star of emerald light, was surreal. It compelled her to reach out. However, her hand was unable to touch it. Her body was rooted into the floor, her legs vanishing to the dirt. The connection made from her and the suspended star displays a formation of coalesced lights. These lights descends onto the floor to the trails until it spiraled to her feet. Selena continued to hear her stacked illusory voices amid the deafening roars it brought. When it stopped, the emerald star fleeted as well. Multiple soft gasps were then heard from across the empty field. Ha! Ha! Selena's heart kept ramming her throat. She couldn't believe it, she was scared that her title might point to something else. Ha! When her breath lessened and balanced, she composed herself with relief. All right. Now that I have an honorific name, my believers should be able to communicate with me once I relayed my revelation. She turned her head. The vine that corresponds to that devout believer who fervently sacrificed the documents greets her. Just before she could extend her palm, the deafening voices began to surface. They were slowly surfacing, she felt the cries of distant creatures. Selena retracted her hand and immediately simulated the sensation of falling. The world turned dark. In the bedroom of her residence, Selena woke up with a light ache on her temple. The candles continues to burn brightly, and the scented air have already dispersed. While her left hand massaged her temple, Selena began clearing any signs of her ritual. Ouch! Her index finger accidentally corked, subjecting her into a prickling pain. I should really stop going into the mysterious dream world while I stand. My face couldn't take any more bruises. When all of this are done, she left the bedroom for the sink and applied the agent that she still had from Darkwill onto her temple. The mirror reflects her beautiful figure that didn't linger for long. She returned to the corridor and noticed that the black cat disappeared from its usual area. Going for a late-night snack, Selena muttered in passing as she turned the door ajar. Only after she threw herself back on the bed's embrace did she begin recounting her prayer. Now that I have ensured my honorific titles, being able to communicate with my believers won't be the only thing I can use it for, right? The dream world may still have dormant dangers waiting for a trigger, and Selena wasn't the type to take any chances if it meant she could prevent it. With the ability to pray to herself, varied methods to bypass this will begin to rise. Such as exploiting the title to redirect it away from the possible owner. My believer managed to sacrifice things to me, and old Neil mentions of the abilities of deities to bestow things to their believers. Selena couldn't help but smile as she kept on producing ways to exploit for her own benefits. Yes. Perhaps through this I can obtain help from my believers. But I've already reached the end of the documents part concerning the rituals. Alright, then I'll just have to make him divulge to me how to attempt it. In the process of her thoughts, Selena's body constantly turned side to side. Her mind was so active that she can't help but remain awake. She didn't notice that a shadow leaped onto the rails of her window. It was small. It had a tail and a fluffy round fur. Between its mouth was a squirming little rodent, trying desperately to break free from its grasp. Selena noticed the silhouette and turned her head toward the crimson light. She saw the feline cat clutching a poor mouse by its pointy fangs. Selena stood upright. Fallacy. Where did you get that? From its fur, the cat drooped its eyelids in a condescending expression. It pounced from the rails, landing reflexively on the floor, and presented the caught mouse to Selena. Recalling her earlier request, Selena hurriedly took a glass bottle, punched a few holes with the knife she had yet to return, and opened it for the cat. Thank you, Fallacy, she smiled sheepishly. The cat willingly placed the mouse into the container. Strangely, the mouse didn't bother escaping, instead it slept soundly when the lid was closed. Selena almost assumed that the small creature met its end before she noticed faint pulses from its body. With her test subject found, the cat didn't overstay as it quickly leaped out of the window. It was unknown when Selena had fallen asleep, but when she woke up it was already morning. Her routine of buying a few pastries for herself, showering and cleaning the house briefly phased just in time for the Northland Bank to open. Selena wore her uniform composed of a white shirt tucked into her trouser. A waistcoat fits to her form as all of it were covered by a trench coat. She did not forget to bring her custom revolver as the other was safely kept behind a dresser's compartment. With her documents tucked in, she took a step forward. Even though it was early, every profile lines was already packed with bustling people. Stacked voices echoes a lively city, reminiscent of her past life. There were people arguing over a mortgage, a few complaints about their balance being off while some are there to withdraw or deposit. When it was her turn, Selena presented her profile and confidentialities to the clerk. The lady quickly recognized the faint emblem of the Church of the Storms and thus didn't request it for additional info. The clerk walked out of the door half an hour later, holding a silver card engraved with the Lone Kingdom symbols. Thank you, please return again sometime. After withdrawing £50 for this month. Selena didn't waste her time as she immediately went and boarded a carriage, heading to 36 Zutland Street. Selena alighted and saw Klein not far from the road. Wearing a formal suit followed by a black inlaid cane. Recalling Roseanne's exaggerated description of him returning back from a mission, Selena waved and called, Mr. Moretti. Klein climbed the stairs and arrived before entrance. As he was about to enter when a voice suddenly spoke at distance behind him. He looked back and saw the silver hair braided bun Selena waving at him. She didn't have her sun hat with her. Klein waited until Selena reached him, then heard her say, How was the mission? I heard from Roseanne that you returned, drenched with blood. There was concern in her voice. He faced her, but in the end, Klein turned away. Only after he adjusted his voice did he answer, Yes, the operation went well without much casualties. I'm glad. Selena had a soft expression on her face. Ahem. Well, shall we enter? Klein offered for the door that was ajar. Selena nodded and went first to the corridor. Chapter 79, Gap. A young man with dark brown frazzled hair stood before an arched path, gazing at the center of a chamber. He had an average build and unremarkable appearance walked over to a wide arched path. There was a mahogany, nail-laden coffin, basking in the glow of the crimson moonlight. Behind the men, vicious dark liquid shot from the corners, chaining the men from ever setting a foot to the sacred ground. At that moment, groups of dark red wisps showed their presence all around him. The man's face contorts to reveal a frightening smile. Each of the corners of his lips twisted to a grin, reaching from ear to ear. His visage was that of a congested vile human. All of the wisps that went together formed eyes suddenly disappeared. Thud. 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 Each of them dropped like flies and illusory strings appeared from their bodies that all bends to outline a path around the man's fingers, finally ending on his face. With his casual clothes and long jeans, he set foot forward. The coffin had a crimson moon for an emblem, engraved with many words written in ancient Jotun. Not long after his hand felt the rigid coldness of the casket. The surroundings of the small temple was engulfed in a deep darkness. Outside of the building, appearing as though as any other company establishment, A man with dark grayish hair and thin build, who had piercing eye, looked toward the entrance. Alger was about to inform his grandfather of the revelation. Their lineage came as far as the third epoch, with an origin of worshipping the true Earth Mother before they proselytized to her son, the god of combat. As a priest from the Church of the God of Combat, he held masses in St. Theodore Cathedral in Berlin, Faysac Empire, as one of the pastors in the city. His background wasn't prominent, but his grandfather was the faction's main force, the one who managed to establish connection to other believers across the 2 continents. Certain groups that was torn from the Harvest Church, and a few proselytizing to the true Earth Mother gathered to form a part in an ancient secret organization. It was a rather small faction, consisting of only 30 members, with no powerhouses excluding his grandfather. However, once the child of God reborn, he believed that their situation will change. She will reclaim her throne as the deity of the Harvest Church, banishing the false believers of their pedestals. Just as he enters the building with a grin on his mouth, suddenly, intense darkness surged forth, both consuming him and the surroundings. In a dilapidated apartment, 14 Court Street, East Borough, Dylan phased out from the chaotic blend of colors. A blue stone engraved on the bracelet from his hand suddenly shattered into bits. He felt danger. An intense fear and alarm bloomed from his heart. He hurriedly dashed for his belongings upstairs, quickly wrote a monograph for the officials and tried to phase once again from the remaining gems on the bracelet. But at this moment, chains erupted from the shadows. Dylan collapsed from the force and was rooted powerfully by the chains. Thud. You're quite slippery. A condescending voice of a man echoed from the door frame. In his hand, clutched a poker card. The patterns exactly had 5 diamonds, but it faded to only 4. Dylan's eyes turned bloodshot. I'm not with them. Oh. The man was amused by his confession. Then. What are you? You're merely their subordinate. Dylan held his head down, gritting. What is your reason for joining this small faction? To attain the resurrection of your god. His grin grew sinister. You're a traitor yourself, aren't you? He paused. Dylan knew himself. He knew that at some point the dangers would soon appear before him. Since we're fellow traitors, why not join our side officially? You're an outstanding asset even to them, being able to contact the officials freely. Dylan's eyes widened. At the mention of outside identity, his facade crumbled. The man with crimson eyes retracted his illusory bat wings. You're not going to talk? Perhaps a certain someone with short golden hair would do. Dylan forced his teeth together in aggression. Red droplets began to drip from his jaw. He could not lift his head. Forced to bow, he muttered gravely, How? Did you know of her? Zio dear. Haha, it wasn't hard to obtain intel for someone who had quite a significant origin. The man relaxed while he maintained the chains formed from the shadows. Before that, I have to express my gratitude for confirming our suspicions. The rest of the Forsaken group who dared call themselves the True Rose School of Thought really went here in Lone Kingdom to hide. As for that little missy, Zio or. Haha, right. She called herself now as Zio Dericha. She had a father who was accused and ended up gruesomely. It was a very hot topic a few decades ago. The man walked and welcomed himself to the room, casually taking a seat by the chair. We knew you are a cynical person. It led a few of our members to take interest in you and your activity. So seeing you here now as a rat wasn't surprising. Hey, maybe you can be of use. Dylan's body was slowly being tightened by the growing chains, beginning from his arms. His veins could not take the pressure. Each one bulged from the paleness of his skin. Arg. The man calmly leaned in and faced him directly. Just join us, and you'll live. Good morning. Did you two have a good night's sleep? Dunn asked with concern. Selena smiled. Yes, I hope you did as well. Old Neil is skilled, and his magic work wonders. Satisfied, Dunn nodded and shifted to Klein. As for you? Klein answered honestly, better than I expected. I didn't even have nightmares. But I still feel heavy and a little disgusted when I recall it. Heavy and a little disgusted. Selena can't help but cut in. Dunn held up his smokeless pipe and gently said, Klein, do you want me to tell her? Klein hesitated but agreed after an internal consideration. Moretti was the one who dealt the finishing blow to the suited clown. As much for his first time, it had to be done. That was his first time killing someone. Selena turned to see Klein facing forward. As much as she wanted to quickly inform Dunn of her findings surrounding her neighbor's situation, the atmosphere was unsuited for that discussion. After chatting about the weather, Dunn raised a matter. The Holy Cathedral has replied to my telegram. Borgia, Larata, and company are to immediately escort sealed artifact 2-049 and the Antigonus family's notebook back to Backlund. They've also sent an additional Nighthawk yesterday afternoon via steam locomotive to help. I believe that they've already set off by now. Klein was taken aback. Relief was etched across his form. May the goddess bless them and that they will have a smooth journey. After a few seconds of silence, he made a gesture on his chest in the sign of the crimson moon. Dunn wore his hat and pointed out the door. I have to patrol the Raphael Cemetery garden. I forgot one thing. The investigations of Leonard and the police department has borne fruit. They found the carriage driver that drove them. We have confirmed their temporary residence in Tingen City, but they are rather cautious. They didn't leave behind any valuable clues. As expected of an ancient secret organization, Klein echoed wistfully. Dunn nodded and bade farewell to Selena before turning for the door. He stopped 3 seconds later and turned his head to Klein. Also, the Holy Cathedral needs another 2 to 3 days before they notify us of your application to become an official member. This is dealt with by a different department, separate from the one that deals with the Antigonus family's notebook. They have different levels of efficiency. I understand, Klein replied sincerely. You're going to be a formal member now. I heard you were new before. Selena's pleasant voice echoed from his side. Klein turned to her and nodded. It was only for a month. Thank the goddess. Selena chuckled behind her finger. But since implications would surely happen whenever a mission took place, won't the captain issue a compensation? She acutely noticed after hearing their exchange in the end. This only meant one thing now for both her and Klein as the latter went silent. Captain forgot. Watching Dunn leave, Selena heard the brown-haired Roseanne suddenly exclaim. Goddess. Klein, are you becoming a formal member? You haven't even joined us for a month. Klein smiled. After I consumed the seer potion, it was only a matter of time. So Mr. Moretti is a seer beyonder. Selena assumed a sideline position as she smiled while waiting. That's reasonable. Roseanne fell into a daze for a few seconds before suddenly sighing. I was praying that you finished your mysticism lesson so that you could be added to the roster for watching the armory, but Goddess, I have to be on duty every 2 days. I'm not a sleepless. My skin, my state of mind. Goddess, save me. Shouldn't you be very familiar to such a lifestyle? Before I joined, it has always been you, Brett, and old Neil who took turns, right? Klein asked, puzzled. On one hand, Ms. Roy had joined just a few days ago. You should look forward for her mysticism lesson to finish. When she heard this, Selena's expression weakened. I'll try my best to finish it as soon as possible, Ms. Roseanne, she said kindly. No, old Nail talks about keeping at your pace. Wishing you to finish early would only mean petty of me. Yes, Klein should be the one, not you. Roseanne shook her head with a depressed look. As for your first reply, Mr. Moretti. No, there were 4 previously, 5 even earlier. Unfortunately, Kenley chose to become a sleepless. Viola did not choose to extend her contract last month and joined the Coe Noel Machinery Company. She's a gifted girl when it comes to creation. She only lacked the opportunity and money. 5 years as a civilian staff allowed her to have enough savings. Having said this, Roseanne suddenly glanced at Klein and laughed with her mouth covered. I've thought of a good solution. Klein, get married as soon as possible. Then, accidentally expose the secret of Beyonders to her. This is considered a very minor leak, so there won't be any particularly heavy penalties. After all, who can lie to a person who shares the same bed with you over prolonged periods of time? You can introduce her to us when that happens, make her a civilian staff member. What a perfect plan. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Selena could not help but chuckle from the side. Roseanne was dashingly certain of her plan when she remembered Selena beside him. All right. She suddenly began pulling herself away. What is that expression now? Selena raised an eye while watching. Perhaps this lady has already been found, but unfortunately, she was yet to complete certain things before accompanying us. She said with disappointment. Her eyes that was looking lustrous before suddenly went melancholic. What? What does she mean by that? Selena's turn to express bewilderment came at the sight of this. Klein sighed. Miss Roseanne, you can also quickly find a husband. It should be even easier. I believe you have the adequate means to divulge the secret to him. Roseanne's eyes widened and her mouth turned agape when she heard him. How can I? Marriage is a very serious matter. I have to carefully pick and observe him over a period of time to ensure that he's all right. That is not what you said moment ago. Selena commented, feigning understanding for the receptionist's nature. After they engaged in a small talk, Klein turned to her and offered, shall we go? Selena nodded. Faint steps echoed in the confinement of the tunnel. At the interception, Selena instinctively took the path to the alchemy room when Klein stopped her. Ms. Roy, at this time, old Neil should be at the armory room. Oh, I'll just continue the documents I left off yesterday, she said while maintaining respect. Klein nodded briefly and did not insist as he began treading his own path. Chapter 80, Report. In the entertainment room. 2 Nighthawks were playing Texas House as the sun hits its peak hour. Selena noticed lunch just in time with her stomach as an indicator. She only had a few pastries for breakfast, yet for some reason they were never enough. After her meal with Roseanne, old Neil, and the rest of the staffs and officials, she took the chance to familiarize herself with the remaining Nighthawks. How are you feeling? A sudden voice of a lady spoke. Selena retracted her gaze to see the famous spirit medium of Enmat Harbor. Madame Daly Simone. The lady wore a purple-shaded dark gown, designed intricately. It was enough to view her as an actual spirit medium at first glance. I'm fine, it's just that reading all day took its toll on me, replied Selena wearily. Daly lowered her cup of coffee to the table. Have you considered changing your routine from time to time? Throughout her time as a secretary, her day would go as follows: wake up, drink coffee, fix herself, go to work, come home, sleep. It's repetitive, but for her it's stable. She wasn't the type to pursue excitement in place of steadiness and peace. It's what I used to. Selena answered inwardly. No, but I'll consider it from now on. Perhaps it would be better for my mind to direct it on other matters sometimes. She did not decline the advice. Her time with Daly Simone hadn't reached an hour. She was also the person who had reached out to her and invited her to the entertainment room just as she was about to return. However, even for such a period, Selena already saw what kind of woman the mysterious Madame Daly, the skilled spirit medium, really is. To put it simply, it both amazed and shocked her. If I had to explain, if ever being a spirit medium became mundane to me, I would come here and tease that balding man of a captain. If that wasn't enough, I could even throw him into a room if that would freshen my mind. Daly casually took a comfortable position. Selena was flabbergasted upon hearing that. She was unsure on how to respond. Regardless, she smiled, showed respect as she replied, yes. You said I'm mysterious before, right? Daly raised a question. She's correct, earlier when they encountered at the staff lounge. Selena got the chance to talk to her and what came to mind was Roseanne's description of the lady. I heard praises directing to you. Well, they're mostly from Roseanne. That mystique air suits you very much, her compliments were given. Selena did not intend on adding if they weren't true. You're not falling behind yourself, Daly returned as she stirred her steaming coffee. Do you know what they call you in our department when they heard the news of a woman who is using fireworks as both call and desperation? The star of Tingin's night show. A light chuckle escaped her lips. Wah, just how far did my actions go? Selena instinctively creased her brow in puzzlement. Daly finally brought her coffee back to her level. After doing so, she said, they did not get the corresponding confidentiality such as your identity. Because of that, they kept pressing me to reveal who it was. Why are they interested? Selena asked with curiosity. Well, imagine, you as just a sequence 9 being chased by 8 at least sequence 7 creatures. Then making out alive. That has to be an achievement on its own, don't you agree? Daly sipped her cup, savoring its bitter caffeine and nutty aroma. If you put it that way. Selena fell silent for a few seconds, before saying, Madame Daly, I've crossed that you are a true spirit medium. If that's true, how was it being a beyonder in this sequence? She can already picture how acting as a spirit medium would be. Being inside of a manor, hired to exorcise spiritual bodies as her hand holds a cross necklace and a Bible. Daly curled her mouth. Being a spirit medium. If I had to summarize, being able to constantly hear murmurs from the surroundings doesn't really help with anxiety. Are you anxious of it? Selena blurted out. I'm not saying I am, Daly retracted her coffee from her mouth. All I'm saying is that spirits are constantly trying to communicate with us. Such is the name, spirit medium. We are mediums for spirits to bridge into the physical world to a certain level. I see. Selena's curiosity grew. Her interest now was how a spirit medium acts in battle. As much as she wanted to probe, she knew that a beyonder's true strength lies in the mystery of their powers. For her, the unknown is much more terrifying than confronting what is known. So instead, Selena settled as she addressed, could you tell me some of the ways a spirit medium like yourself operates? I mean not the significant ones, but I would appreciate it if you could paint a picture of how capable spirit mediums are. Daly wasn't taken aback by this. She knew eventually, this lady would ask it. She smiled, if you insists. She placed her coffee back to the table. As you know, spirit mediums are adept at the spirits of the undead, and spirit world is around us. Other than being able to communicate with them, we can also have messengers. Spirit messengers. Selena internalized the term. Yes, spirit messengers allows their contractors to deliver letters. Perhaps once you advanced further, you'll be able to acquire one yourself. Although I have to point it out, it's very difficult if you're not of the corpse collector. Daly explained. I see. Wondering her own sequence pathway. Selena raised another inquiry. What do you think would be the next sequence of my pathway? Daly chuckled. What is your corresponding sequence name? I thought all of you knew. It's apothecary, answered Selena honestly. Daly thought for a moment, before saying, apothecary. Yes, the Harvest Church of the Earth Mother possessed the corresponding sequences of it. Do you have a clearance? Selena paused. She had recalled that in order to have a clearance, she would need to contribute even for a little. Realizing this, she suddenly stood up. Madam Daly, could you excuse me? I may have recalled something, she said, wearing a wry, polite smile. It's fine, take care, Daly waved as she watched Selena return the gesture and left. At the partition, she turned and arrived at the stairwell. Distant echoes of footsteps reverberated in the confined tunnel, eventually stopping before a door. Selena felt a cold air swept a touch at her skin. She raised an arm and knocked on the door. Thud. Thud. Come in. A middle-aged voice muffled from the wooden pane. Selena slowly turned the door and entered. Dunn was holding a cup of Fermo coffee while reading the Tingens Daily Post. Did Daily Simone send you? He guessed out of habit. If so, you can head out first. I'll follow once I tidied my desk. Selena shook her head gently. No, Captain, I came here to report a finding. A finding? Dunn slowly straightened his posture. What is it? He probed. Selena gathered her thoughts and said, Yesterday, I arrived home to see that a neighbor of mine was having dispute over his unpaid rent. When I examined him through a spirit vision, his figure seemed fine until I saw a large and deep laceration over his arm, indicated by a heavy dark spot. It reached from his wrist to the fibers of his forearm. I believe this man might have been attempting suicide in secret. Dunn fell silent. After a full seconds of contemplation, he raised a question. What is his name? Morroe Roundel. 17th unit of Daffodil Street. Selena dictated. I don't expect it to be a Beyonder-related event, but I merely wish for the officials to take notice of this and prevent any sort of decision that Mr. Roundel might regret. Dunn clearly understood what Selena meant, and with a nod he said, Rest assured, the Ottawa County Police will handle this, and if there were any findings of Beyonder-related activities, then we'll have to take immediate measures. You live at 16 Daffodil Street, am I right? Selena nodded briefly, yes. Then if possible, try to delve deeper into this matter as we cannot rule out the possibility of this being a Beyonder matter. Our officers could only go so far without any clearance. Yes, you can even consult our seer, Klein, if you ever found a dead end. In this case, you will have our support regardless of your findings. The laceration was her only evidence, and it wasn't even a reliable one without including extraordinary matters. So in a sense, it is now difficult for her to make progress. I see. So Mr. Moretti is a true seer. Compared to him, as an apothecary, I couldn't do any versatile ability such as divining the issue. Perhaps in later sequences, but for now it's impossible. Selena felt a hint of lament for her own sequence pathway. Yes, tomorrow I'll raise this matter quickly so as to not bother him too much. Drowned in thoughts, it didn't came to her that Dunn has been silent for a while. With her familiarity with the captain, she sighed, I'm glad for giving your attention into this case. That's all I came here for. Thank you, Captain. Just as she was about to turn, Dunn's voice spoke. Wait. Yes. Selena turned around with weary anticipation. Klein was attending a divination club at 13 House Street, Northborough. You can find him there as I saw him left earlier. He said contemplatively. After processing this, Selena replied with a smile, that relieving. I won't have to wait until tomorrow to continue. Thank you again, Captain. This time, she only took one step when Dunn's voice rang out again. Hold on. The Ottawa County Police will have immediate operation once I filed this finding. Would you like me to divulge them who made the report? Selena gave a heavy sigh silently before she shook her head. No, Captain. If it's possible, I would like to keep a low profile. Having a name and title given from other departments is already embarrassing. She added inwardly. Now, fearing that another voice would call out, Selena stood there, feigning anticipation. Are there more? She instinctively asked. Perhaps this captain of theirs still has something to add on. But when she looked back, she saw him took out a note and was already writing with a fountain pen. At this point in time, she realized something that even Dunn failed to consider. If even the police officers couldn't do a deeper investigation without initial report as a kickstart, what makes her, a staff and ongoing official, have corresponding access to investigate without proper clearance? Perhaps Captain wanted me to go undercover. Selena chose to settle with this instead of probing her captain. Doing so might challenge her captain in the test of memories. This time, she exited the room successfully. She tucked her cold hands in the pockets of her coat and headed upstairs. Taking Madame Daly's words in mind, Selena left the building and turned for the underground shooting club at 3 Zutland Street. She still had a few bullets that old Neil gave her. All were kept in her coat's separate compartment. It did not take long for her to expend them and afterwards took a trackless carriage. Since she figured that divinations require medium to work, as displayed by old Neil with an ICU. She delayed her visit to the divination club and instead decided to meet her combat instructor, Gawain. Chapter 81, Instructor. Under the brilliant chandeliers. In a picturesque lounge holding 3 sofas, sewn with intricacy. A coursing light bathes the hall and dazzles the onlookers as they behold a scene. There was a scent of drifting lavender. Audrey stood before an open window, gazing outside from the balcony as the servants tend the garden beds. With her coiled hair, she practiced examining the servants from a spectator's eye. Mr. Ronald's hand twitched as he pulled the shovel. His brows also arched unnoticeably. Under the scorching sun, as he pat his arm. It is clear that he's irritated and possibly hungry. She retracted her head. It didn't came to her that her dog, the golden retriever Susie, had been wagging its tail observing her. "You're also spectating me?" she asked as if already knowing the answer. The dog opened its mouth. From the gap between its vocals and tongue, the air reverberated. "You seem troubled by something." "Your hand had been caressing each other as you look outside," Susie responded, her head lifted over to her owner. "I'm talking to my dog who's also talking back." Audrey did not hesitate to deprecate herself as she opened up a gentle smile. "And now you're degrading yourself as you converse," Susie keenly added. Days ago, just as she was about to encourage Susie for a walk in an attempt to exercise her beyond her powers on the nearby residents, the dog mustered itself to produce human sounds to her surprise, all to decline her. Audrey lifted her spirit and lowered herself to the dog. "I'm all right. Being in spectator is intriguing, isn't it?" The dog looked at her enigmatically and wagged its tail thrice. "We get to observe their behaviors and deduce their mood. Mr. Hangman was truly right to refer to them as silencers if we're left unattended. Yesterday, I saw that Miss Shola, wife of Duke Ravine, had an affair just by noticing the shifting of her perfume to strong and her dress hurriedly fixed. Yes, she also initiated it, evident by her lips paler than when we first met on that day." Audrey's words were sweet until she hit a milestone. "Wow. I was not aware of how complex these aristocrats are until now." "I saw it as well." Susie rose in excitement. Audrey chuckled, set the hems of her dress aside to better accommodate herself to the floor. Her hand started caressing the dog. From the hall's heavy door appeared a gentleman who has loose skin, clad in a very formal attire consisting of a frock coat with matching high-waisted trousers and a waistcoat. He called her name gently, "Audrey." A few of Tinjin City's constables came here. After expressing their gratitude, they informed the issue surrounding the past postal town Milo had reached their agencies. "It's safe to say your suggestion of looking for areas that were unattended bore fruit." This pressured those pigs on coughing up explanations. Due to Audrey, certain towns that were far away from cities was immediately given attention by the Lone Kingdom. To her surprise, many had very few officials to protect them, some don't even have police departments, relying solely on their own. This made her thought that perhaps if this continues, many towns will become breeding grounds for evil organizations, risking many lives. Her suggestion and question that were relayed by her father challenged the system of their kingdom. It allowed for the masses to piece together how those in power operates. Unsurprisingly, these enlightened them to the cause of increasing poverty within their kingdom. They needed to clear these to calm down the people. Coincidentally, this made them notice the town of Milo that was apparently sieged by cults. "I assume they saw this as an scapegoat to achieve a level of control," Earl Hall explained. Earl Hall is Audrey's father. One of the top bankers in the country, as he is the largest shareholder in many banks in the Lone Kingdom, as well as in the Intis Republic. With his connections, it allowed his words to reach certain trustworthy members of the cabinets. Earl Hall smiled at his daughter. "Perhaps the news you received as headlines were their actions trying to regulate this issue." Audrey creased her brow, asked her father softly, "They won't stop at Milo, right?" "Only after it was mentioned did they begin taking actions, the towns that were devoid of our police forces." "What is the meaning of all of this?" Seeing his daughter develop a sense of principle, Earl Hall quietly commended himself as he said, "Let's not concern ourselves heavily over political matters. Annie is at the dressing room, waiting for you. Shall we head there?" Audrey and her father were invited to a ball for celebration of the development of a company, producing industrial machineries. Audrey exhaled, "All right. Let's go, Susie." The golden retriever followed closely as both Audrey and Earl Hall left the room, casted with the sun's glow. At 2 in the afternoon, outside of a simple 2-storied building that was in disrepair at the outskirts of the North Borough, Selena, who had deducted a pence from her fare, looked at the weed-filled garden and the vines that had crept up the walls. She turned her head in surprise. Is this where my combat instructor lives? We're not in the wrong residence. Right. She subconsciously reviewed what Dunn Smith told her. Before she arrived here, Selena was at a loss as Dunn had clearly forgotten to tell her where her combat instructor lives. In the end, Leonard became her guide. To her side, the young gentleman who had a poet's temperament snickered and said, "Don't underestimate Mr. Gawain because of his residence's surroundings." Although he was never conferred an aristocratic title, he was a true knight back in the day. Having said that, the poetic Nighthawk, who was dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and buttonless leather boots suddenly felt melancholic. He was active during the waning era of the knights. The warriors donning their armors would storm through enemy ranks despite the gunfire and cannon fire, destroying their enemies and redefining the battle lines. But alas, they were quickly met with the invention of the high-pressure steam guns and six-barrel machine guns. From then on, the knights had to gradually step down. Mr. Gawain met the same fate. More than 20 years ago, the All Knights Order of Chivalry faced the most advanced weaponry of the Intis Republic army. While listening, a thought stirred in Selena. A knight who had fallen due to the advance of technology. It's familiar, perhaps I've read a few literatures about it. Is that why Mr. Gawain had chose to seclude himself in this apartment? Not seclude, Leonard gently retorted, more of retirement that he did not wish. He still held dignity and pride over his chivalry. Sigh, every time I recall this, it seems like I'm touching the dust heaps of history. The poet in me stirs when thinking of this irreversible and fated destiny, but alas, I do not know how to compose the poem. Selena took note of this and decided to suggest, perhaps do so with intimacy and emotion. While composing of poems requires a certain degree of talent, there are certain cases that allows a professional composer to better visualize and describe a heartfelt poem. After all, emotions connects more to the audience. You can take inspiration from the classical poem anthology of Lone Kingdom or the Poems of the Century, a compendium of famous composers of poems in this Iron Age. She added. Leonard's mood changed on a whim. He replied with a light-hearted tone, I purchased those books a long time ago, as well as other titles, such as the selected poems of Emperor Roselle. I will work hard to become a true midnight poet, Miss Apothecary. Selena's demeanor shifted. Is he hinting at the acting method? While seeing the lady gave no additional words, Leonard offered a hand forward. All right then, let's enter. He watched Selena nod and pushed open the half-closed metallic gates. The two of them followed the path towards the house. They were still a distance away from the house when she saw a tall man walking out from behind the main door. He had short blonde hair, his brows already laced with white hairs. His facial features looked like they had been ravaged through age, his wrinkles were etched deep across his face. What are you doing here? The aged man asked in a deep voice. Mr. Gawain, as per your contract with the police department, this probationary inspector will be learning the art of combat under your guidance, Leonard explained with a smile. Having heard this, Selena creased her brow and tugged at Leonard's wrist collar. She whispered, enough for only him to notice, probationary inspector. Leonard was taken aback by this. He leaned closer and replied, did Captain not told you that? He forgot to assign you. Yes. Selena nodded. Seeing this, he chuckled and said, well, now you're assigned. Good day to you, Ms. Inspector. As she expressed puzzlement, Leonard quickly retracted his attention so as to not raise suspicion. He heard the men on the porch say, combat. There's no need to study combat in this era. Gawain looked at Selena with turbid eyes and said in a dead voice, you should learn how to draw your gun and shoot. You should master the most advanced weaponry. Amid her confusion, Selena failed to listen as thoughts whirred in her mind. Are department members allowed to assign their fellow members? No, I guess I will be assigned to it eventually, after Captain remembers. The art of combat is still a skill a policeman has to master. Most of the criminals we face are not those who must be executed on the spot. Some might not even have weapons. In that case, we have to rely on combat techniques, Leonard said, obviously prepared for the situation. With a dark expression, Gawain sized up Selena and fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Throw a kick, he said gravely. He was speaking to Selena. Selena snapped from her reverie and reviewed what the man asked. He said to kick. While in the midst of her processing, she recalled the actions being done in movies. With this, she pushed her lower coat aside, revealing her trousers. Tilting to the side slightly and twisting her hips, Selena tightened her thigh muscles and kicked forward with her right foot. It was too high. She quickly staggered back for balance. Gawain's lips twitched indiscernibly. He thought for a moment and said, punch. After she recovered, Selena raised her right shoulder, bent her arm like they would in wrestling matches and threw it to the air. Her face began to steam like a tomato. She refused to lift her head to face them. Cough. Gawain covered his mouth and cleared his throat. He looked at Leonard and said, I will honor my contract. But based on her foundation, she needs to come here 4 times a week, 3 hours each time, for the first month. You're the combat expert. It's up to you. Leonard nodded without hesitation. He smiled and said to Selena, see you tomorrow. After Leonard walked out the metallic gates, Selena asked out of curiosity, Instructor, how should I begin practicing? Starting with strength. Though I prefer not to engage with it. As a movie critique for herself, although she was fascinated by builds, it did not came to her to have them as well. It is just not aligned with her preference. Gawain stood akimbo as he shook his head lethargically. Since you're a woman, I will be instructing you accordingly. Here's what you're going to do. Go to my backyard and warm up before doing 15 different stretches, 3 each for torso, legs, hips, arms and back. After that, 1 kilometer run or 30 lap around my resident. Do that 3 times. Then a drill will be prepared for you. There will be sparring for your speed and agility. Let us take them one at a time. While Selena was in a daze, Gawain suddenly raised his voice and said sternly, Understood. Understood. Selena subconsciously straightened her body in response. I don't have any set of knight's training clothes fit for a woman. So you'll have to buy one for yourself. For now make do with your current attire, Gawain suddenly sighed. He turned around and walked back to his door. Chapter 82, Sick Client. Divination Club. Bogda looked at the beautiful lady in charge of receiving guests and said, I'd like to have a divination. Angelica smiled politely and said, Do you have a preferred fortune teller? Or would you like to flip through our introduction guide and choose the one that's most suitable for you? Bogda pressed the right side of his abdomen and gasped silently for breath while saying, I wish to have Mr. Klein Moretti divine for me. But Mr. Moretti is not here today, Angelica answered with uncertainty. Bogda fell silent for a moment as he paced a few steps and asked, When will Mr. Moretti be available? No one knows. He has his own matters to deal with. From what I've seen, he usually comes here on Monday afternoons, Angelica said as she pondered over the matter. All right. Bogda's face darkened as he turned around, planning to leave. Sir, you can choose other fortune tellers as well. For example, you can choose Mr. Hans Vincent, who is famous in Tingen City. Angelica tried her best to prevent the loss of business. Bogda stopped in his tracks and considered it for a moment before saying, No, I only trust Mr. Moretti. Well, can I wait here for a moment? Perhaps he might come after he's done with his matters. No problem, Angelica said with a warm smile. Bogda went to the sofa and sat down. Sometimes he stroked his cane, at other times he looked out the window, clearly looking rather impatient. Seconds turned to minutes. Just as Bogda's mind was in a mess, unsure if he should continue waiting or leave, he heard the beautiful lady exclaim in pleasant surprise, Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Klein saw the familiar Angelica and was just about to ask why it was always her. Did she not need to rest or take any days off? However, he immediately took into consideration that he was a seer, so it was not appropriate for him to ask such questions. Instead, he had to use the tone of a charlatan and say something like, How marvelous it is for fate to compel us to meet once again, Madam Angelica. Would this sound like I'm hitting on her? Klein's mind whirled as he finally replied with a smile, Good afternoon, Madam Angelica. A customer wishes to hire you for a divination. Angelica pointed to Bogda, who had hurriedly stood up from the sofa. Someone actually requested for me. Klein took off his half-top hat in pleasant surprise, pinching his glabella twice while doing so. Good afternoon, sir. He looked over when his voice suddenly came to a pause. In his spirit vision, he saw the requester's liver looking dim. It was nearly black in color. It was making the rest of his body unbalanced as his aura was thin in various places. Klein deliberated over his words and he said in a serious expression, Sir, you should see a doctor and not seek a divination. Bogda stood stunned on the spot as he immediately gave a pleasant look of surprise while muttering, How fascinating. Anna wasn't lying to me. He hurriedly looked up at Klein in earnest. Mr. Moretti, I've already seen a doctor and might have to undergo surgery. However, I'm frightened about the surgery. I would like to divine the outcome. The surgery of this era is really fraught with danger. Although Emperor Roselle had given the impetus, this era still lacks most of the necessary technology. Klein didn't reject his request and nodded slightly. My divination fee is 8 pence. Is that fine? 8 pence? Bogda exclaimed in surprise. You're only charging 8 pence. According to Anna's description, and the performance Mr. Moretti had just shown me, I'm willing to pay at least £1. Haven't you heard of small margins with large volume? Klein was embarrassed for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds, he calmly smiled and replied, It is enough just being blessed with the ability to receive revelations from the divine and catch a glimpse of fate. Therefore, we must maintain our humility and suppress our greed. Only by doing so, can we continue being bestowed with our gifts. You are a true seer. Bogda held his chest and bowed, his tone filled with sincerity. Upon receiving Bogda's praise and trust, Klein's spirituality seemed to relax. As for the description of his principles, it also gave him some new insight. Mississippi Angelica, is Topaz available? He turned to the beautiful lady beside him. Angelica heaved a sigh of relief for Bogda as she smiled sweetly. Yes. After entering the divination room, Klein instructed Bogda to lock the door. Then, he sat behind the table and pinched his forehead. Shall we use tarot cards for the divination? He inquired with a smile. Spirit dowsing was only suitable to determine matters related to him. As for drawing an astrolabe, it was too time-consuming. I'll leave it up to you. Bogda had no objections. Therefore, Klein helped him shuffle and cut the deck before laying them out in an intis formation. Thanks to his uniqueness as a seer, Klein did not flip the other cards. Instead, he directly flipped the card that indicated the final result. A reversed wheel of fortune. Things will develop badly, he said solemnly as he shot a glance. The color in Bogda's face drained instantly and his lips trembled. Is it hopeless? As Klein tried his best to think of a solution, he said, let me try a different divination method. Please leave your ring behind. Next, write your date of birth on this piece of paper. Then, please wait outside quietly. Influenced by his gentle and comforting tone, Bogda calmed down and followed the instructions by writing down the information and leaving his ring behind. As he watched Bogda leave, Klein wrote a sentence on the piece of paper. Outcome of Bogda Jones's surgery. He picked up the ring and paper slip and leaned back into his seat before using a dream divination technique. In a blurry and distorted world, he gradually found himself, only to see the gentleman collapse with an ashen expression. He was covered in white cloth as he was pushed out of the quaking operating room. This time, Klein didn't encounter anything strange. He no longer felt the sense of being watched, so he quickly woke up. He knitted his brows tightly as he considered how he was going to inform Bogda about the outcome. The surgery may very well lead to death. I can try the restorative ritualistic magic I learned today, but that would expose the matter of beyonders. Besides, I have to apply for Captain's approval first. Yeah, and I might not be able to treat such a severe disease. Klein was racking his brains when he suddenly thought of something. Mr. Glassy's lung disease was treated by an apothecary. He said that the medicine was extremely miraculous. What was it? Right, Lawson Darkwade, 18 Vlad Street in East Borough. Lawson's folk herb store. As he tried his best to memorize the address back then, Klein quickly remembered the details. However, the moment he used spirit dowsing to quickly determine if it was a good or bad idea, Klein saw a different scene. From there, he saw the store, that no longer had the owner, Mr. Darkwade as he thought. He was replaced by a handsome man, unfamiliar to him. Then the next was the result of Bogda's consultation. It ended his suffering very early. Klein woke up. He was clearly perplexed by this revelation. His mind whirred with apprehensions. Who is that man behind the counter? Did Lawson left? He fell into another issue. In the past, he had divined this person after hearing Mr. Glassy speak of him. His image of him is still strong, so it was certain that whoever the man he saw is not Lawson Darkwade. And because of Ms. Roy, he suspects that this person is also an apothecary. Ms. Roy. Klein exclaimed at the realization. She was his department's beyonder of the apothecary pathway. Ms. Roy may not exhibit it clearly before, but because of the Holy Cathedral's Archbishop Christet Sesamir, they discovered that she's a beyonder. He rapped the corners of the table and quickly made a decision. After using spirit dowsing again, Klein finally walked out the door. When he saw Bogda stand up in a fluster, he returned his ring to him and said warmly with a smile, I found hope for you. Really? Bogda asked, pleasantly surprised. Klein did not reply him as he continued talking. Your hope lies in Blackthorn Security Company, at 36 Zutland Street tomorrow. It's related to the term Roy. Commission them and say, I wish to seek help for my condition. They will gladly help. Good. Good. Bogda nodded as he repeated himself. He excitedly fished out his wallet and produced 5 pence and 3 pennies. He had done according to what Klein had said, without using tips to corrupt a true seer. The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he received the money, but he smiled brilliantly. I hope for your recovery. After Bogda left, he handed over the commission like the previous time and also gave Angelica tips, pretending as though he had collected a soli. Klein returned to his seat at the meeting room. Ready for this month's lecture of a famous fortune-teller the club had invited. As he enjoys his side black tea, a few thoughts surfaced in his mind. Speaking of Ms. Roy. I have already hinted Captain about her. His suggestion to quickly finish her studies and stay as much as possible in the company must be one of his measures to protect her and everyone else. I will have to confirm if this destiny shifted, muttered Klein indiscernibly. And so, it became how astronomers now refer as the silver star as it was the major star in the constellation of the goddess. Glassy noticed Klein's behavior for the side, snickered in and said, "Are you all right, Mr. Moretti? Feeling discomfort or anything? I tell you, listening to these lectures have greatly improved my ability to divine." Klein recovered from his thoughts and looked back at Glassy with a smile. "Lectures give us general knowledge over these matters. What you're experiencing is the fruit. Perhaps one day you'll be just as a true seer as you're viewing me." 36 Zutland Street. Morning. Selena, in her formal outfit, arrived at the civilian staff room. Her lethargy can be seen from the lackluster of her face. Seated beside her was Sikatron, who returned after finishing her patrol over the western Indus district. Now resumed her draft for the next newspaper promotions. Amid her effort, she noticed Selena, gazing blankly as she held a few pieces of paper, pertaining the documents old Neil had given onto her palm. "You seem tired, Ms. Roy. Did you get good sleep?" asked Sika with concern as she withdrew her drafts. Selena's mood transitioned. She replied with light-hearted tone, "I'm fine. It's just that those 3 repetitive 30 laps, 3 15 stretches, 30-minute sparring felt very lightweight. It's dreadful that there were no rankings to tell apart the time it took me to finish them." While in the midst of her sarcasm and self-deprecation, she shook her head gently and returned to her documents with an empty mind. She was careful not to make the pain feel noticeable. "I just hope the remaining reagents that I got from Mr. Lawson is able to quickly heal my sores, or else I might have to take a day's rest." "Well, your face says it otherwise. You're very beautiful, Ms. Roy, even I had to commend. Please take good care of yourself or I won't have anyone else to share my novel ideas with," said Sika casually. Selena's face softened. "I will. Anyway, here's the continuation. Tomorrow will be another batch of newspapers that will be mass-produced by the printing agencies in Tingen City's industrial manufacturers. I plan to submit my work for a possible promotion in the articles." Selena received a few notes from Sikatron. Her hand staggered just a bit but she was able to cover it by adjusting. Moments later. Roseanne, with his curled brown hair, pulled the door open to the staff room from the outside and told everyone, "There's a commission." Chapter 83, Miss Apothecary. Zutland Street, Indus region. Bogda came early and walked from one end of the street to the other, repeating it 3 times until his liver started to ache. His hand reached for it to relieve the pain, even for a bit. The sun was still rising from the horizon. The air was accompanied by the distant chimes of faraway cathedrals. Finally, he reached the foretold street number. "There lies a building," a sign was pasted on the wall, etched with in clear formal writing, "Blackthorn Security Company." A commissioning company. Bogda muttered to himself. After he went in, he saw the receptionist with curled brown hair, leisurely reading behind a desk. He looked at this receptionist and said, "Excuse me. I saw that this is a commissioning company. I would like to hire." The newspaper-covered Roseanne slowly peeked at the man, wearing a top hat. "Right. Yes." She stood up, placed the Tingen Morning Post aside on the counter and asked, "What service will our department be of help?" Seeing the attendant with polite smile, Bogda recalled what the seer from yesterday had told him. I wish to seek help for my condition," Bogda stuttered. He failed to see how a commissioning company would help in his sickness. Regardless, he chose to believe in this fortune-teller. Roseanne fell silent for 3 seconds before saying, "I'm sorry but we're not doctors. Neither is this department a hospital." Bogda's face darkened. "But I can give you a few examples of services we can offer. One is to find your lost items, track your lost pets, document a few things for you and more." Roseanne tried her best to be presentable. However, Bogda's expression only turned grim. His thoughts were spiraling with apprehension. "All right," he said with heavy heart as he turned around. As she watched the man leave, Roseanne felt the lost a little. "Our agency doesn't have a doctor. If we have, then I might suggest for them to consider your request." She ruminated over the matter, slightly puzzled. A doctor. Suddenly, Roseanne recalled Dunn's exchange with old Neil last week. She abruptly stood up and lightened. "I'll wait." "Please wait." Bogda stopped just a few inches from the door. He turned around to see the receptionist quickly stood up. "If I may ask." "Any doctor would suffice, right?" Roseanne asked. At one point, Dunn Smith had mentioned about Selena Roy, their most recent staff and newly appointed official, during one of his conversations with old Neil, as someone who frequents a herb shop, not as a customer but as an apprentice. Maybe this lady may be of help. Yes. Any doctor would do as long as they're from this company. Bogda raised his spirits. He touched his abdomen, gesturing for his condition. Apart from his mood, he suddenly reckoned as to why a commissioning company had a doctor in their agencies. Roseanne smiled politely and offered a seat toward the lounge. "Could you wait over there?" Let me be sure she's available, she said, appearing calm and amiable for the client. Before she could leave for the entertainment room, Bogda raised his voice and called, "Is the lady a doctor?" Roseanne fell silent. She lifted her right index finger to her lips and thought for a bit before she replied, "Ms. Roy is not entirely a doctor. However, I can guarantee that she may be of help in whatever condition you have." This wasn't assuring for Bogda. "Well, if you'll excuse me," Roseanne briefly bowed and left the reception area. At the entertainment room, Roseanne pushed the door open. She saw Leonard seated with his foot over the table, reading an article of Ottawa County Daily, while not far from him is Sikatron conversing with their newest member Selena. She swept her gaze for a moment, then raised her voice, "There's a commission." Leonard lowered his newspaper and saw Roseanne standing at the door. He smiled gently and asked, "What will it be this time?" Selena and Sikatron both turned their heads as the receptionist replies, "It is quite different this time. The mister came here to ask if there are anybody who could help with his condition." Leonard straightened his posture. "Condition, you say?" Had he seen our signage at the entrance? "This is a commissioning company." Roseanne nodded but retorted as she shook her head, perhaps he had seen our signage but still intended to enter. At this moment, Leonard shot a glance at Sikatron. He saw her arched her brow and proceeds to ask a follow-up question, intended. This matter could possibly lead to two things: either he's desperate for his condition that he thought any official agencies could help him find a skilled doctor, or that he had discovered the mysteries of Beyonders. "Tell him to leave," Leonard said kindly. Appearing warm for the receptionist they had been acquainted with for a long time. "What condition?" Selena's voice spoke. Roseanne pictured the man's palm pressed tightly over his abdomen. She replied, "It seems it had something to do with his abdomen. Perhaps it's something similar to what old Neil experienced few years ago, grimacing while complaining of the pain, making fun of his waning age." "Ah, right. Ms. Roy, you're an apprentice of a herb store owner before, right?" Selena smiled wearily. She answered, "At one point. Yes, I became his apprentice." Sigh. "I would not be surprised if you guys knew that a cat visits me every night." A faint breath escaped her lips. "That's great. Mister, actually I forgot to ask his name. Anyway, the client said he came for this department in particular." "Anyone is fine as long as they're available for commissions and have medical field experience," said Roseanne with delight. Leonard set his newspaper aside. "I know our funds are empty. However, with Klein's commission that he and I finished recently, it should have helped us in a while, right?" At this moment, Roseanne puckered her lips to the corner. "Yes, it should. But with the operation about the suited clown yesterday, the medical fees teared a hole in our safe." "Medical fees?" Selena was just about to leave the sofa and head to the reception area when confusion struck her. "Yes. Although old Neil's ritualistic magic greatly helped with our team's health, as he had described, ritualistic magic is not entirely powerful. So expenses such as their medical attention are still needed to be considered," said Roseanne ruefully. "I see. Reaching out for the Beyonders of the church with abilities to heal is also quite inconvenient considering the time it took for them to arrive. Even if they are, it's a waste of resources since the causalities are only mild. It's a relief it ended that way." Selena ruminated on Roseanne's answer and returned with a smile, "Thank you for explaining." Sikatron placed her pen down and walked over to Roseanne. She said calmly, "Let's go see him. Clearly, this commission is for Ms. Roy to take." Selena followed suit. The trio left the lounge as they turned from the partition. On the sofa where the sun streams from the oriel windows on the corner, a young man with short hair, a sallow face and brilliant red eyes that when seen replaced with a dim glow occupies the side of the tea table. Roseanne was the first to approach him and said amiably as she presented her hand to Selena, "This is our newly appointed member, Selena Roy. Before joining our department, Ms. Roy had a few experiences, one of them is being an apprentice." Bogda's heart turned wary. However, in an attempt to soothe, he brushed his arm with the palm of his right hand. "Please feel free to be treated first and consider the payment before, which depends on the outcome." "All right," said Bogda with mixed emotions. He swept his gaze from the two. Sikatron on her right and Roseanne. He was perplexed upon noticing this third person. Regardless, he turned his eyes to the receptionist's left side. Both had a silver white hair, yet this lady managed to tug a string in him. She was beautiful became an obvious comment for him, yet his lips failed to produce them. This feeling was sincere, yet he felt mundane of it and could easily shook her appearance off as just another lady from day to day. Because of this, he looked at Selena as he would have in any lady he didn't took interest in and said, "Could you take a look at me?" Selena gave a soft smile. "Yes, if you can give me a few minutes." "All right," Bogda tensely replied. As she walked towards the seat next to him, Selena lifted her right hand as though contemplating and secretly tapped it twice. Beneath her calm tone, internally she was conflicted on her first time actually tending a patient. "Okay. How do I do this?" I have been given lectures about human illness and conditions from Mr. Darkwade. I have also diligently read books about herbs and have studied how herbs interact to cure illnesses. Treating a patient shouldn't be hard. Selena took a deep breath and took Bogda's arm, straining for any anomalies in his pulse when in fact she was examining his ether body. The scene took a mysterious turn as several series of colors blends to form humanoid figures. As she took in this corporeal world that seemed to reach the illusory fog above, Selena laid her eyes toward Bogda. He's tensed. Selena muttered. She saw his hands acting on impulse ever so slightly. What's your name, kind sir? She said as she gave gentle taps on Bogda's arm. Bogda stopped his right hand. He looked at Selena with obvious apprehension before saying, my name. It's Bogda Jones. All right, Mr. Jones, could you shift your full body to me? Selena requested as she found it difficult to discern the man's body just from seeing his side. Bogda did not stand on ceremony. He nodded and raised his knee to sofa before circling his waist. Selena saw various colors of Bogda's body including the redness of his limbs. However, unlike this, the parts that makes up his regulatory system appears dark green, while in particular his abdomen was reaching a critical color. He's having a liver failure, she acutely noticed. Her hand stopped from pressing for his veins. Selena carefully retracted them and said warmly, Sir Jones, have you experienced vomiting of blood, difficulty in thinking, and is prone to bruises or bleeding? Bogda widened his eyes. He stuttered, how did you know what I've been through this past weeks? Your heart rate is unusually fast. You're nervous, but it gave me hints of your condition. Selena tried her best to explain in a conventional manner. After this, she stood up and said, could you wait for me here? I have something in mind that may help you. Bogda was in disbelief that he could only watch the silver-haired lady leave the lounge. For exactly 5 minutes, he waited on the sofa with rising hope for a cure of his illness. Moments later, he saw the same silver-haired lady walked in. Roseanne, who was behind the desk, saw Selena and immediately went to tend the client in her presence. Sikatron left a while ago after confirming a suspicion of her and Leonard. When Selena returned, she was holding a small bag containing the herbs she took from the alchemy room. Thankfully these were available. Hopefully Mr. Old Neil wouldn't mind a few ritual materials being taken. Especially since sanctuary roots have rejuvenating effect. Here you go. To administer it, add sufficient water and boil it into medicine. After boiling it, add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood, then drink it down immediately. This bag of herbs can be cooked thrice. You will be fine after 3 times. It sounds extremely shady. Bogda gulped down his saliva and said, that's it. Selena nodded. Oh, and for commissioning fee, please return. Since I would still need to confirm your condition afterwards in case of things, she curled her lips gently. Of course this is to be certain that what she did is right. Feeling the guilt of worsening his condition is not a very favorable outcome. Bogda received this paper bag, sighed, then turned to Selena and replied, thank you very much. Chapter 84, Neighbors About. In the basement. Selena walked a linear path until she stumbled upon Dunn Smith, in his dark windbreaker, making his way to the stairwell. She took on a courteous smile and greeted, good afternoon, Captain. Good day to you as well, Dunn replied, nodded as he tucked his hands in his coat. After a bit of pleasantry, he suddenly raised a matter. The Owa police had visited Moroi Roundel yesterday. I assume you have seen them. Yesterday, after coming home from her merciful training, Selena had come across a few blue-capped officers standing by the porch of her neighbor, Mr. Moroi Roundel. The 3 officers were invited inside and only after she finished her routine did the 3 of them left. There were no disputes and Moroi did not walk out of the house. Selena assumed everything was all right and felt embarrassed to say that she herself was being nosy of others. She shook it off and ended the day by testing her painkiller and quick visit of the dream world. Returning back, Selena affirmed it by saying, yes. 3 blue-capped officers went ahead for inspection. At first, without prior notice. The 3 officers only intends to proceed with an examination, Dunn calmly clarified. Their task was simple. Check if he was indeed lacerating himself or not. Selena nodded, her intention was genuine. Providing help doesn't come with expected returns. Her goals were all required to be held in the mysterious dream world as she could just task her believers with ease. At this moment, what she could do now is to just practice and become knowledgeable of the beyonder world. Digest her potion and achieve a stable mind to prepare for her departure once Mr. Fool have recovered. Any subsequent events were only fillers. She can choose to advance, but that would invite risks, and staying in the Nighthawks is much safer while letting her other identity do the heavy lifting. In silence of her recounts, Dunn added, they discovered his left arm was laden with cuts. With this, officers confined him into rehabilitation inside of his house. They would frequent his condition to ensure his safety. Selena smiled, I'm glad to hear that. But, did they find any reasons as to why he's attempting such a thing? Dunn shook his head gently, his reasons were ambiguous. However, he insisted on being confined in his residence in exchange that he would cooperate. Furthermore, Moroi's identity is quite interesting. Interesting. Selena almost tilted her head. Dunn lowered his gaze, seemingly at a thought that lasted for a few seconds. He lifted his head then said, "Follow me to my office." The door swung open. Dunn was the first to enter and directly turned for his table. After entering as well, Selena closed the entrance and proceeded to face the captain. "Oh, I forgot," Dunn suddenly blurted out. He pointed his right index finger toward the dangling rope, just on the corner and said, "This is a rope that connects to the upper floor. It is present in every room here in the basement. If you require assistance, simply turn the bell for a chime and help will arrive." Signaling bell. "Okay," Selena nodded. From the drawers of his desk, Dunn produced 2 lengthy papers. "These seems to be documents." "Here." Selena received these 2 papers and quickly saw a sketched portrait of a man, followed by a series of descriptions. The man had dark hair, paled face and a solemn expression. It was hard to distinct the features, but Selena slowly recognized the gentleman. It was Moroi Roundel, her neighbor. As she skimmed the documents, Dunn began explaining, his details tells that he was a former tycoon and part of the Naturalist Communist Party and vote for the preservation of natural and human resources. He was also a part of a company known as C. Lagna, one of the importing company responsible for the shipment of goods across the North and South continent. This 2 years ago. Not much is known about this former tycoon, all they have is that he was relocated here in Tingen, 3 years ago. Dunn straightened his posture before saying, "Sir Moroi Roundel is a normal individual, cut off from his former connections after the controversy the company faced." "What was the controversy?" Selena raised a question. "Because it is owned by the King of Loan and part of the royal property that oversee the national resources. The details have been strictly confidential, unfortunately even I have no clearance for it," Dunn explained. As a way to lighten the mood, Dunn chuckled, "And I won't even tell you if I had indeed access to it." Selena fell silent and returned the documents. All of the significant details have already been divulged by her captain. The remaining ones were only just how this gentleman brush his teeth before eating and what time he takes being in the restroom. "He ended up in Tingen in a state where he struggles to even pay rent," she asked vividly. After storing the documents, Dunn lifted his gaze. "That's just how things operates. At one point you're aloft and the next begins as a beggar." Selena thought for a while before saying, "Do you think the controversy may have a link to the Grain Act repeal? It was the cause of riots involving imports after all." "Maybe. However, Ms. Roy, it is best to not dig deeper into this matter. The archbishops have the corresponding intel, so let them handle it." Dunn tucked his hands into the pockets of his windbreaker. "For Moroi's case, you can rest assured that the city's rehabilitation staff would frequent his residence. Expect a daily visit of uniformed personnel walking past your porch or perhaps occasional arguments seeing as how this gentleman acted during the inspection." Selena imagined a situation where her neighbor was constantly criticizing the officers, demanding an explanation for the sudden visit. "I wonder how the officers handled it," she muttered inwardly before nodding. "Very well. Captain, please excuse me." Dunn returned the same gesture. This time again, Selena did not immediately turn the handle and strained for any follow-ups that her captain might give. However, seeing as he prepares to leave as well, she abandons this intuition and left. The heavy door opened from a corner office. From the cold air pressing down from the stone-walled corridors, Selena saw old Neil glued to the notes laid on his desk. "Mr. Old Neil," she softly called. "Done having lunch?" Old Neil turned to see the silver-haired lady, whose hair was tied once again to a braided bun. Selena nodded from outside the entrance. "I'm here to continue my daily mysticism study," she said simply. As she walked over, she noticed the read papers from the desk. The texts were not in any form of language that are present in this world. The strokes were rather rigid, yet it was able to picture a single word akin to hieroglyphs. "You can find my archives over there. Read the Incantation Oracle Road, and prepare the necessary items on the table." Old Neil lifted his head to face Selena, only for it to return back. "Very well," is the natural response Selena would have taken if not for her body, currently frozen in place. Right on the desk, centered by the iron grid lamp, 4 stacked books with varied colors and a small vase lies the notes that Mr. Fool had been tasked them to collect. Emperor Roselle's diaries. This. Selena failed to form a simple word for a reply. Old Neil had only noticed this when he casted his gaze toward her once more. He chuckled before giving an answer. "You seem very intrigued by Emperor Roselle's mysterious notes. Was this actually the first time you have seen 1 inch?" In a fleeting voice, Selena replied, "No." She wasn't talking of the diary, but the language written. As opposed to her secretary days. Her hobby of doing personal research for self-pleasure had often led her to languages foreign to her. This is without a doubt, awfully written in Mandarin Chinese. Emperor Roselle Gustav, was from Eastern Asia. Selena subconsciously thought. Although it is a foreign language, as just your ordinary bookworm before completing her examination. It is common for her to encounter Mandarin words, often in books published from the corresponding region using them. These books were translated, yet their publication are always printed with their language of origin. Selena could barely decipher them. She wasn't skilled but can confirm herself to be able to read only the numbers and dates. 18th of November. 1184, January 1st all the way to 4th. 9th of September and finally 23rd and 24th of that current month. Selena deciphered with difficulty. At this moment, she felt her connection with the only transmigrator she have known is slowly waning. She have never felt so regretful to not consider studying languages. Old Neil became concerned of the tone of his pupil's voice. He gave up the diary notes and faced Selena. "Are you all right?" he asked. Having said this, he began tidying the notes gathered from the table. While in the process he sighed, "Did this brought up horrible memories, Ms. Roy?" His voice was directed to Selena's past. Although he was eluded by the mystery of it, Roselle's notes have an unbelievable rate of fanatics that had led it to fall onto the hands of beyonders. It was almost impossible to say that you have acquired a page without being a beyonder. As the lady who had intentionally or perhaps the opposite of it become a beyonder herself. Seeing one may have been one of the variables of the cause. The silent Selena snapped from her senses the moment old Neil took a paper. She immediately processed his words and quickly replied, "No. Mr. Old Neil, I was just. It's fine. You can take a look at them once you've settled, for now let me set them aside before we continue." Selena fell silent. She watched as the papers with hieroglyph-like words slowly being stored in a drawer. "All right, let's begin." Old Neil clasped his hand with heightened spirit. Hearing this, Selena looked up to old Neil with lost. She abruptly shook it off and forced a smile. "Okay." Buildings and pedestrians swept past the periphery of the trackless carriage. Selena blankly gazed at these scenery. She would hear fleeting voices, accompanied by vocal tremors coming from the street paupers, busking to toil their days for tomorrow. Today was Monday. Selena had left early as soon as she finished her daily mysticism lecture from old Neil. The bullets she had restocked were safely kept in her coat's inner compartment. Their numbers didn't deplete as she decided to skip for a day. Since she was often preoccupied with certain things, it barely came to her how she needs a pocket watch of her own. So instead, she opted to just watch how the sun sets from the horizons to tell the day. Each time I recall it, it would be in a time where it's inconvenient to do it. Selena mocked her poor memorial when it comes to trivial matters. Having said that, she sighed. Back then, I would often forget the names of the people I frequently came into contact with. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to be as strong as it is at the moment. Soon, as the passing vendors fades into view, the trackless carriage halted just across one of the terraced houses. 16 Daffodil Street. With a deduction from her wallet, Selena deliberately looked side to side and proceeded to cross with caution. Before entering, she casted her gaze toward her neighbor's residence. It was opposite of where the Heath family live. The sun was still alit and yet the curtains from the oriel windows have already drawn. Heaps of dust settles at the window's rails and glass panes while the occupant doesn't seem to exist. She sighed, decided to forget the matter. After a quick shower to freshen up, Selena took a left turn from the upper floor and slumped onto her bed. She waited for a while until suddenly a crimson light appeared before her. It engulfed the entire room, consuming Selena in the process. Chapter 85, Fallen Creator. The aqueous light that illuminated the whole room recedes. Before her was the boundless fog, churning and twisting, appearing ancient and lofty. Selena turned to see the mysterious man, still heavily concealed by this hollowing mist. With the habit of mannerism, she performed a courteous bow. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," just as Audrey lifted the hems of her skirt and proceeded with a greeting as well. Augmented with a blurry effect, the lady smiled. "It is unfortunate that there is no wine here, otherwise, we could have a toast to your successful trial." She was referring to the ritualistic magic. "You are more powerful than we imagined," Alger Wilson praised as well. Selena nodded, deeming for a lofty figure. Surrounded by the thick fog as usual. The fool pressed down with his right arm and spoke with his normal tone, replying as though it was natural. "Great, this means that we are on the path of excellence. If you have any matters to tend to that leave you unable to attend the gathering on Mondays, conduct the ritual and inform me. All you have to do is change the line in the incantation, 'I pray for a good dream,' with the reason." "All right," Audrey quickly agreed. "Mr. Fool, I obtained another page of Emperor Roselle's diary. I believe I still owe you one page." Hearing this, Selena began considering the notes being held by old Neil. It was unfortunate that she did not have the chance to carefully memorize them, but next time will surely come. "I was away from land this week and haven't found any new pages." Alger placed his right hand near his chest and bowed in apology. No matter. I expected my request to take a long time. The fool leaned back into his chair and tapped the armrest with his index finger. He looked at Miss Justice and said, "You can express the contents of the diary now." Audrey bowed slightly and said, "As you wish." A pen suddenly appeared before her. She recalled the symbols that she had memorized and tried her best to transcribe them. In seconds, she saw that the goatskin was already filled with content. The strange symbols neatly covered the entire page. After checking the contents, she put down the fountain pen and said, "It's done." The fool raised his hand and the goatskin parchment appeared in his palm. This session continued for a while. Selena could not help wander gaze into the gray fog, thinking maybe there's a limit. However, she failed in the end. It's still mystical as ever. Returning her gaze back to the lofty figure. Her expression slowly fades. Roselle. Why couldn't you just use an international language? How inconsiderate of you to not think of the transmigrators that might come after you. She sighed regrettably. Brooding over her situation, she tried to placate it herself. Thankfully Mr. Fool is here or I might not have any hope of returning home. Perhaps if I contribute enough and divulge that me, the ally of Miss Lovers, is also a transmigrator, I can request a tutoring from him. It's worth a shot. Yes. Selena faintly smiled for herself. From her side, just as Audrey noticed her fellow female member had a shift in mood. It was from her hand unknowingly twirling her dress rhythmically and her chin lifting. Miss Lovers is happy. Audrey assumed this and felt her mood becoming better as well. She confirmed this and out of habit turned for the seat of honor, where Mr. Fool lies reading. Her field of vision was immediately obscured by the intensifying gray fog. Momentarily taken aback, Audrey snapped back to her senses and turned her head frantically to look at the other illusory dark red star. I was too reckless, too insolent, too foolish in trying to observe Mr. Fool. I was lucky that he isn't angry. Audrey stuck out her tongue secretly and pretended to admire the scenery. She was just short of humming a lively tune. Alger sat silently, his gaze never leaving the long bronze table. He knew his place, as if he was in the presence of a true god. Right. I still haven't had any clues regarding the psychological alchemists. In silence. Selena suddenly recalled. My followers should have intel about the whereabouts of other secret organizations, right? After all, they're a part of a larger one themselves as a faction. I apologize for the wait. The fool's voice spoke across the mottled bronze table, fading into the gray fog. It is our honor. Audrey was still shocked, forgetting that she was a spectator. She looked at the lovers and organized her words. Miss Lovers. If I may ask. How was the clues about psychology alchemists going? Selena prepared for this and calmly said, unfortunately, the search is still underway. Because I kept forgetting it, she sighed. However, once I have clues regarding them, expect that by the next gathering you have your reward as promised. Miss Justice, the hangman Alger cut in. I don't think there's any rush in seeking out the psychology alchemists right away. What you should focus on now is completely digesting the spectator potion. Audrey glanced at the fool and noticed that he didn't have any intention of adding to the conversation. She nodded in disappointment and said, all I want is to have plenty of time to prepare so that I can approach them more naturally. All right, then when can I digest the spectator potion and stop acting? Is there a standard that indicates when I can? I'm almost at the point where I no longer feel frustrated, nor do I hear the constant murmuring anymore. Alger looked at the fool in the fog but saw that he didn't have any intention of speaking. He then deliberated before saying, if you don't use the acting method, the typical rule of thumb is to wait 3 years and confirm that you no longer feel restless or receive any auditory or visual illusions. There is one simple test to determine when you can. That method is to exhaust your body to its limit. If you still don't hear any maniacal murmurings or see any strange things at that point, that would mean that you're ready to advance. With regards to the acting method, I have also just come into contact with it. It feels good, so I don't think it'll take 3 years. That wasn't useful at all. 3 years, that's too long. Audrey criticized inwardly. Hearing this, Selena have thought herself as well. 3 years. Well, I have a 5-year contract so I guess it's enough time. Digesting. She suddenly recalled her state after the chase. Her mind and tendency to end her life if it meant halting Diemsfell's schemes and the descent of an evil goddess was being replaced by a sense of valuing life. Thinking about it now, just before she passed out, she felt a mysterious essence disintegrates into her body. Contrasting it to how she felt while acting, it became safe to assume. Perhaps it's an indication. With this in mind, Selena collected herself and tried her best to explain, I believe that when you acted long enough, you would suddenly feel an unusual essence being digested by your body. It's honestly difficult to explain. At this moment, the trio around the mottled table suddenly heard an armrest being tapped. Each of them turned their gaze. For low-sequence beyonders, as long as you strictly stick to acting, you should be able to digest the medicine in half a year. It's even possible to do it in a month, said the fool with a normal tone. He looked at Justice and added, as for the signs of digestion, you'll know it when it comes. It doesn't need to be taught. I see. Selena reevaluated her perception. 1 month. Great. Thank you, Mr. Fool, Miss Lovers. Audrey exclaimed while brimming with joy. Half a year. Alger repeated softly. Audrey sensed joy, relief, and intense doubt in his tone. What is he suspicious about? Audrey thought as she asked, Mr. Fool, have you considered adding more members? The fool leaned back casually. This started as a trial, so I didn't spend much time thinking about extending our meetings. But now, as a regular gathering, we must choose our members carefully. Secrecy is our motto. Selena had mixed feelings about this. Perhaps this is due to a possible chance of her plan to disclose her existence to Mr. Fool being leaked out from amongst the members. She sighed inwardly. Audrey nodded gently and said, that is to say that we have to follow a process of observation, recommendation, and testing process. Yes, a process. You can interpret it that way, the fool affirmed. At that moment, realizing that Justice temporarily had nothing else to say, Alger took the initiative to speak. I've heard that a listener from the Aurora Order is searching for traces of the true creator, which is the holy residence they advocate. True creator? Audrey asked, puzzled. It is an ancient entity worshipped by numerous secret organizations and cults. They believe that the creator hasn't completely perished. The core he left behind is the true creator. Alger gave a rough explanation. Since the 5th epoch, the true creator has appeared in many forms, such as the hanged giant or the eye behind the shadow curtains. Many people believe that Emperor Roselle referenced the imagery of the true creator when he was creating the tarot cards, hence, there exists the card of the hanged man. At this point, he looked at Klein and said, Mr. Fool, there's nothing with what I said, right? Selena acutely noticed this subtleness and turned for the seat of honor. True creator. In one of the entries from the archive she read during her time with old Neil. The true creator is a malicious entity being worshipped by many secret organizations, most prominent of them are known as the Aurora Order. These are composed mainly of sequence 9 listeners but cannot be ruled out of the possibility of having multiple pathway beyonders. This, along with the Rose School of Thought and the Demonist sect, are categorized as malevolent organizations and should be proceeded with high caution by the Diocese of the Holy Cathedral. Resounding from the seat of honor, a chuckle escaped the fool's lips. He sighed afterwards before saying, I'm more inclined to call him the Fallen Creator. Chapter 86, Ascetic Order. The Fallen Creator. Fallen. Alger ruminated over the fool's words and fell deep in thought. However, what struck Alger the most was the fool's relaxed, natural, and nonchalant attitude. He acted as if they were equal. If he hadn't experienced their previous ritual, Alger might have thought the fool was merely bluffing, and building himself up to intimidate him and Justice. But now, he was of the opinion that even if the fool was inferior to the true creator, he was at least close to that level. It's dangerous. It's also an opportunity. Alger muttered softly. He then spoke with a smile, Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more appropriate. According to our observations, beyonders who believed in the true creator, no, the fallen creator, have a higher probability of losing control. The rest of them are mostly psychopaths. Selena wasn't surprised. Instead, it is to be expected. The god who had been in her world and slowly achieving his recovery. It is befit for him to have the understanding and same level as the gods of this world, maybe even higher. Upon seeing the fool remain silently engulfed in the thick gray fog, Audrey asked both wistfully and curiously, that sounds scary. Mr. Hangman, could you share, in detail, information about each and every mysterious organization? And also the matters regarding each secret cult. It's hard for me to come into contact with them during my daily life. I can only understand them through the both of you. I'm willing to pay for it. May I know what you'd like in return? Alger thought for a moment before saying, I need money, £1,000. It'd be best if they weren't bills marked by a serial number. Or maybe gemstones that have just been unearthed. Price them according to the Backlund Jewelry Exchange's monthly average price. £1,000. Audrey said, sounding shocked. She then replied happily, no problem, do I send it to the previous address? Alger was quiet for a good 20 seconds before he said, yes, send it to the Warrior and Sea Bar at Pelican Street, in the White Rose Borough of Pritz Harbor. Tell the boss, Williams, that it's what the captain wants. All right. Audrey leaned back and posed in a spectator-like manner. Mr. Hangman, you can start now. Just before he deliberated his words, Alger instantly thought of another person. What a way to leverage his position as an experienced sailor. He looked at Miss Lovers with that mannerism particular to treasure hunters and said, "Would you like to hear them as well?" The fool whose face was behind the thick grey fog suddenly bit his lips indiscernibly. Perhaps due to this exploitation or the fact that this sweet-haired man just got himself a good cash generator. His silence became a bit more meaningful. Selena did not stand in ceremony. She replied softly, "It would take some time to deliver them, but I don't have any problems. If I get the sacrificial ritual thing right, I should be able to bestow as well. I can just bestow my followers and task them to deliver it. The reward? Another cash, of course." Selena muttered to herself. Having said that, she mocked, "But if this is the only thing I can reward, then I might as well be called the goddess of wealth." "Great." Audrey smiled. "How fortunate of you, Mr. Hanged Man." Alger could not help but chuckle inwardly before turning to look at the fool. He deliberated for a moment before saying slowly, "Let's start from the Moses Ascetic Order. It is the earliest hidden organization. Of course, many think that the earliest hidden organizations are the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of Mother Earth, and the Church of the God of Combat. These people must be from the Church of Lord of Storms, the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom," Audrey refuted sulkily. "The Church of the Goddess is the earliest hidden organization." That was the first time Selena had heard of such a claim. What exactly happened in the fourth epoch or the third epoch? Alger smiled and said, "The truth is buried in ancient history. Only one thing is certain, no one has ever said that the Church of Lord of Storms, the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were once hidden organizations. Alright, let's save some time and return to main topic. The Moses Ascetic Order was first established by a few humans that had read the blasphemy slate. They believed in a non-anthropomorphic god, called the Hidden Sage. The description is that of a god, but it is more of an ideology, a natural law. For example, all objects are numeric. The Hidden Sage is an embodiment of spirit numerology. Or that knowledge is supreme, and the Hidden Sage is knowledge itself. Hence, the original Moses Ascetic Order was a very respectable organization, and it maintained a good relationship with the other major churches. The members of the organization led ascetic lives to resist losing control and to resolve the effects of the remnant potion. They strictly kept their order's secrets, and they upheld moral and religious precepts. They believed that humans continuously reincarnate after death. The sequence 9 that they grasp is called mystery prior. The word warlock was also spread from that organization. Audrey listened to the Hanged Man's description carefully and asked sharply, "You said that the Moses Ascetic Order used to be a respectable organization. Are they not one anymore?" Alger nodded his head indiscernibly. "Yes, they have fallen into corruption and are now an evil organization." "Why?" "I find their beliefs very good and very normal," Audrey expressed her confusion. Selena failed to draw an idea. Her time in the archives haven't reached the Moses Ascetic Order and have only been the categories and a prominent example. Alger looked at the unfathomable fool and tersely agreed. "I am not sure of the real reason. It might be because it has been buried by history. However, I have heard one terrifying explanation. In that story, the main reason why the Moses Ascetic Order fell into corruption was because the god that they believed in, the Hidden Sage, had come to life. He became the personification of an evil god. Came to life? How?" Audrey found it unimaginable as she replied with an incredulous tone. Without realizing it, she had exited from her spectator state. How haunting. A ghost of a god. Selena's heart stirred with emotions. "I'm sorry, no one knows the answer." Alger had originally wanted to casually say, maybe Mr. Fool would know, but he held back the urge. He had already teetered on the borders of danger once. In the Book of Storms 5:7, there was a saying that Alger remembered clearly, which was, "Do not test God." Audrey calmed herself down and commented, "The goddess that was descending through Miss Lovers. Do you think the Hidden Sage's case somehow correlates to this in terms of methods?" "I do not know," Alger was quick to reply. "But considering how Miss Lovers was used as a sort of a beacon, the central figure for an act that orchestrates the descent, the Hidden Sage's case may not have direct connection with mortals and perhaps it was caused by reason unknown." He thought for 3 seconds before adding, "Furthermore, the goddess, the child of God doesn't seem to have any records of documented beings in the churches with deity status. If what Miss Lover said is true, then the Rose School of Thought is plotting a much deeper mystery that if without the incident, we may not have unearthed this deity's existence." "I see." Audrey heaved a breath and didn't press on. She gestured for him to continue. Selena maintained her bystander position, carefully listing each of the Hanged Man's words for later validations. Finally, she realized that there were 4 points that she needed to take note of. First, the Demonis sect was also known as the Demonis family in the 4th epoch. Back then, they had very few members, and their beliefs were passed down through their bloodlines. Plus, they would kill the fathers of their children and abandon the baby boys. Hence, all the members were female. Of course, that was all from Alger's description, and there was no way to verify it at the moment. Second, the secret order had the lowest activity level among all the other hidden organizations. Thus, they were the most unknown. Every time they appeared, they seemed to be after something or looking for something. Third, the current psychology alchemists was similar to the earlier Moses ascetic order. They believed in a non-anthropomorphic existence and believed that the human spirit could change everything. Fourth, the numinous episcopate that believed in death and the Rose school of thought that liked bloody sacrificial worship ceremonies both originated in the southern continent. After the colonial era came, they almost vanished under attacks by the 7 churches. But as such, they began spreading to the northern continent. Their appearance was during the Milo incident. A majority of them have to be from the Child of God faction. Selena narrowed her eyes slightly. Albeit inconsistent, she felt she had found a key reason for the ritual. They do not have the intention of actually making a god's descent. 1. This ancient organization is most certainly capable enough to prevent anything from going wrong. The appearance of a man named Klein, who attended her wedding, is an indication of it. Selena felt an extreme fear just from his presence. It overlaps her hatred for Diemsfell. She figured if this man acted, all of the officials should be in their graves by now. The second is how Diemsfell treated the members of this faction, the entirely separate group determined to complete the ritual. He acted as though they were pawns. It's almost as if they're being used as disposables. Selena felt a foreboding from what seems to be a collusion. If this continues, she might as well start finding new believers. Looking for followers is too difficult, even Mr. Fool is privy of our members. I can't afford to lose them. Selena fought the urge to caress her dress, in fear of the spectator they had in the room. After a further exchange of information, the Fool announced the end of the gathering. By your will. Audrey, Selena, and Alger stood up together. Their bodies became ethereal. After the connection was cut off, they instantly phased out of the mottled bronze table. The scenery returned to its lofty state, untouched for millions of years. After the gathering, Klein rubbed his glabella and attempted conjuring a smuff account with his mind. As he thought, a figure appeared at the furthest end of the long bronze table. That figure was wearing a black tuxedo, a silk top hat, and a dull expression. His actions were clumsy and inarticulate. Even though he was engulfed in gray fog, it was obvious that something was wrong with him. That won't do. Klein experimented a few more times before sighing and dismissing the idea of creating a smuff account. He attempted other things too. He continued to sit above the gray fog in the seat of honor at the long bronze table. He considered what Audrey had said, and he cast his gaze curiously at the illusory crimson stars. After a moment of silence, Klein started to pray as a form of feedback instead of establishing contact with those stars. Amidst the tranquility and silence, he didn't receive any feedback from the 10+ crimson stars nearby. In order to receive feedback, I need to pull someone above the gray fog before I can reply. Klein nodded as he thought, feeling somewhat disappointed. He didn't want to violate someone else's will and forcefully pull them into this mysterious space. Klein was just getting ready to leave, but he habitually touched a nearby illusory crimson star. Just then, he suddenly felt that there was a faint and insignificant prayer deep inside the crimson star. Chapter 87, Momentary. A prayer. Klein's mind stirred as he used the same method he used back when he spied on the hanged man. He allowed his spirituality to spread outward and touch the crimson blob. A hazy and contorted image appeared within his sight. He could faintly see a blonde teen kneeling on the ground, facing a pure crystal ball. That teenager was dressed in a tight-fitting black outfit, with a style very different from the contemporary styles of the Lone Kingdom. It was more congruent with the traditional clothing of the Faesac Empire and the Intis Republic that Klein had seen from reading magazines. The area surrounding the teenager was dark and had old furniture. From time to time, the room would be illuminated, but Klein couldn't hear the roaring thunder or the pattering of rain. In the image, the teenager had his hands on his forehead, fingers crossed. He bowed forward, continually praying for something. His thick accent buzzed in Klein's ears. Klein listened attentively but discovered an awkward fact. He couldn't understand what the other party was saying. It was a language that he had never come across in his life. To think that I cannot understand a foreign language even though I am the mysterious ruler of this world above the gray fog. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He indignantly tried listening in once again in a manner more attentive than when he had to do English listening comprehension tests back on Earth. As he was listening to the prayers, he gradually discovered something. Even though he had never learned the language the young man was speaking, he found that it had similarities to ancient Faesac. Father. Mother. Those are likely the meanings of those two terms, right? It is quite similar to ancient Faesac, but not without its differences. Klein creased his brows and slipped into deep thought. Ancient Faesac was a common language in the Fourth Epoch. It is also the root language of all the contemporary languages of this era. Furthermore, it is still evolving. I cannot confirm it right now. He listened to it over and over again, eliminating the possibility of the language being a modern language like Loan, Faesac, or Intis. Could it be a dialect of ancient Faesac? Like the language used in the Antigonus family's diary? Klein tapped his finger on the edge of the bronze table and nodded indiscernibly. There was another possibility. Ancient Faesac didn't spring into existence out of nothing, it was an evolution of Jotun, the language of the giants. The Faesac Empire in the north has always claimed that its people possesses the bloodline of the giants. Perhaps, this is ancient Jotun. At this point, Klein, who lacked knowledge, could only stop. He retracted his spirituality, without looking or listening into that scene. He had no intention of pulling the praying teen up above the fog immediately. He wanted to know what the young man was talking about first. Of course, before that, he had to observe him frequently and conduct basic tests. Phew. Klein exhaled as he leaned back in his chair. Just before he enveloped himself with his spirituality, he suddenly recalled his fellow member's destiny. Ms. Roy's fate. Klein snapped out of himself and sat upright. From his left hand, he conjured one piece of goatskin parchment. On his right, a fountain pen. Letters began to etch themselves onto the surface of Klein's parchment. They read, Selena Roy's fate have shifted. With this, he used his topaz pendant and hovered it above the nested writing. He murmured 7 consecutive lines, each were the exact line from the goatskin parchment. Then he watched the topaz pendant move. It swirled and indicates the same result, Ms. Roy's fate haven't changed. Klein narrowed at the answer laid bare before him. Of course that won't be enough. The force behind this is capable of manipulating facial recognition. Even I had difficulty reading Ms. Roy's abnormality if it weren't for the gray fog. His emotions whirred with mystery. Regardless of her connections with him, Ms. Roy already joined their agency. Her safety meant the safety of everyone else as well. Perhaps, this fate and my case before being brought here had link with each other. Klein rapped the edge of the mottled bronze table. Falling into a deep thought. He realized how concerning it is that his death lead no traces except for the revolver. Welch's revolver had a caliber that when triggered produces a deafening sound that would alert nearby tenants. To his surprise, he died with no disturbance. A force behind the death of Welch and Naya. After the Antigonus notebook had been transported. Shouldn't this force subsided as well? Or perhaps Ms. Roy had connections with the Antigonus family. For precaution. Klein did a swift divination which answered negatively. His hand brought the pendulum down at the table. No connections. Since this lady proved to be innocent, he could not help but feel confused of this fate looming in her future. Since it's not Antigonus family. What is it? Determined to know more. Klein wrote the exact same line he used to uncover the abnormality in Selena Roy, adjusted to fit the role of a follow-up inspection. Before him, a hall bloomed with a field of slumber flowers. Sacred and majestic. He saw the silver strands once again, cascading from the figure of a woman whose visage were violated in blood. That is Ms. Roy, and her destiny did not change. The surrounding was littered in debris as the city seemed empty from the oriel windows. This new discovery finally confirmed that this lady's fate was tied to the city. When the dream divination ended, Klein laid back on his chair and gazed at the harrowing fog. He finally settled, get to know Selena Roy and find what is happening in Tingen. The aqueous crimson light that engulfed both Selena and the rest had receded. The scene casually took the form of her bedroom consisting of a dresser, a mattress, and 2 windows. Upon rehearsing today's gathering, Selena propped herself from the covered sheets and made her way to the kitchen. After 8 minutes, she returned with a cup of hot milk and brought a plate of fish for the black cat. Only when she downed the milk did she lay back and readied for another visit. The mysterious dream world still awaits her. She waited until evening arrives to ensure that her followers are available. Only when the crimson moon was present did she finally rest her eyes. When the vile world sculpted Selena's figure, that statue-like grotesque creation was brought to life. It was akin to a summon. Selena was called by herself and took life in this miasmatic environment that terraformed to a luscious meadow. Selena breathed the air and fought the undaunting voices raving her mind once again. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. These voices were of foreign dialect and gradually gets tuned out by her spirituality, which in turn brought her back to normal. The ravings were intense today. What was that language? Selena narrowed her eyes. It had a mix of comprehension coming from the language of ancient Hermes and Faesac. Without sufficient knowledge, the circumstances brought her to ignore the voices. The grass blades dances in the tune of the wind. Flower petals paints the land with vibrancy as the distant horizon places a pressuring vision of the unending. Or perhaps it used to. The vines that extends from Selena's feet. A symbol that further unfolds the infinite horizon had lessened significantly. Selena quickly felt a foreboding. What, she blurted out. Did my believers left after my revelation? Did they proselytize to another deity? Her brows creased while looking at the remaining 10 vines originating from her lower body. At this moment, she thought of her first believer who had attempted and succeeded in communicating with her. The young priest. Using her connection, she willed the vines to distinct themselves from each other. Her spirituality led her to one of the segments. It was still intact. I made the right decision to mark him. Selena sighed in relief. As the sun was setting, becoming intimate with the darkness, User's breath was heavy. He heard a clanging noise from afar. With his cloak, he briskly left the cluttered alleys and into the stalled venue. As the sun was still alit, he have a chance to shake whatever is tailing him. He dashed into the crowd, tightly grasping the dark-bound book. From a stained glass frame, a glint of a beautiful woman wearing a regal clothes vanished. User continued with his chase with time. He ran until he reached a train station. His hand reached for his pocket and pulled out a doll. It had an appearance of ragged, hairless person. The sun was already setting, the night had begun waking. Desperation eluded him as he lit the doll with his spirituality, burning it. Then he tossed it onto the side of the entrance. Strangely, there were no pedestrians moving across. This only strengthened the danger that was looming ahead. With all of this done, User turned left, away from the station and the ragged doll. He did not enter the train station. Instead, he opted for another. All diverged the attention from him. In the process of his escape, a dangerous amount of blood spewed out from his mouth. Cough, cough. User quickly produced a reagent from his pocket and downed the contents. It relived him quite a bit, then he pressed the wound on his abdomen, trying to prevent his blood from further leaking. When he finally reached a distance, he stopped. He looked for a doorway amid the piles of putrid garbage cans. It was locked. In his peril, User raised an ankle and barged the door open. The lock with a poorly designed nailing easily lost its place. Gasp, gasp, gasp. User fought for air as his lungs and heart rapidly contorts. He closed the door and collapsed onto a cold stone wall. He brought an item over to his face. It was a dark-bound papers with a goatskin hardcover appearing like a book. There was 2 lines of Hermes written in crimson. He managed to retrieve the negotiated item used to symbolize the agreement of the 2 factions. An exchange is undeniable. Damn it. His voice was hoarse. He struggled to find a stable ground. The momentary rest hasn't been long when User felt a rush of warning. His spirit body was telling him that a person was stepping down from the stairway. User threw the empty ring, devoid of any gems, and withdrew a rose-gold revolver. He loosed the grip of the book and positioned to better get an angle of the approaching human. Tap. 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 A long white dress stepped and finally revealed itself from the stairs. User's right finger was trembling to shoot. He waited until this individual revealed themselves and settled for the kill. Tap. The torso came into view. A long jet black hair, albeit slightly curly, accompanied the descending individual. She had a pale skin, dark eyes, and mesmerizing figure wearing a pair of glasses. Her hand was placed onto her chest, a gesture of fear peculiar to women. As she descends with her left hand as a support, she saw a cloaked man. His hood was torn and it conceals his face, but not entirely his lips. Half of his figure was damped with cold blood. His hand was pointed to her, a gun's head straight to her direction. Eek. Please don't kill me. The girl curled up while standing, protecting herself in a fragile attempt. Who are you? User raised his voice, still intending for a kill. My name is Camille Drunce. Who are you? Why are you in our basement? Camille shrieked in fear. User furrowed his brows. Drunce. Where am I? He once again raised a voice. Why, you're in the basement of the White Rose Corporation 4th branch, Lone Kingdom. Camille continued to shudder in her place. User fell silent. So those people led me here in Lone. Bloody hell, why? After 8 seconds, he lifted his head and declared, you're under captive. Do not move, do not speak, do not attempt to make any unnecessary actions unless I say you do. In horror, Camille could only nod like a fawn, nearing its end. Good. Get me a pair of clothing, a healing ointment and some bandages. Don't attempt anything foolish, I would immediately know. Camille's trembling self casted her gaze to the area being pressed by the man's left arm. She nodded hurriedly and left. User's hand that was holding the gun fell onto the floor. That's what I would say if I actually had an ability like that. Damn it. He hefted the book and saw the crimson letters bore in Hermes. He sighed. She's probably going to call the officials. My bluffing is still weak to this day. Grandpa was right. Grandpa. User gritted his teeth. Oh, great child of God. If you're hearing me, please forgive us. Perhaps this became the result of the sins we've unknowingly committed against your will. He drew a breath and felt his eyelids droop. When the minute hand struck an hour, he finally gave in and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 88, Fate of a Faction. Yuzur's vision turned elastic as the darkness consumed him. Then, in just a shut of an eye, the scene took form of a vibrant meadow. The mist dispersed like the wind acquainting with the luscious greenery peeking with humble flowers. His heart palpitated. Yuzur quickly turned his head to see the mesmerizing figure of a woman. The lady whose face was cloaked in divine light. He froze. The goddess had indeed appeared before him after such a long time. His mouth trembled. Suddenly, he couldn't contain himself from gazing. He quickly casted his gaze onto the grass floor as he clenched both palms. He gritted his teeth. Oh. Great. Child of God. He stuttered in a low voice. My grandfather. Your most loyal kin, perished before he even had the chance to know of your return. Behind the divine light. Selena was abruptly caught by this revelation. Yuzur brought his whole body down in reverence and added, your followers had each met their end one after another. He dragged his nails to the dirt, producing a tract that gathered to his palm. Our years of dedication and effort to foster an organization for your return. All turned to dust at a matter of seconds. Selena stood quietly. Her revenge came as a form of consequence in result of their actions. She had thought of utilizing them and leverage their status as an organization to manipulate their acts into fulfilling her bidding. Building herself and the Tarot Club as an auxiliary organization beneath it until an opportunity arrives where she can finally let the officials handle them altogether. Achieving justice for her parents and townspeople. However, to think that the fate she weaved for them which results in the same outcome arrived prematurely. It was a bit relieving, but for the current situation she's in. It was undeniable that she needs them. Selena sighed inwardly and willed the world to be her vocal. Lift your head, the environment said languidly. It was calm and soothing. The scenery that came after produced a tranquil environment for Yuzur to be relieved. The roses and tulips mutated into a series of purplish flowers. The grass blades sprouted a field of inflorescence. They were slumber flowers, serene and sacred. Yuzur felt a gentle cradle of a woman, her voice was melodic and intoxicating that he felt he could sleep into her warmth. That sensation lasted for a moment. His thoughts returned and recalled his grandfather. He collected himself to stand up and felt compelled to explain, my grandfather was an ancient vampire dated all the way from mid-4th epoch. He was the main force and our only communication from the rest of the faction. Just this week, our main force was consumed by darkness that spanned across a cityscape. Another being appeared and I failed to account what occurred next. Yuzur gulped a saliva in fear as he finally said, I was taken by the very organization that fostered us. The Rose School of Thought. The Rose School of Thought. That secret organization again. Selena maintained an appropriate image. All right, the merging of our own organization was by an agreement of a book. Made by one of the prominent members of the Rose School of Thought, a demigod named Klein, said Yuzur with mixed emotions. He was also the secret organization's representative during your descent ritual. Klein. The Rose School of Thought's representative. Selena recalled the frazzle-haired man clad in black tuxedo. The false townspeople, albeit their members in disguise, had talked about. Noticing that the men had more to add, she remained silent. I was able to retrieve it. Hell, it's not even worth anything anymore. This book had no mystical connections and only contains the accumulated knowledge of the author that which we have already records of, said Yuzur in a low raspy voice. They used us. Your followers. He smiled, his eyes bulged in desperation as both ends of his mouth grinned with twisted thoughts. Yes. Use me. He clamored. Use my body as a vessel and descend into the world. Bring forth a devastating judgment toward those foolish beings for harming your divine children. Selena was startled. Ah. Are you crazy? Me. Descend. No way. She wanted to openly refuse him. She believed that if it wasn't for the divine light coming from her face, the young priest would have seen his goddess deeply displeased. However, instead of saying anything, Selena noticed that the man was gradually morphing. In the basement of the White Rose Corporation 4th Branch, West Borough of Lone Kingdom. Yuzur, whose unconscious form was draped with a dark torn cloak, suddenly began to grow illusory black hairs all throughout his body. A white spot glowed from his ribcage. The milky bones within trembled, as if they were attempting to construct themselves into another creature. Camille turned open the door and walked down the short stairwell, carrying the company's guest clothes and the available aids. She had the chance to reach for an official's agencies just across the district. Yet when she saw that the man had a life-threatening wound from his abdomen, she foolishly abandoned running. With her hand trembling as she thought of the man's hand pulling the trigger, Camille was wrestling with herself with each step she took. Idiot. 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 You can run earlier, why bring him clothes and rations now? He's clearly bluffing and right now he's really going to kill you. She bit her lips, yet she stepped down regardless. I'll just throw them. Yes. Throw them. After reaching a step where she can lean down for a peek, Camille arched her body down and glimpsed at the bottom of the stairwell. Unexpectedly, the man was sleeping soundly. How weird. Am I that easygoing that he just doze off? I assent that a good thing. With her perceived confidence, she took more steps and reached the cold floor. Seeing that the man had no reaction, she gulped in apprehension and continued forward. Without alerting him, she lowered the items she brought and silently inspected the man. Curiosity won and Camille strained for a look at his face. The view locked her in place. The man's visage was rather distinct. With a stubble chin, sharp jawline, and refined brow, yet half of it was being consumed by a dense fur of both physical and illusory beast hairs. Then she noticed that an area of his chest was squirming, especially the point where his ribcage was located. As if the bones were trying to retract. The man's face contorted gruesomely. Camille collapsed back, heart racing with fear and horror. Within the vast meadow, Alger looked up at the sky, opened both of his arms and welcomed the changes he was experiencing. To him, there was absolutely no pain to endure. Only the sweet relief of being in the presence of the goddess they worship. At that moment, a voice from the pasture resounded, "Lift your head." The melodic command halted Alger's mind from being inflicted. The voice had a hint of disdain to it. It made him withdraw and said in fear, "Why yes. You can rest here," the voice spoke once again. The slumber flowers grew in hordes as they blanketed the meadow, bringing their signature scent that induces serenity to the recipients. Alger was forced into sleep. For an hour. Selena had been standing there as she monitored the men, resting soundly by a foam of flower beds. The world had changed as well as per her will. The wide infinitely open space was painted with luscious forest, natural trees, and rivers. It was eerily quiet as she had not figured of a way to produce noises unlike her voice. She waited for 10 minutes and with that the men sat upright. "You slept even in a dream. How peculiar." Selena commented inwardly. Sigh. "I'm truly at a loss as to why these people follows the child of God. Perhaps I should skip the pages and quickly learn of the history of this faction." "You're awake," said Selena through the mysterious dream world. Alger widened his eyes and quickly bent on all fours. He stammered in reverence, "Great child of God. Please forgive your follower for drowsing in your presence. Please." Selena sighed behind the divine light. "That is fine," the world replied. "You were losing control an hour ago. Do you feel better? The goddess is asking for my condition." Alger snapped from his thoughts and quickly answered, "Why yes. I'm all right now. Thank you, O great child of God." Selena did not add a follow-up question. Instead she raised the matter of her honorific name. "You do not have to address me as the child of God," her melodic voice from the world sounded gentle. She lifted her palm while her left stayed by her lower abdomen. The voice from the world that came after was her real vocal. The Selena who was at the prayer ritual, beseeching her. The white maiden from a distant time. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. The beginning and the end of the extending vines. Alger committed the 3 lines in mind. But the presence of another voice quickly made him thought. The child of God had followers outside of the faction. This wasn't entirely surprising as what his father had told him was that they might not be the only surviving branch of their lineage. Apart from this, he had also noticed that the first line designates the goddess as maiden, which contradicts the existence of her child, the god of combat. Reborn signifies the shedding of vice. Alger lifted his gaze and inquired, "O white maiden, have you become pure once more?" "Pure?" Selena was confused for a second before realizing what this young priest was referring to. "Maiden. Right, my identity had been wed to someone before, so it implies that I am no longer a maiden." I failed to consider this, she maintained a meaningful silence toward her believer. Alger was faced without a response. He stood under the gaze of a divine being. In that moment, he extracted the hints and carefully pieced of what was happening. He silently muttered, "Do not test God." He gulped a mouthful of saliva and chose to abandon the hope for an answer. Instead, he reasoned. Perhaps the reborn daughter was the turning point of her recovering the purity of the body, he nodded to himself. Having failed to inquire this, Alger didn't see that was in any less situation compared before. As a matter of fact, the act of bestowing the honorific title directly from the goddess herself indicates that she was now accepting them into her divine kingdom. The goddess. The queen of giants. Their ancient ancestor whose identity was stolen, finally regained her own self into reality. Seeing the man kept his thoughts to himself mutter under his breath. Selena waited until it was right to make another task for her followers. since she now understood that her faction received a heavy blow that almost wiped their whole members. Her task for them had become much more menial. She first willed the world into voicing herself, the one who was praying earlier. Ms. White. I wish to know how one prepares a sacrificial ritual, a young, beautiful female voice echoed. Sacrificial ritual. MMS, White. User furrowed his brows, how insolent. To refer to our goddess in such a putrid designation. O great white maiden, please allow me to know her location and give a proper judgment through your will. Selena's smile wavered slightly. That is trivial, the world calmly and dismissively. Trivial. User was baffled yet felt that their connection with the goddess had reached closer. If this fellow follower referred to her with a human formality and the goddess herself thought of it as trivial, could they perhaps use this designation as well? He tested, by your will, Ms. White. This meant that he understood what the goddess intends to relay. She desires more followers to foster the faction into an organization, and it will all start by responding to her coming believers. She wanted him to be the proxy of such bestowals. User could not have been more obligated to comply. By then, he had recalled his grandfather. The body laid in coffin poured out mysterious black tar liquids and the building up above engulfed in darkness. This betrayal would be served back to them, sometime in the future. He raised an arm, struck his abdomen and bowed. Chapter 89, Handing Out Tasks. Selena watched the young priest finishing a prayer gesture performed with piousness. Only when he returned to straighten himself did she add, you seem to have gone better. The goddess Ms. White did not induce any wrath from the fact that he had just called her Ms. User curtsied once more and said, I am deeply thankful and grateful to you, Ms. White. Earlier, Selena figured that she did not like being called the great or anything that accompanies her with, oh white maiden, after all. Since she made a mistake with the maiden part, she chose that from her prayer voice to refer to herself as Mississippi. It went quite well to her surprise, and even her followers seemed pleased by it. Selena sighed in relief and processed the man's current state. The transformation he was going through earlier is definitely the first kind of losing control. The changes brought about by the powers of the potions consuming them. To think I would actually see it happening again, she could not help but recall the same exact situation her body experienced. Albeit just a memory, the pain was enough that it seared an indescribable mania into her mind that even after a transmigration still lingered. Not only do I have to maintain their survival, I would also have to monitor their well-being. Selena drew a silent breath. With her control of the environment, she adjusted her thoughts and let the world begin saying, you will be tasked, not only to adhere to this one prayer's wish for once but to also gather each and every one of my believers and spread my will to each of them. Once this is done, another task will be waiting which I will grant a reward in order to complete it. These should be done in a matter of a week. After your finish will I bestow a new beginning and my blessing. The blessing is a large sum of cash and the new beginning that might as well become a company. Selena gave a self-deprecating comment before realizing. Yes. Since perhaps they're also apothecaries, given that I acquired the potion directly from them. The company should become a pharmacy. It is both a redemption and a source of income. Upon hearing this, User gulped at the thought and said with resolution, by your will, great Miss White. Drop the great, please. Selena smiled in spite of being obscured in divine light. Just as she was about to sever the vines of her connection. The silent User spoke after 3 seconds, Ms. White, now that I have regained my foothold I wish to clarify our one past mistake. Selena halted and assumed her usual poise. It made her wonder what matter it was that this young priest was determined to clarify, stemming from the past. All right, the world said softly. User pondered his words before saying, regarding your descent ritual, the reenactment of your divine oath. The Milo incident. There's more? Selena quickly made a guess. We failed to notice. But until recently, I have discovered that the vessel used as the foundation for your descent was rigged by those very same people we thought as allies, said User in a grave tone. Your authority lies in the concept of fertility and life which we confirm to be the planter pathway. However, the vessel took a different path and thus may have been another factor of our failed operation. Those heinous people drove the vessel into unknowingly taking the potion of Sequence 9, Apothecary. Selena maintained an enigmatic image before her believer. User's hands clenched, they made a fool out of us. They were already attempting to sabotage our operation. If it had not been that way. If the vessel had been in the right pathway. Then. That is all right, a gentle voice spoke, a woman echoing from the surrounding meadow. Selena had willed the world. Instead of brooding over this revelation, she sighed, putting greater concern to this young priest if ever he lose his mind again. You and the rest are forgiven. Take my word and relay it to my believers. User puffed his chest, struck his abdomen with his forearm and said devoutly, by your will. After sensing the fatigue brought about by her stay. Selena had quickly dismissed the young priest and returned back to her bed. Regardless of her reading time being replaced by the matter of her believers. Her discovery still left her accomplished. gazing at the ceiling above as her hair littered all over the sheets. Selena brushed her forehead with her forearm as she fell into a thought. Even the potion was a result of a motive. I'm glad I escaped that place. Now regarding Miss Justice's request. Sigh. Tomorrow. User felt a sudden intuition as he was severed from his dream. His joints jolted and quickly lounged at the hand, gaining distance from his arm. His palm caught it tightly. Eek. A familiar voice couldn't escape his grasp. He lifted his head slowly and turned the cloak away from his view. He saw the lady whom he had attempted to turn into a hostage. You're courting death. User said coldly. No. 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 The girl shook her head vigorously. Why your body? I was compelled to check because of multiple hairs growing out of you. Multiple hairs. User casted his gaze down. Dark thin strands were slowly retracting from the crevices of his skin. The goddess. Ms. White had informed me of my state, edging to a loss of control. Did your mother ever told you not to get close to any strangers? Said User half-mockingly. He retracted his hand and revealed the revolver. Camille had a look, indifferent to a girl who's about to be scolded. However, the scolding is a gun and the person is not her father. Why didn't you run? A sudden doubt seeped into User naturally. The girl fell into silence as she seemed to be scrambling for an answer even she couldn't figure out. Because Madame told me to help whoever is in a brink of death. How stupid. User scoffed at the saying as he turned his head, unable to bear what he had heard. He rotated his body about a degree to reach for the aid and to minimize the exposure of his wound. Grabbing one of the agent, he uncapped the bottle and smeared the liquid to his abdomen. Arg. User's face grimaced as his veins bulged from the irritation. While watching, Camille subconsciously projected herself to the other person. Perhaps out of curiosity, she thought of how the pain must have felt for the young man. Her face contorted slightly. To busy her mind, she lifted her gaze toward him and quickly came up a question. You're all right now, right? User stopped his hand and looked at the girl with dullness and apathy. He withdrew it to his right and gave the girl a better impression of the revolver. Camille laughed dryly. Ahaha, I'm concerned if now it's all right to call the officials on you. Is this company a historian's club? With the amount of curiosity the girl had displayed, User just had to guess with the acknowledgement of it being wrong. He didn't reply immediately as he looked for the throne ring. When he recovered it, he took out a colored stone and embedded it into the sockets of the item. Confirming that it still functions, he smiled faintly. I am. Now how about you call the officials now? I'm ready to turn myself in. This brightened the girl until she withdrew in case the man was being sarcastic. You're going to shoot me once I turn my body. What dash? Just go away for a second so I can escape. User fought the urge to yell. He maintained a genial look as he assured, no I won't. He ejected the bullet from the rear and undid the magazine from the handle, producing a clack from reaching the ground. There. Now you can go and report me safely. Camille narrowed her eyes. It was clear this act wasn't reassuring enough as she had seen him producing illusory hairs as he slept. Perhaps it was her imagination, or maybe he was one of the beings mentioned in the historical records that tells of people with supernatural abilities. With this in mind, she contemplated for 5 seconds before saying, how about this? You. She pointed her right index toward the men, should come with me as well. So that I'm certain you won't be going anywhere. This. User sighed gravely. All right. Then could you help me? I might as well leverage you. Camille felt relief as she nodded and quickly took the bandage from his hand. Half an hour had passed. User felt the significant improvement of his body, albeit only enough to move freely. I'm fine now. Lead the way, said User as he circled his wrist, holding it by his right hand. The magazine was safely stored in a compartment of his trouser, opposite of where his revolver is to prevent the young lady from fearing him. After all, their goddess had forbid killing without a proper reason. Camille nodded as she relaxed her steps, straining to see if the men would do anything against her. But regarding that, their madam had already given them a basic course on self-defense, implemented into each of their members to learn, so her worry lessened a bit. He watched as the girl took the lead and began heading up. From the end of the stairwell, User produced a ring from his pocket, now containing 1 gem, the only one left he had in case of emergency. With this, he said inaudibly in Hermes, exit. At that moment, his body dematerialized from the stairwell. Every inch of him gaining more colors blending together elusively. Oh right. Mister, I forgot to ask. What is your dash? Camille half turned her body to face the men. Name. She only saw an empty floor, cold and rigid. Devoid of anyone except her. 36 Zutland Street, Tingen City. A 4-wheeled trackless carriage drove near a commissioning company. Alighting from there was a woman whose silver hair was tied into a mildly loose, braided bun. Upon paying the fare, Selena took one foot up from the small stair of the entrance and opened it. Not long did she saw the receptionist Roseanne, engaged in a little pleasantry with a fellow member, a man who seemed to be in his 30s. He had an abnormally white skin tone, perhaps due to his rare exposure under the sun or a cause of a deficiency. "Good morning," greeted Selena at Roseanne, her voice was fair. Roseanne turned her head and followed up with a smile. "Good morning, Ms. Roy, did you rest well? The weather today is quite breezy." "MHM. I'm glad I brought my coat," Selena nodded. "So you're the doctor Captain was talking about?" The man spoke hoarsely. Selena withdrew a bit, tucked her hands just beneath her abdomen and nodded. The man seemed to have noticed as he fixed his posture by the next second. He tried a gentle tone. "My name is Fry. An official beyonder under the Church of Evernight. A Nighthawk." "Selena Roy, pleasure to meet you," replied Selena, stopping her hands from habitually caressing each other. Fry's gaze toward the fair lady didn't linger as he returned to Roseanne. "The medical bills have been paid. I'll be excuse myself." He turned for the partition and left. Watching the listless man disappeared to the hall, Roseanne commented, "Mr. Fry is very conservative. Cold, gloomy, and always seemed lifeless when around with." Yes, the potion he took had quite an effect to one's body, but not so much in their personality. Selena recalled Madame Daly's advice regarding spirit messengers. She replied out of guess, "A corpse collector by chance?" Roseanne nodded. "That's right. It is where Madame Daly started of, once." "Ah. I will meet Madame Daly today and ask her of the experience if it's the last thing I'll do. I mean, last thing I'll do until morning arrives. But won't she have to enter by the entrance and will be greeted by you eventually?" Selena squeezed a smile and said, "Your tone seemed to tell that Madame Daly won't be here for long. Is what I said correct?" The receptionist's face began losing luster as she replied, "Yes. She had to return to Enmat Harbor so her stay won't last until the evening." "Well, I hope you get your wish," said Selena with a warm expression before bidding farewell. Archive room. Old Neil opened the door with a cup of Fermo coffee in hand and a newspaper by the other. He adjusted his glass and looked at Selena meaningfully. "You seem pretty absorbed in dissecting the Emperor's notes. Are you sure you don't want a coffee to brighten your mood?" nudged old Neil with a slight of humor. Selena failed to reply as her brows creased at the following symbols. There, she carefully made an image of the whole wordings. Only when she was done did she snap out, "Oh. My deep apologies, Mr. Old Neil," Selena immediately replied. "I found it very interesting." Old Neil chuckled and said, "You should slow down a bit. If you continued, I fear that in due time, you might translate them faster than anyone has ever tried. If ever Mr. Fool allowed me." Selena mused as she gently retorted, "Perhaps one day. Mr. Old Neil, I am much more confident if the matter of discovering its contents were given to you." "Flattery is at a surface level, young miss," Old Neil quipped before clasping his hand. "All right, enough about that. How about you learn some more healing rituals?" Chapter 90, Follow-up Checkup. 13 House Street. Arriving at the building, Klein tossed the empty cup into the trash and pinched his glabella, activating his spirit vision before entering. He entered the hall and greeted the lovely receptionist, Angelica. Seeing her morning grief yesterday slowly being swayed away for the mornings to come, Klein smiled warmly and said, "You seem to have regained your vibrant. Keep it that way, as the long expression would only invite misfortunes." Although intending to be friendly and possibly a charlatan, he only realized now that his words might have unwillingly came as flirtatious. "I will have the same black tea again," he attempted to shift the conversation. As it was Tuesday, there were now 6 or 8 members in the meeting room, completing the club. Using his spirit vision, Klein saw that they each had different colors of emotion. Some were grieving, some more dull, some relatively unaffected. They're all rather normal reactions. Klein nodded slightly. He picked up his cane and found a spot in the room. He was about to deactivate his spirit vision when he saw Angelica walk in and walk towards him. "Mr. Moretti, a customer is looking for you." "Well, it's the person from last time," the beautiful lady said with a hushed tone. "You still remember him?" Klein asked with a smile. I wonder if he bought the magical medicine as I instructed. He failed to visit me the last time, so I couldn't tell if it went well. Perhaps he still needs surgery." Angelica covered her mouth and said, "He was the only person who was willing to wait an entire afternoon in the club for a divination." Klein grabbed his cane and stood up. He walked outside without saying anything. In the reception area, he found the person who had sought his services the other day. He also noticed that the aura near his liver had regained its normal color. His overall health had also improved. "Congratulations, the feeling of being healthy is wonderful indeed." Klein smiled as he extended a hand. Bogda was first taken aback before he immediately extended both hands. He grabbed Klein's right palm tightly. Mr. Moretti, you truly can see my condition. Yes, I have fully recovered. The doctors asked me questions over and over again, ran repeated tests on me, but they cannot believe that I recovered just like that. Bogda's voice rushed in. The company's medicine doctor had prescribed me and said to return for a follow-up. However, I came here first to personally give my thanks to you before heading there. Upon hearing Bogda's ecstatic description, Klein calmly smiled, knowing that he had both helped and gave their newcomer an experience. Since he was informed that she had no actual expertise in procuring medicines by herself. But this also confirms that the former owner of the Lawson's folk herb shop that mentored Ms. Roy is definitely a beyonder. I have to repent to God. To think that I would suspect that miraculous medicine doctor. Bogda refused to let go of Klein's hand. He continued on about his shame and gratitude, and since the company had placed the criteria for payment to me. £50 should be just right for bringing my life back. What? £50? You're fine spending a whole £100 on Ms. Roy's medicines. And you only gave me 8 pence for my divination. Just 8 pence, 8 pence. Klein was both dazed and panged just by picturing the numbers. At this moment, Bogda released his hands as he took a step back while beaming. He bowed reverently and said, I am here today to express my gratitude. Again, thank you, Master Moretti. You showed me the way and saved my life. This was the outcome of you paying to have something divined. You need not thank anybody. Klein lifted his head slightly and looked at the divide between the wall and the ceiling. His answer fully expressed the vibes of a charlatan. You are a true seer, Bogda praised. Well, I'll be heading off. Like I said, the beautiful medicine doctor had advised me to return for a follow-up. Beautiful. Klein recalled his encounter with Selena. This made him retract his thoughts and engaged in a little exchange before heading back to his chair. Alchemy room. Selena discovered while reading that the sequence 9, apothecary was actually able to exert some sort of vitality toward any kinds of herbs. It allows them to grow with reduced stress, allowing for the plant's natural property to be strengthened. It was also applied even when the plant had been plucked. The prerequisite is that it had come into contact with the beyonder for the ability to take effect. This matter reminded her of the sensation. It was as though it relieved her while handling a variety of herbs, even during her mentorship with Darkwill. I thought it was a result of slightly digesting my potion. In truth, it's actually the herb relaying its feedback to me. Selena placed down the root and set the documents aside. Speaking of medicine. Did the herbs I gave to Mr. Jones effective? They did feel relaxing to touch before I handed it. I hope that was enough, or else I might have to redo my approach. Selena propped herself from the chair and began heading to the stairwell. Upon arriving at the partition, she saw Roseanne engaged in a little exchange with another commissioner. A young man with short brown hair wearing a tuxedo had a lively expression. Selena quickly recognized him. How pleasant. The sallowness of his face before had receded. Does that mean the herbs I gave him were just right? Selena continued at a steady pace. Her figure brushed past their periphery, but it failed to go unnoticed as Roseanne's eyes saw her by the corner. Ms. Roy, she called. The previous sick client we had, he returned for the follow-up. Ms. Roy. Bogda repeated the name and turned. His face became livelier. When Selena reached the reception area, he quickly lifted her hand and said with an ecstatic voice, Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for curing my illness. To think that I had such an audacity to doubt your medicinal expertise. Master Roy, your miraculous work should be highly recommended. Selena was taken aback from the sudden move. She squeezed a smile and patted his hand. Your health had leaped a dozen miles, Mr. Jones. I am thankful as well that you trusted the herbs I prescribed. At this moment, seeing the man's genuine gratitude for the herb she gave, a warm sensation welled within her as her smile became softer. She felt an illusory liquid being dissolved slowly. So this is what Mr. Fool meant by digestion. I did not get the clear feeling at that time, but now I'm certain that this is the effect of the acting method. So a feedback from others. Just like an audience cheering for an act. Selena took careful note of this as she figured another principle to add. Ensure that your medicine brings about wellness and recovery. Never do so with intent. The matter of willingness is from me. You had proven to be a miraculous medicine doctor, expect a recommendation from me and write the payment. Bogda withdrew his hands from the lady and tried to fish his wallet. A full £50 should be enough in exchange for my life. Selena fell silent only to realize the amount of cash the man had just offered. Wait, she said while maintaining a posture. How about I check you first before you can consider the payment? Let's not be too hasty. Those herbs don't even amount to £20, as old Neil said. Please reconsider. Bogda did not stand in ceremony. He nodded and willingly followed her to a sofa along with Roseanne accompanying them. Selena went with the procedure and found that his health had regained its lusters almost entirely. However, she saw that some parts are slightly losing light. It may not be problematic now, but in the future, it will return gruesomely. Selena nodded faintly and advised, Mr. Jones, take very careful of your body. Eat less fat and morsels that have high cholesterol and salt, take daily exercises as well. I assume you feel more fatigue even though the task was lineal. Now that you mentioned it. I do feel that I'm prone to finishing early in bed matters. Bogda balled his fist to his chin and touched it with his 2 fingers. I'd even consider buying a mummy powder that the aristocrats are so fond of. Finishing early. In bed. Selena almost blurted her thoughts out. And what does a mummy powder have to do with such things? And how could you be so casual about it in front of a lady? She maintained a genial smile as she recalled what her mentor, Darkwill, had once mentioned and tried to prescribe to a customer. I guess it was better to maintain physique rather than rely on drugs for performance. I'll take your word to heart, Bogda nodded contently. After engaging in a brief conversation about the weather and news outside, Bogda bade farewell with a raise of his top hat. Including that, his offer did not change as Roseanne and Selena received £50 in cash on the counter. Roseanne's face glimmered while thinking of a few things and said to Selena in persuasion, you could start a business. A clinic in our department. That would solve both our financial and medical needs. Plus it also acts as a commission since the client came here for service. Selena smiled wearily, perhaps once I get enough funds for it. However, right now I'm in rather difficult situation. The difficult situation is the lack of freedom to use her entire wealth without anyone suspecting its origins, and if she were to use the mandated punishers as the reason, it could put them in a spot where it's inevitable to not divulge her information. The fact that she was the vessel of a ritual meant that other organizations would have to check why she was chosen in the first place, and that would be dangerous. Slowly building her own wealth, not received from her parents and gradually validated, is her method of staying safe. However, it does not limit her from spending minimum enough to be reasoned with. The usage of it as both blessing and reward is another matter. Oh, don't worry about the funds, said Roseanne cheekily. If Captain allowed it and petitioned, the church could invest into this for a passive source of funds and for a unit fit for official beyonders to recover. Just imagine our agency's having a suite as its lounge. Are you? Sigh, I don't think I can handle such pressure. Selena let out a resigned breath. Miss Roseanne, could you also imagine the amount of paperwork to be processed? Perhaps it would be best to just let it be as a conceptual idea. I'll go brew some tea, do you want some? After hitting realization, Roseanne almost facepalmed herself as she said ruefully, right. If it was that easy, Klein would already have his own divination area and Leonard, a library, since his literacy needs refining. All right, but I will have a coffee instead. Selena smiled softly and consoled, although it's unrealistic. I very much like the idea. Perhaps one day, not in a way you intended, I would have a clinic you and the agency can visit. With a discount. Roseanne returned the expression. Selena lifted a finger to her mouth, then chuckled, I'll think about it. Inside a dark room. 10 candles stood diagonally from each other across the floor as they encircle an idol from the center. The idol had a wooden stand, its face bore a falcon carved into the base while a head of a monk extends from its head. They expressed no emotions, painted in a colorful dye of red, green and yellow. Tap. 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 A series of footsteps rustled from the wooden ceiling, accompanying it were muffled voices of a man and a woman. They seemed to be advising someone as they exited the front door. The flames swayed regardless of no wind in the area. The idol's lifeless eyes glowed golden. Chapter 91, Superficial Kindness. Outside of an office. Selena gently pushed the door open upon hearing Dunn's permission. When the door clasped shut and the lady entered, Dunn lifted his head from his paper and set the champagne bottle aside. It was wrapped with a ribbon. A gift. Selena saw the champagne being placed behind the table. She dismissed it from her mind as she asked, Captain, why did you call me? Dunn propped himself from his chair, took a note from his desk. After looking at it for a moment, he handed the paper to Selena. It was a hand-drawn picture of a man. Age seemed to take a toll as the corner of his eyes showed obvious wrinkles. He had a trimmed beard and sharp eyes. Dressed in a formal suit along with a top hat and cane. Before he raised the matter about the men, Dunn raised a question as well. How was your undercover with Morrowy Roundel? Right. I haven't been paying attention to it. Selena abruptly recalled her past schedule. She casted her gaze down before lifting it and spoke. Perhaps he was very recluse. His residences was devoid of any light. I couldn't even tell if he was present or not. Yes, once I return, I will change my approach. Dunn chuckled. You can worry about that some other time. By chance, do you recognize the men drawn from the paper? No, I do not, but he seems quite unfamiliar. Selena gently declined before scrutinizing the aged man. You're right, Dunn gestured for the paper to be handed. After receiving it, he returned to his desk and added, he was one of the winged creatures they call vampires who had chased you and raided the establishment. A member of the Rose School of Thought. What? Selena blurted out in surprise. As far as she knew, their matters in the city weren't that significant enough to withhold a discussion, except for retrieving her. Perhaps that was when Diemsfell hadn't come for me. Right, come for me, she silently echoed before slowly confirming. He was a part of the Child of God's faction. Selena creased her brow faintly, one of the Child of God's followers before succumbing into Diemsfell's puppetry. Dunn adjusted his voice and began explaining. A few officers had discovered that a gathering had been convened multiple times in a building near the edge of the city. Just one district away from Tussock River. It had been going on for quite some time until recently, a concerned citizen reported of a property receiving poor management. Although it was already late when we found out, we managed to trace the building's regulation to a person named Ruther Hudsman. The man in the picture, a professional medical doctor from Indus region. Ruther Hudsman, she repeated the name. Since we saw him disintegrate. The case will be dismissed soon, Dunn assured. However, that is not the only thing I called you for. Selena recovered from her thoughts. She looked at Dunn with an intent to listen carefully. Dunn withdrew his hands to his pockets before saying, Ruther Hudsman actually had other accomplices that were not a part of those creatures. In fact, old Neil even suggests that he was a part of a different faction within the exact same organization. That accomplice left. Perhaps it was due to the operation involving you. But the strange thing is that he took almost everything in his residence, including the toilet. Everything. Including the toilet. Selena found it difficult to picture how one would trouble themselves with a 54 weight, not to mention it was for an urgent escape. Seeing how absurd it is, she tried to reason, is it a golden toilet? It must have taken him quite a while to find a willing coachman to bring those things at once. I assume that is the case. And since it had proven to be difficult to navigate with all of the dead weight with him, we suspect that he must still be in the city. Dunn kept his gaze toward the shelves as he spoke. He turned to Selena eventually and said, I want you to call Mitchell and perhaps add in Klein as well to help you track him. Do so in your free time. With that said, Selena hesitated from accepting. Won't it be dangerous to openly find him? I mean, he could be a beyonder himself. Dunn nodded as he acknowledged her words. I have already informed of Mitchell about this. If ever there's a lead, immediately retreat and wait for me and the others to act. What about Klein? Asked Selena out of concern. I will inform of him later, Dunn said with a smile. Also, I believed Leonard had mentioned of your role. Well, you are now a probationary inspector. Old Neil can give you the following credentials once you leave my office. Selena's face turned weary as the corner of her mouth lifted faintly. Do I still need to keep an eye of Mr. Morrow? A matter came to her by the second. Dunn fell silent for 3 seconds before saying, yes, you may. However, that can depend entirely on your mood. Do so if there's anything amidst, if not then I suggest you dismiss the case. A layered way of saying, do anything you want as long as we get to monitor you. Selena mused silently. She nodded, all right. If there's nothing more, I'll take my leave now. Out of habit, her steady pace stopped just before the door. Seeing how her captain slowly took pieces of notes from a drawer. She sighed as she smiled ruefully. Hopefully for once, Captain did not forget anything. She turned and twisted the handle. 16 Daffodil Street. Shortly after informing Leonard of the task in addition for a collaborative effort, Selena left the building and briefly went to the shooting club for a test of accuracy. Her time was spent considerably and lasted only for an hour. When this passed, she took a trackless carriage to visit her combat instructor. She returned home with a few vitalities left to spare. How strange. The last time I went with Mr. Gawain's assigned routine. It left me devastated that I began missing my bed. However now, she raised both her palm and reflexively curled them. My body seemed to perceive physical changes quite differently. In certain cases, the apothecary potion's enhanced constitution were only applied in matters concerning toxins. So far, the original Selena's body had not undergone any sort of activities that would require physical work, thus leading to a fragile and delicate image that many ladies would sought after. Neither was her from the past would intentionally expose herself on physical work. However, her current situation was different. She desired to achieve a sort of physique that allows her to defend herself but not to an extent that it would taint the original Selena's fragile body. As she recalled her state during her time at Milo. With how her body adapts at such a rate, it quickly left her to assume. It was the result of the ritual and the child of God now residing within her. Strange horror treaded through her heart. An apprehension for the future left her in silence. She feared that perhaps one day, if ever the child of God's descent resumed, herself would cease to exist. As this emotions whirred in Selena, the quietness of the room had become more vivid. The kitchen table, spotless and glimmered into the dusk. Her empty plate that was stained with her roasted potato fries and meatloaf. For an inexplicable reason, she could have never been more aware of her own self. Her gaze drifted toward the curtain-drawn windows, picturing the street outside. Selena caressed her dress, replacing her sun hat that she left at her bedroom. That's right, since her time had been strictly used in just 2 places most of the day. It slowly rendered the need for a sun hat to be worn. Right. I forgot to visit Mr. Moroi. Selena suddenly recalled. With this in mind, she stood up and briefly tidied the table of stains and plate before taking her coat from the rack. Even though her destination was just a few steps near, Selena still went and retrieved her key to lock the entrance. Perhaps a precaution or measures just in case she failed to monitor her house. What is the need for this? I locked the entrance but the windows are still breakable, she sighed as she gave a self-deprecating comment. The chilling breeze sought her skin, forcing her to tuck her hands in her pockets. Tap. 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 Her heeled boot made a distinct sound that resounded in the mildly populated street. She reached Moroi Roundell's residence and rang the doorbell. Ding. Selena waited. And for exactly 5 minutes, she stood there, receiving no response. Is he away? Right, I forgot to bring an offering, she muttered before leaving the porch and quickly taking a portion of the leftover of her meal from her home. Returning back, she saw the pale-looking man at the entrance, behind the door frame, looking sideways for inspection. His brows were arched in annoyance, his lips were dry and wrinkles bore a perception of age at the man. It was Moroi Roundell, the middle-aged gentleman who had been trying to commit suicide until the intervention of Selena. Selena assumed a genial expression as she called, Mr. Moroi. Just as Moroi was about to shut the door, a melodic voice resounded from the street. From frustration, Moroi's face shifted on the whim upon seeing her. Were you the one who rang my doorbell? He smiled as if grinning with politeness. Selena's defensiveness rose. I thought he would be grumpy because I bothered him. With caution, she approached the man's porch with a metal container in hand. Now her face wasn't overly radiant as she replied, Yes, I came to introduce myself as your neighbor. Right, I apologize for earlier as I came back because I forgot to bring an offering with me. That is all right, Moroi smiled. My name is Moroi Roundell. Since when did you move in? Just 2 weeks ago, answered Selena with a somewhat warm expression. Moroi paused, he cautiously asked, Did you saw the disputes I had with the rent collectors recently? Selena sighed and nodded in affirmation. Moroi let out a withdrawn breath as he quickly apologized, I'm sorry if you had to see that. Ahem, for compensation for such an unbecoming sight you had seen, let me welcome you inside. He offered his hand toward the hallway before saying, You can place the meal at the table by the living room. Hearing this, Selena snapped and smiled wearily, Oh no, I merely came here to offer this as a token of good friendship and peace between neighbors. I won't prolong my stay. Nonsense, I saw you enter the Heath family's doors, so why not I invite you in as well? I couldn't just let myself be beaten by others in terms of kindness. Moroi maintained a radiant smile. Was there ever a hierarchy? Do you perceive things like that? Selena's wariness only grew. It's all right, Mr. Roundell. I would appreciate it more if you accept my offer, she insisted. At that moment, Moroi's smile became fixed. Despite its welcoming, Selena felt it had changed. Then suddenly, he said, Get inside. His right hand bulged in preparation. That wasn't an offer anymore. It was an intimidation. Out of instinct, Selena left her hand that was holding the metal container and reached inside of her coat, straining for a revolver. Moroi was taken aback. He saw the lady retract to her enclosure. Realizing that his mannerism was inappropriate to display for such a lovely lady, he laughed hysterically and said, Ha ha ha, I'm very sorry for scaring you. Really, that wasn't my intention. Selena stayed silent. She slowly withdrew her hand from her coat and held the container together. The psychiatrists that were ordered here by the officials to take care of me had always been advising me to monitor my temper. Truly, I'm very sorry, Moroi bowed with a mix of heart. Worry not. I plan to get this issue of mine fixed. That is why I welcome the psychiatrist and the inspection of the officials. Although I do wonder who was the concerned citizen that disclosed my waning state. Selena, heart raced in anxiety. Moroi returned his gaze after shifting it at the street. He said with content, But I'm thankful because it stopped me from doing something I might have regretted. Well then, he raised both his hands in acceptance. I appreciate the trouble for offering me such a tasty meal. I could tell just by the fragrance. He chuckled to lighten the mood. However, it failed to ease tense Selena. Selena drew a breath, held herself together and gave a facade of relief. She smiled, That is all right. I can understand the dread of being alone. Moroi nodded, I'm glad. Just when she finally handed the container, Moroi's hand unknowingly touched the back of her palm. A chilling fear curled her insides. She immediately pulled back. "Oh sorry," Moroi apologized dismissively. Selena regained her politeness and replied, "It's all right, I was just startled. Your hand is very cold." "Hee, then I'll warm it up at the fireplace." Moroi bowed shortly and waved Selena goodbye. Selena curtsied and left. At her residence. After closing the door, Selena staggered to the wooden pane and held her hands together to her chest. Trembling in her place. I am exaggerating. Chapter 92, Another Dream. After taking a deep breath, Selena collected her thoughts and began analyzing her recent interaction. She sighed upon realizing her paranoia. A brief chuckle escaped her lips. "I think it's right how my colleagues once teased as being a scaredy cat." Her hands stopped from pressing each other onto her chest. Lowering them, she added, "Mr. Moroi will be my neighbor from now on. Interacts may not be avoidable. However, I still have to be weary." His hand. He seemed to be readying himself to lounge at me and drag me inside. I hope that's not the case. The expression he gave was unbecoming of a gentleman. Selena took a deep breath and turned for the grand clock. 5:12, she muttered. I still don't know much about Mr. Moroi as human. Perhaps being thrown from his promising status may have been a factor to his current well-being. Then she shook her head and said to herself, what I did was already enough. That is as far as being a concerned citizen should go. With that said, Selena locked the entrance and began heading upstairs. Her shower was short, and after preparing a dish for the black cat that had entered 1 hour later, she entered her bedroom, intending to visit the mysterious dream world to resume her documents. The luscious greenery resurfaced in Selena's arrival. Perhaps because of her last visit. The plain meadow that illustrates the infinite horizon was blanketed by mountains and trees. In silence, she raised her hand. Her delicate pale fingers twisted one after another. Each were in a grotesque form, appearing like a root laden with thorns. A sap seeped from the crevices of her skin molds into multiple thin sheets. Words outlined themselves. They became the documents. The young priest had sacrificed her. I wonder when will that believer of mine pray the sacrificial ritual? Selena mumbled before lifting a page. She skimmed each pages until she reached an entry containing a grid. Each column had names, signatures, and their corresponding pathways. This particular page seemed to have been written hastily, as the surface were smooth in comparison to the previous entries. There was no organization's name, just a record of each members of the organization starting with the name. Fowler Birmingham, Fowler Ormer. An ancient vampire. Ormer? Isn't that the name of a beverage? Selena acutely noticed the detail, and she immediately took note before resuming to the next 29 members. Yezer Birmingham. Also a part of the surname Ormer and a Sequence 8 apothecary. She continued. Dylan Hawkthorne. Sequence 8 doctor. Romeo Aldor. Another Sequence 8 doctor. Ruther Hudsman. Sequence 8 doctor. Logan Paul. Sequence 7 vampire. Noel London. A vampire. Finally. Diemsfell Lawrence. Sequence 7 vampire. That's a total of 30 members, Selena muttered as she carefully commits each name into memory. So there was a sequence name corresponding to a vampire. So Diemsfell is in the same sequence. After brooding to herself for 3 seconds, she sighed before turning the page onto the next. Here, it was seen as a journal. Written in a local Southernian Highlander. Although on the surface one could tell it was a simple journal, in truth the contents seemed to dismantle the thought very subtly. It reads, the confirmation of the Rose School of Thought to consider us as their branch of factions was negotiated in a manner of a convened gathering among the higher beings of the organization. An exchange of oaths between an important book and our loyalty. This is crucial. Our gathered group lacked resources and securement to prepare ritual necessary for the goddess's resurrection. A promise, a distilled agreement. At this moment, the organization had taught us of the goddess's ancient notes and their accumulated knowledge, directing at an ancient palace reigned by giants. An ancient palace. Reigned by giants. Selena felt like she was personally seeing her followers' interactions. Grandfather had already told such residents to us. It was the promised land, the designation of our journey. It was where the goddess and her groom had once came into a union, producing us, her descendants. This was common knowledge among us. However, the revelation of her name was unlike our beliefs. The goddess had indeed designated herself as the child of God, and thus forming our initial communication with the goddess. But this connection was brief. Her title was given by her, in which the contact was abruptly cut off. We're now certain and determined to resurrect and regain our rightful place in the true Earth Mother. Hours had passed and Selena finally reached the entry's halted continuation. During this, the voices began whispering softly, leaving her with no choice but to return. Arriving at her bedroom, Selena remained at mattress as she gazed over the ceiling. Hair disheveled. She first drew a slow breath before reviewing the pages she read. The organization first came from an isolated family of the Ormer bloodline. It was then where Yuzur's grandfather, Fowler, received a revelation, somewhere in the current epoch, that the goddess's spirit is waning. This initiates the urgency for the necessary mass rituals, forcing them to commit the remaining time in recruiting a group, in which to their surprise was also connected to their bloodline. Selena curled her palm and pressed her index finger over her chin in contemplation. They may have seen this as fate, giving them the morale to continue each attempt. Yes, she exclaimed. It was said that the first attempt had successfully restored the goddess's waning spirit that was isolated deep within the spirit world. That ritual was the tribe dispute in the southern continent that worsened the conflict between the local and the northern continent's colonization. Other than that, their origins can be summarized as the unification of scattered bloodlines and ambitious priests from the Harvest Church. Oh right, regarding their documented sightings of other secret organizations, only a few were confirmed. One was the Numinous Episcopate. The other was the Theosophy Order, and lastly was the Psychological Alchemists. She turned her body at the side. The crimson peeked at her from the veiled windows. The Psychological Alchemists are a group of enthusiasts covering the field of academics about the mind. They're quite active and would appear as spectators under a grand setting. Miss Justice is of a noble status, it won't be long for her to make contact with them. Perhaps what she needs is a little nudge. This should be enough as a reward. Selena was in a good mood while thinking this. However, this emotion did not last as her restlessness for her faction grew. Ambitious priests who abandoned the church in pursuit of honor, child of God's faction. It would be hard for me to guide them, she muttered, before turning to her other again. This rolling went on until her mind eased. Now she laid with her back on the velvet mattress. A sensation of heaviness clouding her. From the serene yet deafening silence, Selena felt her thoughts drift. The darkness burned a candle, flickering and illuminating a small area across the endless expanse of void. For a moment, it looked alone. The next, multiple lights began resurfacing from the darkness, almost as if a person was present. The scene took a drastic change. At this moment it became a room. There was 3 chains, hooking 3 individuals concealed by the darkness that the light failed to disperse. Below them lays a small cloth, wrapping what seems to be a toy. Upon taking a closer looking, their faces outlined themselves into the faint light. They were familiar. The man appeared to be in his late 40s, with a round face, a bit of stubble, and a lean build. While the woman had a lustrous look, with her brown hair and a full lips. One could compare her with a lady, challenged with the vicissitudes of nursing a life or two. The child seemed to be their daughter. A youthful innocence paints her chubby face, the gifted of ignorance. As they dangle onto the chains, lifeless amid a pool of crimson, a black figure stepped onto the circle, following the candle's flames. Apart from these 3 individuals, the figure left the center where suddenly, an idol was revealed. It had a wooden stand, its face bore a falcon carved into the base while a head of a monk extends from its head. The darkness seeped in and Selena's heart dropped. The dream broke. Selena jolted awake. She suddenly saw that the dream transitioned into the pasture she had been familiar with. Cold sweat damped her back. Behind the veil light, her thoughts fell into a spiral. In the dream world, a surge of horror clogged her ability to breathe smoothly. Marl. Martha. Little Odell, her low voice shivered. A ritual. Why did I dreamt of a ritual? The mysterious world trembled. The beautiful blue sky cracked like a globe. Her feet began splitting into multiple vines laden with thorns. At this moment, Selena abruptly noticed the changes in the world. It was reacting to her emotions. Fearing of the effects that might occur as a result, she forced her emotions to stabilize. Calm down. Calm down. A field of slumber flowers appeared and cloaked the field in reflection of the tranquil night. Selena caught whiff of the serene scent. Coupled with her cogitation, she slowly achieved a level of regulation and began letting her emotions settle. She drew a silent breath. Mr. Old Neil once mentioned that dreams are often our astral body's way of informing a danger. I better report this to Captain. However, how is it that when that nightmare appeared, this dream world was the next to be manifested? Selena wanted to carefully examine this event, but the awareness of how the time relates to the outside world. She abandoned the idea and left her dream. The horse-drawn carriage galloped out of Zutland Street, leaving Selena at a building of a company. Amid her anxiety, she drew a breath and calmly opened the door. She took a couple of steps before meeting the receptionist, Roseanne. Selena gave an affable smile as she first conversed about the weather. Perhaps due to her lingering fear behind a facade, it did not take her long to promptly ask, "Is Captain present in his office?" Roseanne thought for 3 seconds before she firmly nodded, "Yes, he's at the office." "Are you planning on going there?" "Yes," said Selena. "I have a matter to discuss." All right, Roseanne smiled. Be careful when taking the stairwell. Leonard almost fell down once due to hastiness of his steps. Selena felt her expression tumbled, forcing her to nod politely without a word. Upon hearing Dunn's voice from the door, Selena let herself in and stopped just before the entrance. Here to ask the ruther's accomplice, said Dunn initiatively. No, Selena shook her head. I came here for another matter. What is it? Asked Dunn, preparing his trench coat and top hat. Are you intending to leave? A thought rose from seeing her captain adjust his gun holster. Selena could not help but mention in case she being impolite. Dunn chuckled. I was asked by the church to head to the cathedral. It was related to the issue of a suspect named Triss. I believe you have heard of him. The instigator of the Alfalfa Express tragedy, answered Selena. Yes, Dunn confirmed. It was actually Klein who helped in the case of identifying the person. Really? Selena's shock was subtle, however she was also amazed. Klein's seer abilities is impeccable. I wonder if I would get similar abilities in the later sequences. Perhaps then, I would not be pressured often. Dunn gave a firm nod and said, it was an unexpected discovery, but it was favorable. Now with this we can have a lead on his whereabouts. The issue now is that we are having difficulty in finding him. Why? Asked Selena curiously. Any possible clues had led us to a female lady's daily activities. Of course it would be strange to accuse just about anyone. The church even suspect that perhaps the man had become a dandy, leading to his use of women's products. Dunn's voice had a hint of humor into it. Ah, really? Well, I hope he would be arrested soon, said Selena with a pleasant voice. Dunn finished adjusting his coat and asked, so what brings you here? Selena straightened her poise and said, I had a dream. A dream. Dunn's face slowly became solemn. It borders on a nightmare. There was 3 people that I know. They were the Heath family living next to me. They were hanged by a hook and chained as they are suspended above a ritual site. Selena's lingering fear that she had been suppressing rose from her face as she recounted each scenes. There was a black figure who walked on the center. Afterwards, when he left there was an idol, a very tall one. It had wooden base as faces of an animal and human were carved in a stacking manner. I wish to know what this means, requested Selena after recovering for a bit. Dunn fell silent and this response was enough to influence her into unease. He looked at the shelves for exactly 5 seconds before finally saying, Klein is currently away. Perhaps he'll be here by the afternoon. Until then try not to forget the nightmare you had and wait for our seer. Your dream seems to be a mix of your astral intuition and a danger looming around you. I will let Klein dissect your dream, afterwards we will make countermeasures in case of it happening. Dunn's eyes gradually turned darker. Suddenly, he smiled, we will be holding an entrance party for Klein. Care to join? Selena's tensed nerves showed confusion. Realizing that her captain was trying to stabilize her emotions by mentioning other matters. She controlled her expression before saying, all right. Thank you for the invitation. Dunn relaxed and reached for his top hat. He said as he opened the door, we should get going. Chapter 93, Moment of Breather. As Dunn and Selena walked a lineal path, a middle-aged gentleman's deep voice spoke. His tone was melancholic. Daly left. Roseanne already told me. She seemed to be happy that she got to personally meet her. Although that what I assume, said Selena as she focused on each of her steps. Dunn sighed. Daly was just transferred to the Backlund diocese, which is the world's busiest and most crowded city. They have the highest population of Beyonders and the most opportunities. She has a higher chance of becoming an archbishop or a senior deacon than me. I have heard quite a few praises direct to her, they're mostly from Roseanne, but when we finally met, even I began looking up to her, replied Selena. It wouldn't be surprising to see her achieve such a status. I agree, Dunn kept his eyes forward. She has a unique talent in mastering and exploiting sequence potions. As I've mentioned before, the internal rule of the Nighthawks. If you want to consume the next potion in the sequence, you'll have to wait 3 years and go through a strict examination to prevent any loss of control. But typically, 3 years is far from sufficient. I spent 3 years going from a sleepless to a midnight poet. It took me 9 years to go from a midnight poet to nightmare, a full 9 years. And to go from nightmare to sequence 6, I've already spent 3 years. I have no idea how many more years I need. When our bodies age and our energy starts to decline, even if we overcome the latent dangers, we shouldn't attempt advancing anymore. This is because the risk of losing control at that point is so high that no one is willing to risk it. As for Daly and I, we are different from most Beyonders. After she became a corpse collector, she handed in a special application after only a year. She hoped to consume the follow-up potion immediately. What surprised everyone was that she actually passed through the stricter examination and obtained the Gravedigger potion. It only took her 1 more year to go from Gravedigger to Spirit Medium. This year will be her 5th year as a Beyonder. She is only 24 this year, young enough to have many opportunities ahead of her. Madame Daly is a famous spirit medium. Not only that, she seemed to be a true spirit medium. A sign of acting. Selena felt she had grasped the reason behind Madame Daly's quick ascension in ranks. How remarkable. But Captain, you're enough as well. You're only in your 30s. Opportunities lay themselves before the ones who seek them. Selena tried her best to console Dunn. Dunn lowered and shook his head before smiling bitterly. She told me to become a true nightmare. I don't know what that means. That is the most direct hint of acting method I have ever heard. Captain, please don't be dense and take the hint. Selena creased her brow in silence. Soon they reached the intersection. Selena turned her head to Dunn and said, Captain, I still have mysticism class with Mr. Old Neil. I'll be taking my leave. All right. Dunn raised his top hat and resumed his pace. But just before he left, he suddenly shifted his body and added, right, don't worry too much on the dream. Focus on the mysticism lessons being taught to you by Old Neil. Also stay here as much as possible for the time being. Selena nodded, very well. With that said, Dunn finally left the intersection. After finishing her daily mysticism lesson with Old Neil, Selena turned from the partition and arrived at the staff room. There, she saw the white-haired Sika, scribbling a few words onto her note. Since Klein won't be present until the afternoon and the documents given by Old Neil that she was reading was almost at the end, Selena figured that it would healthy to get a rest before lunch. However, throughout her time with Old Neil, Selena could not help but help unease, finding it difficult for her to fully pay attention. Sika's gaze left the notebook from her hand and noticed Selena about to occupy the sofa next to her. How your lesson coming along, she said, attempting to initiate a conversation. Selena sat down and replied, the pages of the documents Mr. Old Neil gave me is becoming thinner. Perhaps by afternoon the next day, I have already finished it. That's great. Anyway, the drafts that I have been writing are complete. Today, the Tinjin Daily Post is expecting a grossing ads to be included in their future news. Following an advertisement of products, a promotion of companies and also the publishing of promising works, said Sika as she assembled the stacked papers beside her. I plan to head there after I process these few pages. Do you want to come? Selena fell silent for nearly 10 seconds before saying softly, sure. And a little walk should clear my mind. Sika Tron smiled in content. Northborough. 23 Birchwhite Street. After an hour, Sika led Selena to a wide, 4-story building. The establishment is not anywhere near a factory. However, there was a sign at the front engraved on the wall. Daily Post Office. Let's head in. But before that, let me apologize for dragging you here, Ms. Roy. You must have looking forward to your rest today, Sika said as she adjusted the paper notes from her hand. Selena smiled, I have no matters to attend today until Klein or Leonard returns. I think accompanying you and seeing the procedure of publishment myself could invoke a sort of interest for writing in me. You intend to write? Asked Sika curiously. In my free time perhaps, Selena answered in passing. Also, can I ask? Do you often visit here for promotion? This is not the only place where I tried my luck. It's just that the chances for my works to be seen are more favorable in this particular company, Sikatron explained. Not only that, my previous works had also been approved only by them. Have you seen Falling Promise in one of the Tinjin Morning Post last week? Selena struggled for a response. In the end she replied honestly, no, I haven't subscribed to any newspaper company after I arrived here. That's all right, Sikatron comforted her and added, then how about you subscribe now? Selena raised her right index finger and chuckled behind it, that was one of my reasons for agreeing. With that said, the two ladies helped themselves in. She saw Sikatron entered first before assuming her turn. However, just before she could step inside, from the corner of her eye, a man with an angular face and dark hair walked past the establishment, hefting a heavy box with both shoulders. He wore a gray breech, a heavy blue wool cloth while sporting a cap. She felt that the man was familiar. No matter how she tries recall, she failed in recognizing him. Have I seen him somewhere before? At that moment, woman's voice suddenly spoke. Ms. Roy. What are you idling for? Asked Sika out of concern. Selena jolted out of reverie and blurted, and nothing. I'm sorry for my sudden manner. Sika sighed in relief, all right. By the way, I saw that the line for the promotion of their work is quite long. She pointed at the single-filed narrow people at the hallway, each of them waiting for their turn. We might need to prolong our stay here if we join their fiasco. Sika's voice seemed to be a bit disappointed. I'm fine with that, said Selena, knowing how much time needed for their turn. All right, perhaps we can settle your subscription first before heading to line. Sikatron offered in consideration. Selena nodded. With Sikatron on the lead. They skipped past a long line of people, extending toward an office by the corner and instead walked to the postal service area. There, Selena watched as Sikatron conversed to one of the staffs. They handed a paper to her, requiring an address, followed by the terms and conditions as well as timestamps for the daily distributions. The morning post starts at 8, this is considered a daily distribution. 1 pence per handouts and their service is active throughout the week, except for holidays. Selena carefully read the description. After a deduction of 3 solely, a requirement for subscription and as monthly payment. Selena received a receipt. That will be your assurance in case the company failed to account your address, said the young lady wearing a staff's uniform. With the receipt tucked into her coat. Selena and Sikatron left the area, casually conversing about the latter's work as they took their time going to the line. In the afternoon. Having been called by Dunn Smith to the lounge, beside the reception area. Selena walked in and saw Leonard standing by the window and Klein seated at a sofa, enjoying his brewed tea. "How are you feeling?" a voice with a poet's temperament spoke. Leonard smiled, a way to properly break the ice. After occupying a seat for herself. Selena simply replied, "Yes." She turned to her side and saw Klein placed his cup down before saying, "Captain told us that you had a dream of a ritual. Before we begin the task about the tracking of Huddsman's accomplice. Do you us to divine your dream first?" Selena nodded and again confirmed with the same answer. "All right, then please inform of us what happened," Klein said amiably. Right now, she felt like she was being interrogated and examined by 2 doctors. Which was ironic considering that she can see herself as one. For 10 minutes. She reviewed the scene thoroughly, she was careful not to miss any details that might help in the case. Klein quietly listened and after the end he confirmed, that dream is related to that wooden idol. The bloody sight seemed to correspond to the level of danger and the mysterious figure is the culprit. A normal human's dream might just be meaningless but a beyonder's nightmare holds many symbolics. "Ms. Roy, by chance did you encounter anyone outside of your circle?" Selena thought for nearly 20 seconds before shaking her head in denial, "No. So far it's only been my neighbors and our team." Klein caressed his armchair for a while before asking, "Can I divine it?" "Very well," Selena agreed, believing that the method Klein gave was the most suited for the task. Klein took a slow breath and said while extending his palm, "Could you give me your hand?" "Very well," with a bit of hesitance, Selena gave her hand to him. She felt his large hand could wrap hers entirely without any difficulty. Subconsciously, she commented, "It's firm." On another note. Klein fell into silence for full 10 seconds, his heart ramming his throat as he exerted enough strength to finally say, "I will try a method known as dream divination. Let me know if you're feeling any discomfort." Selena's unease faded when she heard his assurance. She nodded as a reply. Standing right next to Klein. Leonard quietly closed his gap as he watched in amusement. He chuckled and said, "There are times where being a diviner have noticeable perks. I did not expect to see one in action. Besides being in a protagonist of an action novel, perhaps a little dallying could brew the taste even lovelier." What does he mean by that? Selena thought as she focused on regulating her breath. Klein was visibly peeved that in turn he squeezed out a smile and said, "You're right. However it's best for you to stay quiet. Silence could make the room much more lovelier." Leonard retreated and did not add any more words. Holding Selena's hand with his right palm. Klein retracted his attention. Now is the best opportunity to carefully divine Ms. Roy's past. "All right, I'll briefly divine this first before her dream. I apologize, Ms. Roy." With this in mind. He lowered his head and muttered the 7 lines he constructed in his mind while in a state of cogitation. His eyelids grew heavy. In a matter of 3 seconds, his vision blurred as clusters of colors blended into the scenery. At that moment, the shrouding darkness dispersed and there came an open-area room, with multiple people lining up. Their faces had no features. Lacking the mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Klein felt horrified for a second, then he suddenly heard a loud, illusory voice of a man, writing a signature from the counter. He called it the lady carrying an infant beside him, "No. It should be my daughter." Chapter 94, New Piece. "No. It should be my daughter." The man from the desk counter had a combed black hair with a few gray lines, a prominent build sporting a waistcoat, a white shirt and black trousers all were fitted to his body. He stands at an impressive height of 6 feet, while having no facial features. In his hand was a fountain pen and pinned by his other palm was a piece of paper written with the title, Will and Testament. "Darling." The silver-haired lady holding an infant on his right was clearly frustrated and annoyed. "Why do you find it difficult to just write Selena's name? Why are you so persistent against it?" The lady also lacked any visage. All that can be described is her hair tied into braids while wearing a simple long white gown and a short gray shrug over her shoulders. "Because." The man retracted his body from the paper. The staff was scrambling on what to do. She is my daughter, he declared. I couldn't just deprive my daughter of my wealth. Others are allowed to call her Selena, but as her father, it should strictly be my daughter. Well, you're doing it now. The lady was the verge of drilling a sense into her husband. What if they don't know who's your daughter? I'm opposed in giving her a hard time and claiming the inheritance in the future. The man puffed his chest and smiled with confidence. That is not an issue. Her marvelous father just have to amass the people in acknowledging that she is my daughter. At that moment, disregarding the fact that lady had no face, one can sense that she deliberately curled her lips downwards to the side, wanting either punch her husband or facepalm herself in disbelief. While seeing this, Klein's mouth involuntarily twitched. I wouldn't be so glad if I were in the infant's place. Amid the couple's argument, he leaned closer and saw the infant being cradled by the woman. The little one had a rather long white lashes and short silver hair while a cloth was draped around her. So this must be Ms. Roy. Sigh. The woman's frustration erupted from a released breath. Are you doing this because you fear that they might be able to track her? They. Klein retracted his attention from the infant and onto the couple. Do you think this is enough? Said the woman, scouring for an assurance. Hopefully it will. The man placed the pen down and withdrew from the papers. He walked to the lady's side and caressed her shoulders along with the infant. He smiled and added, but I wouldn't let that happen. I love you. As much as our daughter. PFFF. Ha ha ha, the woman burst out a laugh from behind her right fingers. The man chuckled, somewhat perplexed by the display of emotions coming from his wife. He said cautiously, why are you laughing? It's nothing, she quickly replied. By the time they turned to glance at the infant, the crystalline sapphire eyes were already wide awake. Smiling like the sun's rays on an innocent morning dew, even the little one's first teeth was already creeping in. Look, Selena, said the lady, her void expression softened. Don't be like your bison father, all right? He's just too persistent. Once you grew up, ally with mommy against him, all right? We can't let his persistence grow a dozen mile. What? The man's face grew pale. Before replying, the woman chuckled and then said, also, you said you intend to spread to everyone that she is your daughter. Doesn't that renders your efforts futile? The man fell into silence. After nearly 10 seconds, he clicked his tongue and admitted, you're right. Just as the lady was about to add, the haziness of the scene suddenly began to distort. Klein's thoughts turned chaotic and without a warning, he was exiled. The dream turned black. He's waking up. A relaxed tone of a man spoke his thoughts on a whim. When Klein opened his eyes, what greeted him first was the slender hand that was being wrapped by his fingers. It extends to a lady in front of him. She had a pair of sapphire jeweled eyes, a white porcelain skin and hair that was styled into a braided bun curl. Her lips were supple, red but thin. Are you all right? The lady worriedly said. Klein quickly recovered from his stupor, he breathed in and replied, I'm all right. Really? Probed Selena, frowning slightly out of genuine concern. You're holding onto my hand quite tightly. Realizing his action, Klein retracted his fingers from squeezing her palm. In doing so, he hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry. Selena sighed in relief. She thought for a moment before saying, Do you think we should stop? I still haven't divined her nightmare. Klein turned and retrieved another note next to him. He gently shook his head and said, no, I still need a few more description of what the dream meant. Will that be all right to you? Okay, after a bit hesitation, Selena chose to agree, letting her hand rest in his care. Amid this exchange, Leonard suddenly stepped in. I reckon you obtained a crucial intel from the first dream. May I suggest letting us be informed as well before attempting another? While in the process of writing another lines, Klein replied dismissively, let's wait for Captain's instructions. Leonard curled his lips before turning silently to his previous position by the window. Hearing her fellow member's suggestion for Klein, a pang of curiosity gave Selena a simple inquiry. What did Mr. Moretti saw that it requires the Captain's instructions? Regardless of this urge, she stayed silent and watched how the trusted seer mutter a few lines before squeezing her right hand again as he fell into a slumber. Klein's vision blurred and darkness surged around the scene. A myriad of colors blended into one and a single flame illuminated from the void. The light covered a small area into the darkness. From this single light began the ignition of multiple sparks. They formed a circle on the corner, each of them revealed a piece of the room and their wick being melted by the plumes. A cobblestone walls offered a limit to the light as they reflect the entire space. There was a stairwell leading upstairs. A sequence of tubes connects to the upper floor, appearing a pattern of valves in each tubes. He's in a basement. And for an inexplicable reason, the design felt similar to the one in their residence at Unit 2 Daffodil Street. It isn't entirely what Ms. Roy had described. However, Klein confirmed that were 3 lifeless individuals suspended on the chains, burrowing into their shoulders are hooks stained with blood. He also noticed a small ball below them. It was wrapped tightly with numerous white cloths. This horrifying scene distilled a blooming horror within him. He unknowingly took a step back, his mouth slightly agape. At that moment, when he turned on the side, Klein saw a piece that was never mentioned by the dreamer. From there, he saw Selena's fragile body. It was pale, so much so that it seemed she lacked blood circulating from her veins. The man appeared next to her body. It scooped her blood with a silver porcelain cup, akin to the ceremonial cups being presented in cathedrals. The figure brought the cup that contained Selena's blood and poured it onto the circle. The blood was smeared across the black wooden idol. No, when Klein made a careful inspection, he reconfirmed it. From the wooden base carved with a falcon, a visage of a simple doodled man laid frozen on its place. All were painted in a myriad of primary colors. It was a totem. A ritualistic totem. Klein stood in stillness as numerous thoughts whirred in his mind. Is this a requirement for a specific pathway's ability? Why does it require Ms. Roy's life? At that moment, the dream turned black. Klein jolted awake. His sight was obscured from the blurriness that came after an interruption. The first sensation he felt was 2 soft hands wrapped around his right palm. Upon regaining clarity, he saw Selena's face visibly worried. Apart from her, Leonard was in a stance ready for any mishaps that occurs. The alarm rope in his reach. You're trembling, Selena said softly. His anxiety only grew from seeing Ms. Roy's face. Klein fought the urge to retract almost immediately. He feared that it might startle the lady, reducing her perception of him. Regardless, he still had the desire to withdraw his hand from enveloping her delicate fingers. Within a few seconds, he drew a breath. With enough effort, he finally regulated his emotions. Perhaps because of this suddenness, his hand that was clutching Selena began caressing her supple skin. The lady didn't seem to mind as she constantly checks for his condition. He sighed. The ritual site is a basement. It's quite similar to ours, having 3 pipes that joined after the 2 valves and a pressure meter by the front of the junction. Klein carefully committed each details of the dream setting in mind before replying, I'm fine, Ms. Roy, you don't have to worry too much. It's natural for dreams to have a sort of effect to the diviner. Natural. It was clear that Selena wasn't entirely convinced as old Neil did not give a thorough explanation over divinations. Putting into consideration of her pathway, she gave a rueful sigh. All I could do was trust. Perhaps after the ritualistic magics will Mr. Old Neil begin teaching me of divinations. No, I will just have to request just in case my future sequences relies on divinations. Leonard bridged his gap from the 2. He sized up the seer who had an awful dream and said, You all right? Upon loosening his hold of Selena's hand, Klein replied, I made a few notable discoveries from Ms. Roy's dream. After detailing of the events that have transpired, transitioning from the layout of the candles to the revelation of the stairs and confines, Klein briskly made a hypothesis. The site of the ritual was inside of a basement. The design was coupled with 3 distinct pipes making a junction on its pressure valve. It was located on the side facing the stairwell. Leonard lifted his index finger over to his chin in contemplation. In doing so he made an inquiry. There could be many types of basements in the city, ones where even the pressure valve is underneath the floor. Klein, are you suggesting we should scour every building in the city for this specific basement layout? Are you stupid? That would undoubtedly alert the suspect. Klein almost gagged while drinking his tea. Wait, that would alert him. Leonard added in realization. Good to know there's still some dust left in you, or else I might have mistaken yours was completely cleaned. While lampooning, Klein managed to halt the tea from spewing from his mouth and safely gulped it. Selena thought for a few seconds before saying, I doubt that's the end of your discovery. Mr. Moretti, do you perhaps have more to add? Klein seemed a bit pleased as he said, yes. The design was fairly familiar. The 3 pipes that separates after the pressure valve may be common among a specific housing company's estates. Estates. Selena lowered the tea she had just brewed from her lips. After a while, she finally grew to not fear the dream, and now that the case had been carefully examined, she felt relief. However, it fails to remove her agency of obtaining the capability to protect herself. Being able to bestow and sacrifice is her key in resolving this issue. I'll confirm it later with the captain. After finishing his drink, Klein rose from his seat. He took out a pocket watch from his tuxedo and glanced at it before saying, There's still some time before the party. Did Captain give us any starting lead on this accomplice? Captain gave me a drawn picture of him, Leonard said as he walked over to the sofas. He presented the note for both Klein and Selena to see. On the surface was a photo of a man with curly black hair from the shading of the ink. He had a mole over his left nose and his eyes were slightly disfigured. Selena took careful note of the man's image. All right, then how should we begin finding him? She asked seconds later. Leonard withdrew the picture to his pocket, then replied while smiling, our clue lies in the way he's acting. Captain said that one of his traits that we should account for is his tendency to hoard. Like how he didn't pass his toilet when escaping. Klein raised Dunn's emphasis over this explanation. Perhaps it's a golden kind, he added as the corners of his mouth curled up. Hearing his comment, Selena recalled her own opinion. The lady couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle as she lifts her right index finger to cover it. Klein halted and looked up. Suddenly, he paused from buttoning his tuxedo. Then, a voice of a young man spoke, let's better make a progress before noon. Roseanne is looking forward to tonight's feast. Hearing this, Klein snapped from his stupor and quickly retrieved his cane. Chapter 95, A Poet's Assumption. At 2 in the afternoon. Outside of a 3-story building at the middle street. Selena looked at the drawn windows before shifting to the growing weeds of the lawn. How did this man navigate with all of the dead weight on him? She asked her doubts, sensing how some things did not quite add up. Leonard approached the iron gates and said, Captain explained that his movements is limited but not to the point it stops him from actually escaping. My guess is that he had an ally helping him or perhaps using the express company to move each furniture for him. Then shouldn't we target the express company instead of going to his house? Selena added. His residence should be empty by now. The thing is, those luggage exceeds the maximum quota for passengers to bring when boarding a train. Thus he needs time to bring these furniture one maximum quota each trip, and in order to do that safely, he needs to relocate, Leonard explained as though he was lecturing. Klein is capable of tracking him just by having any sort of items that he made a mystical connection with, including the time he spent in one location. I see. Selena muttered. So just by determining where he's at the most, a seer can increase the chance for a divination to succeed. If there aren't any traces, then we can shift to the company that was responsible for the delivery. Leonard smiled and took one step back, allowing Klein to come close to the building. Klein raised a topaz pendulum. He entered a half cogitation and began murmuring. Ruther Huddsman's accomplice left an evidence here. Ruther Huddsman's accomplice left an evidence here. Ruther Huddsman's. At that moment, the brightly colored pendulum that was suspended in the air suddenly began turning. The wind around it stirred, turning on a gradual clockwise motion. Klein opened his eyes and confirmed the revelation. It's a positive, but it's not entirely an evidence itself. Well, it's better than nothing. Leonard said dismissively as he opened the gates. There is the delivery company you just mentioned and the boarding records from the trains. What do you mean nothing? Selena was left perplexed by his use of an idiom. She watched Klein enter the gates before following. As Leonard opened the door, Selena leaned over to his side to strain for a peek. Once the wooden pane was pushed aside, they saw a completely empty corridor. There were no photo frames, clocks, vase or carpets. It seemed like it had been ransacked by greedy thieves knowing that the owner hadn't returned. It's what Captain had described. That man really took all of his belongings with him, Leonard said as he helped himself in. Selena and Klein followed suit. Why would he take all of it? Klein began suspecting as well. Selena felt a hint of fear as she gave her own opinion. It's truly harrowing. To think he would attempt to escape when he couldn't even refrain himself from taking all of his belongings. I can't lie to myself. If our house is under fire while Benson and Melissa are in a safe place, I wouldn't mind diving just to retrieve the most of what I can from the inferno. Klein criticized himself inwardly as he continues his steps. For the remainder of their time, they have inspected each and every room the house contains. From the dining hall, kitchen, library, bedroom, and basement. The trio failed to find any sort of valuable leads that might help in divination. Moreover, every room was truly devoid of anything. Returning to the entrance hall, a cold air of emptiness swept Selena's skin. She reached her hand from both sides of her body, trying to stay warm. I guess that's all of it. A pang of disappointment lingered in Leonard's voice. Klein turned away from the door and onto the hallway. Since they have included the rooms upstairs, going all the way to the rooftop, he began to suspect that the divination may have been referring not inside of the house but on the lawn. Let's try searching outside, he suggested. After arriving at an arm's length between the two gentlemen, Selena thought for 3 seconds before saying, why don't you use dowsing to look for it? I have tried it earlier, said Klein as he slightly lifted his cane. But it seems it's not picking up anything at the moment. I wonder what's causing the disruption. He added inwardly. This may have been the work of much higher sequence. I'll need to carefully monitor Ms. Roy in case this situation is the one from her destiny. Klein tried to steal a glance at Selena, only to met by an oblivious smile, prompting him to turn back. Mr. Moretti seems to be very attentive of me today. Is it perhaps because of the dream? That's quite thoughtful of him. Selena watched Klein retract his head from her before exiting the door. Outside was still alit. The lawn had several weeds, evident of its lack of care. This time, Klein used his divination again. From his palm, he widened his grasp of the cane in order for it to fall slightly. He caught the cane almost immediately and sensed that it tried to fall over a certain direction. It worked. Klein was surprised. This confirmed his hypothesis that the cause of his dowsing divination's failed attempts was due to the setting, being inside of the house. With this realization, he began feeling a certain horror bloom in his heart. Perhaps the beyonder they're dealing with is of a higher sequence, capable of disrupting divinations. Klein turned to Selena again and saw her looked back at him and smiled, forcing him to retract again before saying, "The dowsing rod was successful. It points in that direction." He pointed at the other building across the street. "So the possible evidence isn't in the house but here," referring to the area. Leonard chuckled at their small mistake. "Divinations are very cryptic," muttered Selena as she gazed at the direction Klein was pointing. After the short distance, they arrived at a two-story building. Unlike the residence of the men from early, this establishment features a cafe by the first floor and cluttered apartment rooms at the top, allowing entrance by the balconies. There were two signs over them. Ford's Coffee Shop. Puado's Resting House. Leonard sized up the establishment and said, "It seems to be a normal commercial residential building. Where should we begin searching? At the apartments or at the coffee shop?" "I'll let Klein do the decisions," Selena answered with modesty. Klein nodded and loosened his grasp over his cane. However, unlike before, when the cane was about to fall, it suddenly halted and suspends itself onto a direction. After confirming the cane's intention, he pointed toward the second room farther left of the apartments. There. The trio went up the iron stairs and arrived at the conjoined balconies on the second floor. Soon they arrived where the dowsing cane had led them. Before entering, Klein briefly ensured that there was no inherent danger through divination. Regardless of this, he still readied his hand for the revolver as he opened the door. It was locked. How surprising, Leonard smiled and threw both of his hands up. Of course it would be locked regardless if there was a tenant or not. Thud. 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 Klein knocked a few times, only to met with silence. "Should we ask the cafe owner below if they know the landlord?" Selena suggested after watching Klein. "All right," Klein pulled away from the door. Downstairs was a humble coffee shop, with its front walls replaced by a wide bay windows that reveals the interior. A signboard was placed by the entrance, presenting the beverages they could offer written in a chalk. Ding. Dong. The chime was triggered by the customers entering from the glass, wooden-framed door. "Welcome." An old lady's voice spoke with delight. Leonard walked over to the counter, gazed around and said, "Excuse me. My name is Leonard Mitchell." He placed his palm over his chest as a form of courtesy. "If it's all right with you, may we know who is the property owner of the resting apartments in the upper floor?" He said a respectful tone. The old woman, wearing a barista clothing composed of a simple tunic and a green apron, replied while smiling, "Oh, then what can I help you?" "You're the owner of Puado's Resting House?" Leonard asked in confirmation. Nodded the lady. "I'm Pua. Do was my husband's surname." "I see. I should have expected it," said Leonard in excuse before adding, "Anyway, may we know if there was an occupant at the second room in the past, located from the farther end?" Pua thought for nearly 10 seconds. Her wrinkles contorts. Finally she said, "Yes, there was, but he left just a week ago." "A week ago? Is it perhaps that accomplice who tried to escape?" "That's odd, why didn't he bother relocating himself across 3 districts?" Selena made an acute analysis over the fact that this person, suspected of a member of the Rose School of Thought, would dare to move, not only just move with all of his furniture but due southwest just 1 street away from his residence. Leonard presented a note to the lady, drawn with the image of the men thereafter. "By chance, does the men look like this?" he said. The lady took a careful inspection of the paper. She shook her head and answered, "Unfortunately no. The man that came before was an elderly. He had quite a gentle demeanor." Leonard turned to look at Klein and Selena before saying, "Did he disclose a name?" "I'm sorry, but he only stayed in for just a couple of days, so I do not know his name," the lady said in a lowered tone. "It's all right," said Leonard as he tucked the drawn photo back. "In any case, can we have a look inside of the apartment?" The lady examined her potential customers again and realized that they wore a badge. She asked, "Are you all officers?" "Yes," Leonard simply answered with a smile. "All right, could you wait for me while I fetch the keys?" The woman's voice was hoarse, her gait was a bit loose. The main support of her entire walk depends on her right foot while her left staggers ever so often. "Let me help you." Selena walked over to her side and reached for her arm. The lady's wrinkled face smiled, "Thank you, dear." Selena turned toward the 2 gentlemen and said, "Look after the shop. I'll accompany Mrs. Pua." Klein nodded and watched her guide the elder to a room, at the far corner of the area. Minutes later, Elder Pua and Selena returned. The lady was patient over the elder's small but gradual steps. When they arrived at an arm's length, Pua handed a ring, dangling with multiple keys onto Klein's hand. My memory is beginning to grow dull, dearie. Even I entrust a service to be responsible of the maintenance of the whole apartment. If it's all right with you, use all of the keys available. I'm certain one of them will turn the handle. Klein nodded. We'll return the keys once we're done. After guiding the elder woman back to her counter, Selena ordered a plastic coned milk tea with a straw she had been eyeing before when they entered. This wasn't entirely because of desire, but rather, she saw that it would be rather rude not to purchase anything, especially since they occupied a couple of her time. Without wasting anything, Selena and the duo left the coffee shop. The potential customers that had been passing by finally had the courage to enter as the three individuals sporting a police badge exit the establishment. Upon arriving at the second room, starting from the far end of the balcony, Klein used the 10 keys that were attached to the ring. 6 of it failed on opening the door, but upon the 7th attempt, the lock loosened. Klein took a quick inhale and pushed the wooden pane ajar. Inside was a spacious room. It had a counter for a kitchen, a small living area, and another room for the bed. Overall, there's nothing suspicious about the room. The furnishings were intact, the aura was clear in their scent of drifting lavender, evident that the room had just undergone a maintenance and a cleanup. We can't expect to discover anything if we just observe by the door, can we? Leonard lightly teased their unexpected method of investigation. He was the first to enter, passing Klein over the entrance. Sipping her plastic cup of milk tea, Selena suddenly thought of how the taste was quite nostalgic. This world was able to produce this kind of mixed beverage. Amid their own thoughts, Klein silently entered a half-cogitation, muttered a few lines and strained to feel his cane fall from his loosened grasp. This. He confirmed where the cane intends to fall and guided the group toward a corner of the room. From there, they saw a golden surfaced bit. It had a round body and easily portable. It was a gold coin. Just then, upon witnessing its appearance, a strong surge of desire suddenly invoked. Chapter 96, Welcome Celebration. The moment Selena caught sight of the gold coin, an intense and overwhelming desire to take possession of it tried to invoke her. It alarmed her to the point of immediate use of cogitation. Selena entered a self-restraining half-cogitation state. Klein and Leonard instinctively entered the same state upon witnessing the urges creeping in. This gold coin. Leonard creased his brow as he continues to exert dominance over his desire. Klein turned away. He felt the urge waning upon doing so. Don't look at it. It's best not to pick it up. We'll need to immediately report this to the captain and hold any access to this room and apartment, he suggested firmly. Selena nodded and heeded to his suggestion. She placed one foot away and turned to the other side of the room. Soon, the trio left the corner where the gold coin rested. 36 Zutland Street. After the report was made, Selena watched as Frian Royale Radine left from the partition, holding a briefcase. A gold coin that induces desire. Who wouldn't want a gold coin for themselves? An inquisitive voice of a woman spoke. Selena turned to see the receptionist Roseanne, sporting a mildly elaborated gray dress. Klein took off his top hat and replied, "Its danger outweighs its worth, Miss Roseanne." As old Neil said, Beyonders are capable of bizarre abilities stemming from their pathways they've took. But even I would have taken the gold coin. Could there be truly such an ability to induce desire just by witnessing the item? Roseanne couldn't help but picture the delicacy she would have gotten if ever a gold coin appeared before her. Greed oftentimes kills a person. Klein lifted a corner to smile. In silence, Selena broke into character and asked, an ability to imbue an item the invocation of desire. Could there be such a pathway sequence capable of this? Klein thought for nearly 10 seconds before saying, it's possible. However, the lower sequences that I have seen from the archives doesn't seem to revolve around the use of desire. I could only assume it's from the prisoner pathway. A higher sequence perhaps. Selena felt a nameless horror in her heart. Klein fell into silence. After nearly 10 seconds, he shook his head gently and tried to retort. What we can only do now is to wait. So far the gold coin had only exerted an effect of desire. It probably wants itself to be picked up. Captain and the rest should be able to contain it. All right, Selena concurred. Where are you going? Klein was about to turn when she heard her ask. Adjusting his coat, he replied, I have to continue my combat training regime with Sir Gawain. You probably know him. You're also training under Mr. Gawain, inquired Selena instinctively. Upon seeing him nod, her emotions slowly settled. I'm also going there to continue my own training. How long have you been under Mr. Gawain's care? How come I've never seen you during my sessions? Selena had a doubtful look. Not long did she realize that after visiting the shooting club yesterday, she had entirely forgot to visit Gawain for her combat session. Oh my goddess. Selena's eyes widened and she quickly turned away. Just yesterday. Klein gave an honest answer as recounted his aching body. The sores and pains he felt as his face fell into a daze. Anyway, why didn't I saw you that time? All right. Stay cool. I was Selena tried coming up with a favorable excuse. Her eyes looked up at the ceiling, then down at the carpet. She turned to Roseanne and then to the oriel windows to the hall's side. Klein watched, perplexed. This continued for 10 seconds until he somewhat figured out what was happening. So Ms. Roy also suffers a sort of constant forgetfulness. Much like Captain. He sighed and came up an excuse for her to land on. Old Neil must have put you into a lot of studies about apothecaries that led you to forget Gawain's training. It happens to the best us. Selena lifted the corners of her mouth wryly. Anyway, should you not take a rest? Tonight's your celebratory promotion, she said while quietly tilting her head. Klein squeezed out a smile. It's fine. The earlier I finish my combat trainings, the better. Besides, it's impossible for me to stay in the office or port warehouse forever. Perhaps there will come a day when I have to accompany them to the villages or an ancient castle, to the site of some relic. That might require me to hike, to cross rivers, and to walk a lot. I'll have to endure all sorts of tests posed by nature, so I have to possess a sufficiently healthy body. Fair point, Selena did not press. Instead, she spruced up her dress and coat, then merely gave a professional-like suggestion. But as what have been assigned to me as doctor by Captain, I advise you to take regular rest. The body is delicate. If you were to fall ill, the team would lose a valuable asset. I could even give you a prescription, which you can give to Mr. Gawain as an excuse. That is, if you wish, she added in an upright posture. Klein's smile staggered slightly. He did not retort, seeing that this lady who is their doctor gave genuine concern over her fellow's health. He could not help but just reply. Yes. I will. Well. Since we're both going to Mr. Gawain's, how about I accompany you? Selena smiled. After 5 seconds, Klein turned to her and agreed. He saw it as an opportunity to carefully examine Miss Roy's condition and perhaps even knowing a bit more into her history. These, coupled with his spiritual intuition, can effectively raise his chance of uncovering the truth behind this lovely lady's destiny. Then it's settled, said Selena resolutely. Also, it seems I have forgotten to buy myself a knight's training clothes. Would you mind if we take another short trip? Buy herself a knight's training clothes. Training clothes. Clothes. Klein dazed. Moments later, a realization struck him deeply. I'm going with a woman in buying clothes. Selena remained oblivious until she noticed Klein's abnormal silence, lasting more than 5 seconds. Her ears then burned beet red. Ah. You just drop me off, yes. Drop me off to a clothing store when we found one. I am very sorry for hanging my words like that, she yelled and subsequently lowered her body, intertwining both of her hands while she bowed apologetically. It's fine, although startled. Klein calmed down upon hearing her followed sentence. Amid this tension, Roseanne, behind the desk, was sipping her tea quite vigorously. 6 in the evening, at a corner table of the Old Wool restaurant. In a span of 3 hours and 30 minutes, Dunn and the rest of the Nighthawks were able to safely contain the gold coin and return to Blackthorn Company. Soon after, with company of the other Nighthawks, they withhold a celebration. Other than Fry, who was guarding Cheney's gate, all the members of the Blackthorn Security Company were present. There were 6 Nighthawks and 5 civilian staff. A white tablecloth was draped over the long table. Waiters carried over plates of food, portioned them before serving them to each individual guest. Selena watched as a series of delicacies were each being placed right before them. Steaks drenched in black pepper sauce. She saw bacon, sausages paired with mashed potatoes, egg puddings, asparagus, and specialty cheeses. She even saw a rose-colored champagne. However, gazing at the center figure of the celebration, the paled Klein barely had any life as he looked with turbid eyes. Are you all right? Asked Selena, angling her head to see Klein's face. Klein smiled amid his listlessness. The better question is, are you all right, Ms. Roy? He emphasized the word you during his sentence. Selena retracted from his direction and briefly observed her body. She was limply exhausted, but unlike her initial training with Gawain, she managed to reserve a bit of vitality. I already miss my bed, she muttered inwardly to herself. Returning her attention, she replied half-jokingly, me? Well, I feel like I could eat a horse. Then added, I'm very tired, yes, but I should not neglect myself. And to add on, I was a bit under the weather after being scolded by Mr. Gawain. While speaking, she adjusted her posture, clearly revealing a slightly discomfort. Klein sighed and said, "That's relieving. Mr. Gawain seemed displeased of your absence, so that notes it out. Anyway, it seems my body could use a bit more work." "Don't overdo yourself," said Selena, her eyelids fighting the urge to fold. "The same goes for you." Klein returned the gesture. Not long before both of them noticed Dunn lifting a glass of red wine in front of him. "Let us welcome our newest official member, Klein Moretti, cheers." The cold and introverted black-haired lady, Royale Ray Dean, the sleepless Kenley White, the sloppy Leonard Mitchell, as well as the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet Sika Tron all raised their cups and looked at the new member of their team. Selena followed suit and raised her glass with a cheerful smile. Klein fought back the discomfort of the training and raised his glass of amber champagne. He stood and said, "Thank you." He clinked glasses with every Nighthawk, tilted his head back, and finished a small amount of champagne. "Is our Miss Author not going to say something on this occasion?" Dunn smiled as he looked at Sika Tron. In turn, Sika's eyes gleamed faintly as she replied, "My work have been accepted." Oddly enough, with Ms. Roy as my company, the chief editor of Tingin's Daily Post had postponed the other novelists and accepted mine. Dunn dazed for a moment and suddenly turned to Selena, sparingly tasting each bite of her piece of the steak. It wasn't surprising to confirm that this lady's charisma did the heavy lifting throughout the process. Expect a promoting page entitled, "Northern Voyage," once the newest distribution of newspapers have arrived. Sika's voice was filled with anticipation. "That's great," Roseanne echoed in between her mouthfuls of roast mutton. Amidst the chatter and laughter, Leonard looked at Klein and said with a chuckle, "You seem too tired for an appetite to eat." "Yeah." Klein sighed. "If you haven't touched your food yet, I can be of assistance." Leonard acted as though he didn't want to waste any food. Klein didn't mind. He nodded and said, "That wouldn't be an issue." And with that, a good portion of the food in front of him was eaten by Leonard and the rest. Nearing the end of the dinner, the waiter served plates of beef pudding and ice cream. Selena tasted the delightful and cold dessert. It instantly refreshed her waning expression. Her hand almost lifted by its appetizing sweetness. Not long after, her hands placed down her utensils before letting out a satisfied sigh. She turned to inspect Klein, who was lifeless since earlier, and saw that his eyes grew vibrant as they retracted from the empty cup meant to serve ice cream. Landing onto the table, only to be met with empty plates. "It seemed you've recovered," said Selena while smiling. Klein returned the same expression, only a bit melancholic, "Yeah. And now your stomach contracts for food," Selena added. Upon seeing him nod, she chuckled lightly before saying, "You can still order. I'm sure Captain wouldn't mind." "Let's end the dinner here, and give Klein a final toast," Dunn suggested. Before finishing his sentence, Klein asked, "Captain, may I order another plate of food?" The group fell silent after hearing such a request, only to break out into chuckles moments later. "Haha, you've finally recovered. No problem, order 2 plates if you want to." Dunn shook his head and laughed. While patiently waiting an unbearable amount of time, Klein heard his stomach growling. Finally, a freshly prepared black pepper steak was served before him. Sometime later, Klein let out a satisfied sigh as he looked at his empty plate. He put down his knife and fork and took a sip of his champagne. "Waiter, the bill please." Dunn turned around and called for the waiter. The waiter went to the counter, then returned with the check. He gave a thorough breakdown. "You opened 5 bottles of Desi champagne, each bottle being 12 soli and 3 pence, a small glass of Southville red wine for 10 pence. Each black pepper beef steak was 1 soli 2 pence. Each serving of beef pudding was 6 pence, the servings of ice cream was 1 soli each. The total would be £5, 9 soli, and 6 pence. Over £5. The meal was very much quite tasty than the last restaurant I frequented, so I guess it's a given. Especially the champagne." Selena found it was fitting to give a tip if it wasn't for her status as just an attendee. But after a few seconds, a realization hit her. Would I be thinking like this if I'm still on Earth? She sighed, ruminating the possibility. Chapter 97, Cat's Attention. 16 Daffodil Street. After walking toward the lounge, right before the entrance hall, Selena saw the 2 lady knights' training clothes as well as a towel, all littered over the sofa. With her hastiness, she forgot to properly dispose them to laundry bin, leaving her residence on a whim afterwards. As she caresses her stomach, Selena hefted the 2 clothes and coiled them to form a ball. A faint wry smile briefly appeared from her droopy face. "It's just like my routine back in my dormitory." Selena found the task rather calming. Upon reaching upstairs, she didn't hesitate to mix both time in showering and doing a laundry. When she walked out of her room, a white, flowy gown hugged her waist as her hair cascaded from her shoulder. A scent of lemony lavender drifts in the air. Before she could finally take her longing rest, one visitor still have to be tended. On the hallway. The moon's glow paints the scenery an oddly serene crimson. At the end of it, where Selena came for a peek, she saw the black cat resting on its usual spot, right by the desk. She closed the gap and lifted her left hand to caress the cat's fur. "Are you hungry?" she said softly. The cat snapped awake and looked at her with mundane eyes. "I'll take that as a yes." Selena did not linger on the cat's side and went downstairs to fetch a meal. It was the exact same dish she had been cooking for the feline, a grilled sailorfish drizzled with lemon. "Say." Selena's voice was a bit lowered this time as she watched the cat eats. The glass bottle on my room's dresser was empty. The cat strangely stopped eating. "Did you eat the mouse that I placed in it?" asked Selena. Her voice was oddly intimidating despite it being gentle. She looked at the cat who seemed to froze as its head in front of the plate. After a thought, she sighed while standing up. "I guess it's fine. The rodent was merely for tests, and since I found a much reliable way, I will eventually hand the little one for you eat." The cat turned to her and tilted its head. Oh, you're wondering what that test subject is? Well. The corners of her mouth curled. "It's me." A look of genuine concern and shock struck the cat's adorable face. One might figured what the cat was saying, blurting, "Is my human going crazy now?" All right, I know. You don't have to be so judgmental." Selena felt quite embarrassed. She sighed and explained, "Do you remember my diary? Well, I have begun to realize my body might have been severely affected as a product of their ritual. When I received a life-threatening injury caused by the vampire's claws, it only needed a day for me to recover. Do you know how bizarre it was? I was scrambling for an excuse that time for the inspection." The cat had stopped eating altogether and began listening. This was the first time Selena had the black feline's full attention. The dish radiating a warm aroma. "Not only that," Selena added, "after just a day of grueling pain from Mr. Gawain's training, my body have become less susceptible afterwards. I even had enough energy to eat, unlike Klein. So I figured if I take one step at a time for each formulas, carefully choosing what to drink for testing, I won't be needing additional test subjects. Not to mention my potions increased immunity to toxins. I'm sure I will be fine." The cat's eyelids droop, a sign of clear unconvinced person. Selena smiled wryly. "What? You're uncertain? Please put your faith in me. I believe with my knowledge over the ingredients and medicine up to this point, I will be all right." "Ah. Wait, why am I seeking permission with fallacy?" A sudden absurd thought rose from her mind, finding her situation a bit humorous. However, seeing the cat lowered its head, Selena couldn't help but smile warmly. "I guess, after such a long time with fallacy, I have grown to see him as a family. All right. I'll go to bed now." Selena stood up and rubbed her eyes. "Meow." "Ah." The cat let out a noise just before it resumes eating. It snapped Selena into thinking what the feline meant. Are you interested by the names I've mentioned?" she asked, as the matter was clearly the most unusual from her past conversations with it. It was her first time mentioning names to the black feline that was not tainted with anxiety. "Well, Mr. Gawain was my combat instructor. He lived in the outskirts of Indus region, and Klein was my co-worker at Blackthorn Security Company, a company that accepts commissions varying from finding lost items and such." The night deepened. The grilled sailorfish eventually gone cold but was consumed by the black cat in time before resting. Selena managed to fight her weariness and ended up detailing the feline all of her experience in Tingen, except for the matters about the dream world. For her it felt like she was pouring her confined water to a basin. It was soothing, and the cat stayed by the end of her rambling. After a while of hearing stacked voices undaunting her ears, Selena yawned and hurriedly returned to her bedroom. In a grotesque world, the vile floor grew a field of green blades. Following this transition was the sculpture of a lady, gaining sentience. Selena fought the relentless ravings that accompanied her. Her line of sight then revealed a calm meadow. Stretching infinitely into the horizon was the mural-like vine spiraling from her feet, intertwined to form individual lines in each direction. Immediately, she noticed an emerald light lingering above one of the vines. After confirming that it was the young priest, Selena reached her hand and the group of light instantly gathered, reflecting a scene. She saw a clear vision of a man from the ceiling. He had a sharp jawline with stubbled chin, appearing to be in his 20s. So that's the young priest. Selena watched with intent. The man was seated over his knees as his head bowed with the clasped hands. He was prostrating right before an object. This caught Selena's attention. She willed the emerald light to try and shift the scene's position. She saw what seems to be a miniature altar. There, a wreath was placed over a wooden crucifix standing from a mound of soil. Accompanying the altar was a piece of parchment. Right on the heels of that, layered voices began reverberating near her ears. End of the extending vines. I beseech your attention, your ever-loving grace. I pray for your acceptance, to notice the offering of sacrifice. I plead for you to open your divine kingdom and let its gates receive my prayer. I pray that my sacrifice would reach your desired believer. In next second, the emerald scenes abruptly grew violent. A vortex suddenly formed and sucked the glistening sparks, constructing an illusory door of green light. Selena knew what this meant and willed the world to retrieve the sacrifice. When she heard the prayer subsided, related thoughts quickly formed in her mind. What was that altar for? To pray to me. Mr. Fool did have such prerequisites during the task he assigned. But why didn't it hinder me from praying to myself? She found it strange but couldn't point the matter exactly. Selena recounted her attempts and discovered that perhaps it was meant to please the god they're praying to. Setting that matter aside, she lowered her head and read. To initiate a sacrificial ritual. The procedure wasn't unlike out of the conventional praying rituals. A ritual where 3 candles are lighted within a spiritual barrier following their 3-line honorific or an emblem and an incantation which can be tailored as long as it includes these critical terms: pray, notice, offer, kingdom, gates, and open. I see. This explains why that young priest only requested my emblem at that time. Chanting a whole different incantations with these specific terms. Emblem. Selena suddenly thought of the symbol that appeared during her contemplation. It had a downward crescent, featuring a shaded orb inside while radiating 3 streaks of light. She found it eerie that the world had bestowed her a symbol from its own. A mix of defiance struck her. I shouldn't let the dream world do what it please. The symbol should tied strictly to my title. With a faint apprehension, she watched as the scenery took countless form. From a wide open lake isolated in a shadowy forest, a mountainous region with vertical cliffs and steep terrain to a wide valley of flowers. Countless terraforms did the dream world took before settling back to a wide open and infinitely stretching horizon. Selena sighed. I couldn't find an appropriate place to make for a proper background. In the end I was back in the pastures. It wasn't disheartening for her to constantly be reminded of Milo during each of her visits. In fact, it eases the nostalgia and helps her avoid forgetting anything in the past in respect for the original Selena. However, the place could also invoke several things that could cause her to lose control over the dream world as it was the setting where the goddess's ritual was held. Selena could not help but remain hostile toward this place. So instead of settling for a plain meadow, reminiscent of Milo's pastures. The bladed grass grew wildly as they almost reached an ankle. Since from where she stood was but an open field, Selena willed a tree to take root behind her. It toppled the lady by its huge and majestic trunk. Its leaves drooped above, forming a canopy that almost obscured the outside meadow. Inside this willow-like tree, she stood like a goddess tending the abundant life around her. Selena fought the discomfort of the perception of being a guest by gazing around. At a certain point, her line of sight reached the tree's trunk. There, a mysterious symbol was carved right on her level. It was a circle that was enveloped with vines that ends over a upturned crescent moon. Instead of the moon curving downward, its fragmented end actually points skyward, enabling a clear difference of the last symbol she had seen appear in the field. Was that there when I willed it? Selena was perplexed. Is this another emblem made by the dream world? She creased her brows and opted to turn away. Everything that is related to this world and is unnecessary are to be ignored. After settling everything, Selena casted her eyes back to the parchment that her believer sacrificed. She read the subsequent lines. However, the method of sacrificing to the goddess was different. Amid her reading, Selena suddenly perked up. After finishing the parchment and cross-referencing what the young priest had conducted in sacrificing the parchment, Selena confirmed its authenticity. Both the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. However, there was one thing troubling her. The ritual altar requires too much time. I wouldn't be able to constantly use it in the future. Is this hassle? She sighed regrettably. The issue for her wasn't the material but the time and circumstances in finishing a bestowment and sacrifice. Having to involve the use of a miniature altar rather than just candles would inevitably lead to a discovery of her. A sudden thought sparked her. Her hand left the note and she opened her palm as if being given. A bud bloomed from the roots of her veins. At this moment, her body seemed like a soil. There were vines laden with thorns coiling each and every inch of her limbs and torso. In her mind, Selena pictured how the altar looked in the emerald light. Just like that, the bud frenzied into an upright circle resembling a wreath with varying flowers over it. Some are tulips, others are daisies and roses. Overall, the wreath, identical to the altar only without the cross, seemed complete enough to be a portal. Since the young man clearly used it as a passage in the world adhering strictly to such prerequisite for a sacrifice and bestowment. Just a similar altar with only the wreath as the doorway should do. But will I be able to really bring this thing outside the dream? A doubt seeped into her heart. After all, this is a dream. The world was a byproduct of the ritual and is most likely related to the original goddess. The fact that she was able to receive doesn't necessarily mean she can bestow. Well, bestowing money doesn't really have to be directly from me, their goddess, to bestow. Perhaps I can instruct them to receive them at banks under specific names. It will effectively preserve my safety and establish myself as my own envoy. Bestowment ritual. Selena sighed. Chapter 98, Revisiting the Market. Upon letting the thorns formed from her twisted hands toward the piece of paper, Selena recalled the dream she had this morning. That dream had a horrible sight of the three members of the family that welcomed her with warmth. The Heath family. Although the matter is currently under investigation by the Nighthawks, Selena wanted to examine the dream as well. From what old Neil had taught during one of his lessons in the company of Klein, dreams are a product of one's own astral body wandering the astral world. At that time, this quickly led her to conclude that the mysterious dream world had a sort of connection with the astral world that had constantly guided her to that specific dream. Old Neil had also hinted that dreams being taken by the astral body may also been byproducts resulted from one's subconsciousness. It acts as a sort of a map that constantly interacts with the spirit world and one's spirit body. This causes a variety of dreams to have objects that gave emotional mark on a person appearing in it. Dream divinations are performed in such a similar way that one's astral projection roams the spirit world for revelations. And since revelations are made in such a way, beyonders who are abundant in spirituality, experiences this have more impact than a normal person. For the subconscious part, her ability to replicate a person's visage using the dream world may have been using this aspect of her. With all this in mind, Selena drew a faint breath and pictured the dream she had that morning. At first, the world seemed to exhibit indifference. Nothing was simmering from the endless expanse of tall grass. However, just after Selena had completed the whole recollection, most specifically the Heath family's faces, the world unfolded. The sky turned dark. The willow-like tree grew limp and wilted. The tall grass fields reverted to the vile soil. She saw the ground began molding around her, each coalescing into bricks and metals that the world was not able to do before. Selena once tried to picture and project an area of the Tinjin city she had seen, but it failed. Perhaps it was the human's work that conflicts the presence of nature. However, at the same time, she was able to sculpt a human child, which contradicts this initial point. Now it's clear that what hindered her attempt wasn't a matter of symbolizing nature but the scale it requires. The molded ground shaped around her into solid bricks. A dirt-formed stairs ascending on the side while chains erupted from the ceiling, melting into three hanging individuals that bore the Heath family's faces. Darkness engulfed her vision, and a series of candles began lighting up. Amid her tensed nerves, Selena looked around. She confirmed that this was the exact same dream from the last. The Heath family suspended on a ritual. The only difference was their face, bearing nothing but melted organs. Her body perked up and she tried inspecting the scene from where she stood, seeing if she could find that mysterious black figure. It hasn't been long when Selena's body suddenly froze. She saw the altar. A pole made of wood carved with a human face and a falcon spreading its wings. The whole sculpture was painted with primary colors. And at the corner, forming a puddle of blood, her body, her face, and hair laid lifeless onto the cold floor. Selena felt fear and dread that what depicted her was a corpse. She failed to see this side of the dream. Then, a hand appeared next to her resting body. It was formed from dense, dark emerald light, frozen in its place. Slow but progressive breathing echoed across the dark basement. The lady's composure wavered as her hands lost their position. To see herself lifeless body before an altar is a reflection of her time in Milo. A cold apprehension stirred within her mind. Did she not escape? How long will she be subjected to a fate of rituals? All right. Calm down. Selena fought the anxiety looming in her heart. Her hand rose and intertwined on her chest. After exactly 20 seconds, a cold breath escaped her rosy lips, finally stabilizing her emotions. Regaining the placidity of her mind, she lifted her gaze to inspect the frozen scene. Once again, the flickering candles present a harrowing scene, almost out of murder case. This must be what Klein saw as well. It won't matter much if I report this to Captain, she muttered. Although she wanted to walk over, take a closer look at the black figure. The seamless blending of her body in this dream and the world binds her in one place. The best she could do was observe the surrounding. Klein should already be in the case. Let's wait for any results from him. A silent faith from Selena planted itself to their team's seer. Regarding the seer's abilities, it doesn't have to be tested to know the scale, his achievements express themselves for him. On another note, Selena never really received an overall knowledge about divinations. This inadvertently let her anxiety subsided. Now, with the matter entrusted to others, her focus slowly shifted. Right at this moment, what she thought the dream world is unable to do had apparently displayed itself before her. The ability to replicate her dream structure or for specific aspect, her subconscious mind. Her knowledge in this field of heart and mind lacked considerably. However, knowing little about dreams are almost and always associates with the mind. Selena recovered her earlier poise and looked at the dark basement. Suddenly, light formed from the crevices of the bricks. Each of the walls then melted into organs that reverted to the soil. The green, golden meadow reformed again. Today, she saw a coachman steering a public carriage, a constant sight whenever she returns to Blackthorn Company and back. Her distance from the coachman each time she boarded was only but an arm's length. That is if it was a trackless carriage. One by one, the vile soil made up of organs coalesced into wheels, a sculpture of a horse and the carriage itself standing on a concrete street and finally one human by the steers. The man's face was gaunt. His limbs frail and his body clothed with simple double-layered jacket and long pants, reflecting his status as a working class. Seeing this, Selena creased her brows. For comparison, she willed yet another carriage, this time it was public kind with different people seated as passengers. This time, they all had faces melting into their skin. All except an old woman clad in a coat with tattered sewn lines. "I see," Selena said dismissively in a hushed tone. In any scene there could only be one person out of them who would bore a face. The rest are filtered out. This can be very useful if I want someone in a single place for close inspection. I wonder if I can make more people have faces appear in the future. Selena observed the surrounding and chose to dismiss the public carriage. The wooden transport reverted back into the soil as nauseating organs compiling it collapses to join the floor. One of each occasionally vanishes and reappears, signaling that the person corresponding to them awoke at some point and returned back to sleep. In the dead of night, Selena woke up with a disheveled hair. The discontinuation of her sleep had become a daily occurrence for her that she began setting up a routine before going back to rest. That was to check up on the black cat, review what had happened in her visit of the dream world, then burning the written paper afterward and finally drink a glass of milk. Selena found the quietness tranquil. But the dream she had just in the morning brought uneasiness to each of her steps. She sighed and quickly paced toward the end of the hallway. From there, she saw the black cat, sleeping soundly at its place. Hopefully that is just a dream, Selena muttered, trying not to disrupt the silent feline. Her hand lightly caressed the cat's head before she retracted it toward the drawers and onto the wall lamp right next to. In the remainder of her time, she wrote and detailed today's events narratively, just like how she read her books in the past. After finishing her reflection, Selena stayed a bit longer on the chair while gazing at the suspended crimson moon. She turned and smiled at the sleeping black cat. "Good night, fallacy," she whispered. Upon turning around, her slender fingers opened the metallic lamp and burnt the paper using its flame. She watched as each of the paper's former whiteness dissipates into ashes before switching it off and leave. As the morning prepares the day's immense toil, clamorous chattering of merchants and vendors flocked the passageway. People strode about, dressed in robes or usual attires mingling on the path in a bustle. Selena, dressed in a very conservative brown trench coat, compressed her arms on her body and carefully maneuvered the venue. Despite it being only morning, she saw that people strictly visit the underground market at such a day, perhaps aiming to take advantage of the day's early hours for the item's qualities. During one of her reflections, Selena knew that although her key to gain the ability to defend herself was through her connections with her faction by a method of sacrifice and bestowment ritual, she figured that relying onto one source would result her being too dependent. In her consideration, after knowing the inner workings of an apothecary through the documents old Neil gave, she had figured that during this sequence, preparation is crucial. Concocting potions that helps in combat requires sufficient time and management when engaged in confrontations. Combat can be classified in many ways and not all battles are chance encounters. As long as she managed her time, preparing specialized potions and analyzing opportunities to use them, an apothecary could very well handle themselves in battle and eliminate an opponent. Knowledge is power and it manifests in how she could concoct a variety of potions that are advantageous to situations. This is how Selena pictures her pathway, reflecting her capability of managing and gracefulness. However, these preparations always starts at gathering materials. As for the ones she applied for, Selena saw them as the agency's utility, strictly meant not only for herself during operations but also for them. To consistently have a few potions for personal use, she have to rely on herself. And not only that, she also plans to complete the materials for the sacrificial ritual site today, as soon as possible. These includes a bag of fertile soil, full stock of flowers with leaves each with varied colors, and any wood to organize the cross. Prerequisites and complementary ones were also included, though it never crossed her to consider them. Selena patted the wallet in her coat and strode forward, in the path that was wide enough to accommodate multiple pedestrians. She walked in a linear direction up to an intersection, relying on her knowledge gained from old Neil from the last time she visited. She didn't hesitate to turn left. After maneuvering every merchant's beckoning, She stopped at a room that was half inside a tent. There were dangling necklaces with gemstones attached to their focal piece. A few vials were also noteworthy, along with candles and effigies, all are displayed for the customers to browse. Selena saw some hanging herbs at the corner. Some looked like flowers while one particular caught her attention. She pointed for the seller to notice and asked, "What species of flower is that?" Referring to the flower with the golden thin petals, erected from its bud. It was complete with a green stalk and leaves as it hung from the basket at rest. That. The merchant with a scruffy, white beard and wrinkled eyes looked at the flower. That's called sun crown. I heard it's quite effective in rituals concerning the siphoning of the sun. Priests of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun makes daily demand of this flower. How did you get one then? Asked Selena curiously. Merchants don't divulge their methods of acquiring their goods that easily, the man, appearing to be in his 50s, scoffed. Selena didn't thought of it much. However, instead of buying it right away, she raised an arm and thought for a moment. In doing so, she secretly activated her spirit vision. Colors encompassing the body's ether body and a piece of the spirit world emerged from her sight. She casted her gaze toward the flower. The golden petal was radiating with spirituality. To determine if an herb or a plant can still be used. Certain characteristics from its appearance can give away hints to its condition, such as the wrinkling of its leaves, the dryness of their sap and essence, as well as the obvious, albeit small, wilting. All are evidences in knowing their effectiveness. However, with the advantage of spirit vision. By examining their spirituality is enough to conclude the plant's condition. This really shows the clear gap between a human and a beyonder. Luckily I'm one of them. Selena sighed that the flower was indeed capable for rituals. Immediately, she asked. How much for one? 10 pence. The man answered simply. Seems like a reasonable price for something that's on demand. Selena withdrew her hand and fetched 3 soldi from her wallet and handed it. Chapter 99, A Case to Focus. After circling the underground market, Selena eventually managed to garner each of the ingredients her makeshift altar needs, plus a few additional materials for potions she plans to concoct. A brewing set snuggles in the paper bag from her left and the rest held by her right. She felt a bit of sore from the constant pressure. A few twist over the shoulder was inevitable. Phew. All that's left now is a fertile soil. I think the local gardener's shop should have them. As she stepped closer toward the exiting stairwell, she recalled the crazy, paled Adamasol from when she accompanied old Neil. Earlier, Selena fortunately did not pass this fellow. However, the second time may not be the case. Instinctively, she patted her coat for a tiny vial. Thankfully she did not forget to bring the amantha extract she had stored away. Selena moved with mechanical grace. Turning right after an intersection, then walked linearly. Just as she finally found the stairwell leading up, a hysterical laugh prompted her from another step. Ha ha ha, a man, seated by a corner, pointed at each passing pedestrians. Looking at them as if they're a laughing stock. Selena held her breath and paced her steps, straining not to be noticed. She turned her head away. Then, on a whim, Adam Insall cried in pain, "No. No. No." He reached his hair with both of his hands and tried to forcefully pluck the strands off his head. The pedestrians wouldn't spare an attention as they went about their day. Finally, Selena returned to the surface. The bar had a few customers, faces drawn onto their alcohol. The air was stale with the scent of old liquor and cleaning solutions. Selena saw the small arena at the center. It was empty and there were no boxing matches nor any rat-baiting wages being held. At that moment, the bar's gate swinged open and another cloaked person entered. The figure was taller than her. Other than being concealed, the figure's prominent feature was her chest. They looked much bigger than mine. Selena felt a hint of superiority complex creeping in. However, she instantly shook it off and went across to the bar's open space. "I'll be going now, Mr. Swain." She halted and smiled. "What a heavy bags you got there," Swain commented lightly. Selena smiled wryly and said, "Well, I need them to practice my skills in concocting medicines." Oddly enough, Swain laughed. "Haha, do you need a hand for that?" Selena unknowingly made a peculiar face. "Don't you usually displease my visit?" Swain noticed her face and explained, "You see, Ms. Roy. Your offer was sudden that I thought of you in the wrong way." He placed a glass down and added, "After old Neil and I chatted, he mentions of your nature. I guess I've made a bad impression of myself and probably the same goes for you. Say, why were you so persistent in becoming a waitress anyway?" Selena awkwardly smiled as she answered, I'm very sorry. At that time I'm new in this city. I want to garner as much information as I can, and being exposed to people could favor me as much. And being a waitress made you think this covers all of this traits?" Swain followed his question. Selena slowly nodded. Swain sighed. Suddenly he chuckled, well, it's in the past. Let me introduce myself again, my name is Swain, the boss here. A former Tinjin-mandated Punisher captain. Selena briefly recalled old Neil's description of him in one of their discussions. Selena Roy. Again, I'm very sorry, Selena returned the gestures, however it was difficult as she was holding 2 filled paper bags. Haha, it's all right. If you're in need of money and information, you don't have to be a worker to ask, just feel free to approach me. Swain walked over from the counter and began inspecting the liquors on the shelves. At the reach of his hand, he turned his head and asked in passing, by the way. Do you still need help with those? Selena weighted her paper bag and found it manageable after a while, resulting in her refusal. As she focused toward the entrance. Upon crossing paths with the cloaked lady, she subconsciously stole a glance on the lady's visage. The cloaked woman had a supple glow of snow-white skin over a round face. She felt a gentle and grounding temperament from her. It hasn't been a second before the woman strode past Selena, leaving her in a moment of daze. A strange feeling brought her into a trance that only lasted for a split second. Instinctively, she looked back to take a second glance. However, in doing so, the lady had already greeted Swain and left for the underground market. Who was she? Selena pursed her lips and turned away. She was trying not to unknowingly garner suspicion. After adjusting her shoulders, she resumed her pace. After visiting the local garden shop by the West District and dropping off her groceries in her unit, Selena took a public carriage to Blackthorn Company. Today, she plans to procure as many formulas as she can, honing her actual skill and aligning with her pathway sequence rather than reading. Selena greeted Roseanne at the partition. A brief exchange over the weather occurred before she headed to the company's basement. At the narrow path, she saw a black-haired lady, a part of the official Nighthawk team. Her brows were long and slender, sitting atop a pair of large eyes. It was the Nighthawk, Royale Ray Dean. Good morning, she said in passing. Selena smiled and nodded, good morning as well. Royale returned the courtesy and left, with the impression of this Nighthawk as cold and quiet. Selena did not mind it as she resumed her pace. Soon, she saw a corner door, slightly ajar with flickering light seeping into the floor. She carefully opened it and saw the silver-stranded, wrinkled old Neil in his robe taking daily maintenance of the revolvers. May I come in? Said Selena, straining from the door. Old Neil jolted and instantly looked back, his slightly crooked posture bearing the toll of age. You're a startle, Ms. Roy. Selena chuckled dryly, I'm sorry. Do I have a mysticism lecture from you today? Old Neil placed the revolver he had in hand back in the casing before saying, haha, today you can take the time off. Perhaps if I clog every lesson to you in one go, you might forget them instantly. What? Selena became anxious. How about you resume reading the documents about the apothecary sequence pathway that the Earth Mother Church provided? Old Neil added as he picked another revolver to inspect. I'm nearing the end of it, so I figured I should take it slow from now on. Selena replied. Old Neil heard this and chuckled, well, life is not a race, Ms. Roy. The more you rush things, the more mistakes you make. How about listing to me about the things you have read? Selena sighed and entered. She took a high-back chair and sat before falling into a recollection. Nearly 10 seconds later, she answered. The first topic covers how the church procures medicines. The station includes glass tubes that connects to one another, a mortar and a pestle, as well as miniature metal burners and beakers. Basically a set similar to glassware used in chemistry labs. The only difference is, they're under Emperor Roselle's innovative inventions. Yes. Selena felt her impression of the Emperor downgrade once more. Hopefully he's not thinking himself as a main character just like in the novels back home. The next topic that came after was the formulas and their procedures. I have done one of the drugs listed. It was known for its numbing property, and today I finally have the confidence to begin making more useful medicines and potions. The confidence came from the fact that she had learned how apothecaries carries with their herbs. In certain cases, beyonders of this sequence are able to tame said plants, either nurturing them and stimulating their potential, producing an effect that is not magical but also acts like it. The taming procedure occurs after the apothecary had the plant's affection, inducing a relaxing sensation to the touch. This was the feeling that Selena had once mistook for a digesting her potion. Once tamed, they will undergo an improvement into their properties. Apothecaries are then able to concoct them easily, procuring medicines or drugs with intended effects most of the time. That's great. Old Neil's wrinkles contorts to a smile. Selena recounted everything she had read, including her midnight reflections. Upon receiving a satisfied grin from Old Neil, she quickly excused herself and made her way to the Alchemy. 3 hours later, inside the captain's office, Dunn looked at the portrait in his hands with his deep gray eyes. You wish to carry out a search for this person? Yes. Klein had long prepared a reason for this. Captain, didn't I mention that I would head to the Divination Club to observe the reactions of its members on Honas Vincent's sudden death? I didn't discover anything yesterday, but I accidentally found out today that the person in the portrait had appeared with Honas Vincent once and was secretly discussing something with him. I flipped through our team's investigation report just now, but I didn't discover any person resembling him in the report. There were no loopholes in his description. Even if Dunn Smith were to take this portrait to the Divination Club, he would get the same answer from Angelica. Dunn cast his gaze away from the portrait and laughed. From the looks of it, the compensation funds weren't a waste. Captain, isn't your memory bad? Why would you mention the compensation at this point in time? Klein maintained a smile and didn't say a word. Was this drawn by you? Dunn asked in passing. Yes. I drew it with the help of ritualistic magic, Klein replied, completely honest. Dunn nodded slightly and said, get old Neil to make a few more sets. I'll get Kenley and Royale to investigate and seek the cooperation of the police department. If this clue is of any use, you would have contributed greatly once again. May the goddess bless us. Klein tapped 4 spots on his chest as he appeared abnormally devout. Wait. Dunn stopped Klein at the last minute. Klein turned around, a bit worried. He said, is there something more? Is it my advance compensation for this contribution? He jokingly added in his heart. However, a string tugged at his premonition. This is about Ms. Roy's dream. The police department had confirmed such basements are common among the terrace houses in Daffodil Street. Reason by the housing company behind it was its easy-to-memorize layout. Due to this, they settled for the common use of this waterway design, said Dunn in a deep voice. So there's a high possibility that the dream directs to one of the residents in this street. Klein whispered to himself. Correct, and more importantly. Dunn's ebony irises darkened. Selena Roy lives in one of its units. Klein frowned. This was a revelation he both hoped for and feared. He hoped that this anomaly to be uncovered immediately and for Ms. Roy's destiny to retract from being equivalent to the city's fate. But for what he feared was the danger's proximity from his family. They're also living in the same street. Can I ask what unit does Ms. Roy lives? Klein asked instinctively. That is confidential among our members. However, in this case it can be an exception. Right now she lives at 16 Daffodil Street. Dunn's eyes wore a fleeting aura. Klein tried to relax. He said half-jokingly, does this mean I should begin visiting her frequently? As much as possible in your spare time, said Dunn in a deep voice. Klein committed the address in mind and nodded, all right. Around the afternoon. Aromatic scent drifts around the area of the alchemy room. Klein caught whiff of the air and found it tranquilizing. He deliberately spared his steps until he reached a door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a flowing silver hair. It passed him by the entrance. Selena, in her long-sleeve shirt tucked into a dark trouser, her coat hanged by the rack, scurried toward one of the boiling pots. This pretty much paints my whole expectancy of an apothecary. Klein commented and refrained from interrupting the lady. At one of the pots, there was the scent that had been lingered from when he was at the corridor. It had a vanilla tinged with sweetness. He watched the lovely lady hefted a wooden tray and suddenly she stopped. Selena noticed him by the door. Oh. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Chapter 100, Duo in Tandem. Good afternoon. What are you concocting? Said Klein with a smile. A few from the documents old Neil gave me. Selena busily looked for a herb at the shelves. While watching her, Klein took a chair and sat. He remarked, it seems you've finally gained confidence on making medicines. Selena smiled and nodded, MHM. At that moment, she raised a glass containing a liquid scooped out of a cauldron. Klein thought for a second before blurting out, how will you dash? Just before he could finish his sentence, he saw the beautiful lady drank the purple liquid, oozing bubbles and scent. Test them. Klein's eyes widened. What were you saying? Selena turned to him after finishing the glass. Klein was slightly befuddled until suddenly he recalled that this woman was a beyonder. Different from a normal human. Out of curiosity, he asked, what was in that medicine? Selena fell silent for nearly 10 seconds before listing with a smile, a saliva of a dread maw, a head of a sprouting rosemary, a pair of eyes from bats, a lizard's tail and a few plants Mr. Old Neil had brought in as per my request. And you drank all of that abomination? Klein almost had a weird face while listening. At least it smells fragrant. What's it taste? Selena pursed her lips and said, it tastes like mint. Most likely because I made it that way. Then she added with a smile, I wouldn't want the Nighthawks who are about to drink it lose faith at the last minute. What is it called? Klein followed up with another question. It's called Mother's Embrace by the Church of the Earth Mother. It had an effect of restoring one's spirituality to a certain degree, Selena answered with honesty as she shifted to another cauldron. Her hand that was holding a glass scraped yet another mysterious goo from a boiling cauldron. "What is that one next?" asked Klein. Selena lifted the glass, emitting a strong salty scent that would instantly stimulate one's restlessness. Klein fidgeted as if he couldn't stay in one place. He watched how the lady's ruddy lips touched the translucent glass cup. Selena tilted her head back and down the blue liquid. A few seconds later, she sighed and turned toward Klein, saying, "It's a sedative agent. It makes you stay awake during its effect. Very effective when used in mediumships." "Stay awake?" Klein gradually calmed down and asked, "Will it help in fighting the area inducement of slumber charms?" Selena placed the vial aside. In return she inquired her gaps. "Slumber charm? The one Mr. Old Neil taught to us?" Klein nodded in affirmation and adjusted his cane from his other hand. "Well." Selena's voice was lowered first before she explains, "In theory, sedatives should be able to prevent you from being pulled into a dream. Though you would have to intake it before activating the charm." The effect gave Klein a reasonable method of concealing his odd ability to stay lucid in a dream. Within his heart, he appreciated the production of said medicine. Knowing the time this lady spent in isolation, Klein figured that she had already made a few vials, ready for use. He tilted his body and strained for a peek across Selena's figure. At the table, there was an alchemy set featuring vials, tubes, pestle, and mortar. A few leaves and herbs were littered. Right next to it, a batch of small bottles rest in a wooden tray. Notes were pasted over it, perhaps the names Selena had written for recognition. "Why don't you rest for a bit?" Klein suggested after seeing the tray. "You seem pretty tired. About half an hour from now, we'll have to return to Gawain for our combat practice." Selena downed yet another medicine. However, this time, it was a pill. She carved it from an easily dissolving leaves of a hemp, which she processed by using tame, commanding it to break down its own properties to a minuscule level in order for it to deliver its contents safely into the stomach. After drinking a water, her body grew paler, almost transparent even, up to a point where her veins protrude from her skin. Klein immediately furrowed his brows. This phenomenon was brief, and in the next second, Selena's body restored its luster, as if her vitality regained itself. She quickly recovered from a slight haziness and disorientation, and in seconds she drew a silent breath. "Is that a pill?" Klein saw the small oblong object that entered his colleague's mouth. Selena nodded and answered with her thoughts. It was one of the revolutionary inventions Emperor Roselle made. Klein fell silent for 3 seconds before saying, "Emperor Roselle was truly a prodigy of his era." Selena failed to reply quickly. She smiled and remarked, "His works is considered his original and of his own thought process." While speaking, she added in her heart, "Thought process of a skilled plagiarist." Klein on the other hand recalled a few things that in turn made him choked on his words. A corner of his mouth twitched while saying, "Yeah, of his own thought process." Sigh. "All right, I'll rest for a bit." Selena gave in. She placed her glass cup aside and began tidying the table. Klein noticed her movements slightly controlled when her hand was near the tray of medicines. He propped himself from the chair and offered, "I'll help you with the vials." "Oh, thank you." Selena hastily replied. "Where should I place it?" Klein asked after reaching the tray, right next to Selena. Selena gazed around and found an empty spot by the shelves. She said, "You can just place them there. You know some medicines requires a specific environment to be stored. However, since old Neil was away just this noon, I figured I should only concoct the ones that can be stored at a room temperature. Did you make a few of them that require specific environment before?" Klein saw how Selena pointed out such detail that it made him ask. Selena smiled wearily, "I drank them so it wouldn't be a waste. Apothecaries are fond of making themselves as test subjects." Klein retracted his eyes away and focused on the task at hand. After giving the room a spotless cleanup, Selena took her coat from the wooden rack and said to Klein, "Mr. Moretti, I forgot to ask, how was the investigation about my dream and the gold coin?" Klein donned his top hat and kept his cane close. He turned to her and replied, "We have leads regarding your dream. About the gold coin, I failed to divine anything." In truth, he had actually succeeded in divination, and the revelation was directed toward Northborough, specifically the Birchwhite Street. It depicts the man who was likely the accomplice thereafter, who locked himself indoors. Klein planned on visiting the district and find the man's whereabouts on his own before reporting it to Dunn, as this may have correlation to the fate Selena was being subjected in. Perhaps right now, old Neil is trying different methods of divinations to track it. Which was why Captain called him. Let's hope he find any leads regarding Ruther Hudsman's accomplice. Ruther Hudsman's accomplice is also an accomplice of the Child of God's faction. No, the faction already received betrayal. I'll have to inquire the young priest of this. Selena listened attentively. Only when Klein was done did she ask, about my dream. Can I know about what you've discovered? A seer have more knowledge of divinations and symbolisms than an apothecary. Regardless of her discovery, Selena still opted to obtain insight from the experts of revelation such as Klein. Klein deliberated his words and explained, the dream setting is in a basement. There was 3 people which are likely the Heath family. A ball curled with cloths was underneath them as they hang by chained hooks. Captain and I managed to decrypt a few key details. Most prominent of them was the layout, seeing how the pipes had similar placement with the properties from a selective few housing companies. I believe the dream points to a residence. Selena's nerves tensed. A fear strangled her to ask, a beyonder. Klein nodded. Seeing how the lady fell into an anxious silence. He subtly consoled her by saying, however, rest assured that Captain already have a lead on the suspect. All right. Selena simply replied, seemingly cautious. She strode past him by the door, turned her body and said, could you accompany me to my residence then? I need to retrieve my training attire before we head to Mr. Gawain's. Klein shook his head gently before replying, that is how a gentleman should behave while in the presence of a lady. I will accompany you. Selena's lips were slightly parted after hearing Klein. Moments later, her mouth curled into a smile. Thank you. 16 Daffodil Street. Selena alighted from the carriage, assisted by Klein. All right. Could you wait here for a few seconds, said Selena after adjusting a crease of her coat. Klein smiled, that won't be a problem. He watched as the lady expressed her appreciation before she hurriedly walked toward the door. At a glance, the surrounding residences were pleasant. While a few pedestrians passed him, wearing either formal clothes or elaborate dresses, the occasional tracks of carriages paints the area in busty atmosphere. Just a few turns from here would lead him to his own residence, where his brother Benson and sister Melissa now currently lives. Klein felt unease by the thought and quickly, he activated his spirit vision. Almost instantly, he saw the chaotic blend of colors encompass the whole area. Through this sight, he began inspecting one building to another. One terrace house that was next from Selena's was accommodating 4 radiating individuals. 2 of which were adults while one was a toddler and the other being held. Right on the heels of it, Klein saw that there was only one person in the house, directly after the first residence. It was also right next to Selena's house. Due to being at a distance, he found it difficult to tell what exactly the individual was doing. Not only that, varied colors also hindered his perception. Finding that it would be futile to scrutinize the person's spirit, Klein sighed and deactivated his spirit vision. Oh. Hello there, a middle-aged voice suddenly spoke from the corner. Klein snapped out of stupor and turned toward the lady. She had a long, brown hair, wearing a beige coat over her outdoor dress. She stepped out of the door holding an infant by her arms. Are you waiting for someone? The lady added. Klein quickly recognized who the lady was. Featured as a dying lady with lifeless eyes hanging by a metallic hook. She was the lady of the Heath family. Oh. Where are my manners? My name is Martha Heath. I live here with my husband and my kids. Martha rushed in an introduction. Then, she added with consideration, you seem to be waiting for someone. The residence right before you is Miss Roy's. Wait, are you Dash? All right, I've packed my training attire, shall we go? A voice cut in just before Martha could finish her sentence. Selena, in her working coat, held a shoulder bag by her left arm wrapping to her right waist. Klein fell silent and turned toward Martha first to say, I am Klein Moretti, Ms. Roy's colleague at Blackthorn Security Company, pleasure to meet you Mrs. Heath. Selena dazed hearing him addressing a woman. Slowly, she turned and saw Martha, smiling at her. Well, dear Mr. Moretti. Take good care of Ms. Roy, all right? She had experienced a loss of loved ones once, so you better stay by her side. Klein was taken aback. He turned to see Ms. Roy, somewhat used to remarks. Selena first curtsied to Martha before shifting to her side and saying amiably to Klein, this is Mrs. Heath, Martha Heath. My kind neighbor. Her husband is Marl Heath with their newborn Marl Jr. and their daughter Odell. By the way, did Mr. Heath left for work? She turned toward Martha. Martha shook her head, he's inside, cleaning the house, dear. All right, said Selena with a gentle smile. Klein accompanied me back here because I have to retrieve something. It's short, so I apologize if we have to take our leave now. Already, said Martha. All right, be careful on your way. Take care, Mrs. Heath, she bade farewell while waving. After that, Selena calmly walked back to Klein and whispered, let's go. Chapter 101, First Move. Amidst the rattling of the wheels and the drawn of horses, Klein, his top hat resting by his lap, pulled his head away from the window and toward Selena. He deliberated his words before saying, the Heath family. They're your neighbor. Selena jolted from gazing the passing buildings. Recalling her dream, she replied melancholically, yes. The Heath family, they're the ones who welcomed me warmly after arriving into Tingen. You're from Constant City, correct? Asked Klein with curiosity. Selena thought briefly, to which she nodded shortly after. Seems Ms. Roy doesn't have the mood for conversing the past. Klein fell into silence. Moments later, he suddenly blurted out, how's your stay in Tingen so far? It's better than when I first arrived. Selena smiled softly, finding their conversation settling as time passed. Klein went into initiative and said, I have lived here in Tingen, together with my siblings. You have siblings, blurted Selena out of surprise. Klein found himself letting out a soft grin. Yeah, he replied. Melissa is my younger sister. She acts so much similar to a house's lady rather than a normal younger sibling. Perhaps due to the living condition and the lack of our capabilities. The original Klein's capabilities. He added in his heart. She become the one responsible for monitoring our expenses and become responsible for our financial workarounds. Selena's attention remained glued curiously. Klein felt a slight pressure, but regardless he continued, we have a big brother, his name is Benson. A very reliable man who had single-handedly supported my tuition and managed to place me into college until I have graduated. What you're looking at now is that man's doing. A full-fledged official. Not a beyonder of Nighthawks. Selena lightly teased while smiling. She knew that beyonders are kept from the public. So seeing that Klein's brother, Benson might have expected a more normal official from providing income in these past years only to be shrouded in truth that his brother had become a beyonder. It was unexpected, not of negative nor positive either, replied Klein, returning the same expression. Selena shifted her posture slightly and then followed up, how's you brother like? Benson. Klein snapped for a moment. He saw her nod, and with it, he paused for a few seconds. He's a hard-working man. He finally spoke. The nominal head of our family after our parents. Despite his lack of education, he felt no shame about his working-class background. He's a brother you will be proud of, who managed to enroll and complete my education. He sounds like a great man. Selena commented after hearing the depth of Klein's words. Seeing that an opportunity arrived to inquire back at Ms. Roy. Klein did not hesitate to take it. What about you? He subtly shifted the topic. I heard from Mrs. Heath you experienced a loss of loved ones before coming here. Selena chuckled dryly. Mrs. Heath sure knows her way with words. Klein failed to see how he would respond. Recalling her 3 days in Milo, the original Selena's captive stay that forced her into marriage while slowly realizing the truth. Despite her transmigration. These emotions and memory settled deeply that Selena couldn't merely shake it off. The loss of the original Selena's parents is already akin to her apprehension of returning home. Selena sighed before replying, I lost them. In a fire. A fire. Klein mentally took note of this as he listened closely. A fire caused by cults. They burned my family's manor, took the life of my parents and even the townspeople. I have to thank the goddess that I managed to escape and hide. This persisted until a heavy torrential downpour rained down in the town. It swept buildings with its phantom gales, one after another. Thank the goddess once more that this only lasted for a bit. And seeing that the people, who aren't what they seem to be, vanished after the weather had cleared. I quickly used this as an opportunity to wait for a train at the station. She paused momentarily and looked at Klein for any minor reaction. She suddenly saw him with a firm expression. At last, he opened his mouth and said, were you already a beyonder after the cult incident? Selena fell silent. Moments later, she suddenly displayed a look of indifference. A cloakman gave me the potion. He told me once I ingest the contents, I would find myself capable to leave. In the end, he used it against me. Klein creased his brows. He probed, how so? The trackless carriage fell into quietness. Selena's delicate fingers wrapped around her cloth bag, caressing its fabric surface ever so gently. Soon after, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. You've already asked 2 questions. I think it would only be adequate to concur on equal exchange, right? Klein was taken aback. He wanted to say that in exchange, she is allowed to ask 3 questions as well after hearing that. However, a part of loan's courtesy also involves respecting a woman's boundary. In the end, Klein adhered and opted to wait until his turn to question. But to his surprise, after answering Selena's curiosity of divinations, the carriage had already arrived on the outskirts of Indus region. Despite this, he had gained a crucial information. The cause of her beyonder relation wasn't by Ms. Lovers and merely a part of her connections. As much as he wanted to ask this, he politely placed aside for now and took the initiative to walk out first and held her palm as she alighted. Inside of a room, brightened by a balcony. A phantom head detached from a world radiating with colors. The face bore a huge hole while its hairless scalp each opening their eyes. From its mouth, a white envelope stamped through a red wax was pursed around. Its spinal cord, connected to it, remained suspended in the air. A woman, wearing a rimless glasses, took the letter from the spirit. She tucked a strand of her raven-black hair and tore the note out. Under the coursing crimson moonlight, her deep rosy eyes glimmered from the reflection of the window. After 30 seconds, a spark burned the letter. The lady then placed both of her hands into her white, long gown-like coat. She was just about to turn around when suddenly, she heard a loud rustle of footsteps echoed across the entrance. A muffled voice then yelled from the outside. "She's here." The vampire. At that moment, faint red spots began awakening from the corners of the room. The lady produced a white cloth and removed her glasses. She briefly cleaned it up before putting it back to her eyes. Just after this innocent action, the surrounding flames of the gas lamps flickered violently without a warning. Each split second, darkness proliferated across the walls, cornering the lady into isolation. The illusory red eyes disappeared and the lady unknowingly found herself unable to move. Bang. Crash. The door broke down into pieces, and dust fog settled in and dispersed throughout the entrance. Standing by the door, Reichsmoner, a sequence 8 of the Sleepless, a medium-height man with short brown hair, lifted a seal by his left hand. While holding a revolver loaded with demon-hunting bullets, he chanted in Hermes, "Dawn." Light burst from the flaring template. It disintegrated in an instant and the room was suddenly engulfed with light. A sun-purifying charm at a level of a solar high priest. At a split second, the lady with raven-black hair was consumed by the light. From the corner of the room, Victor, a sequence 7 of the Sleepless, laying unconscious by the wall, abruptly woke up. "I didn't see her," he yelled with desperation. The 5 Nighthawks tasked in the operation was immediately on high alert. Beyond the receding light, the woman's white, working coat was left tattered on where she stood. At that moment, 6 shadow chains erupted from the floor. Each binds the 3 Nighthawks in their place, restraining them. During that duration, the lady dematerialized from the herding of bats with burnt marks. In her white blouse and trousers, regardless of the injury, took out a door handle. It a fragment of a door, brass and smooth, featuring its usual keyhole at the center. She dashed toward a corner of the room, pressed the door handle at its cold surface. Specks of light formed an illusory door, accommodating exactly her height. As soon as the dust settled, one of the Nighthawks found her in front of this door, converging with the wall. Reich didn't hesitate to chant a poem, audible enough for the whole room to echo his voice. Just as the lady fell into grogginess, an intense stimulus broke her out of her stupor, a liquid within her stirred her awake. She had drunk a potion, prior to the siege coming the Nighthawks. Immediately, she took this chance to turn the handle. The lady then phased out of the room. Outside, Victor yelled internally and dashed toward a nearby window. Thud. He opened the glass pane and jumped toward the multifaceted roof. There he saw the lady extending her 2 illusory wings, ready to take off. Bang. Greem, their female member, shot the lady. However, due to countless bats encircling the lady, one of the vermin was shot in the lady's stead. Reichs was the next to jump on the roof. Without a thought, he activated yet another charm. Dawn. The lady with raven-black hair saw this and commanded all of her swarms to charge toward Reichs. In that same instance, light surged forward and devoured the advancing vermin, each disintegrating into formless shadows. Yet at the same time, the light shrouded the roofs and the surrounding residences. It felt like dawn of the morning had arrived. However, in a matter of seconds it recedes, the lady was gone. Victor quickly opened his spirit vision. He hastily scoured each nook and crevices of the building, jumping from one building to another. In the end, the woman vanished. "Captain. She's not here," Greem said in a raised voice. At the same time, Reich leaped down from an erected gray chimney. "She's nowhere in this direction." He shared his report. This was a chance encounter. One faculty member of the hotel there had only caught glimpse of what the lady's true form were. Bloody red eyes reflecting the crimson moon. Pale, almost pallor-like skin extending a dark, grim batwings. A primordial moon believer. Victor creased his brows, gazing at the city's horizon. "Let's return." His voice was deep. "We have to record this encounter. A certain secret organization may already making their own attempts." "You mean the primordial moon believers?" Reich walked over to Victor's side. "The primordial moon believers are a faction within the Rose School of Thought, right?" inquired by a high-pitched voice from Greem. Victor nodded and confirmed, yes. The Rose School of Thought had recently been a subject of the masses. Mainly one particular incident relates to their newest activity, said Reich. "The Milo incident?" Greem blurted out. It was about a young lady of the Ivory family, right? The mandated punishers had all of the confidential about the matter but refuses to divulge anything. Reich nodded and said, it was popular to the point that perhaps the parliament deliberately tampered with the newspapers. The causes of it may have been due to a possible controversy. Victor took a black pipe from his coat, lighting it up before saying, there is another. From what I've heard, another matter exploded in Fasak Empire. It details of a building, connecting to a chamber underground. The property was owned by a priest from the Church of God of Combat, a young man named Uzer Birming. He tucked both his hands into pockets and with deliberate pace he began walking to a nearby balcony. While walking slowly, he added, what happened was a sudden isolation of the surrounding spirit world at the building's vicinity. This occurred in a matter of seconds before it suddenly vanished. The diocese suspect this was a move made by the primordial moon faction within the Rose School of Thought. The church have also been capturing members of them through an anonymous intel. Victor deepened his voice. And this act was becoming more frequent. The duo, Reich and Grimm, fell into silence. Let's return to the Holy Cathedral and discuss this further, Victor said firmly. When they returned to the balcony of the room and slid the glass door, they were met with an illusory door of light, pouring out like a river from its handle. Chapter 102, A Vampire's Letter. In a dark corner, devoid of the crimson moon's light, a woman draped in a dark cloak took a step out of the shadows. She watched the three Nighthawks landed on the building's balcony and returned. Only when they disappeared did she took off her hood, revealing a long raven-black hair. It was the woman the Nighthawks had encountered. Multiple illusory bats gathered onto her hand and subsequently vanished. Seeing the night deepened, she began walking away. Under the pallid glow of the crimson moonlight, the woman's piercing blood eyes reflects a narrow path. There was a wooden cart slanted to a corner of a back door. Crates were stacked and dumpsters were overflowing of wastes. She waited for 10 seconds to pass before she opened her mouth and chanted a low incantation. Then, the same spirit with only a head appeared before her, phasing out of the spirit world. Take this back to Uzer, she said as she handed a paper slip from her pocket. The spirit bit down on the paper without uttering a word. Soon after it left, the lady quickly found the narrow path unbearable. She unfurled her illusory bat wings, wide enough to encapsulate her body. With a sonorous flap and dash, she vanished into the streets. In a room, situated somewhere in East Borough, renowned district for its concern of public safety, Uzer, who had taken a budget hotel, locked his door behind after entering. At this moment, he is currently hiding in Powlar Street, near the area bordering the East and Sherwood Borough. Throughout these past 3 days, he had been trying to contact the past pastors and former botanies who had abandoned their profession to believe in the child of God. It was a deliberate move to garner them, made by his grandfather, Fowler Birming, that escalated to a faction. Some were already believers, while majorities have proselytized toward the now White Maiden. A few did he encountered, typically from his visits of local Beyonder gatherings in the neighboring Sherwood Borough. A member under an alias, Mr. Pigs King, who attends frequently in gatherings convened by Aurora Order members, had agreed to meet earlier this evening. His response was zealous. Had he been in a recluse environment rather than an organized societal meeting, Mr. Pigs King would have praised the child of God numerously. The revelation that the goddess had converted into a new, retracted from vice title of White Maiden made a few suspicions rise. However, it failed to make a bent as when Uzer later disclosed that the goddess is ought to refer to as simply as Mrs. White. It fortified the man's belief. Praise the maiden, said Uzer, followed by a strike on his abdomen. He puffed his chest before reclining back. How is the reforming of our little group? Suddenly, a deep voice of a man echoed in the room. Uzer casted his sight toward the bed and saw a man, presumably in his 30s with refined body and toned bulky muscles, casually reading in a crossed-leg position. Wearing a dark-rimmed glasses over his high nose bridge, the man slowly lowered his book and looked back at Uzer. I have already contacted them through their spirit messengers. While the majority have to be met in close proximity, the methods they've designed for meetups have already been utilized, replied Uzer in conviction. The man tilted his head down and said, is the deity you have came into contact with was truly the child of God? His voice was laden with concern over his own belief. Uzer unknowingly creased his brow. The White Maiden is the child of God, he firmly declared. White Maiden? Heh. Ha ha ha. The men suddenly erupted into laughter, instilling confusion toward the former priest. His hysterical act recedes soon after. He did not hesitate to ask, do you know what maiden means? An untouched, unclaimed young woman. And the child of God was proven to have been wedded with the giant king. Have you gone insane, brother? Brother is often used by pastors to refer to other fellow male believers. She had been reborn, Uzer retorted. Being reborn also associates with the shedding of vice. This is what I've seen during those dreams I have seen the child of God with. A world of endless grassland and distant horizon. The man stood up, his face was in a bit of pique. You've been rambling on and on about this dream. Have you not learned from the countless rituals we've conducted? Jean was found and retrained by the very same organization we thought would support us maintaining the goddess's life force. His voice now full of resentment. Jean and I are thankful for the blessing the goddess had bestowed us. It allowed my previously infertile wife to be able to bear my child, an act we have almost lose hope, giving us a reason to proselytize. However now. The man gritted his teeth and furiously said, I allowed myself to be used, to slaughter in exchange for the goddess to remain alive until my child is born. But that very same organization worshipping the goddess who brought the gift had taken both at once. Ah, Yzer. The man lounged at Yzer and held him high on his collar. Bring me my wife back, you pathetic zealot. As he yelled, his eyeglass fell from his face and broke on the cold floor. Thud. Crack. Yzer felt an adrenaline rush. His first thought was to instinctively land a strike to free himself. However, a speck of clarity made him recall that this man was a former doctor of the Harvest Church, known for their physical, albeit lower than warriors, brute force. A trait of being a former Sequence 9 planter. Why you will get your wife back. Yzer replied with a high tone of desperation. But you won't be able to do that if you kill me. That sentence rooted itself in the man that he eventually let go, realizing Yzer's importance. He turned around and from his back, he muttered, audible enough to warn and inform the former priest. After this, consider me and my family, the child of God's apostates. The man picked up his shattered glasses on the floor before resuming his reading by the bed. Yzer sighed in relief. He quietly dusted his frock coat and inwardly scoffed. Be thankful that the child of God. No. The White Maiden now prohibits the attempts of her descent, otherwise your child will be the next vessel. He didn't dare blurted his thoughts out and waited patiently by the door. Minutes later, a corporeal head materialized from a myriad of colors. This illusory spirit held a paper slip, pursed by its deathly parched lips. Catherine. Yzer quickly recognized the spirit messenger that appeared. He didn't hesitate to take the paper slip with which the spirit messenger left afterwards. East Balham Dock, behind 6th Building Warehouse. 12:15 p.m. It's a location, said Yzer to Kothi. Kothi didn't bother looking as he said, go and head there. Catherine is one of our valuable assets in gathering intel about the MI6, she's also one of our vampires left. Having her should help us contacting the rest. You don't have to tell me. Yzer muttered only for himself to hear. Just as he opens the door. He promptly recalled something that made him turn to Kothi. Don't use the goddess's former title. Ever. I have tried her current honorary title as the White Maiden and it points directly to her. Kothi stayed silent before saying, I know. After this, Yzer left. At this moment of seclusion, Kothi brought his book down and stood up. He inspected the room beforehand and found various ritualistic materials for a prayer. Seconds turned to minutes and Kothi had managed to prepare a ritual site. A simple 3-candled stand in the middle of a table, followed by a fertile soil, a few ears of wheat and flowers. Grasped by his hands was a silver dagger, it had a sharp dual-edged blade that binds the ritual in place. After ensuring that the door is locked, Kothi completed the protective wall of spirituality. He placed the silver knife down, clasped both his hands and bent his head. Amid the flickering candlelight, Kothi muttered. The White Maiden from a distant time. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. The beginning and the end of the extending vines. Shortly after the incantations were cited and the prayers whispered, Kothi stood up and waited. However, soon he realized there was no response. Kothi did not find the absence of their goddess's attention inadequate. Instead, it fortified his conviction of half-heartedly devoting to the goddess until he retrieved his wife. With a sigh, he picked up the silver knife and prepared to tidy the room of any residue. But just before he stepped out of the spiritual barrier, the fire burning from the wick suddenly burgeoned into an emerald light. Kothi saw the fiery light engulfed him. In a matter of seconds, he lost conscious on the spot. The light returned as the candles swayed gently. Serene Street, 1 district away from East Balham Docks. Yzer alighted from the carriage and spent 5 pennies on the coachman as fare. He had deliberately led the carriage to this street as a precaution for a possible spy tailing him, regardless of the obvious absence of anyone in the area. Seeing the carriage drove away into the dead of night, Yzer, with the aid of crimson moonlight, navigated the alleyways, avoiding wide paths. He kept his hooded cloak down to mask his face and soon he arrived at the docks. It was devoid of pedestrians and workers. Only an occasional brazen shouts of drunkards from the nearby tavern and the soothing brush of ocean currents can be heard from where he stood. 1, 3, 5, 6. Yzer counted the warehouses he had encountered and inspected. Nearing the 6th warehouse, he abruptly stopped. He took out a root and punched it to his skin. Blood prickled and came into contact with the brown roots. Pap. Flames suddenly combusted from the javelin-like root held by User. His hand threw down the root and watched it vanish into ashes. Only after doing this did he conceal himself in the shadows of the warehouse and approached its side. After arriving at the back of the building, User took out a bronze pocket watch. He saw the longer hand is almost reaching the upper right side, whilst the short hand rested at the 10th segment. 10:11, User withdrew his pocket watch back into his coat and waited patiently. Minutes later, illusory bats swarmed an area bordering the coast. And then, a lady with blood-red eyes and raven-black hair materialized amid the plague. She wore a blouse, a trouser, and a long, dark cloak. Her eyelashes were long and her nose bridge is slim. Over her sickly pale skin, her rosy red lips opened. "Why did you summon me?" Catherine said as she disperses her bats. User shook off his feeling of smitten and quickly started with what matters. The Rose school of thought had attacked my grandfather. At this moment, I don't know his current condition, perhaps. He's already died. He felt his words choke his sentence. Did you manage to retrieve the insignia? Catherine attempted to divert the topic. User nodded and said, the book is safely stored in my apartment. Catherine averted her gaze toward the ocean, her eyes appearing brighter red. I have recently came into an encounter with Dylan before he disappeared, she said before facing User. Apparently, another Rose school of thought, a fractured side was residing within Backlund. The book may have the importance to them. User creased his brow. What are you suggesting? Catherine walked closer to the edge of the dock and glanced at User. Do you think the items that were lended or given to us by the organization wouldn't be able to be divined and traced? Upon hearing this, User staggered and subconsciously stepped back. Catherine gave a solemn look at User as she said, my profession as a medicine doctor was compromised because of that. The hotel's administrator mysteriously managed to know my whereabouts, regardless of my eye color. She presented a pair of small, transparent green contact lenses. Not only that, most of our members was either caught by the Nighthawks or were restrained by the organization's members. Chapter 103, Rendezvous. User felt his blood run cold. So the mystical items they lend us were used to divine our location. His mouth shivered, carrying heaviness in his voice. Catherine retracted her gaze from him and said while facing the sea, they could easily be fetched for a price at either the Beyonder gatherings or the black market. I advised to sell them as soon as possible. User found the suggestion too hasty, however his actions were undeniably limited. These artifacts could help them in the long run, such as when he used the Ring of Traversal. Although it's been depleted, its ammunition only requires gems which can be bought in jewelry stores. However, seeing the risk unfold in their current situation, being dependent on this artifacts could very well lead to their demise. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly recalled some of the goddess's attempts. That is to sacrifice the remaining mystical artifacts to the goddess. How many mystical artifacts do we currently possess, said User, trying to determine the numbers of what can be salvaged. The child of God. No, Mrs. White might give us permission to sacrifice to her our artifacts for safekeeping. Wait, the hell am I thinking? A mere believer should limit themselves before a god. What are planning? Catherine looked somewhat perplexed. We can try to pray to Mrs. White to safekeep the remaining artifacts we received from the Primordial Moon faction. User divulged his intentions openly. He found that it was better let the other party be informed sooner in order to receive an advice in what he was about to attempt. Who is Mrs. White? Asked Catherine out of confusion. In the next second, she chuckled. It seems your mind had been showing a concerning level of insanity that only now it began to display, starting with you making up names. User furrowed his brows. He explained, Mrs. White is the goddess's reborn title. The goddess. Reborn. Catherine perked up and faced User with surprise. The goddess was reborn. Her voice was raised with surprise and disbelief. Yes. User's tone was that of a devout believer. How? Catherine dazed as she turned toward the serene waters. This was a miracle, said User. Our ways in the past were severely contradicting the goddess's actual teachings. Gathering our remaining members is an attempt to regain the goddess's favor and to receive her blessings. So that's why you contacted my spirit messenger. What is the goddess's title now that she had been reborn? Catherine asked as she slowly recovered from shock. User hesitated for a moment before answering, the White Maiden. The shedding of vice. Catherine muttered to herself. As per Mrs. White's will. Once our members are gathered, I would spread her teaching to secure our future in her embrace. Catherine straightened her posture. Her thoughts unknown. After exactly 15 seconds. She finally spoke, I will inform Romeo, including the rest. Dylan Hawthorne, however. What happened to him? User's apprehension grew. Dylan was taken by the primordial moon believers, while his partner, disintegrated along with the death of Diemsfell. They failed to retrieve Mrs. White's vessel, asked User. Catherine replied, the vessel is alive in Tingen as she had inexplicably killed Diemsfell during their operation. User fell silent. Multiple thoughts stirred in his mind. How could their member, who had gained the favor of the primordial moon and was blessed with a high-grade mystical artifact, let himself be killed by a mere sequence 9? In spite of this, User couldn't simply disregard the possibility that a high-sequence official of the Church of the Evernight intervened at the last minute and cornered him into his demise. This occurrence is undeniable. Majority of their members were subjected into imprisonment or death at the hands of the officials, knowing that their nature wouldn't allow themselves to be held by any church. The possibility of retaliation from their members that caused their death is nay certain. If Diemsfell was really killed, then they had no other choice but to accept it. The mystical artifact could very well be in the hands of the Evernight Church. Regarding their imprisoned members, User finally spoke, can we broke the others out of the imprisonment of the church? Catherine scoffed lightly, if you're courting death, be my guest. User didn't utter any further. Seeing his silence, Catherine retracted herself from the borders of the docks. She materialized her illusory wings from the congregation of bats. With one sweep of her wings, the vampire lady flew toward the river and left. User watched her fade from his sight. Before leaving, he quietly fixed his top hat and coat. He then took out his pocket watch and determined the time under coursing moonlight. Soon afterwards, User left as well, restoring the area of its tranquility. Darkness shattered in an instant. Kothi, in his stupor, felt his visual senses collide in conflict with the surrounding scenes. Amid this chaotic clash of colors, suddenly, he felt a bed of grass nested over his palm. Shock and disbelief broke him out of his stupor. Kothi's eyes widened. His hand subconsciously scrapped a fragment of soil. Where am I? Am I dreaming? He immediately started reckoning the situation and saw a land of vast, tall grass. A meadow stretching infinitely into the horizon. At the same time, soft gust of winds gradually chipping away his tension. In just under 10 seconds, Kothi regained his clarity. He stood up. The vast empty plain, featuring only but tall grass, was somewhat calming. I wonder if Jean would enjoy seeing this. His mind instinctively thought of his wife. Gentle and lovely woman, taken from him by fate. What he thought bestowed them a gift of a child reverted into the lost of his wife. His calm state soon collapsed. What am I doing here? I need to get out, I need to find Jean. Kothi desperately surveyed the surrounding, hoping a something would waiting for him to approach and escape. But what met him was a few straight vines, coiling around one another and forming a path toward the horizon. He quickly traced the vine's path. Nearing its other end, Kothi froze at the sight. There, a woman clad in an ethereal white gown. Her face heavily obscured by light. Kothi instantly recalled one of the Child of God's believers, his fellow follower Felric Akon. The description made by this accused mad follower accurately detailed the lady radiating divinity before him. He felt paralyzed by horror and marvel. An inexplicable desire formed within his heart compels him to prostrate at this very moment. See Child of God. Kothi unknowingly blurted out of fear. And with his referred name. A voice, originating not from the divine figure but from the world around him. The air reverberated into a sentence. You can address me as Mrs. White. Mrs. White. Kothi's mouth was agape. In his mind, all his thoughts could form was a simple question. Why would a divine being would allow themselves to be addressed with earthly titles? Had the effect of being reborn made the goddess lost her authority over her own titles? Kothi made a seemingly blasphemous hunch inwardly. Moments later, the world echoed. Had the effect of being reborn made the goddess lost her authority over her own titles? Kothi's blood run cold. He heard his very own voice mimicked and used by the surrounding meadow. *T. His face was teetering into despair as he quickly opposed. Great Child of God. I did not meant any words I've uttered in my mind. Forgive me. His voice failed to reach his ears. He heard nothing from he told. No. No 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 no. Kothi's body trembled. He collapsed to the floor as his heart raced. His mind couldn't help but picture his death. At that moment, another voice was produced by the meadow. It spoke only one word. Mrs. White. This time, the tone was that of a man. User? Kothi recognized the voice almost instantly. This was given as User, a former priest of the Church of the God of Combat's lower branch church, had claimed to have been in the presence of the Child of God in his occasional dream. Receiving her will. Kothi figured that the world is that dream and the goddess's authority is capable of reproducing voices of visitors. Mrs. White. He stammered. Please. Forgive my impudence, I am foolish to have made such a thought. A beautiful, enchanting voice replied across the meadow. Your name. Stand up. Kothi instinctively heeded the world and straightened his back. K. Kothi Warren, your grace. Kothi Warren. Sequence 8, Doctor. Husband of Jean Warren, a normal lady. Underneath the radiating light. Selena inwardly recalled the man's identity from the documents. She slightly lowered her head before casting it back to Kothi. I trust that you've been taking care of your wife, Jean. A voice echoed throughout the meadow. Kothi's face froze. He opened his mouth, slowly while his lips shivering. Why, your grace, he said. Am my wife. Was taken by the members of the Rose School of Thought. His 5 fingers balled into a fist, veins protruding from the force. I have devoted myself in maintaining your spirit. Setting aside my principles to draw blood. Selena narrowed her eyes. Principles? Was he forced into performing sacrifices? Your wife is unaware of what my followers is bidding you. An enchanting voice spoke. Kothi fell silent. His breath heavy. How do you perceive the people who worship my name? It took Kothi several seconds before answering. They're relentless. Mad and unprecedented. Many have bleed onto my fingers. Skulls of the innocents. But it was all right, my wife will soon give birth to my child, a blessing you bestowed that she wasn't able before. Are you sure you're not as mad as them? Selena was in shock hearing his confession. Now did she finally painted a full picture of the child of God's followers, and that is. Their morals are heavily distorted. How did the child of God influence their thinking even as an evil spirit roaming the depths of spirit world? Selena sighed inaudibly. Life is a breath I have lent you, it is not yours to take. The voice was sublime, yet the weight deterred. Have I ever requested the severance of the life sanctity to maintain my spirit? Kothi's face turned pale. He suddenly recalled his unborn child. The rituals we've been conducting traces back into history. We believe those are what our past seniors have used for your authority. He found his words heavy. Do not perform them, said the voice coldly. Kothi staggered back. A fear of displeasing the being gripped him by his heart. Be by your will. Selena refrained from speaking further. Instead, she gently raised her slender right hand. At the blink of an eye, flower petals emerged from the soil and scattered onto the wind. A fresh scent of lavender and jasmine filled the air. Following, Kothi caught whiff of slumber flowers resting by his feet. A bed of them formed around him and the lady in white. Do you wish to return, whispered by the passing zephyr. Kothi was somewhat hesitant. The tranquility brought by this dream, the benignity of the goddess's maternal presence lulled him. A retreating thought formed in his mind. Can't I plead the goddess, Mrs. White, into taking me and Jean in this divine dream for eternity? That very same sentence reverberated across the plains, carrying his voice. This stunned the relaxed Kothi. However, rather than a displeased tone, the plains echoed a soft chuckle. Your stay, regardless of your wish, wouldn't be for long. Once dawn arrives, you will find yourself back into the material world. Kothi opened his mouth then closed. He didn't utter anything. But you can stay here as long as you want before then. The voice produced by the dream world was gentle. When enough time had passed, Kothi found himself lying in the beds of flowers and grass. Not a dirt stick onto his attire. He suddenly asked, Mrs. White. I wish to return. The divine being clad in white gown stood quietly. The world replied in her stead. Aid you, sir, the young priest, and once all of you have gathered, I shall guide you in saving your wife. Kothi froze upon hearing this. His head turned slowly. As the emerald light swarmed him, the air whispered one last time. Jean is safe. Chapter 104, Repeated Dream. 5 hours earlier. 16 Daffodil Street. Selena turned to her living room, walking limply. The desire to quickly find a soft place to lie down drove her into fixation. And as soon as she caught sight of the couch, poof! Selena lounged to its embrace and drowned herself in a sea of softness and comfort. HNNG. What a long day, she stretched out both her hands and limbs and looked down at her body. Despite her drenched body, her eyes couldn't help but wane to sleep. I still have to cook dinner. At times like this, having a housemaid would truly be a heaven sent. Unfortunately for Selena, only at those times did she recall such a trivial matter. Her thoughts are often preoccupied by others at a daily basis. Klein mentioned that his brother is a skilled coercer. Perhaps I can ask for advice. She allowed the dusk settles and night roam before stripping herself off from the couch with quiet reluctance. At the hall, she pressed her stomach. Dinner is arriving soon and she's too exhausted to cook. I forgot to buy takeouts. With heaviness, she strived for her bed. Undid her clothes and brought a towel to cover her body. The thick fabric hugged her waist as she steadily approached the washroom. Half an hour later. Selena walked out with a damp hair, loosely coiled up, the silky fabric soaked with the excess water. Her scent radiates a fine lavender. Upon changing into a much comfortable nightgown in her bedroom, a small cloth bag by her dresser caught her attention. It was the fertile soil she had brought from a flower shop. "I'll set the ritual matters aside for tomorrow," she muttered. Before heading to the kitchen, she deliberately took the path away from the stairwell. "Good evening, fallacy," she said after entering the lounge. "I'll cook another fish, so wait for me here." The black feline remained unbothered. Regardless of this reaction, Selena still made her way to the kitchen, and after an hour later she returned with the cat's usual meal. "Eat well," she smiled and placed the plate down. She already had her fill during her time in the kitchen hall. Feeling the grogginess seeps in, Selena fixed her attention toward her bedroom. Bits of dust appearing like light settled under the coercing light of the moon. Under its pallid glow, she opened her bedroom and subsequently collapsed under the face of her mattress. The world shattered into fragments. Instantly, the darkness ignited one light. 1, 2, 5, 16. These lights came from the flames of candles, each illuminating an area of the room. At the center was an idol. No. It now looks more like a totem. 3 individuals hanged by a metallic hook, dangling by the blood circle on the floor. A ball of wrapped cloth was underneath their feet. And by the time the scene shifts to the tall figure, an emerald light engulfed her. In a world beyond the gray fog, a mysterious plane covering the sky of white and blood tissue. The organs that constitutes the floor convulsed rapidly. Somewhere, a mound of flesh and blood compiled into a figure of a woman. This sculpture had Selena's visage, and upon its completion did its eyes fluttered open. She saw the landscape brimming with tall grass. The gale brought distinct scent and coldness that rustles in each greenly blades. "I'm here," she muttered. Her eyes fixated at the horizon. It was infinite. Plain and devoid of nothing but tall grass forming a meadow. She tilted her head upward and saw the willow-like tree she had sculptured in her previous visit. Then she casted her eyes downward, and saw the spiraling vines extending from her lower half. Despite the obvious degradation of her followers, Selena was still left confused by this. Fewer followers should equate to fewer vine segments, yet multiple vines are still being displayed. Selena had a hunch that this may lead to other people worshipping, just not a part of her faction. However, she did not dare to be reckless. The vines were one thing, but her visit now is not deliberate. Just like the previous dream regarding the Heath family, she was forcefully pulled into the dream world. The dream knew of the Heath family. I'm certain now that this is a revelation, akin to how divinations work. It was related to the Heath family. This meant the tall figure knew of them. Selena creased her brow. The revelation is directing to someone nearby. Her mind whirred in thoughts. If that tall figure is nearby, who could it be? The only people I know of and have already came into contact with are the Heath family and... She paused. It took her several seconds for consideration before slowly muttering, "Moroi Roundel." This was based on the fact that his background was that of a wealthy figure, being secured at the top just to become a scapegoat for those of higher authority. Such circumstances would undoubtedly cultivate a nature of vengefulness. Not only that, Selena couldn't simply dismiss the possibility of this former tycoon having multiple connections in the past, one of which could potentially be related to mysticisms and beyonders. Despite what Dunn Smith had said regarding Moroi's background, what exposed more may have only been the surface. Mr. Roundel's obvious performative facade and his deliberate laceration on his arm further reveals the state of his mental condition. This could mean that during his stay in Tinjin City, he may have been experimenting with certain rituals for his benefits. And only now did he acted on that ritual. Selena's eyes grew distant. Each of Moroi's whereabouts could relate to his current state. If I could get Klein to divine this if it's accurate. She hanged her words, knowing of what answer it follows. The danger is ever present. Pieces of grass blades scattered to the wind. Selena remained silent until deciding that it was time to leave. Her plan tomorrow is to verify if whether her assumption is correct and caution the Heath family if ever she was wrong. Since if the danger isn't Moroi, whatever actions Marth, Marl, or their children take may result in the dream's occurrence. Just as she was about to sever her connection, in a trail leading to a degree slightly west, stacked voices reverberated from its direction. HM. Selena turned to where the voices originates. She saw the trail had begun sprouting tiny vines from the soil, gradually forming a segment of the spiral. The noble queen of desolation and harvest. The illusory voices became clearer. Benign mother of the land and its dwellers. Goddess consort of the Twilight King. Subsidiary ruler of the city in silver. Speckles of emerald light hovered around the vine segment. Selena quickly realized what it were. Someone is praying to her. Benign Mother. Goddess consort of the Twilight King. She acutely noticed these title and forth. Perplexed of how it was able to precisely direct to her. I pray for you to save us. The voices chanting in ancient Hermes continued to protest. Despite being tensed, Selena still extended her palm toward the source of light. The moment her hand, along with her spirituality, intersect with the emerald flies, the bits of light whirled into a scene. Inside of a basement. Heavy, cold steel bars divide the space into equal cells. Each cell's housed a bunk bed, and each crevices are scarcely illuminated by a dim light. Occupying a room, a woman holding her spare of candle brushed past the steel frame. She stopped by a wooden table, her bare feet touching the cold wooden floor. Upon placing the candle at the table's center, the woman tucked a strand of her dark hair and clasped her hands before the flames. 3 candles were present, yet the majority of the material required are absent. She was attempting a blind fate. After chanting a prayer toward the makeshift altar, needless to say, or which was inevitable, she received no response. Despite it, she chose to persist and planned to redo it once more. What are you doing? A mature, woman's voice resounded lowly in one of the beds. She had a long brown, slightly curled hair cascading to her shoulders. Clad in her outdoor attire of a blue dress fit for middle class, the bloating on her stomach was visibly noticeable. The woman with dark hair turned her body, a simple dress coiling her waist. I'm going to pray to the child of God. Pray, the brown-haired woman repeated. All right. Please include my husband's safety. The lady in yellow dress scorned, Miss Jean, your husband may have been taken in as well. The item he always had with him may have led them to his location. Jean. Beyond the emerald light, Selena recalled a name from the neutral list of believers in the documents. Jean Warren. Wife of Kothy Warren. A former ranked officer from the Harvest Church. A Sequence 8 doctor. This lady isn't a beyonder. Why was she abducted? She decided to observe for now. Taking immediate action would compromise her chance at gaining information. Within the scene, an obvious apprehension stirred the brown-haired woman's face. What do you mean? Jean worriedly creased her brow. The lady chuckled and said, that is not of your concern. Just be grateful of your husband. If you don't want to worry him, focus on your safety. Then, she grinned. How's your baby doing? Is she well and healthy? Jean warily lengthened the gap between her and the lady. She caressed her stomach before saying, my daughter is doing fine. Thank you for asking. Heh. That's good. The woman's laugh was a bit odd. She didn't explain her reason. Instead, she retracted her attention back on the table. I'm trying to get us out. Our initial source of communication is gone. All I could do now was to contact the goddess's spirit. Perhaps she can use me as her method of helping us. How will that go? Jean watched the woman prostrate before the candle lights. The dark-haired lady spat out a foul air and then said, just be quiet and don't interrupt me. Jean cautiously moved an inch away from the lady. Being helpless in such situation, dread loomed her as she hoped for her husband to find her. But she knew that it would be almost impossible. Splash. The whole room shook and a distant siren revoked the tranquility of the place. Jean's emotions stirred as she heard waves bowling down outside. They're in a ship. Selena inspected the room and the area beyond the cell. Planks were used as the foundation, each candles flickered at the motion of the walls. She confirmed the scene setting. So they are. Where are they heading? At that moment, the woman began chanting again. This time with an increase in energy and zealousness. The vine segment that was beginning to retract, rapidly formed once more. The noble queen of desolation and harvest. Stacked voices echoed in the distant. Tormented by the prayer reverberating on her ears, Selena severed her connection with the vine segment. The light that swirling into a scene dispersed into an individual specks. Once again, she slowly reached her hand toward the corresponding line and willed the world. Her form phased out of the meadow. Amid the flickering light and thrashing of the ship, the flames from the candles facing the lady suddenly burgeoned. Emerald light burst forth. She saw her vision get swept. At the next moment, the quiet Jean jolted in fright. Thud. She quickly turned over and saw the dark-haired lady collapsed on the floorboard. Miss Arola. Miss Arola, she called, alerted by the sudden action of her cellmate. However, even after multiple attempts, the woman gave no response. Arola opened her eyes to see a meadow, covering infinitely into the horizon. She staggered and quickly, she surveyed the surrounding. It only took her a few seconds to turn around. In doing so, her heart sank. Beneath the oddly harmless light, a lady in white gown and long silver gold hair quietly observing her. Her mouth trembled open. Are you? The distant land spoke, akin to an echo that traveled across a majestic hall. It was a gentle, melodic, and soothing voice. You can address me as Mrs. White from now on. Chapter 105, Attempting a Ritual. Mrs. White. Aurora stammered whilst repeating the title. Selena didn't respond. She watched as the woman's reaction speak in her stead. At this moment, with a close inspection, the woman's height who she had seen from the scenes was actually inches away from her. I'm almost certain she's taller than me, but I'm actually taller. Actually, I've always been seeing that even for the young priest, my height would adjust significantly. Was this my subconscious way of easing my shortness complexity? Mrs. White. Aurora murmured to herself. I am saved. Having said this, she lifted her chin and faced Selena. Why, Your Grace? We're held captive. Her voice was teary. She couldn't help but spoke her heart out for the goddess to concur. We're in one of the fleet. 8 of it. Heading to the Tree of Flesh and Blood. Tree of Flesh and Blood. Is that an organism? Selena repeated the title and secretly thought of a giant trunk writhing in organs, pouring a river of blood. Each strands of hair across her body stood up. I plead for your divine grace. I do not wish to become a marital aid. The woman raised both her hands and assumed reverence before Selena. In silence, Selena watched as Aurora prostrate on the soil. Lift your head, the world echoed. I am not your goddess and I can't do anything about your situation. Is what she wanted to reply to spare her the time and effort. Selena is not a deity. She is merely acting in hopes to make use of the malevolent cult behind the ruination of her hometown. Her moves onwards are merely optional. Even if she would confess at this very moment, her losses wouldn't be significant. She can always compensate for it as a beyonder official in the future. This position is safe and favorable until the fool regains his former self. However, this uncared indifference aren't directed at just anyone related to the cult. So despite her preparedness to sever the connection at this instant, Selena indirectly influenced the world into saying, do not abandon the infant conceived by your company. Jean. Aurora quickly thought of who it was and assumed that the goddess is going to descend with the infant as her vessel. Why yes, she pledged in reverence. Afterwards, mimicking what gesture of the young priest, User. She striked her abdomen with her arm and bowed at an angle. By your will. Just like the Evernight goddess with the gesture of the moon. Selena figured this was the faction's prayer gesture they have developed throughout their rituals. Aurora, she recounted inwardly. Among the lists of members in the documents, this particular name also bear the hidden surname, Ormer, behind a surface name Evans's. Her true name is Aurora Ormer, same as User and his grandfather who was likely a high-sequence beyonder. Also, why did an incantation manage to reach me regardless of the being's title? In thought, she lifted a finger and pressed her chin. Noble Queen. Subsidiary to ruler to City in Silver. City in Silver. From what User have given regarding the information of the faction, the Child of God title is what the Primordial Moon and Rose School of Thought refer to the true goddess of harvest. Because of this, the true goddess of harvest's followers began referring to her as the Child of God as a way to conceal themselves. Then that means the goddess of harvest. The Earth Mother was a fake. Also, what is the City in Silver? After committing the events in mind, Selena didn't prolong the lady's stay as she severed her connection. Then, moments just before she returns, another layer of prayers called from the horizon. The White Maiden from a distant time. Again. Selena was already dying to leave. She couldn't bear to experience the intense ravings yet again from the extension of her visit. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. Was it the young priest? She strained for the voices to clear up. If it was indeed the young priest, she could just dismiss him off and feign ignorance at his prayer. But the tone this time were different. It was a deep voice weighing a listless tone of someone nearing their 40s. Another believer of mine. She extended her spirituality and the speckles of emerald light gathered. At one of the insects on the ceiling. Its eyes glowed and from there Selena saw the room. The walls were peeling, the floor was unkept. Maintenance seemed scarce yet the tenants within couldn't care less. Where is he praying? The beginning and ending of the vines. Shortly after the final line. The men stopped. He seemed to be waiting for a response as he lifted his head toward the 3-candle stand. There was no reaction. That 3 lines was the honorary titles I made. Could it be that User succeeded in spreading my title toward the members? Selena hesitated to respond. In case of a chance that her title was being used by another cult member, given that User may have been squeezed of information by the opposing organization. Anything that revolves around her cult should be taken with caution. While further inspecting the place, the man within the scene spoke to himself. That User. He grumbled. So he knows that former priest. Selena began considering if she should pull him. Seeing the green vines writhe, she finally decided on the matter. With her hand slowly reaching out, her body phased out of existence. Selena saw the surrounding plain gets overrun by thin mist. It's not as thick as those within the mysterious space Mr. Fool dwells. She saw a form of a figure shadowing a space in front of her. His body was muscular, yet his skin was slightly blemished. The man's face wasn't entirely remarkable, but his deep set of eyes gave off a cynical glare. He stood firm and frozen. His gaze constantly wandered around. By the time he noticed her, his burly body gave out. "You're big, why are you acting like a flailing rabbit?" Selena mused while observing. "See, child of God," the man blurted out in fear. Used to seeing such reaction from her followers, Selena made the world scatter bits of petals into the air. This attempt managed to distract the man. In doing so, it eased him slightly, ensuring that the man's emotions is prepared. Selena spoke through the dream world. A majestic voice from afar echoed, "Your name." "Stand up." The man trembled as he heed her. He stood up and replied while stammering, "Kekothi Warren, your grace." Selena jolted awake. She saw that streaks of sunlight is starting to peek through the curtains of her window. Despite this, darkness still lingered dominantly outside. Without a pocket to tell the time and the grand clock being in the entrance, Selena opted to see that she had woken up minutes before dawn. Excruciating pain brought her to press her temple. "I've overstayed again," she muttered. While massaging her head, she forced herself out of the bed. The sensation from yesterday's training still lingered, but it didn't hinder her from navigating through the corridors and the washroom. Upon entering, Selena faced herself in the mirror and tilted her head to see a bruise. The reflection casts a mildly humorous pose of herself, a lady with exceptional beauty. "How did I manage to hurt myself when I'm sleeping in my bed?" Her brows met in confusion. Regardless, after smearing the spot with an agent, she washed her face and dried lightly with a towel. It took her a short time to adjust with the pain, and with that she descended to the first floor. Ding! Ding! The doorbell rang just as she reached the entrance hall. Selena wondered who it was and decided to inspect the guest before preparing her breakfast. In her long white modest nightgown, she lifted her toe up and strained for a glance in the peephole. From its lenses, she saw a gray cap facing forward. It was a child, their hand clutching their satchel filled with rolled newspapers. "Oh, seems today is the start of my newspaper subscription." Selena twisted the knob and opened the door. Oh, hello miss." The boy briskly took out a slip. He read it on a whim and added, "Roy." "Yes, all right, here's your Tinjin morning papers." The boy then offered her a rolled-up paper. Selena received her first newspaper before handing a penny. "Thank you," she said. "You're welcome," the boy's voice was cheerful. He leaped down from the door's small stairs and proceeded to run to another house. The Heath family's residence. Is he responsible for the distribution around this street? Selena thought in passing before turning around. After finishing her breakfast, a simple toast with honey and butter alongside a hot milk, she unfurled the newspaper wide. Riot of the masses sparked in Southborough. The Parliament's efforts for industrial ingenuity. A missing £5,000 jewelry in North Express. Pickpocketers are at large. £5,000 could safely secure a family from Eastborough, a place in much proper urban residence. Selena flipped a few pages, reading each headlines and their whereabouts. Nearly half an hour later, she placed her newspaper down and briskly walked her dishes on the counter. Returning back to her room, Selena locked her door behind, drawn the curtains from the filtering lights and the murmurs of pedestrians. Soon the room was engulfed in near darkness, ensuring that the sounds won't permit through the outside. Selena then grabbed a pen and paper. She wrote the instructions that came from User's note about sacrificial rituals. When she came into the repercussions the young priest had provided after experiencing the effects, Selena suddenly hesitated. A rush of desire to copulate with anything. Intense sensation of heat that sources from one's genitalia. Her face had trails of rosiness. Despite preparing herself for the ritual during her stay in the dream world, Selena still found the negative effects profoundly absurd. Due to this, she had thought of a way to mitigate it. That is to concoct a sexual sedative. Instead of overwhelming the user with the energy reproduce, it would degrade that instinct. It is perfect for subjugating couples during their nights. This was one of the potions Selena had read in the interesting category of the documents, to which she didn't dared mention or ask of old Neil. This is included in medicines and drugs after all. With this in mind, Selena didn't linger in her room for long, as after burning the paper, she rushed to retrieve her alchemy set. It includes a pestle and mortar, vials, a burner, a small cauldron, a sieving tool and finally gloves. The glove wasn't a part of the set, merely from Selena's consideration of the drug's sanitary and her habit of using the alchemy room's pair of gloves. She placed them all in the table and proceeded with her replication. Few minutes later, in her palm was a vial of fervent pink liquid, condensed in the small vial. Selena took a whiff of the scent, and found it mildly pungent. Perhaps this was because it was meant to eliminate the desire for sexual intercourse. I would have added a few complementary materials just to limit it, but I doubt that would be effect and instead lowers its effectiveness. Selena took her time cleaning up the table after procuring one vial. Throughout her time, she had deliberately tried to feel the relax of her fingers while in the process of concocting. A sign of a tamed plant. During her reclusion in the alchemy room of Old Neil, Selena have deduced that herbs, in the perception of apothecaries, have distinct levels of fear for humans to which they specialize of. Just like attempting an animal to become obedient. Apothecaries have to use that inherent trait to subjugate the plants into accepting their presence and others. This allows for a more sophisticated concoction of drugs and medicines. Because of this as well, she even speculated that in her future sequences, this ability of taming would be focused and enhanced. Once the table was devoid of any spills, Selena prepared the whole materials required by the sacrificial ritual. Since the note stated that both sacrificial and bestowment rituals are equal in requirements and their only difference is an additional term in the incantation, Selena didn't had a difficult time committing each requirements. The drug only had an hour of effect. If she further extends it by adding additional main ingredient, it might result in just an ordinary perfume, an unpleasant one. So after weaving the wreath and stationing the altar to the support of a mound of soil, along with 3 candles pillared triangularly onto each other, Selena ingested the drug and sanctified the ritual with the silver dagger that she miraculously remembered during her visit at the underground market. In her half-cogitated state, Selena lighted each candles with a match progressively. Shortly after using these items, the silver dagger and matches, she threw them away from the circle of salt. If she to use any object as a tool to pleasure herself during this attempt, she would rather use an object with a smooth surface. I can't believe I'm thinking of what to consider for my sexual wellness. Selena's face had a mixed expression. Although she knew that her body would undergo a stasis, state where she is unconscious and in the dream world, possibly avoiding the desire to copulate, Selena still wouldn't take a risk. Cases are that desire won't be stemming from the conscious mind but from the instinct to reproduce. This is an aspect of the matter that would easily lead a rash person to their misery. Once she finally met the standards of her sense of safety, Selena clasped her hands and began reciting The White Maiden from a Distant Time. Chapter 106, Unavoidable Risks. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. The beginning and ending of the vines. The still air stirred in turbulence and the former calm, candle lights suddenly flickered vigorously. The illumination swayed continuously with the motion of the flames. In this seemingly chaotic environment, Selena maintained her emotions as she resumes. I pray for your attention to notice my affection. I pray for you to open the gates of your kingdom. I pray for the bestowment of your grace. After finishing the prayer, Selena stayed at her spot and strained for the voices to whisper. And with just a second, the air around her ears reverberated, echoing stacked illusory voices coming from afar. This was her cue to enter the dream world. She recalled her days at the office, her time poorly spent in tiresome works and documents, rarely including her parents. Selena longed to return and embrace them, to compensate for the months she forgot to visit. During this process, she felt her consciousness floating from her body, her spirituality aiding with the extraction. Somewhere in the astral world, Selena's projection was attracted to a distant plane. Its vision blurred before suddenly, it collapsed. Across the upheaval waves of stacked voices spilling into her mind, the violent murmurs soon stopped. In the familiar silence of darkened world and the heavy air around her, Selena tuned her mind slowly, entering a state of half-cogitation. The murmurs soon grew dull, bearable enough for her to just open her eyes. The scene of tall grasses rustling in the windy meadow greeted her wake. It stretched far and wide into distance, lacking a destination. Extending from her feet are the mural of spiraling vines, each segment retracting from her and toward every direction. This similarity between her absence and presence invoked that the world did not change. But only an oblivious person would thought of that. At this moment, Selena is fully aware of the time. It's 9 in the morning. Aren't they supposed to be asleep? Didn't I confirmed it last time? Selena was left in confusion. At that time, it was afternoon, bordering to evening. She visited the dream world and checked that there was only one segment of vine left. Not only that, what baffles her in their numbers. She was standing at a spiral of dense vines adding to a sense equal to 100 segments. And each of these vines corresponds to a person, which equates that in her status now, she was being worshipped by legions. An unnamed horror bloomed from Selena's heart. I thought there was only 30 members in total. User had taken account of even the harmless ones like Jean. The behavior of the dream world was unpredictable. Her visit so far only gave her enough to justify the amount that her members had. This were in the time zone of evening, afternoon, and night. She did not bother entering the dream world under any time zone except the aforementioned zones, thinking that it would only result in her seeing an empty plane. Contrary to her belief, the vines that had proliferated outnumbered the vines she saw whenever she visited during those times. This also meant that there are more of those mad people who reveres the true goddess of harvest, the original child of God. Selena wanted to take step back, however, being integrated with the very ground itself restricts her to one place. Let's better ignore them. It's dangerous to let ourselves indulge in a matter of curiosity. After a mental note, she diverted her attention to a vine being swarmed with speckles of light. These lights radiant a vibrant emerald, to which each individual's all points to the layered voices of her own. Selena took a deep breath and outlined her spirituality to rush toward the segment. In an instant, the previously scattered specks gathered in one place. They formed a handleless door made entirely of emerald light. Howling wind tore the grass blades, drifting them high. By her will, the door pane quietly and steadily opened. The rush of wind broke through the barrier and forcibly entered her bedroom. It encompassed the entire site of the altar, accompanying it was the scent present in the dream world. Selena watched as the wind tore the light, revealing herself laid inert before the pillar of candles. Despite the ruthless gales, the flames did not burgeon to death, it stayed alit. As the wind receded, unable to bypass the wall of spirituality, Selena touched her chest and sighed in relief. So far there was no reaction from my body, then the corners of her mouth curled up. Her excitement rushed in delight. It worked. The lady lifted her hands up in the air. It was undeniable that during this, she had attempted to jump but failed miserably. This little celebration went short as after this, Selena suddenly faced an issue. What will she bestow to herself now? Perhaps I can give myself abilities like making mountains. Ah wait. No, that only applies in this world, her fingers raised to caress her chin. Something to bestow. She softly murmured. Along the lines of her worrying thoughts, she briefly recalled. I have to bestow my followers with money. Not only that, as she delved deeper, another issue surfaced. The construction of the ritual is too exerting. The deliberation of weaving a circular wreath, attaching said item to a cross then using a mound of soil as the establishment while 3 candles are pillared nearby opt for an allocation of time. As such, it becomes tedious, especially for Selena who was already planning to abuse her privilege as the goddess. Thankfully my body seemed to be skilled in weaving flowers or else it might have took me almost an hour. By this logic, she gradually formulated an idea. I've already considered this before, so what about a tool that helps me in setting the wreath altar effortlessly? A tool. In this world, I am allowed to control the environment and shape how the growth of a sprout would take form, so, a seed. She lifted her hand up. Her palm open. Almost instantly, her skin melted into soil, roots and vines already protruding out. Similarly, each of the life sprouting from Selena had rapidly advanced to their next stage. The roots and vines became laden with thorns. Her body of soil turns into a congregation of said plants. In her palm, a simple sprout began to shape. Also affected by the rapid growth, it developed a stem in a matter of seconds. From its sapling to finally a miniature tree, akin to a bonsai. Its branch proliferated small fruits, to which these fruits ripened and fell. And just like that, the subsidiary stages wilted in a blink of an eye, leaving only a turquoise-colored seed. Selena then watched as the seed sprouted with its stem, skipping a phase, morphing itself to accommodate a large vertical hole, resembling how the wreaths roll as the passageway for bestowments. She gave a brief nod as she saw it revert back to its shell. This can completely replace the need for making wreaths. Now all that's left now is testing. Her anticipation was cut short. This would have to be conducted after receiving it in the material world, which is the part that may invite inherent danger. However, before this, Selena had to consider another matter. Subjecting the door of emerald light to another idol. Anyway, I have to think of how to withdraw such a sum of pounds from the bank without garnering suspicion. The door of emerald remained in a stationary, emerald dusts and specks swarming it around, producing a swirling noise. During this, Selena's voice trailed off. She recalled the headlines from the newspaper, outlining a case of missing jewelry even in Northborough. No. No way, she repeatedly told herself. That would be too unacceptable. I shouldn't encourage stealing by having a bigger bounty on myself for a hook. Selena frowned and clenched the seed in her hand. How could I give my bestowments to my believers in a way that ensures safety? An anonymous account. Hee, imagine a god, their followers expecting grandeur for a bestowment, only to be met with a single paper slip. She grinned and then a soft chuckle escaped her thin but rosy lips. All right. Focus. I can pray to Evernight goddess just like old Neil. No. That would be too disdainful. I mean, it requires me to be an official unit of Nighthawks, not just an officer. Besides, it would need me to draw a counter, fight, note. Selena's voice trailed off. Suddenly, her sapphire eyes glint with unusual stimulus. In her available hand, she opened her palm. Saps began oozing from her body made of soil. This strange phenomenon escalated to the sap drying and it forming into thin papers. Just like with the documents. She tried to outline her imagery of a regular paper pound. However, much to her effort, the paper made of sap remained blank. That's odd. How is it that for users given documents, I could simply reform them but not for other things? Aren't these notes, papers as well? Amid her confusion, she retried once more. This time, not in the process, but by how she had reformed the documents after tearing them. This resulted in the sap being consumed by her body comprising of soil, roots, and vines. The soil receded and what was left was a regular 1-pound note. It looked authentic, even having the former king, William Augustus VI's portrait, just like how she had pictured it. Seeing the note in her hand, Selena marveled at her capabilities, but along with it, her perception of wealth gradually grew dull. It's identical to the actual 1 pound. This feels like a cheat, she couldn't help but feel anxious. If she were to bestow it, wouldn't her believers face forgery? Selena shook her head vigorously. It was clear to her that attempting such would subject her followers to a crime, possibly endangering their morals, something she had been trying to amend. Regardless of her perception of them, as the White Maiden, it would surely compromise her status if she's attempting to leverage their faith. But on the other hand, if she succeeds in bestowing herself the counterfeit, it would mean that it's within her ability to bestow a variety of items. A discovery of her authority as the child of God. With the note and seed placed on the Hervine limb, Selena willed it to extend toward the door. As it approached, strong gusts of wind bundled and entered the border before it. And shortly after the vines crossed, her body, lying lifeless on the ground, suddenly was struck by an intense urge. It began convulsing. Her heart rate grew rapidly, her ears and face moistened from sweat as her skin showed rosiness. Despite being in the world and was without a consciousness, the carnal desire to copulate overwhelmed her body to the point of compelling her hands to reach for her chest and lower part, pressing each of her fingers to their vital spots. Seeing this, Selena in the dream world froze. Without hesitation, as the seed succeeded in crossing barrier, the door swirling with emerald light abruptly vanished. The vines extending from Selena's body was instantly severed, leaving it to rot and dissipated by the table. Inside the dream world, across the endless expanse of meadow, a woman's breath resounded saliently amid the howling winds. From her gown clinging to her waist to her hair gently swaying. Her beauty remained, yet the expression betrays it. Filled with fear and apprehension gripping her thoughts, Selena left the dream world instantly. After waking up, Selena felt a warm damp in intimate parts of her body. Her left hand glazed with a substance. She lifted her head to the altar. The brown soil had crumbled and the wreath was but a pile of wilted flowers and stems. The seed was there, but the paper pound failed to materialize into her room and Selena would never reattempt such a dangerous ritual again. The oppressive drugs barely had an effect. She exclaimed in grievance. Shifting to her body. The state she's currently in made her unable to exert strength to both her limbs. Selena stayed, lying on the floor and endured the uneasiness of her damped clothes. Only after tens of minutes had passed was she finally able to relax her joints, to which she abused almost quickly to change into her clothes. In her dark green blouse and dark dress, Selena finally felt comfort in relation to her earlier state. Casting her gaze at the ritual site, the wall of spirituality was gone, long after she had terminated it in a rush toward her wardrobe. While the fruit of her risk, the seed nested before a collapsed soil, crucifix and wreath. However, Selena didn't dare to close her gap. Since it clearly originated from the dream world, a product of the manifestation of her thought. The ritual's effect may have been carried by its very shell. Selena cautiously approached it and examined the seed at a distance. Its texture remained identical to the surface she had pictured of it. Small signs of emerald dust covered its speck of hairs. She scarcely thought about it, certain the seed would not grow under any conditions. And just as she expected, she failed to elicit any connection from it, appearing as any other seed. So in a sense, her attempt was all for naught and even led her to danger. Dwelling on the matter won't change anything. At the very least, I have now seen the scale of my capabilities in the dream world and its effect toward the material world. What I need now is how to safely contain the seed. Chapter 107, Functions of a Seed. She glanced at the seed, then to the crumbled altar. Selena thought momentarily and after conceiving a solution, she left. About half a minute later, she returned with a copper can. No, it actually a miniature brassware pot, a small hinge encases the lid to the body. Its utility, as Selena had used it, was mainly to store cloves for cooking. After emptying and rinsing it, she had brought the small pot to her bedroom. Selena then sized up the seed from a distance. It was fitting, and it took her only 3 seconds to cover it with the pot, sliding it to the edge and made the pot caught its fall, safely containing it. Upon closing the lid, she sighed. All right. Now for the table and the rest. The cleaning took her about a minute to finish. Afterwards, she trudged forward and landed on her bed. Restless as she that her attempt bore no fruit. In grievance, she buried her face on a pillow. I couldn't even use the seed if I'm not in the dream world. What's the whole point of having it then? Only my followers could use them, and even then, it requires me to be in the dream world. She rolled over on the sheets and sat up. Dream world, she murmured softly. Perhaps I can sense the seed's whereabouts in my visit. In that way, I can monitor my followers if I bestow them each. With this in mind, Selena puffed her chest, then subsequently fell unconscious on her bed. Inside the dream world, Selena gazed around the meadow, and almost instantly, she processed that a piece of herself, relating to the dream world as a whole, was inside of a cold surface. Cold and damp, it contradicts the warmth of the sun and the soothing glides of the wind. Is what I'm sensing the seed that I had stored in the brass pot? Selena started reckoning her situation. What the stimulation brought her was vivid. It was clear that some part of her, a finger, a skin or a nerve, was transferred out of the dream world. Now what made her confused is how she could perceive a small piece across an endless expanse of meadow, that if it were taken, she would instantly know. Selena intertwined her hands just beneath her waist, tightening anxiously before loosening. Sensing the elusive dream world meant she can instantly become aware of anomalies within, gaining an advantage if ever it tries to act against her. On another note, she also figured out that if she can process the seed as a part of a whole, the elusive dream world, this meant she can also exert her will into it. Without wasting any time, she pinned the missing piece as if reclaiming it. Upon doing so, as if extending her arm, she willed it to sprout. Inside Selena's bedroom. 16 Daffodil Street. A brown stem wreathed itself out of a brass pot, perched by the dresser. It extended outward, completely in the open. Selena within the dream world finally grasped the connection between her and the seed. In doing so, she managed to sense the surrounding as if she were the object. The room had a wardrobe and a dress. The former was placed in near the veiled window, while the latter faces the bed embracing a woman, her. This is her bedroom, and the lady resting by the mattress was but her body devoid of consciousness. How mystical! Selena softly murmured underneath her breath. Wondering the extent of her abilities, she willed the stem to further advance its growth. From just a palm's length, the stem crawled outward. However, it stopped shortly after. She can extend it further, but only to a height of an average person. Its tip became sharp due to the overextend of the stem's body. She is also capable of ladening it with thorns in compensation for its length. Slowly, she realized it's akin to a javelin. Selena assessed it and concluded that she could only extend, retract, which can be instantaneous or gradual, and finally remodel its growth structure, which can be made to construct a ritual. Contrary to its past abilities within the dream world, the seed is extremely limited to its current physical body. The only mystical thing it have is its connection to Selena, enabling her to monitor and eavesdrop without needing a prayer's scenes. This will prove to be useful in listing her members, intimately guiding them to a favorable morality. On the other hand, the extending of its roots to form a spontaneous javelin can be weaponized to either defend or to keep them in check. Selena can also leverage this, since she's able to will the javelin's trajectory to her desire. Finally, a reliable weapon she can utilize even at distances. While lost in her thought, Selena had been unknowingly shifting the stem's figure. From a straight javelin to an occasional Z, S, and inverted L. I guess my attempts are not all in vain. Suddenly she spoke, casting her back to the dream world. The vines relating to her followers beckoned her to recall the bestowments she had promised, a chance of new life. How should I tell them to begin a pharmaceutical company? During her self-inquiry, the stem growing from the brass pot began retracting. It closed the lid before returning back into its shell. Selena's mind whirred in thought. Perhaps I can use a context that in such a way, they can establish a lawful background whenever they attempt an activity regarding the faction. Building connections, facilitating a safe sanctuary for them to meet, and a source of income. Her eyes glint with luster. Yes, I can then assign them to a mission. Kothi Warren wishes to retrieve his wife. Their location seems to be in a ship heading to the Tree of Flesh and Blood. I'll have to consult Mr. Hangman regarding it, as well the ships that had resupplied in Backlund. Once I have intel, I can slowly guide Kothi in rescuing his wife supported by the faction. A few can I utilize in gathering intel, since the majority of my remaining followers have to operate the company. However, I should consider increasing the members of the faction. It's fine that their faith belonged to other deities, it wouldn't be right to force them. Turning her gaze onto the meadow, Selena took a whiff of the breeze before consummating her stay. In her room, Selena's eyes fluttered open to see the refined wooden ceiling. She propped herself and sat upright onto the bed's railings. After committing her plans for today, she stood up from the bed, retrieved her alchemy set back from the lounge and laid them on the table, ensuring that all her needs are present. Selena lifted her hair strands up with both hands, coiling them as her arms flailed in the air. The result was a loose, braided bun. Enough for it to avoid meddling her sight. All right, she declared in preparation. Just before she began her contact with the herbs, her thoughts strayed toward the miniature brassware pot. Right. The seed. To use the seed to its extent, she'd have to carry it with her at all times. Having a pot, albeit small, would be too inconvenient to pocket. Considering this, she took the brass pot and tilted it so the seed fall by itself. Sure enough, when it landed right beside her chosen glass vial, its size fits almost perfectly. Selena didn't hesitate from containing the seed, using a stick to force it in the vial. Due to the vial compact body, she was able to store it conveniently in the pocket of her trouser. Okay, now let's begin. Now where's that cauldron? As she safely procures each potions. One she stumbled that requires a ritual. This is to pray to a power far into the distance. The only reliable entity that old Neil had advised her. The Evernight Goddess. The goddess's gaze requires an abundance of spirituality, which wouldn't be an issue if her materials are mystical. But in regards to a conventional herbs, she had to beseech a powerful existence. In just several seconds, Selena had prepared a ritual. She had set a bottle of fine NyQuil oil, slumber flowers and night vanilla extract all on the table. And finally, a grounded petals of night flowers for the goddess's gaze main ingredient. With the 3 candles lit, dripped with oil and the wall of spirituality established. Amidst the lingering scent, she began citing. The Evernight Goddess stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. The mother of concealment, the empress of misfortune and horror. Mistress of repose and silence. I beseech you. I pray for you to bestow this powder, the essence of your gaze. NyQuil oil, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Soon after, the surrounding turned tranquil. The flames burgeoned and somehow, Selena felt the air stirred. On the grounded petals of the night flower, specks of light transformed. It was a success. After this, Selena stood up and drew a crimson moon to her chest, saying, "Praise the lady." At 11 in the nearing lunch, Selena had succeeded in making 5 medicines, which are all from the Church of the Earth Mother's documents safely stored in her room. 2 these is known as the Goddess's Gaze. A therapeutic drug that is common among the Nighthawks mentioned by Klein after their operation against Ray Bieber. Its main function is to stimulate the spirit and squeeze the potential of the body until it wore out. Since it can maintain the person's state for a short period of time until they return for treatment, Selena saw it as a best use for a last resort. The next 2 are called Wellspring. The document details of its ability to bring about a surge of spirituality to heal minor injuries and wounds. For this, it required her to store her own spirituality, which required her to conduct another ritual. And the last was the Serenity Agent. Able to maintain the user's calm and rationale under pressure. Not much of the formulas she had seen could properly be used for defense. So it left her no choice but to allocate in her survivability. And since lunch is nearing, Selena decided to set the next few sets of drugs she planned to make for later. While walking down the stairwell, an intense premonition suddenly spiked her. Her eyes darted around the path. However, instead she began hearing layers of voices, seemingly calling into the distance. Who's prying to me? Selena tried hard to focus her intent in discerning the voices. Then slowly, it clears. She was hearing a deep voice, a familiar one. The beginning and ending of the vines. Nature's balm, I beseech you to bestow your powers to my incantation. At the dining table, Selena had finished preparing a scrumptious meal. Served on the table are beef loin smeared with barbecue sauce, followed with a salad and hash browns on the side. After taking her seat, she forked at the tender main dish and gulped. Her mouth had been drooling while she worked. Her hand rose to her face as if it's natural. The beef loin was tender, packed and drenched with the sauce that explodes into the mouth. Couple that with stuffing your cheeks with the hash browns made it seem like she's at a fast food restaurant. In her savory time with the salad, Selena leaned her ears to the still murmuring voices. Sanctuary sage, a herb of nurturing, I beseech you to bestow your powers to my incantation. This has been going on for quite some time now. I wonder what's the occasion. Selena gulped her mouth full of lettuce with eggs. She saw the empty plates laid around before her, but not the ending of the prayers from Uzer. Just how devout is he? Selena creased her brow. Is he going to ask something of me? This was natural guess, due to the fact that this young priest had been adding herbs, essential oils, powders and even materials she's not aware of until now. Much to his devoutness, these were all unrelated to Selena. Fearing that if she were to sit through this and an entire hour would be wasted, she exerted herself to stand up. Just as she was about to collect the stained plates, Uzer's prayer shifted from listing ingredients. I pray for your grace to accept these sacrifices and held onto them. Selena raised her brows in surprise. Held onto them. Is he planning on making me a storage for the entire organization? I pray to relay to your grace that our artifacts lent to us are the primary factors of our rapid decline in members. I pray for this to be resolved in a manner your grace see fit. I pray. Amid the stacked voices, Selena noted to herself after some thought. I guess it was understandable that they would beseech me for protection, and artifacts that have owners are susceptible to divinations. Lend artifacts. Sacrifice. Wait. Doesn't this essentially gives me an opportunity to use them? And it's even in the form of a good deed. Selena's heart palpitates. However, upon consideration, she shook her head. This is great, but doing so much as like this wouldn't be befitting for a goddess. Regardless of benevolence, they should still respect me. I'll overlook for now as they're clearly in a pinch. If what I observe from here onwards are teetering to abuse of leverage, then I will exact proper punishment. And if it persists, then I won't hesitate to abandon the identity and focus on understanding the dream world. Selena finally settled after nearly a minute. It didn't take her long to bring the stained plates to the counter and wash them. This took her several minutes before leaving for her bed again. Chapter 108, Another Visit. Arriving at the dream world again, Selena scanned the surrounding field and saw one particular vine being swarmed by specks of light. Emerald and blinding. She recognized it to be the segment corresponding to the prayer. Upon nodding her head indiscernibly, she brought her hand toward it, which almost instantly resulted in a scene forming from the clouds of lights. She saw the young priest wearing a plain white shirt, coupled with a trouser and unbuttoned coat. His clothing fits to his body. Around him is a room furnished like in any other apartment complex, displaying a single bed, a table where User is facing, and a sofa, worn and tattered. Selena quickly recognized the setting. Is this the room where Kothi prayed to me? He's with User. The scene resumed with User about to stand up. The circle of salt appearing as if it's forming an invisible barrier. On the table, multiple bottles with either liquid or powder laid before the scene. Then shortly after, the swirling clouds of light scattered. Selena felt a draft of wind past her. It's clear that the proper response for such request is simple: accept. For her, acquiring such utilities, given by their usage during her time in Milo, would greatly aid in her survival and the Nighthawks' safety. To compensate, however, is she would risk being perceived as a lenient goddess despite the history of said identity. Selena is clouded in the child of God's true nature. But regarding this, she had learned further that what Usur's grandfather had only done was not only to establish an organization but to gather the people that may also have connections with their lineage, the Ormers. These individuals in the past claims they've been hearing whispers at the depths of the spirit world, referring to them as child and to return to the embrace of their mother, which is the true goddess of harvest. Through this, attempts to invigorate the spirit or perhaps achieve a partial descent had been the desire of the organization if they were not leashed by the Rose school of thought, or more particularly, the primordial faction. The child of God now, reborn as the White Maiden, can be explained by the rebirth. However, it wouldn't be aligned if one were to say that even the goddess's nature were changed. Selena achieved this miraculously, but if she were to cross a boundary, it might snowball. So in order to mitigate this while allowing for the members to sacrifice and bestow, which is benefiting for her, a few minutes did she took to formulate a plan. First of all, the leveraging should be established in a deferential believer to God cooperation. Selena slowly grinned and smiled. Then, exclaimed, which can be done by having their own personal storage. By considering the use of the Dreamworld seed, while she already intends to distribute them alongside the paper slip containing her anonymous bank account details, lessening the anticlimactic effect of it. The addition of using the simple ritual setup, the seed can be made as a personal storage per seed. While this requires her to change the honorifics when using the seed, since it would essentially be seen as her, the goddess, is the one responding. It removes the social perception for a single member to be seen as favored, stripping the birth of hierarchy among her believers. And as the middlewoman, she can leverage the artifacts stored to be used only when necessary. In addition, the process of storing and withdrawing only requires her to pass out and respond. Selena even figured out that her followers couldn't afford to frequently use the seed. That is because her bestowments, as displayed from her attempt, had unavoidable backlash. She weighed the pros and cons thoughtfully and finally settled. That is to set the matters aside for now and think of an incantation for the seed. I'm feeling a bit exhausted, the murmurs are getting nearer as well, she sighed. I'll continue this some other time. User finished tidying up his table. By the scent of fragrance exuded by the dyed candles, he waited. However, he received no response. I knew it. What I'm doing is blasphemy. He raised a fist and slammed it onto the table. Not long after his frustration, realization suddenly pushed him to a state of fear and horror. They're still in a process of redemption, and to wish for a favor would be imbecilic. One should not wish more than what they've been willingly given. User abruptly stood up and struck his abdomen with his right forearm. He said with reverence, Mrs. White. Forgive me. After this devout yet non-functional plead for forgiveness, he set a plan to pray for an actual repentance when suddenly, a door opened. Creak. User turned and saw the burly Menkothi, now wearing a new pair of glasses. He glared at the young former priest before finally opening his mouth. The goddess. She's aware of Jean. Told to me that she's safe. Despite his hands clenched, his eyes blurred indiscernibly. The exterior of his appearance greatly contradicts what he feels inside. Grief, hope, and gratitude for being informed of his wife's condition. She was the only woman who had sought not of his service, but self. Despite the criticisms they faced, he's determined to lead his wife into nursing their offspring. A wish that weren't fulfilled by life but bestowed under the premise of a god. Yuzur, who was frozen while standing earlier, caught on to the man's intentions. So you prayed to her. His face was melancholic, but did not last as his mouth grinned. It was clear that he knew of the man's attempt. The pure sap candle he had brought had a noticeable decrease in height. Not to mention little bits of salt trails on the floor. Kothi quickly fixed his poise and stood in resolution. He said, we'll be needing a place to convene. I can provide that. As the light courses from the wide windows, paper rustles resounded in the orderly halls filled with lines of people. Occasional coughs carried their steps and along with it are murmurs of the lively scape. In this austere atmosphere, Selena stood with habited poise, hands tucked into her coat. One movement and another person before her stepped forward. This continued until she reached the register. Hello, how may I help you today? Said the female teller. Selena adjusted her coat, ensuring that her potions and the vial containing the seed are safely stored before she fished out a silver card and presented it. After an inspection, the woman perked up and asked, Excuse me, are you Ms. Roy? Selena looked at her with caution. I guess even Banks here requires your name. Yes, she answered. The female clerk chuckled at herself. I'm sorry, it's just that very few possess the Church of the Lord of Storm's tin metal card. Mostly from the aristocratic families who are closely associated with the church. Tin metal. Selena blurted out. I thought it's a silver card. No. The clerk shook her head and turned the card, revealing the Storm's sacred emblem. See. Having said that, the clerk withdrew her hand holding the tin metal card. She asked, Okay then, what can I be of service today? Selena sighed and inwardly praised. I'm glad you didn't ask me further about my background. Actually, wouldn't that be against their policies? At last, she adjusted her hands intertwined below her abdomen and answered, I would like to create a new bank account. Amid the bathes of the sun. Selena alighted from a public carriage, handed out a penny for the coachman before striding off. She arrived at the outskirts of Indus region. There, she planned to attend Gawain's training without the company of Klein. Today's her day off, but it doesn't suggest that the same goes for her training. She had already a missed day, doing more would be just impolite for the instructor. Her time took about 1 hour and 30 minutes to arrive. Compiling up an account to bestow and retrieving her knight's training attire. For the money part, she figured that instead of being her identity as the White Maiden, it would instead be herself, the one who had wished for bestowment rituals in exchange. She mused at this, only to realize later that it's doable under the pretense of another identity. Phew. Ha. Selena tried her best to steady her breath. One leg over her body, 2 hands maintaining that stance. She had finished 10 laps around the district in due time and is now practicing her flexion. With about 10 stances, minimum of 5 minutes. Next would be your agility, a deep voice spoke before Selena. Gawain, in his coat, was holding a tea, gazing outside on a window. He turned then added, jump and touch that metal bar by the stairs. Selena released her hands from forcing her legs over her back. She drew out a breath before looking at the metal bar. It was extremely high. Even if she were to use a stool, one jump wouldn't allow her to touch its tip. Are you mocking me of my height? Selena secretly pouted in grievance. This had been Gawain's first task for her, to manage a single touch of the bar without using any tools. Logically, Selena instantly nodded that she wouldn't be able to reach it. Maybe if she reached later sequences, she'd have a breeze touching that single bar even countless of times. However, the task unfortunately demands her current sequence. All right. With turbid eyes, Selena agreed. When she stepped before the wall and the stairwell, Gawain suddenly called her, do not attempt to brute force your way into reaching it. Use obstacles as a stepping points. But don't ever try to break them. I'll try. Selena squeezed out a smile. Use obstacles as stepping points. Is he implying that I should jump one furniture to reach it? Sigh. I couldn't do it even if I wanted to. Her eyes started wandering around. To her right was a bookshelf, on her left was the stairwell. Gawain specifically told her that she's not allowed to use the stairs, otherwise she'd be able to touch it, in exchange for some injury. Selena was against risking her health again, so even if this was the case, she'd likely disregard it. She scanned the furnishings placed before the wall and found them meters apart. Even if she were to climb, the height wouldn't give her enough uplift to reach the bar. As she prepares to postpone this task again, similar to yesterday. Gawain suddenly spoke. I said jump and stepping points, not climb and reach. Selena turned to him and smiled. May I ask? Will Klein have to do this task as well? Gawain had a dead look. He answered somewhat displeased. His training regime is separate from yours. Mr. Gawain. Are you of the Lord of Storms or the Evernight? Selena subtly mused about doubting her instructor's belief. Upon shaking her head, she warmed herself up and jumped. Her hand stretched to the most of her abilities. But despite this, she was only able to reach the level of the bookshelf. Gawain let out a resigned sigh. Go back to training your flexibility. At this moment, his cup was already empty. The mundanity of his pupil's expected result made him turn around and head to the kitchen. Left behind in the living room. Selena's mind stirred for a solution. How can I reach that bar? Why does Mr. Gawain expect me to touch it once without ever using tools? The bar can be seen placed halfway on the wall all the way to the second floor. The stairwell's entrance on the ceiling made it so one can see the area at the stair's end. Even if anyone else were to attempt on reaching the bar, they would fail miserably. Did Mr. Gawain set this up for me to actually finish it? I'm doubting if this is right. Selena creased her brow anxiously. However, despite this, she intends to try decipher Gawain's advice. And after some thought, she realized. Gawain expects her to maneuver, in modernity parkour, her way to reach the second floor without using the stairs. This immediately placed unrealistic pressure on Selena. He expects me to be like a parkour expert. At the same time she thought of this, Gawain returned to the living room. He said after inspecting Selena. You jumped earlier, right? Hearing this, Selena was a bit befuddled. It took her seconds to reply cautiously, why yes. And you tried it yesterday as well, isn't that correct? Now Selena was really confused, prompting her to only nod. Gawain walked toward her and then faced the wall. How tall have you reached the first time you tried to finish the task I gave you? About that. Suddenly, realization struck Selena. I see. She could barely reach the level of the bookshelf at that time. Gawain saw this reaction and said, right, your body is different. It adapts and recovers a bit faster. Perhaps the effects of being a beyonder. Selena listened attentively. She's not surprised that a retired veteran knight would be aware of the existence of beyonders. You felt lighter, right? Gawain added upon facing her. Train more and you'll feel that walls wouldn't even be an obstacle for you, which is the same goes for combat. Although a woman's body is inherently preserved for a more menial things, it won't restrict them from being able to outmaneuver and land precise hits toward their opponent's vital points. Allowing the battle to be even. My fellow knights who were females leverages this aspect of their body during confrontations. Continue your reflex sessions, balance, and flexions. Your stamina and strength is dire as well, so begin lifting one of those dumbbells, be careful not to puncture anything in you. And once you've reached that bar, we can proceed to combat simulations where I can teach of you a body's vital spots to strike. Understood? Why yes. Selena instinctively straightened herself. Chapter 109, A Known Author. At 7 in the evening. In her nightgown. Selena adjusted the pot she held and pushed the door's bell. Almost instantly, a chime rang. Footsteps rustled behind the pane and following that was the turning of the knob. Martha, whose dress if also prepared for sleep, saw Selena by their porch. Oh dear, she said delightfully. How kind of you to pass by. Selena smiled. I'm just here to share some of supper, her hands raised the pot. I tried recreating your dish, seared mutton. But to my expertise, the taste is incomparable. Nonsense. Come inside, we're just about to have dinner. Martha sidestepped and gestured for Selena to enter. Selena, who's familiar with the lady's probing, gave up insisting a polite rejection. The concept of rejection doesn't seem to apply to this woman. I wonder if this was the reason why Mr. Heath fell for Lady Martha. I mean being caring. Selena mused internally and secretly caressed her stomach. Prior to this, she didn't bother having a dinner, so it left her starving due to today's combat training. Within a 1-hour window, Selena had a roasted rib glazed with smoky-flavored sauce and a few side dishes. Afterwards she played with Odell through what the little girl calls building cottage. It is the use of disposable small wooden spoons used for ice creams to build simple shacks. Without any tools from the earth. Selena was left using pressure joints. The result was far from the intended design, but it did brought smile for little Odell. Returning on the porch, she said to Martha genially, "Thank you again for having me, Mrs. Heath." "No need for gratitude, dear. It's nice to have visitors sometimes, or perhaps make it often if it's a gentle and kind lady such as yourself." It is truly disappointing to not have you a part of our family, replied Martha, her voice laden with sweet humor. Selena smiled wearily before suddenly turning bitter. What's wrong? Caught by this change, Martha grew concerned. Mrs. Martha. Selena's voice trailed off. Then, she added, could you do me a favor? Martha sensed a peculiar tone in her voice, prompting her to quietly listen. At last, Selena said, do not interact with strangers other than the people you're intimately familiar. Please. At least, just for a week. Considering the Nighthawks' proficiency against supernatural things, justified by their immediate reaction to the vampires chasing her in the operation with Ray Bieber. Her trust in them wasn't based shallowly. Not only that, Klein, who was the only seer of her department, a unit highly skilled in tracking, had been proactive in beyonder cases. If the progress is trouble-free, then perhaps expect a result within just a week. A week for them to be cautious and stay alert. It's not too hard to ask of them, right? Selena sighed inwardly, preparing for the questions to arise upon asking this. However, surprisingly, Martha was calm. Her expression did not contort to confusion or anger. All right, she said with a smile. Then in exchange, promise to stay safe as well and be aware of strangers. She lifted Selena's hand and draped both her palms to it, her faintly wrinkled face softened. Selena was relieved. After returning the gesture, she nodded and subsequently bade farewell. With the settled task of warning the Heath family of an incoming danger, Selena redirected her attention, confirm whether or not Moroi Roundel have relations with the black figure. The next morning, after a greeting and exchange of pleasantries, Selena was just about to proceed when Roseanne's voice hindered her. Don't you wonder how's Klein this day? The female receptionist gave a sly grin. Hearing this, Selena paused. I guess she's right. After the welcome celebration the day before, it does left one to wonder. After some thought, she turned to her and asked. Right, how's Klein today? Roseanne's smile grew delightful. He was here minutes before you. But he was called for a meeting in the basement, discussing past missions and challenges. A routine held every Thursday. A meeting of Nighthawks. Every Thursday. Selena nodded. I'll see if I can greet him if we met on the way, she replied in a pleasant tone before excusing herself. At the interception, the chilling air brought by the confines of the hall made her shiver involuntarily. In reaction to this, Selena closed her body, crossing her hands and placing them to her shoulders. She remained fixed to her direction and soon reached the alchemy room. Before procuring the remaining potions she had in mind, those that didn't made in time, Selena first inspected the vials of her earlier work. These had names pasted to it by using a sticky paper. Setting aside her coat, she rolled up her sleeves and began distilling water from a nearby container. In the afternoon, in Viscount Glaine's luxurious mansion, Audrey, with her maidservant in tow, followed etiquette and passed her hand to the host. She looked at him, giving her hand a quick peck. Your beauty accentuates my salon. Glaine first gave a compliment as usual. Then, he lowered his voice and said, that lady is already here. She's a beyonder and also an author. Author? Audrey asked casually as she observed Glaine's reaction. Subsequently, she didn't have to mind the presence of her maidservant, Annie, since they chatted about ordinary topics. Glaine straightened his body and chuckled. Yes, I believe that you have read her works in the past. She wrote the book, Stormwind Mountain Villa, which was highly acclaimed for the past 2 months. I enjoyed that book, especially the calm Lady Sisai, Audrey replied with a faint smile. Meanwhile, she was rolling her eyes at her own hypocrisy inwardly. That was because her latest hobby had nothing to do with novels. She had stopped reading Stormwind Mountain Villa a month ago. Her progress stopped at the 1/3 mark. Ever since she joined the Tarot Club and acquainted herself with the powerful Fool, and became a real beyonder, she had been immersing herself in mysticism knowledge. She had been systematically learning about psychology and had lost interest in other activities. Smiling, Glaine guided Audrey to a sofa in the hall. I am sure that Miss Furswall will leave a good impression on you, for she is just like Stormwind Mountain Villa's Lady Sisai, calm, intellectual, and lazy. Also, my dear Miss Audrey, are you going to play the piano for us later? That is the greatest compliment for a novel and literature. Audrey looked at the side profile of Glaine's face. His expression, tone, and body language all conveyed his intention to flaunt himself. He wants to use me to show off. Audrey thought to herself, as if she had just met this good friend of hers for the first time. She maintained her elegant smile and said, my music teacher, Mr. Vicanel the pianist, said that my standards have deteriorated recently and needs more practice. All right. Glaine was just about wondering what to say when he suddenly saw a lady taking desserts from the long table. Audrey, this is Miss Furswall, the author of Stormwind Mountain Villa. Audrey looked over. Miss Furswall was about 23 years old and 1.65 meters in height. She was wearing a pale yellow dress with frills. Her brown hair was slightly curly. She looked over with her pale blue eyes as Klein introduced her while wearing a smile that appeared ruminative. Audrey had noticed several small details in the less than 3 seconds of observation. There are faint traces of yellow on Miss Furz's fingers. She likes cigarettes. There are obvious calluses on her fingers at spots used to hold a pen, fitting her identity as an author. Her arm movements show that she has decent strength. This is not a quality expected of an author, unless she is passionate about exercising. Perhaps she was born like this, or she might have engaged in some other occupation in the past. She displayed her calm, rational, and precise style in Stormwind Mountain Villa. This must be linked to her previous occupation. Her eyes and emotions are relaxed, giving me the feeling that she is looking down on me and Klein. Is this the psychological superiority a Beyonder has over an ordinary human? If it was a coincidence that Klein discovered her identity as a Beyonder, then she should feel some anxiety and uneasiness. After all, she is unable to guess his reaction and what he would do next, since the unknown always brings about fear. This indicates that she was the one who voluntarily approached Klein, having learned about our hobbies. She must be quite confident about what is going to happen next. Why would a Beyonder approach Klein? Does she need monetary support, or the Beyonder ingredients stored in the treasury? Or perhaps she needs help with something. At this moment, Klein was introducing Audrey to Furs. "Madam, this is the Miss Audrey that I mentioned previously, the most sparkling gem in all of Backlund. Her father is Count Hall, a trusted aide of His Majesty and respected member of the cabinet. Good afternoon, Madam Furs. Stormwind Mountain Villa is still seated by my bed to this very day." Audrey adhered to the rules of the aristocracy and curtsied. But she added silently, "That's because I haven't finished reading it even after a month." Furs returned the nicety simply and said, "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey, your beauty sure leaves an impression. I think that I already have an idea for my next novel." "Heh," Viscount Klein said that you have exceptional talents in music." They merely exchanged praises as they were in public. After watching Furs continue towards the dining table as she targeted a cream cake, Audrey retracted her gaze and headed to the living room with Klein. She recalled the details she had seen just now and tried to figure the motives of the woman. She wanted to gain some advantage in future conversations. As she took a step forward, Audrey, who was as calm as an objective spectator, stepped on her dress and nearly fell. At this moment, her personal maidservant, Annie, caught her, allowing her to maintain her grace. "Miss, the unique design of this dress means that you cannot walk too quickly," Annie pulled close to Audrey's ear and reminded her softly. "I know." Audrey nodded in reply, her face flushed red. "I was too absorbed in observing others that I forgot to look at where I was placing my foot," she silently complained in resentment. Audrey met with many other esteemed authors, critics, and musicians for the rest of the salon, always maintaining her sweet, elegant smile. Finally, after her facial muscles began turning sore, she saw Viscount Klein's signal. She waited for a few minutes and gave the excuse of needing to use the washroom. She lifted her dress and stood up slowly to leave the salon. After confirming that there was no one tailing her, she made her way to the study on the first level and told her maidservant Annie, "I have something to discuss with Klein. Guard the door for me. Do not let anyone enter." "All right." Annie didn't feel that the request was strange, for she knew that Audrey and Viscount Klein shared similar hobbies and would often discuss mysticism in a private setting. Audrey entered the study and locked the door. She saw Klein seated behind the desk while playing with a pen. Furzwall was standing in front of the bookshelf, nonchalantly flipping through a book. "I'll introduce you both again. Madame Furs, a true Beyonder." Klein put down his pen and walked over. "Is that so?" Audrey intentionally exaggerated her feelings of doubt. Furs returned the book to its original position and turned around with a smile. "It looks like I have to prove myself." She walked over to the door and extended her right palm, grabbing the handle of the door. Suddenly, Audrey's vision blurred. It was as if she witnessed Madame Furs turn incorporeal as she passed through the door. She was shocked. Concentrating, she realized that Furs was no longer standing in her original position. A few seconds later, the door handle turned. The locked door was open just like that. Furzwall smiled as she walked in from the outside. Audrey's maid, Annie, who was not far away, didn't seem to be aware of what had happened. "What a magical ability!" Klein exclaimed. Audrey took in a deep breath and said, "I have no more doubts." At the same time, the ability Furs had displayed allowed Audrey to confirm what her true motives were, since acquiring money or materials would be no trouble for a Beyonder like that. Klein doesn't have any Beyonder guards. Furs wants to use the statuses and resources available to Klein and I to achieve something. Audrey tried her hardest to act as a spectator. Furs chortled and said, "Let us interact with honesty. We do not have much time left. I was once a doctor at a clinic and was given an opportunity to become a Beyonder. That was more than 2 years ago. I hope that you can do something for me, and the reward I will give you is allow you to join the ranks of true Beyonders. I will sell you the formula of a particular sequence potion and its corresponding materials. Upon hearing such a promise, Klein could not help but ask, "What do you want us to do?" "I have a partner who's in jail now, awaiting the final verdict. I hope that you can save her, regardless of the methods used," Furs said simply. Audrey frowned. "Madam Furs, the abilities you have demonstrated should be better suited for the task." Furs laughed and shook her head. "No, that is not the case. She cannot pass through the places that I can. I can only go in regularly and chat with her. Also, I think that risking my life to save her is not a good idea. Life is short, but there is much for us to do." Audrey observed Furs's face and body language. She considered her words before asking, "I understand. What crime is your partner being locked up for?" Furs's expression immediately turned a little awkward. "My partner is a very respected person who can make others comply from the bottom of their hearts. She is of good character and kind." "Well. It was that the means she used to convince a thug was a little over the top." Chapter 110, Fortune Telling. By lunch, Selena was mostly done with supplying the Nighthawk members with drugs. Effects includes boosting one's reserve of vitality, helps fight against drowsiness and maintain one's condition under a certain time. But in exchange, the department's materials were greatly used up. Old Neil didn't seem to mind, as it was better than letting non-mystical herbs go to waste. At this point in time, Selena had finished her ritualistic lessons with Old Neil and thus had taken a leave. In 13 House Street, she alighted from a public carriage. Klein left an hour before her, and with her time occupied grinding barks, sieving powders and mixing liquids, she failed to ask him. Since Dunn had given her the club's address, where Klein was attending, Selena settled to visit it. Now that I think about it, Klein's a seer. What he's doing is the acting method. Does he also know of it? Selena grew a bit skeptical of Klein's circumstances. Regardless, for now, she chose to cast it aside. After ensuring that her coat was not stained by the barbecue she had on the way, Selena paced about. At the turn of the street, she looked up and swept her gaze at a few signboards at each of the building's upper floor. Harrods Department Store. Military Veterans Mess. Divination Club. Divination Club. Selena perked up and traced the sign on a building. She hastily crossed the street and entered the main foyer. There, she saw a female attendant who greeted her. "Good morning, ma'am. Do you wish to have your fortune told, or do you wish to join our club?" she said politely. "Good morning," returned Selena with a soft smile. "I'm here for fortune telling." "Great," exclaimed the lady. She led Selena to a sofa beside a window in the reception hall. Then, she flipped through the album and pointed out the present club members. Hans Vincent. Famous Tinjin fortune teller. The club's resident mentor. Good at various forms of divination. He charges 4 solely each time. With that amount, I'm certain Klein is making figures. Selena nodded, knowing the extent of money in this world. The woman continued flipping the page and introducing one member after another. And the final one, Klein Moretti. Before the attendant could even give a description and an opinion to recommend, she heard Selena say with certainty, I'll pick Klein." The attendant blinked a few times before resuming as if she had only heard a wind. "He's our most recent member and again, she was abruptly interrupted. "No need for descriptions." Selena maintained her smile. The woman wearily returned the expression, trying to regulate her mixed emotions while saying, "Then follow me." She stand up and led Selena through a door beside the reception hall. It was not a very long corridor, and an open meeting room was situated at its end. There was enough sunlight and it was equipped with tables and chairs. There were newspapers, magazines, and paper cards. A faint coffee aroma drifted out. About 2 rooms from the meeting room, the attendant gestured for Selena to stop. She sped up her pace and entered the room. She shouted gently, "Mr. Moretti. A lady wishes for your divination." Klein, who was reclining to his chair, leisurely having his side black tea, alerted at the sound of a woman. "Me." He placed aside his beverage and stood up. "Who may it be this time?" said Klein after fixing a crease of his coat, and subsequently smiled. "Someone with a silver hair tied to a braid bun. I'm quite certain that she knows you, since she didn't even validate the other members." Described by the female attendant. Braid bun. Silver hair. Is it Miss Roy? Klein guessed by the woman's wording of the client, his body tensed. "Why is she here?" "Where is she?" he asked. The woman gestured outside the door and said, "The fair lady is waiting by the corridor." "Mr. Moretti, your exceptional abilities even reached that of aristocrats, huh?" Klein was taken aback. Then he blurted out, "Do you think of her as an aristocrat?" "Well, it's not that difficult to portray her as one. Silver-haired individuals aren't very common, not to mention her beauty. Anyway, it would be best not to keep her waiting." The female attendant shared her thoughts out. Klein reached for his cane and nodded. "Yes. Also, I'll be choosing the topaz room. The woman turned over from the door and left, accompanying her from in tow was Klein in his white shirt and dark coat. Standing just 2 rooms away, Klein saw a woman bathed in the glow of sunlight coursing from the windows. Her curled, silky white hair glistens, revealing her toned and fair snow-like skin down to her neck. She wore a modest svelte clothing that enchants her elegance without effort. Seeing her gaze at the window, he secretly gulped down his throat and adjusted his tone toward his client. "Ms. Roy," he called when he reached her at an arm's length. Selena turned her head and smiled upon seeing him. "Mr. Moretti," her voice was moist and gentle. The female attendant cut in from the Klein's corner. She walked over and opened the door of the topaz room, which was next to the meeting room. The curtains inside were tightly shut, making it dim. It appeared that only by doing so would one gain revelations from the gods and spirits to obtain an accurate divination outcome. "All right then, shall I leave the 2 of you now?" The female attendant turned to Selena and Klein. Klein nodded, "Thank you, Angelica." Selena gave her regards, then watched the female attendant Angelica left the corridor. "All right, shall we head now?" Klein, in respect for courtesy, held open the door. With a nod, she entered, then sat on a cushioned chair. By the light seeping through the curtains, Klein casually pinched his glabella, then tapped it twice. Selena noticed him. With an acute guess she smiled. "So, how's my condition?" She's referring to his use of spirit vision. Klein drew out a breath, following it was a chuckle. In his eye, Selena's aura naturally presented itself. Her health is well, while the colors representing her emotions are dominated by both rosiness and green. "Your well-being is excellent. How about me?" Klein also joined the inside joke, finding it effective to lighten the mood. Selena had long pressed her glabella before Klein even asked. She saw a myriad of colors encompassing her surroundings. Settling on Klein's aura, it was radiating. "Yours as well." She smiled and almost chuckled at the nonsense they're getting at. Klein finally shook his head with a smile. After taking a seat, he politely asked, "Do you need my help?" Amid the stillness, Selena suddenly went silent. She looked at the curtain shortly, then faced Klein and said, "I actually came here for actual fortune-telling." Klein straightened his back. He understood what she came here, that is to divine her dream. That perhaps more details had surfaced than the last, enabling Ms. Roy to recall clearer scenes. Knowing this, he calmly replied, "Can I know what is the new subject of the fortune-telling?" Selena smiled and explained, "In truth, I have suspected a few things about my dream. If the Heath family are there and the place appears surreal enough to be mistaken as a real place, then maybe the black figure knows and is well familiar of the family. Enough to suspect that the dream setting is somewhere near where the Heath family lives and be a neighbor of mine." Klein creased his brow in tension. He probed, "Who do you think is the black figure?" "Mr. Morrowy Roundel," confessed Selena. It was fitting. From what Dunn had given him surrounding Ms. Roy's identity and daily life, one particular person stood amongst them. Morrowy Roundel had a history of loftiness, being a tycoon that supports major industries around Backlund in the past while also having a connection with one of the Royal Augustus family's importing company. This man was settled for a life distanced from poverty. However, Morrowy made a controversy that endangered the company of the Augustus, forcing their hands to let go of a valuable investor. Such a setup for one story would undoubtedly sow hatred. Klein was made aware of this and placed this man in suspect. He planned on divining said man above the grey fog. However, there are some limitations such as requiring understanding or perhaps familiarity. The most reliable method for divining would be to have an object intimately corresponds to the divination. "I want to know if what I assume is correct." Selena spoke after watching Klein blankly stare at her. Klein snapped awake. He recovered from dazing and immediately agreed, "All right. That is something a spirit pendulum can answer." Holding the topaz gem by his non-dominant hand, Klein took a note from a nearby desk and placed it right beneath the pendulum. Beforehand, he had rewritten on the paper the corresponding line. "Morrowy Roundel is the subject of Selena Roy's lingering dream." Klein had to be specific, otherwise the divination would fail due to the chaotic nature of dreams. Seeing the note, Selena reclined to her chair before suddenly she tensed up. Wouldn't this essentially be revealing to Klein about the mysterious dream world? Her worries deepened. She couldn't help but look at Klein with anxiety. Shortly after, Klein closed his eyes and began citing underneath his breath. "Morrowy Roundel is the subject of Selena Roy's lingering dream. Morrowy Roundel is the subject of Selena Roy's lingering dream." Upon the 7th repetition, the topaz pendulum began moving. Selena saw its shape, suspended by the chain yet turning ever so slightly. In turn, Klein opened his eyes. Both of them were surprised. It was rotating in a clockwise motion. A positive. "So it's true." Selena's eyes were filled with apprehension. "Let's go tell the captain right away." She stood up instantly, her hands plunged onto the table. Klein was speechless. He was both in fear of how close the proximity of the danger is to their house while for the first time, saw the elegant lady break from character. But I'm still in duty. Amid his thoughts regarding today's extra pennies, Selena clutched his hand up. Soon, the two reached the foyer. The brownish-yellow-haired attendant, Angelica, glanced at them and was baffled. Mr. Moretti. What is happening? She first looked at Klein, then toward Selena. Almost immediately, she was alerted. Despite this, she tried to remain calm as she warns, "Ma'am, as a client you're not allowed to force one of our members out. I'll have to ask you let go of Mr. Moretti and leave." Selena's eyes were piercing when she glanced at the attendant. Her glossy lips opened. "I'm sorry, but I need to borrow Klein for a bit." Her tone changed on a whim. It was gentler. At the same time, she peeked at Klein's expression for a response to which the young man felt a chill treaded down his spine. "Why yes, I'll return once matters are settled," he nervously added. Standing beside the reception desk, Glassy, who had just arrived, was left in stillness. His eyes wasn't glued toward the two but to the way their hands engrossed one another. Mr. Moretti's lover. His first thought upon seeing this. In a daze, he watched as the beautiful lady strode past him, holding Moretti's hand to the exit. Her face was difficult to tell if whether she's furious or worried. Chapter 111, Urgency. After boarding a trackless carriage, Klein glanced at the increasingly uneased Selena gazing far into the window. For the usually composed lady, one who exudes aristocracy effortlessly, to be seen this tense reminded him that amidst those accusations, Ms. Roy is still a sentimental human. Accusations that her facade was deliberate, acting on principles that is shallow. These were like wildfires across Daffodil Street, yet it failed to reach him until just this morning. "I have crossed paths with Danger and Melissa's trivial disputes. I can console Ms. Roy." While posing a juxtaposition, Klein became heartily hesitant. Perhaps. He still recalls her impression of the family vividly. Perhaps due to their initiative and their inherent kindness, Selena was made welcome and belong into the city. Ms. Roy's background was eluding, yet it does not obscure the fact that she's lonely. Even Klein, who's a transmigrator, couldn't help but share that indescribable feeling. To be seen as the catalyst of their demise due to being present near them would devastate her. "Ms. Roy." At last, he spoke in a low voice. "If it calms you down, I can divine whether the Heath family will be safe." Selena turned to Klein, her eyes perked up. "You're able to do that?" She was in disbelief before realizing that currently, she's in the presence of a seer. "All right. Then please, tell me." Klein took out his topaz pendulum. It glints under the coursing light. Thud. The carriage trembled for a moment. Selena managed to hold on to the window's railings while Klein steadied himself. "Sorry. There was a bump," said the coachman behind the steer. The pendulum was swept away from Klein's hand, landed right before Selena's feet. "Here." Selena picked up the pendulum and handed it. While hastily adjusting his coat, Klein brought his top hat closer to him, then smiled. "You know, Ms. Roy, certain occasions would disrupt a seer's attempt of divinations. In those certain cases, divinations wouldn't be needed as the answer already lies upon us." After he took the pendulum, he suddenly joked, "If that were always the case, should we kept on disrupting the practitioner? It will be an accident and the answer is given without payments." "Oh, so your suggestion wasn't actually an exemption?" Selena smiled while half expecting this. Klein's smile froze. "What?" he blurted out. Moments later, he realized. "Wait, no, you've got it wrong. It is indeed an exemption, I just thought." Selena chuckled behind her index finger. "I know, thank you, for your concern." Klein was taken aback. His eyes dazed for a period of time. Instead of worrying at this point, Selena grew a bit uneasy from Klein's gaze. She smiled, then lightly teased the gentleman. "Are you going to divine their safety or perhaps indulge in a little staring contest to pass the time?" Klein quickly snapped back and briskly said, "All right, pardon me for that, I'll start divining now." Here, he didn't waste any time on pondering the lines to sight before lifting the pendulum over his chest. By the reception hall, Klein was the first to enter before Selena. Roseanne, who was leisurely reading today's paper with a steaming coffee on the side, perked up upon seeing the two. She lowered the newspaper and instinctively, perhaps due to being a fellow female, she first addressed Selena behind Klein. "Ms. Roy," she called while fawning over. "Have you seen the back cover of today's Post papers? I failed to see it earlier because I haven't read it entirely before lunch, but Sika's novel really went into the cover. This calls for another celebration." Selena paused and passingly smiled. "I'll plan on that celebration later, Ms. Roseanne, I just need to take care of certain things." She then nudged Klein's coat, telling him to proceed. Klein took his top hat off briefly, a sign of a polite greeting before leaving shortly after. Upon reaching a door at the innermost corner of the path leading to Cheney's gate, he knocked on the door 3 times and waited until a deep voice sounding like a 30-year-old muffled across the pane. Selena and Klein entered. The latter closed the door on the way. Once inside, they were surprised to see Leonard, also present, and was discussing matters with Dunn. "Oh. Klein and Selena. What are two doing here?" Leonard smiled. Then he added, "And you both entered together. Should there be something you guys want to tell us?" "What is it?" said Dunn, his eyes resembling a lonely, secluded lake under the night darted on the two. Selena deliberated her words and looked to Dunn earnestly. "I believe I have mentioned of a dream I had before." Dunn placed his unlit pipe down and calmly said, "Have you find more explanation for this dream?" "Yes. I have dreamt of it again yesterday morning. I believe this is what they call a reoccurring dream, a type that might be caused by my astral projection," explained Selena. "Reoccurring dreams for a beyonder is an intuition for an event." Leonard keenly added, "What have you gained from this second dream?" Selena exhaled silently. "The dream seems to be well aware of the Heath family." Her voice trailed off. "And since the dream does know the Heath family, it's also safe to assume that the tall figure in the dream knows of them as well," continued Dunn. "Yes," Selena affirmed. Dunn placed his unlit pipe down. With a trained voice he said, "From Klein's initial dream divination, he had shared to us a crucial part of the dream, the setting. That specific layout of the pipeline led us to the Daffodil Street. And since the dream does know the Heath family, it's also safe to assume that the figure are aware of them. It leads us to the man named Morroe Roundel," suggested Leonard. "Since, you know, he's near both of you and the Heath family." Selena nodded firmly. "Not only that, his mental condition is concerning." Leonard tightened his crossed arms. His mouth curled as he said, "That's not surprising. To be dethroned from his standing as a wealthy tycoon just by a controversy, it would definitely cultivated vengefulness. Whether how that vengefulness sprouts, it was unexpected since we're not previously aware that he's here in the city. The documents I've given you, Ms. Roy, were rummaged from the archives of the church." Dunn enlightened. "I see." Selena softly murmured. Leonard uncrossed his arm and placed a hand to his waist. Subsequently he added, "It is quite strange that if it were not for you, we wouldn't have identified him. On another note, it's odd how he uses ritualistic magic. Using a totem as the ritual's figure. What evil deity could he be praying to?" At this moment, Dunn suddenly took out a pocket watch from his coat. After telling the time, he left the chair and stand up. "Leonard, get Fry and Sika to evacuate the area around Daffodil Street through the officials. I will send a telegram for a request to use a sealed artifact." Selena was startled. Subconsciously, she felt a striking sense from his voice. "Right. Ms. Roy, accompany us, we can use another assistance to handle the potions you've procured for us." "What about me?" Klein stood as he watched Leonard left the office and Dunn produced a paper before storming off. "It seems Captain forgot you," a gentle voice spoke from his side. Selena, who wasn't left and have noticed this, turned to Klein. "Yeah. I guess I should help myself into the carriage," he replied. "How about helping me choose which potion to bring?" Selena suggested. She knew the danger, however, seeing that it will be her first time dealing with beyonder matter as an official. She couldn't but feel anxious of her performance. Klein understood this and decided to accept. 15 Daffodil Street. As the dusk settles beyond the horizon, lamplighters strode about. Each streetlights being opened manually. "Dear," a voice of a lady somewhere in her 40s resounded across the room. The voice came from a woman with a declining skin structure, whose face however still retained its radiance. "Could you kindly answer the door while I'm cooking?" Thud. Thud. "All right." Marl steadily propped himself out of his recliner. "Odell. Don't run too fast or you'll hurt yourself." He turned to the little girl skipping steps and speeding up by the hall. "Okay," the little girl shrieked while playing. At the door, Marl peeked on peephole and saw 2 capped officers standing by their porch. A carriage was waiting by the road as well. He opened it and said, "How may I help you?" The 2 officers, one was a female, and the other a man, each turned to him. The man appeared to be in his 20s, sized him up and replied, "Marl Heath, correct?" Marl nodded, "Yes." "Mr. Heath, you're under arrest for incomplete corporate records. Failing to keep an updated financial statements of your business by the outskirts of Westboro," the man firmly declared. Marl's expression grew skeptical. "I'm sorry. Incomplete records? Officer, there has to be a mistake. My company's financial records are in order and I can assure you. We'll have to take you and your family for detention. Please cooperate quietly." Marl's statement was cut short by the woman. Marl, under the pressure building up, remained calm and retorted, "Taking my family is off the limits. I'll gladly abide if you let me excuse myself from them." "No need, Mr. Heath. You and your family is being requested at the office, said the policeman. Marl creased his brows. What's this have to do with my family? Just please cooperate with us. Your stay won't be prolonged. Marl hesitated. But upon seeing the grave expression of the two, he began considering. Then, moments later he asked, we won't be held long, right? The policeman nodded. All right. Marl turned and sped to the hall. Honey, go with the policeman outside and take the kids. He raised his voice. A clang of dropped utensil resounded from the kitchen. What? Martha yelled in shock. Just take the kids and go with the officers outside. I'll be there with you. Marl rushed to the master bedroom, opened the drawers underneath the wardrobe. There, he rummaged a few documents and placed each of them inside his suitcase. As he paced, Martha turned off the gas stove and saw her husband dashed for the bedroom. This alerted her instinctively. Odell. Come here, she called with controlled softness while taking Marl Jr. out of his cradle. When the little girl made it to her arms, the girl asked, where are we going? Somewhere far from here, dear, don't worry, I've packed lunch. In just a few minutes, Martha had reserved the food she had prepared to a separate container. By the time Marl went downstairs, his family was already at the porch. All right, let's go, he said to Martha. Terrified, Martha anxiously asked, dear, what is happening? Marl took the hand of his wife and held her close. He lowered his face next to hers and whispered, I don't know, but I'm certain their act of arresting me is just an excuse. Let's cooperate for now. I know that these two are from the Iowa County Department. They boarded the carriage, carrying the crest of the local police department. The trackless carriage drove past each street and arrived at Unit 17 Daffodil Street. Outside the window, the house bore no lights. The curtains were drawn and the glass windows heaped with dust. When they arrived, the surrounding neighborhood had died down, as if they've taken an early rest. Thankfully, Klein's siblings and their residents were a few blocks away from here, or else, they might have been disturbed. It seems to be the right place, said Leonard, seated behind the steer. Inside of the carriage, Dunn took out a vial. It was the night-inducing potion Selena had made. The effects allows Dunn to have a deep dream, increasing the concentration. Stay here. Once I've pulled him into a dream, you can all enter. Selena was already informed of their sequences and operations by Klein. This helps her in navigating herself during a confrontation. Klein, divine the situation, said Dunn facing him. Klein nodded and held the topaz pendulum high. After mumbling 7 consecutive times, the topaz gem began turning. It's dangerous but greatly manageable, he answered. All right. Keep the sealed artifact with you in case of danger. Dunn advised once more before ingesting the potion. Royale is with them. She held the suitcase containing the sealed artifact 3-0137, Dreamcatcher. A sealed artifact capable of interference regarding dreams and nightmares. As soon as Dunn fell into a state of slumber, cueing the members that he had succeeded in pulling the target into a dream. Klein and the rest began moving.